Streaming again, and we are going to check the live streaming, see if this connects. It looks like it might be connecting. Says we're live. Let's see if things go on. Okay, it looks like we're it looks like we're on. Okay, it looks like we're on. Looks like we're live. And basically, Peter Moon is with us. And what Peter Moon is going to do is he's going to, first of all, like myself, ask you all to participate. Let us know that you can hear us, because the biggest problem is going to be people realizing that the opening hour has ended. Shining Shadows, who is our dear friend Chris. Chris says we are loud and clear. Okay, we are on. What I'm going to ask Peter Moon to do, because of all the stress I was dealing with, I'm going to refresh myself, probably even grab a drink. And what I'll do is I'll be back in a matter of minutes. Peter Moon's going to explain exactly, everything he wants to about Ascension together, all the stuff that's been going on lately. And Vampire Skunk in Scotland says we can hear you. And he's got like 4G technology. So this guy is back in the Stone Age. So if he can hear us over there in the caves of Scotland, where he's hiding out with the Sawney Bean tribe, then anybody can hear us. So we're doing great. We're doing great. But that was so stressful. That was so anyhow, Peter's going to tell you it was sabotage. Fuck, he'll tell you. As a matter of fact, we'll do that before I go refresh myself. You can start telling about what went on your end, Peter, and I'll verify it, cross-reference from my end. Oh, my fucking God.
Well, I got the call and I heard Michelle's voice.
Which doesn't make any sense because Michelle was not on. So what he got was like a past episode, and I heard that too. And everybody knows I heard that because I said that. I said, I hear Michelle Carmela Saldana talking, and that didn't make any sense. But he heard me talking about calling Amy, so he assumed it was Amy, but it wasn't. It's an old recording of Michelle. So they were like piping in old audio. They were like pumping in old audio. All of this is very suspect. It's obviously sabotage. So go on.
It didn't make any sense. So he kept trying to call me, and we could chat, but we couldn't get through.
Yeah, and even the chat was beginning to be interrupted. All of my internet was starting to slow and basically not work. So definitely there was internet interference, and this is all very suspect. Now, apparently what Peter Moon accomplished at Ascension Together really brought him onto target of the deep state. Obviously, this involves...
I can't imagine that at all.
Okay.
I can't imagine that at all.
Okay. Well,
I mean, yeah, I just can't imagine it at all because, I mean, anything's possible, but we're basically dealing with people with,
well, I'm just trying not to sound too self-centered and say it's all because of me, but you get my point.
I mean, anything's possible, but I'm dealing there with people who have, well, I mean, I learned some things, but I just, what I'm going to say tonight is not going to bowl the world over by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, I think we bowl the world over every time we talk. So we do what we do. And oh, yes. So just make certain you share the hyperlink. Share the hyperlink.
I already did that.
Okay, good. And so what I do want people to know is that obviously we've been sabotaged. We're back now. And I want you all to hit the upvotes. That's going to be very important because the first thing they do as soon as we start is they hit us with all the downvotes in the world. These are Autobots. The YouTube filters them out, but it takes them a few hours. In the meantime, we don't show up on searches because of that. So in order for you to help us, it's your war. You got to fight it. You've got to help us show up on searches by hitting the aggregate for popularity on YouTube. That's how they operate. It's stupid, but this is the world we live in, and therefore we need you to do your part in the fight. We obviously have an enemy. The enemy has all the advantages. They have all the money. They have endless resources, and as Brooke Gibbons said, they're still trying to call her and convert her to their cults of chaos. For all intents and purposes, they run your goddamn government. So if you want real disclosure of what the deep state really is, stick your head out of the goddamn Q sewer, and that is the enemy, is the Q sewer. Come over here and you'll find out. We've certainly exposed them. We've had them on long enough for years. They were present in the persons of Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese and Daniel Arola and all these people who presented themselves to me, quote unquote, as help, and did everything they could to sabotage the program and drive everyone away, which I was more than conscious of and cognizant of, but didn't really have a choice because I can't run the show alone, and these people were working for free. But there's a reason why. There's a price to pay for everything. So that being said, there's people are still interested very much in, what Peter was doing at Ascension together and what was going on there.
I don't want to talk about that until you're back here.
Oh, okay, okay. Do tell people a bit about other things that you feel will be relevant, because I do want to take a few minutes break to refresh myself. I'll just be back in literally a few minutes. And,
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and do that.
thank you. I'll do that. And
We're going to talk about the Rear Admiral.
okay, okay, sounds good. And I'll be back.
Okay, thank you. So, in the past, I've talked about the Rear Admiral, Stephen Greer, very famous. And this is a document he wrote, looks like April 27th, 2010. This was forwarded me by Hillary Ramo, now deceased. I was supposed to keep it quiet. I am stupid. It doesn't matter if it's kept quiet, but in case Stephen Greer died, this was going to be released, his dead man's trigger. But this is only one aspect of the trigger, and it concerns his association with a man named Jeffrey Cameron. And of course, Jeffrey Cameron is of key interest because this is a man that Al Bielek thought was his son when he was Edward Cameron. And it was a lot of games that went on between Preston Nichols and Al Bielek. And Preston would say, "Yeah, I saw Jeff at the Hamfest. When they're at the Hamfest together." And then, "Oh yeah, but we were at a coffee shop. Oh, he's gone." And Al would be looking for him, and he'd just never find him. It was as if Preston was baiting him. So anyway, I was really surprised when I read this document, and it said that Jeffrey Allen Cameron was, and this is Stephen Greer talking or writing. He's talking about, I'm not going to read the whole document, but he's talking about a period of early 2009 between February and April is when he put together a very extensive briefing on energy and declassified projects related to UFOs and extraterrestrial intelligence. And this document was given to people like House Intelligence Committee Chairman Silvestri Reyes. It was also given directly to Bob Gates, Secretary of Defense. It was given to new CIA Director Leon Panetta via Bruce Kylock, who was a very good friend of his. And Bruce Kylock is a major fundraiser and consultant for Washington Democrats. It was also given to Janet Napolitano, Homeland Security head, and her team, as well as a number of other senior people, including Dal LaMagna, who was friends with John Podesta, and who was very involved in the formation of the Huffington Post. I'll talk a little bit about further and more important recent events along those lines. Now, I get the impression here that he's talking about giving a heads up to the Congress and all these important people on what alien technology. This seems completely absurd that they're giving secret information to the government, like the government doesn't already know it. And if they do know it, why would you have a quote unquote outsider like Stephen Greer giving it to them? I don't understand this. But this is not so much of what I'm commenting on. It's just the glorious illogic that circulates in this field. So it's in this backdrop of moving this intelligence into senior circles that this harassment occurred. Now, I don't understand moving intelligence into senior circles. Senior circles are either in the know or they're not in the know, and they're not supposed to be in the know. Therefore, they're not senior. You'll be able to see the documents of what was in this briefing for the president and in my cover letter. Most of it's been released. Again, this is just a rank absurdity that he's cluing in the government. And importantly, one of the things in the cover letter is a specific mention of a Jeffrey Allen Cameron, a top secret scientist who has been assigned at various times to Redstone Arsenal and other facilities. And this gets to the point of what has recently happened in another takedown event. So this Jeff Cameron fits the bill of everybody.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, so I'm reading about the Rear Admiral, and he's releasing this technology, he's infoing Secretary of Defense, senators, House Intelligence Committee on this inside, allegedly ET technology. You know, people that are in the senior circle, and I'm pointing out the absurdity. Well, why do you have some outsider, alleged outsider like Stephen Greer? He's informing the Congress. You know, this is stupid. You understand well the stupidity of this. If they're meant to be in the know, they would be and are in the know. Yeah. If they're not meant to be, they're not senior anyway. So what are you telling them? Yeah. It's just it's rank idiocy. So Jeff Cameron is this super top secret scientist. So he says, one of the things I want to be very clear on is that back in 2004 or 2005, Rick Falk, who was a senior scientist at the Naval Research Labs, had done some work with a Jeffrey Allen Cameron in a high voltage system that resulted in an electromagneto-gravitic effect. Cool. And it turns out that Jeffrey Allen Cameron had for many years worked in very highly classified projects as a physicist and applied engineer on so-called transdimensional technologies that by using high voltages in specific applications of frequencies of electromagnetic energy result in alterations of space-time, very unusual events such as the dematerialization of objects, rematerialization of objects, the creation of space-time bubbles where time is altered, space is altered, and things of this sort. He actually had been studying this under some scientists when he was in school at the University of Washington, including William Bender, a very well-known person in the classified world of physics and top secret operations. All of this whole document is very validative of the Philadelphia experiment and the Montauk Project and all that, especially the Cameron thread. Well, it tends to corroborate so much of the stuff Preston talked about. It's nutty in its own right. Yeah, which I suppose we should expect. In 2004 or 5, he went down to Huntsville near a little place called Decatur outside Huntsville, Alabama. There had been an old daycare center, and the daycare center had been converted into a secret lab that was being operated by Jeff Cameron under the support of a contract from a Colonel John Fulda of the Redstone Arsenal and a group of people. What they were doing was developing lifter technologies and anti-gravity technologies, and I was told very directly that Jeff Cameron had figured out up to or beyond what the Lockheed Skunk Works had, down to the mathematical formula, and that these were very major breakthroughs. Now, when I went down there, I actually went in the lab and saw some of the work that he was doing that was not classified, but still resulted in lift by using a high voltage Byfield Brown type of systems, but a much more advanced version than what the T. Townsend Brown and Byfield developed in the 40s. So when I was down there, I had a meeting with Jeff Cameron and also John Fulda at dinner. We went to a barbecue place near there, and Colonel Fulda told me that after they had spent a very large sum of money on a contract with Jeff Cameron, that they had actually gotten some of the classified work he was doing to result in a working system. Colonel Fulda told me he held the classifications for that work, that he had classified it to protect it. They had things that were flying and floating And he saw enormous applications for this in terms of putting it on aircraft so that we would save fuel, et cetera, then. So then some intelligence officers came in and yanked the funding from the project and ordered all the work to be put into a vault and basically shut down. Now, what I find most curious about this, everything he says is rather lucid.
Yeah.
And it doesn't sound like he's making it up.
Right.
What is curious is why would he have anything to do with it? You see?
Right.
Why would Stephen Greer even be privy to this? Who would want him to be privy to it?
Yeah.
That's what's curious.
Yeah, it's well, I can't make any sense of it at the moment. I'll need to digest it. I missed a few moments of it, but you
didn't really miss anything. I mean, the guy is a class A jerk.
Right.
On steroids.
Yeah, I believe it.
So it's like, but I'm seeing so what makes sense is this is much of what occupies intelligence circles. Yeah. There may be genius buried within some of these people. And quietness and secretiveness. But there's so much jerkiness in so many of the people. Not necessarily all of them, but this guy is like, and then he's got such a public profile. Why would you be telling him anything? You know, what value does he bring to anything? Yeah. You know, that's my curiosity about him.
I would say no value whatsoever. Like you said, maybe there's certain amounts of information that can be gleaned, but why bother to do that work? You know?
Yeah. So he says, so what we decided to do, if we could, was to eventually be able to work with Jeff Cameron to bring out energy devices that were not only involving anti-gravity propulsion, since they had been ordered not to go forward, but that with those sort of systems, but that would result in free energy devices, which we know have already existed for at least 100 years from the time of Tesla forward. And these discussions therefore began more than 5 years ago. So it sounds like he's got a hero complex to bring it to humanity, is what it sounds like.
There you go.
After the Orion project was formed in 2008, we had hoped to be able to have Jeff Cameron work with us. So we reestablished contact. I'd not been in touch with him for maybe 3 years, blah, blah, blah. He came in and discussed a number of technologies. Basically what happens is that he starts funding Jeff Cameron.
Wow. And
Jeff Cameron never produces anything.
Of course not.
And he keeps funding him, and he's so upset and disabused, and it's like he's being jerked around. It's like he's like a monkey on a string. I wouldn't insult monkeys. and I mean, I was just using this as filler. Yeah. Waiting for you to get back.
And I appreciate that. And now that I'm back, we can talk about the real issues, the things that matter, like, of course, the Ascension Together conference.
Tell us all about this. He keeps mentioning John Podesta. You know, John Podesta was this is many years ago, and they were trying to make it sound like him and Hillary were in for revealing the secret of UFOs. You know, there was a whole big thing, and she was being sympathetic to the UFO cause, which she was totally opposite back when Bill was president.
Yeah.
But that's beside the point. So anyway, there is a place where this fits in to the Ascension Together workshop. I learned a lot at the Ascension Together workshop, which was hosted by Cho Mikolajczyk. I told her, I finally got to tell her, the Cho-Cho joke, Cho-Cho. I said, hey, Cho-Cho. Of course, I had to explain it to her because she's not really up to snuff on all that. She smiled. I don't think she got the full gist of it.
Okay.
But anyway, Did
you find any opportunity to explain the concept to her?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I just explained it to her, but it was really a one-line joke.
Yeah.
It's really what it was,
yeah.
And it was kind of out of context to what we were involved with at the time.
Of course.
I would say that the turnout I was told there would be about 15 people there. I think there were 9 people because people had other issues come up.
No, well, there's so much going on with so many people these days.
But one girl, I guess, came
Mhm.
and she got sick in the middle of the night and left.
Yeah.
She vomited.
Oh,
And so but what JoJo says, she says it's all by divine design. Everything's by divine design. Who shows up, who doesn't show up. And I guess the lesser numbers afforded a lot more intimacy with the group itself.
absolutely. That's always the advantage to lesser people showing up, is that everyone gets more attention.
And I guess we started and she started talking and I think she introduced me and we kind of all introduced each other to each other. And we all kind of, got up and said our piece or whatever. And I mean, all these people there are into recovery.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them for long time periods, some of them for not so long. When I say not so long, we're talking about 6 months, a year, something like that. And I was very impressed with these people because, I mean, very capable people.
Yeah.
But they know they have a problem. They know they have an issue. And one thing, one person told me that he was seeking out spirituality through alcohol. He didn't realize he was doing it, but then he did. And now he finds his spirituality. And all of these 12-step programs or recovery programs deal very deeply with spirituality. And it's a very authentic spirituality. It's not necessarily Christian laden. There's always a reference here and there, but it's not like Christianity as you would know it.
Right. It's spirituality.
Yeah, spirituality. And because the mind, body, spirit complex. But what was so, I guess, kind of, it was touching, but she's talking, so JoJo, I think every time she talks, if I'm there, she will talk about how she met me, how she was enlightened by reading Radu Cinemar's Transylvania Sunrise and how it just really perked her up. Yeah. And then she had wanted to meet me and then she met me when I went to go promote your book at Ellen Steinfeld's release of his book. Right. In Manhattan, in my first venture out after COVID. And so she loves to tell that story. And then she says, and through Peter Moon, I was able to meet a vampire. And I said,
wonderful.
I said, what are you saying that for? In other words, like,
I think it's important.
Well, I said, what are you saying that? I mean, why are you bringing this up now? And she says, well, because I did. And of course, nobody had an issue with it. So she explained that, and we contextualized because it was completely out of context.
Right.
That's why.
Yeah.
It wasn't contextualization, and it really served no context to the entire. It was just kind of mentioned and passed over. This was not this show was not about Douglas Dietrich. You know what I'm saying? So right. It was, but she mentioned it. Nobody had any issue with it, which was, and I kind of said, well, what she's talking about is vampires exist as subspecies of human beings, and I said it.
I'm so impressed. I mean, I'm just so flattered. Go on.
Yeah. I mean, I was surprised when she said it. It didn't. I was just seems it was out of context, but I contextualized it, and not that anybody cared because they've had a lot worse things to deal with than vampires on a personal level. If vampires can be considered bad, but anyway, so that was I thought you would have been pleased to hear that you got acknowledged by her, and
thank you. I am pleased. I'm moved. I'm deeply moved. That's wonderful. No wonder you didn't want to speak about this till I was back.
Well, I didn't want to. Even if that wasn't mentioned, I still wouldn't want to speak about it. Until you were back.
Of course.
Because, so, the first night is, just everybody introducing to each other and what they're doing there. Mm-hmm. And then, and I have to say the accommodations were incredible.
Wow. What were they like?
Well, it's a big house with 6,000 square feet. That includes the basement, which we didn't use. A floor with rooms and, like, say, the room I was in had 6 beds. 6 beds, yeah. And I was in there by myself. I got my own room. And some people shared, and they were like rooms with four, I think there were 4 bedrooms on my floor with a bathroom.
Right.
The upstairs had some more rooms for people, and then the owners live upstairs as well. They probably have some of the people that live there too. I shared bathrooms, which are quite nice.
Wow.
It's a retreat. It's a place for a retreat.
Wow.
And the lady, Robin, who runs it, very nice. I walked in through the kitchen, and I heard her saying to her assistant, saying, "These are very nice people." And I walked in and I, introduced myself, not as an author necessarily at all. I didn't know who she was. I told her I'm nicer than all of them. And we proceeded to have some very nice conversations. And so she gave me a culture to make sourdough bread. She makes really good sourdough bread.
Wow.
So I'm going to try and make some sourdough bread. We'll see how I do.
That's wonderful. It's hard to get that outside of the West Coast. Yes.
Well,
you have to make it because it's so hard to purchase. Go on.
Well, she would refute that because she makes it. You know what I'm saying? So I said I've only heard of sourdough bread in San Francisco.
That's right. That's right.
They do have it in Whole Foods.
Okay.
They do have it, but that's traditionally where I knew it from. So anyway, so she makes 3 loaves a day, and blah blah blah. So I got a little bit of, and I guess next door to that property they have a dance hall and center, which we went over there for one event where they do contact dancing, and I think they're into yoga and tantra as well. I didn't really find out more about it, but so it's like this is a great place for a retreat. The owner said it was expensive. I have no idea what the pricing was. I have no idea. I was a guest. And as I say, it was worth the experience. I went there to present, not to be an attendee, but I participated in everything that they did, which was sort of a side benefit. And people tell their stories and who they are and what they're doing, and you get to know them. And the stories are all dramatic. They're all dramatic because these are like real people who've been to the edge. If only in their own reference frame, or they've been challenged with death, destitution, of privation of one form or another. And, JoJo, she's got her own story, which those who are familiar with her, going through prison and whatnot, and really transforming her whole life. And I learned more about her. She really, as much as I appreciate her and love her, I've underestimated her. She's also my best student in Qigong because she still does it. She does it, and she's actually done the last part of I guess, the teaching of perceive the Tao, intend the Tao, control the Tao, create the Tao, become the Tao, or the flow. She's become it. And she's just like living in divine grace. She just, anything that comes up, she says, well, that's divine, divine intervention. It might seem like a negative thing, but it's just, okay, this is what's supposed to happen. And things seem to work out. She seems to be living her truth very well. And one thing I learned, because her friend, who's also going to Romania with us, he had a whole chart of chakras and whatnot, and how he goes up and down the chakras and every day to sort of align himself. He's talking about integrity, integration. Now, of course, integrity, people think it means being honest. It means being integrated, meaning having all the parts connected.
Thank you.
That's a part of Qigong too. One part move, all parts move. That's sort of the whole body. It moves in synchronization. Now, that's what we want with all of our chakras, moving in synchronization. When the father is, having sex with the harlot down the street, it's kind of disruptive to the family unit. So it's like, if he can integrate that into the family unit, he's quite a unique character. But see, it tends to be disruptive. That's just one coarse example. But you want to have all of your activities aligned and harmonious. That's a big challenge when it comes to the family outside of affairs, because families get together on holidays and it adds a lot of strife and grief in a lot of cases, if not a supreme majority. So it's like, even without that element of what people call infidelity, you've got a lot of issues on your hands with families. So integration is to have a real smooth interaction. But what I came to really realize, and I shared it with them, the upper chakra is divinity. So if you don't have divinity in your life on a day-to-day basis, you're not integrated. It doesn't matter where that divinity is, Christian, Asian, Qigong, whatever it is. If you're not living in a divine reference frame, you're not integrated. So you want to have it. And of course, people who struggle with substance will often, almost always, they'll admit, to a higher power. That's the first step. Admit to a higher power. And it's not denominational. So this is very much a group doing spiritual work. Some have been to this place before, the retreat before. Some it was the first time. And most, I think, were returning to this. If everybody didn't know each other, they knew other people in the group or whatnot, so it was very familiar.
Well, they would certainly know each other after the few days together.
Well, yeah. And sort of like a family feeling. And it's the first time I've ever even been and involved with anything like this. And of course, as I listened to their stories, I mentioned the fact that my mother was an alcoholic, and she was. Oh,
you never said that before.
It's a fact. It was no secret to me. But I mean, and she was killed with my father by a drunk driver. So, wow. I've got a alcoholic pedigree in my family, and I said that. And they also talk about generation breakers. I'd be a generation breaker because, I come on my mother's side, not my father's. I come from a long line of Irish Catholic drinkers, if not alcoholics. I've been told stories. I've not seen any of them drink. I've just been told stories. Because what are Irish known for? Drinking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the Catholicism, the reason they drink, and I learned this a long time ago when I started studying the Celtic people in my investigation of the Cameron clan, and I found out that my mother's family clan name, Sweeney, which have the namesake to one of the oldest castles, still extant castles in Ireland, they were fierce fighting clan that were very loyal to the Cameron clan. So there was a genetic association with the Camerons. But as I began to study the Celts, I realized that the reason they turned to drinking as a national pastime is because their religion had been taken from them. Their
Yes.
true Celtic religion and Catholicism had been forced down their throats.
That's right.
So it's like, let's drink away our sorrows. It ruined them. And oh, what a dramatic problems. And if I never read the whole book, I read the first part of it, which was enough to turn me off of it. Not that it was very well written. The book Trinity, I think it's by Leon Uris.
Right, that's correct.
And it starts off with this guy just bemoaning this very point I'm talking about, and how he was just completely, how many things the Christian religion had done to him and his family and his people, and how wicked and crude it was. And then I think it was the character who was bemoaning this ends up, getting buried in a Christian funeral or something like that. It was so contradictory. It's like, you reject all this stuff, and then at the very end of your life, you capitulate and you praise the Lord or whatever. It's all about, subjugation. And there's nothing now. Well, that's a battle that the Irish spirit has with the Catholic side of life. You also have an equal repression of the Irish by the English, which is not Catholic at all.
That's right.
So they're fighting the English. They're fighting but the church is more of an infight. It's fighting with themselves because they accept the Catholic Church, but inside they're rejecting it. I guess they take out their rage on the English. What a messed up. And I could never really relate to the Irish side of my genetics. Mm-hmm. Really can't relate to it at all.
Probably why you didn't become an alcoholic.
Yeah, because I have the features of my grandfather on that side. I look more like my mother's side than I do my father's side. So, but I seem to relate to identify with the non-Irish element. My mother was half English too. So, but in any case, I would seem to be a generation breaker, and my daughter follows suit, because when she was little, she said, "I'm never going to take a drink. I'm never going to take a drink." She has taken a drink, so she's gotten older, but that was her conviction. She certainly does not have an alcohol problem in the slightest. Nor do my brother and sisters have alcohol problems. So, but anyway, so be it. It's like you get, you kind of get some, maybe I'm not there by accident, but certainly alcohol has made its mark on my life by, killing my parents.
Right.
By an Irishman. The guy was an Irishman who killed them.
Yes.
Not on purpose.
Good God.
Accidentally on purpose. So, in any case, you kind of hit a deep spiritual chord and relate to the people, so on and so forth. And I knew at least 3 people there off the top of my head, 3 or 4 already. I knew from the Qigong workshops I'd done in Massachusetts. It's the first time I've ever been to the Berkshires in Western Massachusetts.
Wow.
And is it beautiful? I'll reserve my comments. It's nature. Mm-hmm. It didn't floor me. Nothing on the East Coast floors me when it comes to beauty.
Right. Well, because you grew up there.
No, because I grew up in California.
Oh, that's right.
Everything, to me, when it comes to natural beauty, the East Coast is second rate. If I go to the Adirondacks, I said, this is nothing compared to the Sierras. Nothing. I can't compare it. It has its own beauty. But it's like California, to me, is the most aesthetic state. You know,
Wow.
the most aesthetic place. It's just beautiful. When we're talking about the United States,
Yeah.
Hawaii might be more beautiful, but I've never been there.
Wow.
So I'm just like, you know, mountains aren't high here. So I'm only beginning to actually like the East Coast after being here for 40 years. So I'm only beginning to appreciate it. So, but certainly it's nature. And we did have a nature walk, which was very interesting. The following day, I was making my presentation, which was really compromised badly by the fact that they didn't have the projector. They couldn't connect the computer to the projector. Therefore, my slides, we had to wait 45 minutes or an hour, which screwed everything up. Not that I really cared, except that when I started doing the presentation of the slideshow, which was a sort of, for me, it was a rehearsal of what I'm going to do in Shasta, because I did the slideshow in Shasta last year, but now I've kind of got to redo it and integrate the last trip. I've got to change it, make it more dream-oriented. It took too long. I never even finished it because Joe just says, well, what about the dream workshop? Because this was going to be a precursor to the dream workshop, a mini. So that was kind of messed up. And I kind of learned, of course, when I do the dream workshop, I'm not going to be doing my slideshow at all. It's not part of the agenda. So I tried to divide people up into their horoscopes, which was hard because we only had about 9 people. So I sent the people with Scorpio and their chart off to do a dream, figure out their dreams. And then I started, kind of had to work one-on-one with the other people because they didn't match up. Right. Now that prompted some interesting conversations of, you know, this one guy, what is his dream? It's to have a cattle ranch in Montana.
Wow.
But he already had, but then as I got deeper into the story, I think it was like 15 years ago, he met this woman. And, you know, she asked him about what he wants to do, what his dream is. I want to have a cattle ranch in Wyoming. She says, I have one. So they became a couple. But she just sold the cattle ranch recently. It was never his. So in other words, he came very close. But he still wants it. Right. But it was interesting that he came so close to his dream.
Yeah.
And, you know, we talked about that. And I said, well, if anybody here hears of a cattle ranch, you know, it's like, it's, you know, he's over 70 years old. I mean, but, you know, it's his dream. For whatever reason, a dream is a dream.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's a blessing. So, you know, one guy has a dream to get married and have a family. That means he has to pick the right person. So on and so forth. People have, one woman wants to become a nurse. You know, he's not, you know, so, but it turns out she only has 1 credit she needs to go back and finish her Bachelor of Science. Right. That doesn't make her a nurse, but it's not that hard. You just have to do it because she wants to help people. It's like, and you have to have a purpose, and that purpose will fulfill her life in a way that her current life is not doing. So all people have goals and they have directions, and sometimes substances get in the way of it. So my participation, and of course, what I had to say was of interest to people, but it all felt so, because in the morning I did Qigong, which was probably more penetrating. And I'm, you know, just teaching people Qigong, teaching how to, I always ask for people with their issues, the shoulder issues, and I showed them exercises for their shoulders, immediately felt better. And of course, you have to do it every day. That's the secret. And one thing we learned is on the last day this morning, Brad, this guy, Brad, who's going to Romania with us, he had a very gripping story of his whole life. But he spends time every day doing work. Mm-hmm. In fact, he had a list, and some of the people wanted to write down the list. And I said, you have to do a booklet, or more like a book. And I even gave him a name for the book. I'm going to encourage him to write the book, because his whole life is turned into this guy's been to prison. He was a top real estate analyst at one point, but his life degenerated, and it all had to do with a dysfunctional family. And then he went to alcohol and substances and ended up, doing some financial stuff that he shouldn't have done, and ended up in prison, had to reform his life. And only when he could muster some self-respect and self-love was he able to recover. And now things happen to him. To hear his stories are just like walking into divine experiences, where he needs to find a house, and, for this center he's building, a rehab center. Mm-hmm. And he gets one hundreds of thousands of dollars below market value. How did that come into his hands? He needs furniture. He has no money for the furniture. Somebody donates a bunch of furniture to a thrift store. He buys it for like $1,000, fills up. It's good furniture. Stuff like this happens to him all the time. It didn't used to. Wow. Because he's embracing light frequency. Mm-hmm. JoJo's life works this. I finally understand why she calls her stuff Ascension. Right. Because this is all about ascending. They're talking about, with this treatment center that he's formulating, sort of with JoJo. I mean, they're like really close in their collaboration. And she's the one who, was suggested him coming to Romania with us, which I had already met him, and I was very gung-ho on the idea myself, because I really liked him. Right. And they're going to turn this treatment center, it's already happening, holistic. Instead of whatever they do with treatment centers on Cape Cod, it's going to be real, just holistic treatment. It's on a different frequency than the standard stuff, so to speak. And they're going to rehabilitate all of treatment on Cape Cod. And what JoJo said, I said, well, we have to bring this to Montauk as well, because we are going to do something at Montauk for my friends out there. But I said, this is so big at Montauk, because Montauk in East Hampton is just loaded with alcoholism. Right. And that's why Donald Trump would not touch any real estate out there. Because
interesting.
Where they were so alcofied.
Wow.
And whatever you say about Trump, he doesn't work with alcoholics. He had a bad experience with his brother, who was an alcoholic. Who was very resentful and couldn't handle his brother's success. Wow. It's a problem sometimes. Sometimes people can't handle their own success, and sometimes people can't handle others' success. Right. But success can be quite a problem. My friend Chelsea, she knew Sylvester Stallone. She'd gone to Disneyland with him. Mm-hmm. And I can't say that they were real close beyond that, but she knew him because, and she said he handled his success very well. Mm-hmm. But I would counter that when I saw that he put out a magazine many years ago. He had a magazine he called Sly. Wow. He had a magazine about himself. Yeah. To me, that's the epitome of degeneracy.
Certainly egoism, taken to a pathological extent, yes.
Yeah, like I could not put out a magazine called Peter Moon. All you people want to know about me, whatever. It's like, I'm worthy of reading about, And I mean, I understand people are interested in me to a certain extent, but I mean, to stand up and, you know, make yourself, that's what Hubbard always said. He says, you don't want to be interesting. You want to be interested.
Yes.
You want to be interested, not interesting.
Ah.
And the more you follow your interest, I suppose the more you follow your interest, the more interesting you become.
Yes.
But that's not the end goal. You want to be interested in what you're interested in. So when I told her about Montauk and stuff, because she's going to go out there with me anyway, mm-hmm. She said, oh, this is happening all over the world. This is now the big thing. And you see, many of these people who come are already working in treatment programs. That's how they're making their money. Mm-hmm. In other words, JoJo and her husband both went through addiction, but they were both making sizable salaries by helping addicts now. That's what they do. So you see, it's like they turned their addiction into a profitable enterprise.
Right.
And there's big money in it. Yeah. There's big money in it as well.
Yes.
And there's a certain amount of expertise it requires. So you little kids out there that want a career, get addicted and then you can find a job. I'm being sarcastic, of course. It's like, now, Scientology in itself is an addiction because you are addicted to a idea and a way of life. And one of the interesting things in Scientology at the lower level, it's called life repair. And each auditing process has a awareness characteristic assigned to it, more or less. And that awareness characteristic to life repair, which is like you go in and fix your life. What's wrong with your life? What's wrong with your marriage? What's wrong with your siblings, your family, your studies, your boss, your relationships, your career? You fix up all of the life issues and it creates a resurgence. But the awareness characteristic that accompanies that is something called demand for improvement. So you're going to demand. If, say, for example, if you're a woman and the men always make you pay for the lunch or the dinner, no, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm only going to date men who pay for me, or at least pay for themselves, you see. It's demanding improvement, but it's demanding improvement. In other words, you're going to demand better service from people in restaurants. You're going to demand better production from the people who work with you. You demand improvement. Doesn't mean you're obnoxious. It means you're just going, and you're going to demand improvement for yourself. You're going to demand that you be more disciplined, that you have a better diet. It's demanding improvement. And people who just become doormats to the world are, of course, not going to demand anything. But, so what I was going to say is, Scientologists prescribe to this idea that they're going to move up these levels of awareness. But in my experience, long before it was the way it was, people were just really, who were actively involved in Scientology, were really predisposed to taking it on the chin too many times. Not all of them. And they wouldn't demand. Like, for example, when I was assigned temporarily to the Los Angeles organization, they were the most of the staff were considered to be, heavy cases. In other words, they had a lot of issues. And most of them had to be taken off of their jobs because they were considered lesser than.
Right.
You wouldn't necessarily know that to just look at them, but this is what management had decided. But what I noticed, the majority, virtually all of them, they had signed contracts for 2.5 years, and as part of that contract for working, they were entitled to become what was called a class 4 auditor and to get up to grade 4 auditing. This was a intermediate level. It was a pretty high level. It was if you did that, and none of them were receiving that. And I would talk to many of them. I didn't talk to all of them because I was at that time the director of processing temporarily, and I needed auditors to audit people. And none of them had any real gumption to do it. I said, well, look, if you've signed this contract, you have a right to do that. If you've signed your contract and you haven't gotten that, it's owed to you. You should be able to study whether you're working here or not anymore. And they go, oh, I don't know. I don't know. I should still be working. And I couldn't believe their attitudes. They never demanded anything.
Wow. They
just kind of went along with the flow. Right. And if you go along with the flow, you're not going to get anything. Their attitudes were so piss poor. Yeah. And I was sitting there, being a member of the C organization, I had a higher rank than they did. And I'm saying, look, you can get this, you can demand this. But I was fighting them. The legalities were another point. I would have done my best to enforce them, to protect them, and to help them. But they weren't interested. And this is why they weren't considered good staff members. They were just sludges. And this tended to be maybe not that extreme, but people just wouldn't do their homework. They wouldn't do what they were supposed to do. When I see these people that I was with this weekend, they are all striving hard to improve their lives. It's like they're dedicated, and it's a struggle. And this brings us to the alien agenda.
Yes.
These people, so I think Scientology is like an addiction. People are addicted to getting higher levels of consciousness, or so they think. And they're not doing that. And then they get disabused of Scientology, and then they start fighting it. They become addicted to fighting it. So it's like these are patterns of addiction, and they're psychological addictions. And by the way, when I was in Scientology, and I imagine it's the difference, over 80% of the people were addicted to smoking and coffee.
Of course. Nicotine and caffeine.
Yeah, and I was not. There were some of us that were not. It's just like, so anyway, addiction is addiction. It doesn't have to be alcohol, but there are a lot of fentanyl issues right now. So addiction is super big business, and it's going to be getting bigger and bigger because there are so many issues in society. But when it comes to the alien agenda, people are addicted to learning about aliens, and as opposed to learning about themselves. It's a big issue.
Yeah, I mean, the aliens are a distraction from themselves. As Crystal River used to say, the truth is in there, not out there, but in here. So they're trying to look for it out there rather than within themselves.
Right. And I think Preston Nichols said over 90% of all maybe it was even higher. I don't remember what he said, but it was at least 90% of all abductions, he said, were government. That would leave, open door to other stuff. So, yeah, this is, and it seems to be getting bigger and bigger. The interest in aliens, the different avenues of expression towards alien this, alien that. There was something I read about. It's just this given that the aliens are giving us our technology. Although, and some of it does indeed come from some pretty mysterious places. Some of the technology you hear about or whatnot. But this whole idea that the aliens are feeding us everything gets a little overdone. And of course, when the technology that's developed, as David Anderson said, it's like, 20, 30 years ahead, sometimes 50 years ahead. And it's all about piecemealing, distributing who's going to get what. And it was Robert F. Kennedy Jr. that's come out as a candidate for the Democrats and says that the whole problem is the Congress is passing bills to save money for the people who own everything at the expense of the people at, the rank and file humanity. It's ridiculous. Which brings us back to Cape Cod, because, although he grew up in Virginia, the RFK family grew up in Virginia, they still own a house on Cape Cod. They have, I think, 3 houses, the Kennedy family, sub-houses to the big house. I think JFK had one, Teddy had one, and RFK had one. But RFK's home, most of the kids grew up in, so I guess it's all shared by the kids or whatnot, those houses. And I guess they're summer houses or whatnot. But when I was in Romania in August of 2012, and on the night of August 12th, I was on Mount Omu, and I had a dream that I was at the Kennedy compound in Cape Cod. Why in the hell were the Kennedys coming up? And this whole Cape Cod connection with JoJo and her friends. And Stephanie South also had a dream of Cape Cod. So Stephanie's going to be involved in one way or another with all this stuff. It's like, so Cape Cod has become a place of great interest to me. I've never been there. I think I was there once, actually, now that I think about it. And then one of the women who was presenting there, she said that she was going to Cape Cod. She was moving to Cape Cod, which surprised everybody, except JoJo. She says, "Yeah, I wanted you to come." Right. So there's a lot of this energy, and of course, I explained that Boston is the financial master. The master of the country is Boston. Hubbard taught this. He says in America, Boston is the old money. New York is the stock exchange that does the brokering for the Boston money. In Germany, the old money is Munich. Stock exchange is Frankfurt. So he targeted Boston organization. He said, go get 1% of the population in Boston, and he targeted Munich. Munich had a big Scientology organization. And then in Japan, he says, Kyoto is the old money. Japan is, Tokyo is the clearinghouse. Kyoto is the old money. So he sent he sent a mission to Tokyo. I don't know if it was in Tokyo or Kyoto. I don't remember. But he did send a mission to Japan. It didn't work out. In fact, the ship was called the Asia. The ship was good. The Asia never made it to Asia. They changed the name to the Excalibur by the time I got on, but it was originally called Asia.
Interesting.
It's, people were was supposed to go over and clear Asia or whatever. That was the idea. But So anyway, it's like, and I explained that, well, if Boston is the old money, Cape Cod seems to be, and I had to ask them, I said, there's a lot of there are a lot of wealthy people besides the Kennedys, because you all hear that. That's why I would have dreamt of the Kennedys. I also, in my dreams, I dreamt of the President's Pub. The President's Pub I was in, and it was a pub where there were all these like caricatures of presidents. It was very comical. But now I understand the pub part ties to the alcohol part, you see? Yeah. Now I just realized that. Because, and of course, when I'm talking about presidents in Romania, I'm penetrating the presidential level with everything I do over there, because it's at the highest level. All of the stuff that's coming out of Romania is at the highest level of national security. Mm-hmm. But I'm not close enough to it to get myself in trouble. Mm-hmm. But it's kind of the whole issues. Apparently, by all available sources of information, there has been some big, I guess what you'd say, leak, for lack of a better word, of phenomena that's come through Romania. Mm-hmm. And it's tied to mysterious places beneath the earth. Mm-hmm. And there is a lot of consternation. I had found out that there was a massive amount of Americans in the town of Busteni during the time when this project, where they were supposedly digging up what was underneath the Sphinx, of Americans in Busteni, which is where you take the cable car to get to the Sphinx, around that time period. Waiter told me that. This is on my first trip to Romania. So a lot of Americans, he said, and they were told not to talk about it. Don't talk about the Americans. So, what are a bunch of Americans doing in Romania? Are they building a secret missile site? I don't think so. But could have been. I mean, they have bases there. And it would be a good place to nestle some missiles in. But nevertheless, there's something very, I guess what you'd say, highly sensitive in Romania. And they enlisted this character who calls himself Radu Cinemar to write about it. And the Freemasons that I know, this book is by a committee. And my friend Nicole says, yeah, this is by a committee. I said, stop saying it's a committee, because I read these books more than anyone. I understand his writing style. It's not by a committee. It's by one person. And it gets approved probably by one person, which would be his mentor, Cesar Brad, whatever his real name is. It might go through more than one person, but it can't go. I mean, it's not like, there's a bunch of, bald-headed or oily-headed people sitting there stamping, oh, no, we don't. It's not like that. It's not like that. And then I ask them, have you read the book? No, I haven't. But the Freemasons love to say, it's by a committee. It's by a committee. And then they haven't read it. So what is the, what is it? I don't know. But in the meantime, we have a lot of addiction to this idea that there are these aliens that are out there. Maybe they're going to reveal answers. Maybe they're going to, take away our children, whatever. It's like, I think people are very anticipatory of revelation. Like, what is the mystery? And nobody that I know broke down mystery better than L. Ron Hubbard. He called it a mystery sandwich. He'd say, Satan loves a mystery sandwich. It's like, you put, a mystery in the middle, and people want to perceive it. And he understood this very well. You go back to his early days before he was even doing Dianetics, and he had the book Excalibur, and he promoted it as this book that would, he didn't release the book because the people who had read it, people who read it committed suicide, jumped out a window or whatever. And I think he was offering to sell the manuscript for an exorbitant amount. It can be looked at as a marketing strategy, but people decry him. Oh, it's absurd that this could kill anybody. Yet you'll see those same people citing websites of all the people who've committed suicide as a result of Scientology.
Wow.
Now, or that were involved in Scientology. They committed suicide. And there are stories in books. I can't say that they're true, but I can't say that they're not true. People committing suicide. Don't blame it on Scientology. Or, it's like, it gets to the absurd point of life and death. And so, in other words, if the book wasn't that powerful, I think the real truth of it is that Scientology deals with major triggers, psychological triggers. There's no question of that. And if somebody gets triggered, whether it be by Scientology or Michael Aquino or Satanism, it could flip them. The Montauk Project had a lot of heavy trigger because it's going deep into wherever you're going deep into the mind, you can trigger. So Hubbard always understood this mystery principle. People are interested in a mystery. What is, you present a secret, like in a mystery story, and you intrigue the person, and then you slowly reveal the mystery, and you explain it, and that's what a mystery is. So Hubbard, after he had failed miserably in Rhodesia, he thought he could go over and influence the whole government.
Wow.
Which he was not able to do on his own OT powers. Mm-hmm. He says, this didn't work. He says, I have to rely on the group. And then after that, he formed his Guardian's office, his own intelligence network, to counter the attacks he received. And then he developed what were called the OT levels. First he came out with the power processes, which were confidential. And then the certain techniques that became confidential, eventually evolving into the OT levels. And the reason he did this, as I understood it, was because these were considered highly sensitive trigger. There was highly sensitive trigger words that he had determined. And one of the, I guess what you'd say, top public Scientologists who was doing these was irresponsibly shouting them at his wife in a domestic dispute. And he was misusing what he'd learned. Very famous Scientologist named Alan Walter. And he was using them malevolently against his wife. And that was when they became confidential. But out of that developed a whole series of confidential levels that became a great mystery. Wow. And so it's like, oh, what's the mystery? And then people will read it and say, oh, this is nonsense. This is absurd. Mm-hmm. What was I doing? And of course, the revelation of the mystery to me, I started Scientology in 1971. Mm-hmm. I didn't read of these mysterious body thetans and Xenu until 1979.
Wow.
8 years. And when I read it, I wasn't, what's the word? disappointed or disabused. I felt clued in. I felt clued in. And my friend who I was studying with, we kind of like, we're looking up in the air around us, like, we could see things that we hadn't seen before. We were aware of stuff.
Wow.
We'd become aware. And it was like, oh, so this is the big mystery. And is there a danger in people? Well, I don't know. People don't take it very seriously. Yet again, I see people who are possessed. I deal with them not infrequently. And of course, they're not somebody that I'm healing or curing. I've dealt with quite a bit of possession, but sometimes you have to steer the energy, and it certainly helps. I think without having learned what I learned there, and I never forget this was a neat experience. I suppose it's a neat experience. It wasn't unpleasant. When I was on my honeymoon with my wife, we were up in the woods. Her father had built this beautiful cabin in the woods. It was beautiful. Great place for a honeymoon. I can't imagine a better place. And we're there by ourselves. We're out, not that there's not neighbors around, but we're basically out there in the woods. And we're in our, marital honeymoon. And of course, my wife says to me, she says, there are thetans in this room. There are thetans in this room, meaning spirits. And I said, yeah, I know. I felt them too. I said, I'm going to send them away. And I did. I knew exactly what to do and how to get rid of them. But they were coming there because, we were having sex and they wanted to be incarnated.
Yeah.
It was very evident. And of course, I wouldn't have wanted any of them as my baby. They weren't necessarily malevolent, but they were kind of hungry. And, like say, if you were going to invite somebody to dinner, would you want people that are like salivating to come in and eat at your table? Or would you want somebody who's a little more sophisticated and genteel? As a preference, you'd want the genteel person. It might be better off to feel the ravenous people, but, you might want to keep them out on your porch if you're going to, feed them. Right. So it's just like that. That was a very, and, she says, yeah, I felt them go away. She says, I felt them go away. So the different instances like that, it's like, wow, there's something going on. And, but nevertheless, Hubbard could market the mystery out of something. And he could see the mystery. And the position I was in, you could see that he was part of what he was doing was creating a marketing lineup. And when you market something, you want to make it like the best words to use in copywriting when you're writing the back of a book is, say, the secret revealed, the secret of the Philadelphia experiment, the mystery revealed, reveal secrets. All these words are buzzwords to interest a person. You see it all the time on Yahoo. What is the secret of, Harrison Ford's, this, that, or the other thing, Why does so-and-so hate so-and-so? It's just like they're marketing. They're trying to hook you and make you interested. And of course, that's part of I guess what you'd say, marketing gimmick. But it also has to do with presentation. If you want to make something intriguing or interesting, it's your duty as a teacher to make it interesting to the reader. So Hubbard understood this very well. And, even to the point where I understood the whole process of what he was doing. It wasn't, there was plenty of baby there. Right. And then people come and see it all as bathwater because they got tricked. They never saw the baby. They see it as all bathwater. And so be it. And by the way, Scientology is going through a lot of gyrations right now. I haven't kept up to date on it, but I think I mentioned grand jury. I think there's a grand jury investigation of them that's been started, I think. I haven't kept up to date on it, and that could be big trouble for them because the grand jury has unlimited powers to investigate. And because Pluto will be going back into Capricorn more than once, it'll be going back, I think it's May 6th. It's going to go and finish what it didn't complete in government. That means there could be more trouble for the politicians. You know, some of these people that didn't get, you know, zeroed in on. I wouldn't even say Hunter Biden because he's not really the government. It could have more to do with Joe, his role, because he's government. I don't know. I mean, whoever's in government could have to, you know, Putin. All these people will be vulnerable every time Pluto goes back into Capricorn over the next few months or years or whatever it does, because it's going back and forth. So that means, and put the screws, because Capricorn's also religion, institutions. So I would expect in the next few years we'll see some big gyrations with Scientology. Not that anybody cares anymore. Some people care, but as I say, this theme of addiction, people are addicted. Some people are addicted to Jesus. People are addicted to the concept of Jesus, as opposed to historical or theological examination. They're addicted to ideas. They're addicted to memes. They're Muslims, very much so. This is just, you know, we live in paradigms of addiction. So, in summary, this was a very interesting experience. It was accompanied with with an eclipse, and this thing is going to carry forward into many new manifestations. It was a very interesting experience. I'm really glad I went.
Yeah, I'm so glad you did too.
So that's a pretty long and thorough overgoing. With regard to the alien paradigm, it seems like people are coming out with more and more of this agenda. Like they're not stopping. Like like it's cranking up. It's cranking up, and it seems to be cranking up in direct proportion to the ignorance of our book.
Yes.
Which, you know, it's fine to have, you know, entities and aliens influencing humanity. There's no question that they do. But to cover up the lying and the truth, it's so important. It's so, people don't understand how one feeds the other. It's like, okay, what office of war information? I've never heard of it until I heard Douglas talk about it.
Thank you.
And then I looked it up, and it's right there, even in Wikipedia, the history of it. It's a real entity. You know, Wikipedia indicts itself.
Right.
But they're just reporting facts of where it came from. And it's, that people don't even know. The CIA is acceptable as a patriotic institution of America.
That's right.
So it's like one of the stupidest things I ever saw on a chat board. Mm-hmm. Somebody saying, I want to join the CIA and study all that neat stuff. And you know, he probably did join the CIA.
That's if they would accept him.
You know what? They will accept somebody like that, but it'll be on their terms.
Yes.
See, Stuart Swerdlow read an ad. They used to have an ad in the paper, even when I came to New York. It was a pretty big ad, international espionage or whatever. It was this long thing inviting you to come to the CIA if you were interested.
Right.
And it didn't sound that, what was it, exclusive. It didn't sound intriguing and exciting to me, but they were offering a job to people that would appeal to. And Stuart Swerdlow, I think, put it in the application. And he started getting strange phone calls in the middle of the night. You know who I am?
Yeah, basically it's a keno, of course.
Well, so yeah, and I don't doubt him a bit. I don't doubt him a bit on that.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, you know, you're joining up with a bunch of weird people that you can't. It's complete occultism. Yeah. And I don't even know. You know, it was a keno at first blush. I really don't know. I think Aquino did work his way in there.
Yeah, definitely. He would have been inescapable. He would have been involved.
Yeah, but like, how much time did he have to be, you know, calling new recruits?
Right.
Maybe the how he got such carte blanche ability to negotiate through those lines only explains how sullied the lines are in the first place. You know, how acceptable he was. He was very acceptable to the government, which tells you a lot of what the government operates on. Yes. So what do you have to say about currently about the alien agenda?
It's well, fuck, I've been saying it for years. There's not, from what my stance, I just tell everyone, read the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. You know, there's nothing more that I can personally say aside from adding details, some, shall we say, continuous upgrading or updating of the thesis, but the thesis is rock solid. It's the foundation for your future if you are to have a functional future. If you want a future of a new dark age of chaos and corruption and anarchy, then of course the agents of chaos, the Adamites, will abide you. They will provide that which you seek, and all it takes is a belief in fucking aliens, because you've rendered yourself into a goddamn cargo cult. You're on the level of people who you deem to be primitive. So what I might do is just kind of explain to people. It begs, if you know, a lot of people really don't understand the terms we're using. They will say, you know, well, what the devil are you talking about? What is this cargo cult phenomenon? So it might require some explaining. It's basically when foreign civilization looks like magic. So you've got this outlandish story of cargo cults who build mock airplanes made out of rope and straw so they can claim gifts from their ancestral spirits. All of that sounds like something that you wouldn't do, right? Well, that's what you spent all your life doing if you believe in fucking aliens in the movie sense, the cinematic sense of the term. First off, we've got to learn to use the right language. and this has nothing to do with political correctness, mind you. You might interpret it as such if you're truly pathologically stuck on some reactionary mode, but the term aliens has nothing to do with people from outer space. Has nothing to do with anything extraterrestrial. It is effectively a legal term for people who are foreigners, people who are not citizens of your particular nation state, and there are also people who are rejected by your nation state. So it's a legal term, and then it got perverted by the Office of War Information for the sake of basically promoting the PSYOP, the psychological operation, which succeeded radically, beyond their wildest dreams in turning you all into cargo cultists, worshipping these aliens. And by the way, just so you know, fear is a form of worship. If you're afraid of the aliens, a potential alien invasion, you're just as much in awe as if you worshipped them and were counting on them for salvation, which the other half of the people who are involved with this equation do. So understand that when it comes to the years before World War II, Peter Moon can attest to this. Peter Moon grew up after World War II, but he no doubt was exposed to a lot of the older pre-World War II fiction. One of the most published authors in the world is, of course, L. Ron Hubbard. In fact, the most published author on planet Earth in human history, in the history of human civilization's history of print, is L. Ron Hubbard. So L. Ron Hubbard was a man who wrote a lot of science fiction, among other genres. He wrote westerns, fantasy, science fiction, but L. Ron Hubbard would testify that in the days before World War II, you never found the word alien referring to people from outer space or other worlds. That didn't exist in any science fiction. That was introduced only when the Americans lost the war. Before World War II ended, people from outer space would be referred to as Martians, people from Alpha Centauri, whatever planet was given as the name for whatever Earth clone that they sourced from, because they'd have to source from an Earth clone if they found any interest in our planet. They'd have to have come from a planet like ours to find our planet relevant to theirs. So whichever aliens, as we see them today, sourced from other worlds, they would be Martians, Lunarians, Venarians, Venusians, or Moonlings, Moonmen. They would be referred to from their source world, or simply called space people, or visitors from outer space. They would never be called aliens. Alien was a legal term for foreigners on Earth. But when the Americans lost the war, they took that term and they extraterrestrialized it. And by doing that, they copped your fucking brains, and they made you think of the Japanese as aliens. All part of their dehumanization plot. They were still legally at war with Japan. And they were desperately searching for an out, at least in the minds of their public. So you're talking about the need to basically, well, think of what they encountered in the Pacific. They encountered, of course, the fact that many of the Pacific peoples cooperated with the Japanese, collaborated with them. They'll always emphasize those who collaborated with Americans, but they'll never talk about those who collaborated with the Japanese. Think about this. The overwhelming majority of the Central Pacific belonged to Japan before World War II. Understand that the Japanese helped the Allies win World War I. As a result, they were awarded the German Pacific. All of German Polynesia was Japanese for generations before World War II. The idea that they just stepped in over fucking night and took all those islands is absurd. The Pacific was already theirs. They used that as the launching pad to invade the colonies that were conquered by other nations. But as for many of their interpreters to other Pacific Islanders that helped them in this conquest, they sourced from the Nanyo, the Japanese colonies in the Pacific. And the Japanese were viewed as avenging angels, killing, executing the foreign missionaries who had told all of the natives that God would help them if only they would believe. But when they accepted Christ, when they accepted God, they got poorer and poorer. All of their land taken from them by the missionaries who got richer and richer. God only helped the white man. When the Japanese came and executed those goddamn missionaries, then the Polynesian peoples realized the Japanese were the true avenging angels, helping the cause of heaven to liberate them. When the Americans returned later and shoved everything back down their throats, sugary soda pop that made them all diabetic, along with their goddamn Bibles. Then all the natives got sick and fat and overweight again, diabetic, and suffered medical conditions they never did before. All of them forced to wear clothes in hot and tropical environments, sweating and stinking and being forced to buy anti-deodorants to cover up the sweat that they never would have suffered from if they had only gone around in their natural state like they did before the fucking Yanks came and so-called liberated them. You people make me sick. But throughout history, when the European civilization clashes with indigenous cultures, bizarre episodes often ensue. But for the true epitome, the epitome that illustrates the worst that can happen, you need not look any further than the so-called cargo cults of Melanesia. That's a sub-region of Oceania that encompasses Fiji, Vanuatu, the Solomon Islands, and Papua New Guinea. And imagine dozens of bare-chested men marching solemnly and purposefully in formation through the rainforest, bamboo poles on their shoulders, heading towards a clearing in the forest, stopping and marching in response to commands shouted by a tribal elder. And when they eventually reach their destination, a long and barren piece of land that looks a lot like a landing strip, they're flanked by a bamboo structure that looks incredibly similar to a control tower. On one side, a radio dish, but all of it entirely made of sticks and mud. There's even a wooden replica of an aerocraft with no chance of ever taking off despite the exactitude of detail. Some of these men start lighting torches, carefully placing them across the strip, while others wave their torches as if they're signaling. And all attention is directed towards, guess where? The same place you look every time you wait for your goddamn aliens, your extraterrestrials, the sky. All in anticipation of the gods from the sky who will bring riches on their metal wing ships. But as always, no one ever comes. Now, all this scene that I'm describing, it was every day among the Southern Ocean natives. Though it's not necessarily manifested purely in that part of the world. It's all the result of pre-industrialized societies interpreting technologically sophisticated foreigners as supernatural figures who are blessed with the power to summon material wealth out of thin air. And when this misunderstood technology disappeared from their lives, natives developed complex religious rituals that mirrored the previously observed behavior of the visitors, without ever understanding for a moment, in even the slightest, the real nature of those behaviors. So, for anthropologists, the cargo cult is any religious movement that exhibits strong belief that material wealth, manufactured goods, or any cargo can be obtained through ritual worship that imitates foreign behavior. There's a lot more to it than just praying for wealth to fall from the sky. Understand that you lost the goddamn war to a superior civilization. Understand the fact that you're white savages, that you're fucking primitives, that Japan is a 6,000-year-old civilization that you actually had the insanity to believe you could exterminate. And when they responded with biomimetic technology that emulates nature, emulates the biological form and therefore function of marine animals, and they came floating from the sky and awed you fucking primitive savages into subjugation, then you imposed a worship upon yourselves of something greater than the Japanese in your mind. You couldn't take the defeat. You couldn't take the surrender. You were so much in denial that you said the power has to come from further out, and that the aliens can't mean the gooks, the Japs and all their Asian relations. It means that race above them, literally, physically light years above, has come down to us to gift us as the chosen people technologies we don't understand. It's turning technology into worship through imitation. And you project the imitation on the Japs, saying, they copied us! They copied us! Rather than the fact that all you could do is emulate the Japs. In fact, you couldn't even do that! And your industry died, while Japanese industry boomed and killed your industry completely once there was an open market. Nobody wanted to buy your American TVs. Nobody wanted to buy your American radios, and Americans never even began to manufacture VCRs. You were left in the dirt by an ancient Asian civilization you could never begin to understand. So then you said, they're not ancient Asians, they're ancient aliens. And that's why that series has continued forever. A government-funded staple. So when we had that stupid Will Wakely privately on a phone call with myself for hours, saying, I don't understand. How did the Taiwanese get so technologically advanced? You know, that you could actually take credit for. That is thanks to you. There you barbaric savages killed each other, cannibalized each other. Basically, took a bunch of your own body parts and strung them up, festooned them on an infrastructure of electronic gear. Then you said, at that point, your man Aquino, unbeknownst to you all, one of the most powerful men in American history, said, well, that Douglas Dietrich, I don't think he's going to be my heir apparent. He doesn't seem willing. And his resentment said, well, let's risk him in this experiment. We'll have him upload it into the machine. His mind is adaptable enough. His body was adaptable enough to take on nanoplasma. His mind will be adaptable enough to dwell in an edifice that's run by nanoplasma. Let's upload him. and the rest is meat. Well, that meat didn't die. I'm still here, trapped in a land of white savages worshipping extraterrestrials that don't exist because they can't handle the fact they lost the goddamn war they started against a 6,000-year-old civilization they could never hope to understand. But the daughter of my mind, the Dietrich escaped to Taiwan. And again, you're left in the dust, the dirt, as island China, Formosa, a population of 25 million people, citizens that is, 30 million when you count 5 million emigres doing the scut work. They produce the technology without which your civilization will collapse. So what do? You turn towards the skies and you hope for your salvation so that your version of the missionaries will go away. You can't abide by Confucianism. Indeed, if I mention the name, most of you will ask me, which neighborhood does he hang out in? He hang out on 5th and Mission? You wouldn't know who I was speaking of. Your Christian Jesus doesn't save you here. Not in this situation. So rather than learn about Confucianism or Bushido or adapt to the Asian way of work, you simply seek salvation from the skies. You build your UFOs in CGI, your space aliens that come from other worlds. You revise the entire history of humanity so that it's always been the ancient aliens that built our pyramids, set up the Moabs on Easter Island, depriving indigenous man of his intrinsic genius, about man's inherent divinity, man's inherent genius to an ability to work with the world's materials around him to reconstruct the world in his image, and indirectly thereby in the image of the divinity that created us. You reject that. You reject that for the false gods, the alien gods that H.P. Lovecraft warned you about. H.P. Lovecraft said, "There are alien gods. Beware. The elder sign is the ward against them. The swastika. You hide your swastikas. You outlaw them. And you welcome the alien gods through their false prophets. All the madmen who come and preach to you, who get the big contracts in publishing. All the people who, like Bill Burns with his Zionist agenda of the alien Cthulhuoid squid god coming to rescue you all. Well, you've got Cthulhu in stuffed animals, Cthulhu kitties on your Saturday morning cartoons now. You're becoming more of the degenerate Castroites that H.P. Lovecraft warned about. It was in Lovecraft's story, The Call of Cthulhu, that the leading cultist, Castro, spoke of the inevitable triumph of his cult, that the Americans would someday be dancing savages in the night, worshipping the god he was introducing in the New World. This is what Lovecraft warned about, and this is where you're at. So understand that when it comes to what we're dealing with now, stemming directly from religious teaching of equality, and its resulting sense of injustice. This is what's generally known as Velala madness, cargo cultism. This is what you've descended into. First coined by the Pacific Islands Monthly, which in a November 19th, 1945 issue published a story about the troubles faced by the natives following their reckless exposure to Western culture. All of this is your mirror. The mirror in a people more primitive than you, only materially. Psychologically, in terms of consciousness, their enemy was Christian missionaries. Your enemy was the Japanese victor in World War II. So you spend all your lives reliving World War II in fantasy, rejecting the superior civilization, falling back on your Christianity reflexively, but not in terms of any enlightenment. You're not deriving the mystery of Christianity or its spiritual message. You're only going through the motions. It's your version of building airplanes, control towers, and radar dishes out of sticks and mud. And here I am, a civilized Asian trapped among you. And all of you complain and bitch about how angry I seem. You want to be coddled. You want to be cuddled and hugged and loved and told how special you are. Yeah, you're special, all right. Like Special Olympics is special, or special education is special. And believe me, what I've just said, I apologize for only in the sense that it's an insult to the developmentally disabled. Just being forced to subsist among you makes me sick. And the only balm I have is that at least I was able to give the daughter of my mind my citizenship. And as far as Taiwan is concerned, Douglas Dietrich is home. They've got the software. The rest is me. So, Peter, I'm sorry. Let me turn it back to you for a bit while I breathe.
Well, that was pretty, you brought out some pretty good points there. Of course, some people won't get it, but so be it. Yeah, it's, people are in an absurd state of ontological dysfunction. And as you describe it, it's true. I don't know that most of them would even be listening to you. So that they're not going to be insulted because they're not listening.
They shut down.
Yeah.
Into denial.
Yes. And that's, but it is kind of comically absurd when you think of all this alien stuff, and they keep doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. It's like, the aliens are coming. The aliens are coming. And they never come. It's like, how long does this charade go on? It's again, mystery being exploited. Like, the aliens are here. UFOs have been beaten to death.
Thank you.
Bigfoot has been beaten to death.
And the fact that they expect the military complex to deliver disclosure. The very people who have delivered the lie. It gives you it's like returning to the abusive father who beats you up every time he's drunk, which is every day and all the time, and expecting him to deliver on love eventually.
Well, that's why they they continually, expect the government's going to release the deal, and they never will.
Thank you. Because they can't. If they do, then they have to admit they lost World War II.
Well, yeah, and that would fit right in with the way the political left goes after, the founding fathers and statues and whatnot that they've torn down, not just of Confederates, but of, other people deemed to be politically incorrect with the new wave of democratic politics. But they don't embrace our book either, because they don't embrace the lies, because it's the same people perpetrating the lies. And this is the duplicity of how all of this stuff works. And then, although I can see easily years down the road, people coming forth with the books and talking about it as if they originated the information. But I don't see Asians going to bat with this either. They don't
Why? They don't need to. They won the war.
They don't care.
Japan won it for all Asia by winning the war. It was how Asia survived. There would be no Asian tigers if Japan had not won the war. And by Asian tigers, I mean the Asian economies that have succeeded since then. And that includes ultimately the communist Chinese. Now we have to fight a different war. And of course, the thing that I should have emphasized, though again I was going easy, understand that when I'm in another's realm, that you try to honor and respect being a guest as much as possible, but it's a tit for tat. Understand that if the host is not respectful, then there's no need for the guest to be respectful. So there has to be the understanding that the host and the servant are no different, that the host essentially becomes a formal servant when they're hosting a guest. There has to be a mutual level of respect or it's not going to work. So when it came to, say, for instance, the latest MUFON cargo cult ambush that Peter Moon and I suffered, understand that when it comes to Will Wakely, obviously not being respectful, and what I've done is I put up links for context within the summary of that show in the past few days. So people who go to that show, which is the first thing that shows up on my main page of my channel, the Douglas Dietrich channel, it's on the homepage. The first thing that you're going to see will be that MUFON ambush. Within its summary, you will see links that help put the ambush in context, that will make comprehensible what is likely incomprehensible to most people reviewing it. Understand that all of this has to do with this projection, the inability to communicate at all, because there's no intent to sincerely communicate. So when it came to, say, for instance, the man who was trying to be earnest, this poor sap who was the first guy to call in, and basically the only guy to call in, and he was just saying, I watch a lot of YouTube videos. I've been watching all my life, all these YouTube videos on World War II. I mean, that alone, that confession, there's no other way to express it. It's really a kind of confession. It's like saying, I masturbate a lot because I don't have a sex life. It's one of those things that is pitiful and pathetic when you hear it. he said, what about Japan? Where does that stand now, today? And I have to outline the geopolitics and say, look, Japan stands with you today concerning the conflict, the coming war with communist China and their Sino-Slavic synaxis, which includes Asian India. This is something I should not have said. I really should have said, you stand by Japan. Understand, Japan's on the fucking front lines. Japan's going to be the first to engage in combat with the communist Chinese, whether they want to or not. They're going to be the first the communist Chinese attack. In fact, in order to attack Taiwan, the communist Chinese are going to have to attack Japan. So the war becomes a world war immediately. But you're going to rush to help the Japanese. It's not because you have a choice. It's because if Japan were to fall, Taiwan falls. And then, most definitely, you fall. You might say it's only a matter of time, but we're not talking years. We're talking months. You would fall within months because your civilization collapses. The West collapses. And at that point, the communist Chinese have effectively conquered the world. And if you want an idea of what it's like to live in their world, take a look at the line in Saudi Arabia. You've got Prince Mohammed bin Salman of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula is building a superlinear city that is a supermassive prison to put his entire population in, stretching from one end of the peninsula to the other with no city center. And who's building all the surveillance? The communist Chinese. They're wiring it from one end of that line to the other. The world's biggest prison. If you ever take a look at a prison atrium where you've got a circular interior. This is so the guards can stand in the center and call everyone out to attention and strip search them all at once. Everyone comes out of their cells. They're all facing the guards in the center. Multiple stories of prisoners, and they all strip down, and the guards can look at their penises and their privates and everything from down on the floor. See them looking up at them to see if there's anything hanging out of their anuses, just to have them stand at attention and do that. Prince Mohammed bin Salman is going to do that with his entire population. They're going to be lined up facing each other mile after mile. There's no exterior or interior. It's just an atrium. A superlinear atrium. All wired. Every inch covered with cameras. Nothing will be private. The communist Chinese have already made their own nation an experiment in a super surveillance state. The line is going to be what's called a hyper surveillance mega prison. He's sentencing his entire population for all eternity, for generations in perpetuity, to a prison that he will be the warden of, and his dynasty after that. This will be the world you live in if the communist Chinese take over. If they take Taiwan, they take over. To take Taiwan, they've got to take out Japan. So understand, you're on the side of the Japanese. They're not on yours. You're on theirs. It's their world, and if it falls, you lose. They won World War II. If they had not won World War II, you would not be in this situation. Think logically, and nothing else makes any sense. So, with that, back to Peter.
Okay. Well said. I'm going to switch directions now.
Yes.
And I want to enlist your support here in terms of knowledge, because this came up, over the weekend. And circumcision, male circumcision. When I think that, the pragmatic nature of this is, one of the women was discussing how brutal this is. And of course, it's a traumatic thing for any male to be, their first sexual experience is to be snipped. Traumatizing. It emasculates them. So I said, because if Jewish priests were doing this to make it more hygienic to perform sodomy, which is the most obvious, you see, because that's the main problem with uncircumcised people. Yes. If they're sodomizing, they're going to get, fecal matter stuck in the foreskin. Yes. Very, very negative. So I'm still exploring this. Circumcision in the Bible. When God told Abraham to be circumcised, he was past the age of bearing children, and his wife Sarah was incapable of having children. Genesis 18:11. Nevertheless, it would be through Sarah's womb that God would fulfill his promise of innumerable offspring to Abraham. God's covenant with Abraham could only be realized by miraculous intervention. Okay, so he's getting circumcised when he's an older man? What's the point? What in the hell is the point? The miraculous nature of Isaac's birth is the key to understanding circumcision as the sign of the covenant. The covenant to what? Now, Isaac, of course, was the son that was going to be sacrificed. And God changed his mind. The miraculous nature of Isaac's birth is the key to understanding circumcision as the sign of the covenant. After God made his promise to Abraham, every male member of Abraham's household was required to be circumcised. Every male and every woman, since the males were all incapacitated for a time, knew that circumcision was connected to God's promise. It probably didn't make any sense, though, until Sarah became pregnant. Now, Sarah couldn't get pregnant. So when they snipped him, Sarah got pregnant. I don't understand all this. It doesn't make sense to me.
Biblical logic.
I haven't studied it either. But I'm saying is, everyone in Abraham's household witnessed the miracle of Isaac's birth. From that point on, every male understood why they had been circumcised. Their entire race, their very existence began with a miraculous act of God. Every woman was reminded of this when she had sexual relations with her Israelite husband and when her sons were circumcised. Circumcision was a visible, continuous reminder that Israel owed its existence to Yahweh, who created them out of nothing. Now, that's kind of saying that the snip, resulted in the man not being able to impregnate Sarah, implies this, and it was God that impregnated her. In the New Testament, membership in God's family is circumcision neutral. It is faith in Christ, not a Jewish identity signified by circumcision, that makes someone part of the church. Paul even connects baptism to circumcision. Like circumcision, baptism is a response driven by faith. Both signs are for men and women. This is I've never really looked at this before, but it's disturbing.
Yes, to say the least.
It's disturbing. And, as God says, I want to cut your dick off. I mean, it sounds more like a deal with the devil.
Yes, it does. I'm sure the rabbis have thought up some incredible rationalizations for all of this.
Well, yeah. Okay. And here's an article. 7 Things to Know About Circumcision in the Bible by Jessica Van Rokel. It was a typical evening. I cleared the supper dishes and began loading them in the dishwasher. My 6-year-old puttered around helping in her little girl way. She stopped at the garbage can, looked up at me, and asked a big girl question. Mama, do you know what an idol is? I decided to see what she thought, and instead of answering her question, I asked her to tell me what she thought an idol was. She replied, it's anything we love more than God. And in that moment, out of the mouth of a young child, great wisdom flowed. The state of our hearts before the Lord is vital to our relationship with him, which is why we must cut away anything that hinders us from loving him with our whole heart. Cut away. I don't know if that's an intended pun there. We must cut away anything that hinders us from loving him with our whole heart. The Bible refers to circumcision throughout the Old and New Testament. It's part of the Jewish identity, their agreement with the law, and it's an internal position of our devotion to the Lord. What is circumcision in the Bible? Like, why in the hell is she saying this? And what does this have to do with an idol and her little daughter? I don't know. What is circumcision in the Bible? It's the ritual act of removing a male's child or adult's foreskin. In the Jewish culture, this took place 8 days after birth. God first instituted circumcision in Genesis 17 when he made an everlasting covenant with Abraham. This act demonstrated the Israelites' commitment to the covenant and to let God be God in their lives. It also reminded them of God's part of the covenant, which was that God promised to make Abraham the father of many generations, that he would be a faithful personal God, and that he would give them a land to call their own. 2, other Old Testament references include refer to circumcision that refer to circumcision are Exodus 12, 43, 49, which indicates that circumcision was a requirement for participation in Passover. Later in Joshua 5, before the Battle of Jericho, Joshua circumcised all the males born in the desert. Deuteronomy 10:16 refers to circumcision of the heart so that the Israelites might love and obey the Lord. This is a lot of obedience.
Yes.
A lot of subjugation, which, what do they call that?
Well, in Islam, it's called submission, total submission.
Yeah, what's B and D called? Bondage and...
bondage and discipline.
Yeah. The New Testament shows us that the Jewish custom of circumcision was still prevalent in their society. Luke 1:59 and 2:21 tells us that 8 days after they were born, both John and Jesus were circumcised. God, who was the moil there? Who was Jesus's moil? Paul also was circumcised 8 days after his birth. Later, as Christianity spread to the Gentiles, circumcision became a source of division. Some Jews believed circumcision was necessary for salvation, and others believed that Gentile Christians needed to observe Mosaic law. We can read about these disputes in Acts 5 and Paul's response in Galatians 5 and 6 and Romans 2. It's a messy subject.
To say the least, yes.
In the case of the attack of Dinah by Shechem, recorded in Genesis 34, a proposal of marriage was accepted on the contingency that the Shechemites would be circumcised. However, during the men's weakened state of recovery, Jacob's sons exacted revenge by killing and plundering the Shechemites. So they say, okay, you can get married, but all your men are going to have to get circumcised. And then they're sitting there, and Jacob attacks them. Prior to the Battle of Jericho, Joshua circumcised the men before they began their march to conquer the Promised Land. They were the sons of the generation that refused to obey God when he brought them to the Promised Land to conquer and occupy. Since circumcision was a sign of devotion to the Lord, these men needed to fulfill their part of the Abrahamic covenant before the Battle of Jericho could take place. It is more than a physical symbol. It is a symbol of the state of the heart. And it says, in Deuteronomy, we read two separate passages regarding circumcision. Circumcise your hearts, therefore, and do not be stiff-necked any longer. The second is Deuteronomy 36. The Lord your God will circumcise your hearts and the hearts of your descendants, so that you may love him with all your heart and with all your soul and live. Deuteronomy 10, some important steps we need to take are listed: to fear the Lord, to walk in all his ways, to love him, to serve him with everything within us, and to observe his decrees. In order to do any of that, we must circumcise our hearts. We must get rid of the sin that tangles our feet and trips us. This passage looks ahead to Romans 12, where Paul writes that we are to be transformed by the renewing of our mind. Deuteronomy 10 also calls to mind Colossians 3, where we are instructed to put off the attitudes of our old self and put on the new self we have in Christ Jesus. Circumcision of the heart purifies us, but we are not left to struggle on our own. You know, you have to wonder what was going on culturally during this time period. Mm-hmm. Like, was there a lot of, venereal problems? Was there, some real issues that this seemed to solve? That, or is this voice commanding in their head that, thou shalt, snip the pecker?
Yes, it's the mark. It's the mark. Yeah, and the Jews have left their mark on you when you get circumcised when you're born here in the United States, because unlike Europe, the American medical industrial complex is dominated by Jewish doctors. Certainly was when it was established. And the fact that they do this oftentimes without consulting the parents. I've literally been told by parents that, their baby was delivered and the mother was never consulted, and they're handed their baby back and it's been snipped. That's beyond invasive. It's so offensive. Hospitals should be sued just for that.
It's people are mystified why Europeans hate Jews.
Yes, thank you.
This gives a whole new platform for anti-Semitism or
Judeophobia is the term I use.
It's like, this is a disturbing thing. It's very disturbing.
Yes.
It ruins or impedes your sexuality.
Yes, it does.
It's wow.
It's profound. It is profound, and it definitely should be a social issue. It's amazing to me we never speak of it. We never speak of it like we do abortion. We never speak of it as we do so many other subjects. Now, just so people understand, I thought it was a Judeophobic urban legend when I heard about all these young Jewish male babies being infected with AIDS and every other form of venereal disease and sexually transmitted disease by their rabbis, who, when the young Jewish male babies are delivered, the rabbi's job is to circumcise the baby. And then what they do is they suck the blood from the wound, and then presumably, I would presume they spit it out, but maybe I'm giving them too much credit. But this was how all these young Jewish babies were contracting all kinds of diseases, and some of them lethal, and some of them becoming HIV positive from the moment they're delivered. I thought this couldn't be true. It didn't make any sense to me. But some casual research into very credible sources, namely the American Medical Association, the United States Center for Disease Control, all officially confirmed all of this, as well as other sources. But I couldn't believe, where did this quote unquote tradition come from? It's so profoundly offensive just on the face of it, that they've allowed their rabbis to get away with this for thousands of years is profoundly disturbing.
Well, it makes the Dalai Lama look
Like an
paying.
angel. Yes.
There's been a lot of people rallying to the support of the Dalai Lama.
My God. How? How can you support what he did?
Because people say, well, you don't understand the culture.
The culture.
The
culture.
No, none of it's sane. But I'm saying this is something people should focus on more, because it's just overlooked and it's not recognized. And we were talking about it. I think one woman brought it up, and then I went off on it, because the problem with Abraham is he is the source of the Abrahamic religions, the patriarchy.
Yes.
So the word feminist is been turned into a pejorative word.
That's true. Yeah.
But a true goddess or goddess-oriented person is going to go right after the Abrahamic religions. That starts with Abraham. Because that's, the attack on women.
Yes.
And of course, the attack on women is an attack on men too. It's like, let's emasculate the men.
Yeah.
And it's just like, what's going on here? What's wrong with this picture? Wow, we're sorry to do it. It's like, my dad used to beat me, and his dad used to beat him, and he it's like, and it's like, this is really rank stuff. It's really rank stuff. And they say it's vile, it's inhumane, and this is what. But I mean, so much of what goes on in the world today is vile and humane. I mean, what's another kilo of fentanyl coming over the border? What's another 10,000 immigrants? It's it's just like these things have to be brought to the attention. And now interestingly, we've seen a huge desecration of the Catholic Church, humiliation of the Catholic Church. We've seen a takedown of the Protestant churches to a certain extent as well. But we've seen no takedown of Judaism, other than the, frequent violence that's done, against temples and stuff like that occasionally. But there's never been any wholesale takedown like they're attacking. They're just by radicalized factions. It's not politically correct to attack Jews.
Right.
It's politically correct to attack Christians. Muslims, not so much.
They're too scared. They're too afraid to attack Muslims.
Yeah. But and
it goes to prove that the bottom line is that terrorism works. That's a hard thing to say, but people have to hear it, because it came down to like Penn and Teller, who are a couple of infamous atheists. And Penn and Teller basically were asked, with all of the lampooning they do of religion, or their satirical acts that they perform that ultimately are along their atheistic trope, how come they don't take on the Muslims and the damage they do with their religion when it's interpreted fundamentally? And that's when they just said, oh, we don't want to die, because we don't want to die. So in the end, everyone surrenders. They're surrendering to a caliphate in their impotence, in their cowardice. They'll just surrender to terrorism.
Well, it's interesting, but this is just an interesting thing that came up. Maybe that's why our communications were sabotaged. They opened a time machine. They knew I was going to talk about this stuff.
I think so. I honestly think that they foresaw something where we were going tonight was going to be too intense for them. I'll tell you what they did. They knocked out half the audience, though it recovered to about, maybe we're missing about a third now, but we got 2/3 the audience, but they knocked out about half with the damage that they did. So it's definitely they had their effect, but more people will listen to this. They'll come back and listen to it. They'll replay it. They do that, and so we'll get the message out. But
I hadn't necessarily intended to talk about this. I did intend to study it. I didn't know if it actually appeared in the Bible. It's flagrantly in the Bible, and I would also like to know what the original Hebrew is. It's probably, I mean, I really don't know. I mean, if it is accurate, circumcising the heart, it's like, that's such a, that's an awkward term, because you're not actually cutting the heart. That's metaphorical.
Yeah.
And so,
but it's a strange term. It's a term that is ominous, really ominous. Let's circumcise the heart. I think that's quite sinister.
Well, that's like the Aztecs. They did more than yeah, they cut out. So, what is this? What are we really dealing with here? It's as I say, it's disturbing, and it's a big part of our culture, and it's totally accepted. And it's Jews and Muslims. It's Abraham.
Yes.
Christians, in America, yeah. Not in Europe.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. That's right. Though Europe has changed, of course, it's been conquered. Europe is now all impotent, and it's a satrap slated for genocide. The problem is their response to it is to try and seek help from the fucking Russians, which is even more insane. So it's like that's the very nation that brought them to this point in the first. It's just the situation is completely on its head. Everyone is so confused. And this is all based on all these misconceptions about World War II. The belief that the Europeans have been infected with through Allied occupation, that the Allies won the war. Then they can't get it. So hopefully they will in time. We're starting. We're doing our best to make it known.
Well, I think this bears some more contemplating, if not investigating. Like what is, because ever since I've been involved in the writing I've been doing, and the one thing that's really given short shrift is there's been no really major advocacy towards goddess or a pagan.
Yeah.
It's all, which can have problems as well because it's human beings, but at the same time, Christianity's being destroyed. It's not being replaced. It seems to be being replaced with this sort of Baphometic version of transgenderism or something, but it's not true Baphometism. It's just sort of a neurotic, reaction to it all. It's like, well, you talk about circumcision, you're actually, in some cases, destroying body parts, which is worse.
Wow.
you're doing more than a circumcision. You're doing a.
You're conducting supermassive social engineering. Go on.
Yeah, no, it's like this is, and it would seem in such a context, circumcision would be the least of the problems. And not to say that it's not a problem. I'd have to ask, what would Aquino say?
By the way, for those of you who don't get that, that's a play on what would Christ say about it? You might as well turn towards Aquino in this situation, since the people who abuse the legacy of Christ have obviously taken us down a path that is, for all intents and purposes, satanic.
Aquino might have something very intelligent to say on it.
I have no doubt he would.
That might put some elucidation on the entire matter.
Yes.
Not that he's going to help it out, but he might, understand the theological, existential relevancy of what's going on here, but this is something that's been going on an awful long time.
Too long. It's
like,
yes.
It's not going to, change in a couple of weeks.
Though, it should change as soon as we can make it change. That's for sure. This is like destroying people's lives. It's incredible to me. Yes.
What's more disturbing to me than the fact that it's done with all these people is what was being done historically to these. These were grown men being circumcised.
Yes. No, it's monstrous. No, I mean, but by the way, for those of you who just don't get it, the pain has to be indescribable. I can't, my father, the man who raised and guided me, my legal father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer in the United States Navy, he was on a ship once, and some young man on the ship, apparently, for reasons I cannot fathom, because this was extraordinarily rare in those days, had done something where he converted to Judaism or something, which is like, in those days, like, nobody did that. But he got circumcised. So he had to be given leave on the ship, meaning that the ship's doctor, which is essentially some kind of corpsman who passes out pills, circumcised him and then bandaged his dick up. And while he was in excruciating agony, had to be pumped full of painkillers and allowed to go on bed rest for about 2 weeks.
Well, it would have been efficient if they sent him to a Jewish doctor somewhere.
Yeah, but they were on the ship when somehow this happened, and they couldn't stop I can't call it a cruise. To my shame and disgrace, I forget exactly what it's called when the ship is on duty. But they were on mission, so to speak, and so they couldn't stop it. And then it couldn't have been wartime when this happened. I can't imagine that. I mean, my father served for over 30 years through 4 wars that were including, of course, the China gunboat actions. So it had to be sometime in between conflict. But during that time, something happened where where they let the pharmacist mate, that's what they call them, pharmacist mates. That's what they have instead of doctors. Carriers these days, they probably have doctors, but not in those days. And so the pharmacist mate skinned his dick, and then he's 2 weeks on bed rest. And like my dad said, he was mewling like a bitch. It was, but the pain has got to be just indescribable.
What? I wonder what his psychological profile was.
God knows. It would have been a joy to look at, I'm sure. It's, but definitely. Oh my God.
I mean, I've never heard of that one. I mean, he would have had the whole ship in an uproar. In fact, the captain should have not allowed it.
Well, because because carrier crews are so large. And by the way, just so people understand
Oh,
this,
this was a carrier. This was a carrier.
my father was basically a carrier sailor. There was very few times in his career when he was not on a carrier. There were some times, but he made certain he usually stuck to carriers because, believe it or not, they were the most stable platforms because they're so big, comparatively speaking. They're comparatively stable to any other ship. And so my father never served on a battleship. So understand that battleship is specifically, for those of you who don't know, because they really overuse that term, battleships are not any ship in the Navy. The Navy has no battleships anymore. Just so people understand, all ships that are armed are called warships, but battleships are ships with big fucking guns. Okay, they don't make those anymore, and there are none in service today, anywhere on Earth. Just so people understand. That's why in the movie Battleship, they actually have to put a machine that's a museum piece back in action because they have nothing afloat that would have those kinds of guns anymore. They don't exist. But definitely, it's one of these things where I want people to understand that whatever, my dad was likely on a carrier. And during World War II and during war all through Korea and Vietnam, they would overstaff the ships. And this means the reason for this is because if for instance, how do I express this? Basically, when the crew starts dying during combat, and when it comes to combat and men start dying, you got to replace them. And you've got no place to go to replace them other than to take more men from the ship. So you want to have 2 to at least twice the amount of crew you need. And so we're talking about a lot of men in hell in a little tin bucket, as my dad would say. And the destroyers are the really small ships. They're really, really rock and roll so that you're seasick all the time. So he didn't like that. So he was likely on a carrier. It was likely a lot of crew. And so the kid probably got this done maybe without even consulting with anyone other than the pharmacist mate. And but there had to be some official permission from, maybe the pharmacist mate's order was enough to do it. Maybe it was enough to cover it. In other words, maybe they thought of some rationale where this could be done. This might have been some kind of weird kind of homosexual pact, kind of like certain people who are into amputation get amputations together so they both have a missing limb. This sort of thing happens. But it probably was something that I presume was considered of a non-issue to the higher ups, the men who were commissioned officers, because it was probably beneath their dignity to even acknowledge. But it's one of these things where I can tell you it was affected my father because he had one less man on his staff. So that's how he knew about it and felt that it was the stupidest thing in the world. And certainly this is why, one of many reasons, he was circumcised, of course, without any choice when he was born, even though his parents were both Roman Catholics. So that never should have happened. But like I said, what happened was his mother delivered him, and then the doctors took him away and then gave him back to her snipped, and she had never asked for it. It's just the doctors do this. And so it's a invasion of your space. It's beyond offensive. It's like, what if they had some ritual where they cut off your child's pinky finger? And would you tolerate that for a moment? No. So you most certainly shouldn't tolerate this because it's actually far worse. So it makes some people impotent. As Holly Caritis Kiefer says, she writes us in private messages, and she says her understanding was that it was done to basically render men, it makes them prematurely ejaculate because they can't last as long, and then they therefore are not engaging in any consensually pleasurable sex, that they're left with just reproductive sex only, which is an interesting theory.
Well, now that's very significant, and I was commenting on that. Yeah. It does cut off your sensuality. Yeah. And it does undermine that. But
it's true.
See, In certain sects of Judaism, where they wear what is pejoratively called the gunny sack. It's not really a gunny sack, but it's a garment that they wear underneath them, and it's got and you know the men keep it on all the time, and when they have sex, it's only through like they're fully clothed with the woman. It's only for procreation purposes.
Jeez.
You're not supposed to have pleasure. It's just to. It doesn't mean they don't signs, but it's they're not supposed to. So it's all about procreation, and this would be consistent with that. This is portrays Judaism in a way I've never thought of it before.
Yes.
In this context, and it's right there in the Bible. It's not something you can say is anti-Semitic or Judophobic, as you prefer to use that term.
Right.
It's biblical, and of course, if this were to be radicalized, it could, throw the Bible out.
No.
But it's I should look at what's the astrology of all this. What's all astrology you have to say about circumcision? It would. I think it would have to do with Pluto and Scorpio. But wow, what an issue. I intend to make this stuff, a little bit better known.
Thank you.
Because it's not something that should be, and it's this thinking of covenant with God. Well, how's the covenant made? What are the details of that? What is actually, you're supposed to question things. You're always taught to question things.
Even though no one really appreciates it. That's funny.
Well, yeah. I mean, what is this about? It doesn't affect me so much personally because I was circumcised like practically every kid I went to school with.
Yes.
So it's like, and when my daughter was born, we thought we were going to have a boy. We wanted a girl, but because of the certain cycles you do, we thought it was going to be, and we didn't want to get a sonogram. We thought we were going to have a boy, and I was struggling. We were delighted when it turned out to be a girl, but I was struggling. Well, what am I going to do here? How am I going to deal with this? Because, culturally, circumcision was the thing to do. But I'm thinking like, no, this isn't a good thing. My heart wasn't in it. And
thank God you didn't have to go through that.
I probably wouldn't have
allowed it. Good.
Allowed it.
That's what my father, and that's the choice my father made with myself. So when I was born, I was not circumcised by his demand. He literally told the doctors up front, don't you dare circumcise my child when he comes out of this woman's womb. He said that. And apparently he was intimidating enough in his presentation where they did not. Bear in mind, this was a missionary hospital, no less. By the way, I will always mispronounce it. It really has a much more Asian-sounding name, even though it's named after a Western missionary, Mackay Missionary Hospital. And that's a very famous hospital in Taiwan. One of our dear friends, I can't even remember his name at the moment. I'm going blank. But he interviewed me a number of times in the past. He was a member of the Children of God cult, no less. Michael Basinger, I believe his name was. Michael Basham. And he actually conducted a kind of pilgrimage to Mackay Missionary Hospital just to visit the place where I was born, which is very touching, when he was teaching English in Taiwan. But when my dad was there and he told the staff, don't you dare touch my son in terms of in any way trying to leave the Jewish mark on him. They certainly honored his request.
Well, I guess that's what makes you so virile.
And hypersexualized. Yes, I know. I'm stimulated all the time because that foreskin, it is easy to stimulate. Have to keep my mind off my dick, and yet I spend half the time in sexual tension. So yeah, there you go. In some ways, guys are it's somewhat maybe there's some benefit to it. Doesn't seem to stop all the rape, though. Probably we need to stop it, period, simply because I think the men are angry that they can't feel as much as they potentially could. I think
that could contribute to
sexual violence,
male anger and stuff. I mean, there's so many issues that can go into this. But what this is a cultural psychosis. There might have been some rationale behind it at some point, but it seems to have completely outlived its usefulness.
Thank you.
And there's so much, I guess, what you'd say, prohibition of pleasure.
Yes.
And of course, yeah. So it's like we live in a very controlled culture. Preston was here. He'd have some damn interesting things to say about it. I know he would. But
did he ever? I'm presuming he was circumcised. I was wondering if he ever complained about it.
No, I don't recall. I think he was Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody was circumcised in those days. I really.
If he was Catholic, he might not have been.
I don't think Duncan was.
Yeah.
I did see Duncan naked. It's actually on a video, but I just don't. I'm pretty sure he was not circumcised, Duncan.
Interesting.
But Preston, I think he was. But if I had to bet, I'd bet he was. But whatever. It's. I would say it did not ruin my sex life, but I don't know how much better it would have been,
right,
or could be, but I won't go to bed feeling bad. Right. But this is like.
By the way, Holly Koditis Kiefer writes in the private messages, the reason that God says we're circumcising the heart, or at least the rabbis say for him that they're circumcising the heart, is because the foreskins packed, she says, is packed with nerve endings leading straight to the heart.
Interesting. Thank you, Holly.
Yeah.
Holly is the one that went to look for Joe Chocolate, isn't she?
That's correct. That's correct.
Bless you.
Yes, thank you, Holly.
Wow. Yep. Well, interesting. I guess I will depart with that. And I've given everybody something to think about. And, the Bible is the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what else is out there. If it comes from an old Hindu.
Well, there's the Buddhist Pranas. Go on.
They don't circumcise in Asia, do they?
Oh, fuck no. Fuck no. No, that's what I said. But because I was delivered in a missionary hospital is the only reason that was an issue. So we're talking about a Christian staff. And because it was a hospital that was organized by a Protestant missionary, as far as I understand it, then they really would have been into circumcision as opposed to Catholics who would be antithetical to it. So, normally Catholics are not known to have been circumcised, even in the United States, if they're delivered in a Catholic hospital or someplace where you.
Well, but my brother, he was delivered in a Catholic hospital.
And he was circumcised?
Yeah, I think it was the standard fare.
You know why? You know why that is? Probably because the Catholic hospitals had to make a deal with the medical industrial complex in order to retain certification or their medical licensing. In other words, in order to be able to deliver babies at all, they probably had to obey a national mandate. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I've never really thought about it, but
yeah.
I do remember he was born in a Catholic hospital in Long Beach, as was my sister.
Interesting.
And I guess that's just because it was there.
Yeah, but just so people understand just how rare it is not to be circumcised, certainly until very recently at least, when I entered the Marine Corps, and we're talking, the late 1980s, very late bordering on the 90s, is when I entered the Marine Corps, and I was at the Oakland MEPS, Oakland Medical Enlistment Processing Station. The MDs called the entire staff together to look at my dick because they had never seen an uncircumcised person before. And we're talking about people have been processed through Oakland MEPS, Oakland Medical Enlistment Processing Station, over the generations. It must have been, when you think of the fact that there are millions of veterans who have been in the service, it had to have been millions of people had processed through there. No exaggeration, at least, over 1 million at least. And so the fact that no one in their staff had ever seen an uncircumcised dick, and they called the entire staff out to look at my dick, and I'm objectified and standing like a slave on an auctioning block while people are going around admiring me like I'm the Michelangelo statue. This is just, it shows you how rare the condition is in the United States, the privilege of being uncircumcised.
We used to see it, the occasional kid in school would have it, and it was kind of a stigma because everybody go, oh, look at what's that? We didn't know what it was like. We thought this guy's weird because
that's amazing. I mean,
yeah.
I know that that's the case. I know what you say is true because it could be no other way because, it's out of the norm. It's out of the norm. So everyone would say, oh, look at that kid, he's weird. And I would presume most of these would be immigrant children or.
No, it was just the occasional kid who didn't have it. They weren't immigrant children at all. It was just one of the guys.
Interesting.
And it was like, okay.
And how did they handle that? How did they handle it? How would they?
Look, nobody ever teased them about it.
Interesting.
Nobody ever, I never remember, when we went swimming in the 5th grade, we all had to take off our clothes and stuff, and you'd see each other. But I never remember anybody making fun of anybody for any physical oddity, naked or otherwise. People might talk behind their backs, but they wouldn't say, oh, ho, ho, ho. They didn't do that because I guess all the kids had a sense of, and, we'd all see it and you'd say, hey, did you see so-and-so, such and such? And you kind of because you didn't know what it was. And I think, I think I probably asked my mother about it and she probably told me, the relative truth about it. I don't really remember, but it was something like, what's this about? And you kind of learn the awkward way or the hard way. But
they'll usually give you some bullshit about, well, it's easy to stay cleaner. Like you can't pull your fucking foreskin back in.
That was what you heard. It was more hygienic. It was more hygienic, and it is especially if you're performing sodomy.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely necessary. And with the penis being bitten by the rabbi, this is a whole thing that's just kind of like, oh, okay, that didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, fuck the Dalai Lama. I mean, this shit with the rabbi sucking on.
This comes up, the Dalai Lama's here, and now it's like, we turn the tables, turn the table, the Dalai Lama gets a pat on the back.
Yes, thank you. See, this way they can't accuse us of yellow peril. There we are. That's important.
Anyway,
so
and also though, but now to the degree that Judaism transferred into Japan, Japan didn't adopt that custom.
You notice, yes,
So I
notice
think, why
that.
not? Where do they have a different a different version of the Old Testament?
Let's just say it's the actual tribes actually went to Japan, probably the best of the best and those who knew better. Let's put it that way. If
Well,
anything,
we both know it bears further
yeah,
scrutiny.
yeah.
It bears further scrutiny. What is all this about? So
Yeah. And
anyway,
by the way,
interesting.
Aloma Albert, before you retreat into the gentle night, she says, a friend is the son of an Irish physician. When his son was born, he said, leave him alone. Also, Ritzy's state of Connecticut, it's no. In meaning that in Connecticut, apparently this is not mandated. She says everywhere else in the United States, they do. Thank you, Aloma Albert, for letting us know that.
I don't know that it's mandated. I mean, it could be.
It might, well, let's just put it this way. It may as well be.
Well, that's certainly quite indeed possible.
Yeah. And I mean, because they treat it like it is. They treat it like it is. By the way, the Real Tech Geek also says, I'm hypersexualized all the time, even though I'm circumcised. I mean, there you go. Lucky you. I think there's a difference between being hypersexualized and the ability to act on it. Of course. Not that I'm implying anything with Real Tech Geek specifically, but
you are. But you are.
At any rate, we love you, Peter. Thank you so much for this. I think it's quite relevant. I think what Peter has brought up is quite relevant. This is like, and by the way, before Peter leaves, just to give you people an example of the horrors of why we got to stop circumcising. A great example was that in the U.S. military base, the Presidio, I remember a distinct case where an infant child was delivered at Letterman Army Medical Center. I know about this because I had to collate the records and deliver them from where they were misfiled back to the Letterman Army Medical Center's hospital library. And what happened was that in this specific case, the physician's assistant, the male nurse, had what they do is when they circumcise the babies, they would cauterize the wound so it would stop bleeding. And this fucker had the cauterization instrument set for arc welding. And he literally burned the infant boy's dick off. And they were forced to change the name to a girl and give it a sex change. And so this is what happens. And by the way, the family could not sue the government. In those days, you could not sue the United States government. So the family just had to eat it. And so this, if you want to know why circumcision has to stop, that one example should give you every reason for it. And so that being said, forget, this being Judeophobic or some kind of culture war, or there's no arguments to defend that. Just stop. I mean, Peter, any final words before you retreat into the gentle night?
No, as they say, it bears more scrutiny, responsibility looking into, and thank you, Aloma, and everybody, and Holly, and everybody else for and Real Tech Geek,
Yes.
Real
Dick Geek. The Real Dick Geek. Yes.
Thank you, and good night. I'll see you on Wednesday.
We look forward to it, and that'll be practically tomorrow.
Okay. Bye
for now. So that's Peter Moon, retreating into the gentle night. That's skybooks.usa.com. With that, we'll see who else we can bring on to cause any. Oh gosh, I'm gonna try and go mellow here. Gonna see who I can bring on. Let's see. We're gonna hit somebody who might be. Oh yes, let's do this. Okay. Let's see if we can do that. We're going to try Sammy Romero. It says he's not online. Oh, brother, where art thou? Okay. Let's try Michelle Caramella Saldana. I had so much problems with Amy earlier. I don't know if I can restart that line. So let's try the Michelle Caramella Saldana option. Hey, at least it's ringing. That's always a good start. Usually.
The person you are trying to reach is currently unavailable.
Oh, come on, Michelle.
Please leave a message after.
Okay, let's try. Let's try. Real Tech Geek, since he's up and at 'em. Oh, look, he's left me some messages. Fuck, I meant to answer these. Good God. So he was at his photographer's friend's house. He was photographing Hanfu. And so this is all stuff that deserves a heart. Wonderful individual. Let's give him a call. My apologies for not even getting back to this. It's been so incredibly busy for me, as he can imagine. I hope he understands. And so he left me some wonderful messages and photographs. Perhaps he can even share some of those via the chat room. Oh, we're going to give Real Tech a call here. Hope that he responds. And then we'll try Ian as well. Bring some other people on. Let's hope somebody responds as an acre so that I can refresh myself again. And there we are. Good man. Oh, thank you, sir. And thank you so much for those beautiful images. They're absolutely gorgeous. Are you willing to share any of the background story for our listeners?
It's just a photo shoot. I paid the model for it, and
Wonderful.
Doing a lot of cherry blossoms photo shoots. So.
Yes, that's great. And so tell us about anything else that's been going on recently with yourself. Is everything as well as it can be with your personal situation? Whatever you're willing to share.
Yeah. My wife came back, so.
Wonderful.
Recently.
Now, just explain to people that she didn't leave you.
No.
Yeah.
No, she didn't leave me.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
when she came back, she was in China. She came back from China. So my concern was a lot's going on in China that makes it hard sometimes for people to leave. I'm so glad she was able to do so. So tell us a bit about that. Any problems whatsoever?
Yeah, her father lung surgery.
Okay.
So
lung surgery. Oh God, is it because of the air quality in China or something else?
Oh, he had a stroke last year.
Okay. Oh.
So and he was in hospital for a while.
Oh wow.
But cancer does run in the family.
Yeah.
So.
Oh my God.
What is that noise?
Yeah, it's this frightening individual who just came on camera. It's Brendan Zogan, but I can't recognize him because he's gone neckbeard on us. His illness recently prevented him from shaving.
Yes.
Yeah, Brendan, welcome back. Come on, Brendan. Yes.
Greetings.
Yes, greetings, dear. We all love Brendan dearly. So, it's dear brother. I'll call him brother. I don't want to sound like I'm talking down to him. So, don't want to use the term son. But sometimes that almost comes out. And then he just disappeared. Jesus Christ. No,
I'm here.
Else
No, I'm
disappeared.
still here.
Yeah. Yes. So, by the way, I forget. Have I ever introduced you to Real Tech Geek?
Yes, we've
been introduced
before, maybe briefly, but
right.
Greetings as well.
Yeah, and Real Tech, you can tell Brendan a bit about. You understand when he talks about the Vedic traditions. You know a bit about them yourself, yes?
Which traditions you just said?
Oh, Vedic.
I understand some.
Vedic.
Yes.
Yeah, great.
Not entirely, but some.
Understood.
I studied the ones that George Lucas used for Star Wars.
There you go. And Brendan, maybe you can.
I mean,
explain...
there's a lot of Star Wars Vedic things that can be, like Yoda. Like Yoda's based off the rishis, which is the same It's like Yoda. Even the word Yoda comes from Yodha, which is a Sanskrit word meaning spiritual warrior.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of influence. And I mean, Lucas was an anthropology major just like me, so it's like he has that knowledge of all these different cultures, and that's why he's able to create like the fantasy world to be so real, because it's coming from all these different cultures, and that's why it's very
Oh, honey.
I actually have a friend of mine that sent me a short about a country that's in the state of Ohio about Raj. It's all based on the religion of Raj.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting.
Wow.
Whose
So-
flowers is that?
Right. So, Brooke, we're
Fascinating.
talking deep and spiritual stuff right now. You're
I
gonna stay
just, I
safe.
just talk deep and spiritual. I just spent
Yes,
a
yes, you
nice
can. Tell us a
long-
bit about your cosmology.
Oh, actually, I love to send. Can I read it to you? This is what I said.
Honey,
I
honey.
said, this is my cosmology. A, not coming to your house. Would never come to your house unless I could fuck your wife. She most likely won't be there per your message, not to tell me about your breakup. What on earth gave you the idea that I would ever want you more
Honey,
than
whoa,
want
hey,
you to
hey,
admit your
yeah,
than you want to admit your ego, but
yeah,
in any
baby,
sexual way,
hey, baby,
much
baby,
less.
baby,
And
yeah,
I can go on.
it's-
I
well,
Hey, are
just
you a
say
house wreck?
honey,
Other
like-
than that, good night.
yeah,
I tried to be your friend. That's impossible without ignoring every other egocentric word that comes out of your mouth. And that's when you aren't speaking to a woman with a chauvinistic attitude
anyhow,
that I
so
have no
honey,
doubt you
so
do
I
not
want to talk,
realize
say
that
for
you
instance
have.
about I want to talk, say
I
for
mean,
instance
no one knows
about
who I think that
look,
you have no
the kind
idea. I
of
don't know why you're
love
stopping
that
me.
develops between you and I, the kind of just but right now we have these two young gentlemen with us. We don't want to bore them.
And no, I'm sure
you
they
know.
have no idea I think that too either. I'm sure they're clueless.
Let's talk to them about
What do you want to fucking know? You want to know the birth
sex.
chart?
Let's talk to
You know
them
what the
about
fuck-
sex. I mean, both these
Sex
young
would be
men.
nice.
You,
Oh my
you know,
fuck.
maybe you could give them some tips on how to get more action.
Do they need tips? Because I mean, I know. Fucking
They got
real
tips,
sex
all
on
right.
here.
Those
Real
tips are rock hard and pulsing with lust. So
Wait a minute. I don't even know who else is on here because I just saw a picture of flowers and I heard real sex.
it's Real Tech Geek and Brendan Zogit, and they both want to DP you. Double penetration, I understand, is the porno term, or at least that's what Real Tech said once. Yeah.
As if you
honestly,
don't know, Douglas.
didn't come from my mind, baby. Even though my mind does dwell in that gutter,
Fuck you, Douglas. You could fucking DP me all fucking day, but you won't take me to the States, so fuck you.
Yeah.
Maybe do y'all have an estate you can take me to?
honey, we'll speak of this sort of thing privately.
Nah,
but
whatever.
I mean, there's certain things
Anyway,
that
I
I can.
couldn't handle being double penetrated with Real Tech because he's got a 17-inch dick, so it would come through both sides of me anyway.
All holes must be filled.
Anyway, I don't need. That'd be making some new holes. I'm pretty sure, dude.
Oh my god, my life is.
But
so
I just asked your Taiwanese doctor or whatever.
Apparently
I'm
she's
sorry.
female.
Real Tech, you know I love you. Like we take over each other's TV hell when I have to. That was something that was funny when you said that. That is one I have
That's right.
to do.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, Real Tech was discussing sex with Ian West and Brooke Gibson.
Because Douglas was like, I'm going to leave you all alone with Brooke. And it was like Real Tech and fucking Ian. I don't know who the fuck else was there, but probably Joe Ty.
Joe Ty. That's right. They all started talking about their dicks. And that's when Ian said, that's when I use Viagra and meth. Or was it? What was he using?
The saddest thing was the first thing they started talking about was contraception. And then I tried to explain to them contraception because it was female contraception they were referring to, a foam. And then they thought it was some new fucking thing. Like it was suddenly a foam that could Anyway, I don't know what the fuck they were talking about. I tried to explain it to him. Ian fucking got off, and then Real Tech just came in with, well, my dick's 17 fucking inches. And then, and then Douglas.
You should get that checked out. That doesn't sound good.
And when Douglas comes back to it, all Douglas hears is, he doesn't even know what we're talking about. He just hears Real Tech going, no, for real. Like, you can ask my doc. And I was like, really? Your dick's 17 fucking inches? why aren't you in fucking pornos? And he goes, my doctor says I should be. And then he said, well, my doctor's Taiwanese. So all that fucking
Oh my God.
Douglas got was.
Are you sure you're
my
not
doctor's
confusing it with like
Taiwanese.
centimeters or something?
Oh, Brooke, I mean Brendan, please, that's harsh. No, come on. Well, we had Ian West with his
I didn't say
measurements up on the
millimeters.
television
I didn't say
screen.
millimeters.
He has his measurements up.
He just Ian West. That's just what that's even tighter. Like fucking real tech is fine. You know, everybody's gonna fucking like bullshit a little bit online or whatever. But what was sad is like real tech didn't pull up like, hey, these are my measurements. Now, had he pulled out for real a 17-inch dick, we would all been like, wah. But he didn't do either one. Fucking Ian West he's like, no, I'm a 23-inch waist. 22 or 20. It might have been 22.
And he showed us the measuring tape. The measuring tape.
And here's the thing. I fucking wear a size
Yeah, that
4.
shit was ridiculous. 23-inch
like-
waist and
Yes.
42 something. It's just
That
ridiculous.
sounds like a
Like a
skeleton or something.
48-inch ass. Yes. What I'm trying to
Yeah.
do is I'm a size fucking 0-1. Like I'm getting Callista Flockhart. That's why I keep telling Douglas I'm dying here. So like my waist is still not fucking 21 inches, okay? And it's fucking I'm wearing like a size 2 and the jeans, like I don't even have to unbutton the jeans to pull them down to pee, and there are 2. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is like, so then he has them, he shows us on the screen. No, see, I have it measured. He on his TV screen, he has it taped across it. Waist, 22 inches. Ass, 48 inches. People, we're watching this online. And then I go, that's a bullshit lie. Your waist is like 74 inches. Like you're using this fucking extra 1 there, maybe 122 inches. I don't fucking know if you haven't seen him. I'm not saying he's huge really bad, but it's not.
No,
it's
he's
like
what
a
you'd expect.
44.
He's what you'd
He's like a
expect,
40.
kind of like.
Yeah, 38 inches, maybe 40 American.
A weeble. He's shaped like a weeble. Go on.
Anyway, this is what was
What's that?
hilarious about it is if anyone listening to this knows about ordering clothes from China or Japan, that when you order them, so let's just say for instance I'm a 24-inch waist, right? So if I order them from Japan, so like if like I say or China, and I'm normally a small, right, or an extra small here, right? And there, I need to go up to a small, or maybe I need to go to a medium, right? So you go up. So it's up sizes. You're upping the size. So that's my point. You up the size because everyone usually in China and Japan a lot of times they're very small, right? They're shorter
Yeah.
form.
No, they're
So
really small. Go on.
So his answer to when we called him out and be like, you are not 22. He's like, no, those are my Chinese sizes. So I was like, bitch, if those are your Chinese sizes, then you'd be like a 10-inch waist here, okay?
Oh my fucking god! Yes, it's true. It's true. Yes, it's all of that is just. Oh my god! So, Brooke, I'm going to leave you with these 2 young gentlemen for a few minutes while.
Fuck you. You know how that went last time. Now you're going to come back and fucking real text going to be like a 19-inch.
Well, he's getting harder with your voice. Your voice is like phone sex to him. And honestly,
I don't know. I'm trying to keep it classy tonight. I'm trying to keep it classy.
Yes, let's let Brendan Zoget lead the discussion as a mature man. A mature
Wait a
man.
minute. I get it that Brendan's confused. You have to remind me. Is this the Brendan that's wife fucking just got like taken down with her fucking nuclear shit?
Yeah.
No, that's not me.
It's the he got stuck in.
I'm not Brandon Young.
Yeah.
That's Brendan Young. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
I always get confused between those two.
Brendan Zoget, you're the one that sent me
I
the
know
green
everyone
stuff.
does.
No, you sent me the stuff. Yeah, for online. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
What did
Yes,
Realtek
yes.
send you? I'd be concerned.
Real
about-
Tech didn't send me anything. Brendan sent me some stuff to order, like on Etsy. When we were talking about like remember the protection.
the Hawking quirks and the
Yes,
different things.
excellent. That's correct. And he's got a new. By the way, a young woman just entered. Okay, so I'll show some of the commentary to you. So let me do this.
Oh,
make sure-
you should read the commentary that I wrote. Can you read my commentary?
Yeah,
throughout the conversation?
no. And so, let me share screen. Oh my fucking god. And so just so you all know, see how busy I am. So I just went to the doctor, Dr. Victoria Epstein, and she shoved all kinds of...
Oh my God, you went to fucking... That's what we laughed about, Epstein. Fucking,
yes.
I wish what's his name was here.
Yes.
That's just a common Jewish name. I mean,
yes. So she probably...
Yeah, and we already talked about the Jewish, and they make you fucking, like Peter Moon was saying, like, cut your fucking shit off.
yeah.
And here's the thing, I don't think it's right. Like, I agree with Peter Moon on that, because I had a little girl, and then I had a little boy, and I'll never forget, because it's normal. They put my little boy away, right? Yeah. And it's just normal. You're not thinking about it, right? And then when I realized they bring him back, and I'm like, oh my God, like, they just did surgery on my baby. Like,
they mutilated him. No. Yeah, they scarred him for life psychologically and physically. Go on.
They don't even know him.
What was that, circumcision or something?
Yeah, circumcision.
Oh.
Yeah.
They took her child from her, cut him up.
They just come in. They don't even be like, hey, do you want him circum? They didn't be like, hey, sign this paper. Would you like, because anything else, think about it. You sign a paper,
this is a
waiver. And so it was just like, okay, it's time for him to be circumcised. They roll the baby out of the room, and they bring him back in like 20 minutes later, and it's like this poor little baby, like red-faced, horrible. He's just been born. Yeah. And like, I realized what they've done, and you don't think it through beforehand. Because, I mean, you've just given birth. You've just given birth as a mother.
They have violated him permanently. It is horrific. They may as well have branded him. Actually,
but I will say this: if he was going to grow up to be a Scientologist or fucking gay, like fucking, just like basically exactly what Peter Moon had a good point, that they did it because of all the asses they were going up, you know, and getting shit up in there. That he thought that was why, and I think he's right, and that's why I'm glad Peter Moon was probably circumcised.
Anyhow, honey, well, he definitely was, but that's because he said so. I'm operating on what he said.
What's sad is that he probably is not used to circumcision as much as he would like to.
Anyhow, so baby, like when it came to your baby, yes, he's been. It's worse than being branded. He's been permanently psychologically scarred, which, by the way...
Peter Moon's the only person that's not been targeted on your fucking
Yeah. Oh, hey, yeah, well, we'll go into that private... I mean, I've gone into that publicly, but we'll go into that privately a bit, too. He was targeted. That was in his side. They really took down the Skype.
Oh, yeah.
But my side as
well.
Wait,
what were you... What comment were you trying to show me, Douglas?
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, let's do that, because I got onto the...
Yeah, because he needs me to shut the fuck up, is what I can assure you.
I'm on this prednisone now for 15 days, but for me that's going to last.
Yeah, you didn't get to tell me about the doctor, so let's finish that. So why are you on prednisone?
Sure. I was just going to show some of these comments first. Let's show a little bit of these comments here.
That's all they gave you? They didn't give you something good?
Yeah.
He's already owned good. What are you talking about? He's owned good
that's
shit.
Weak.
Okay.
Yeah. That's
Why
right.
do you have a ticket to San Francisco?
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna put on my holy tunic, because just in case.
He's got his holy tunic. Put that on the camera. You share screen for a second. Show us that on camera so Brooke sees what you've got. She needs shit like that.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, that's what this young girl is responding to, honey. She's responding to the, what our man said. Okay, now, here we are. I'll show this to you.
It's like Legend of Zelda or something. I gotta protect myself.
So, why are you on prednisone?
I'm on prednisone for 15 days because I have inflamed sinuses in my skull.
Peter Moon.
Yeah, I'm inflamed sinuses in my skull. So I would tell everyone that. So here we are.
Cocaine.
Christina Brieski she was asking something else. But here we are. Patricia Hallman. Patricia Hallman says, Brendan Zoget, that tunic sounds real helpful. I had to disconnect at one point in the Chocho disclosure and listen in the morning. Thank you for all you share, as well as all of DDD's guests. Okay, so there, that's something to show you.
I think she's lying. I don't think she means all, because there's no way she means me and Peter Moon.
Yeah. Some people
there's just either you like Brooke or
So-
you like Peter Moon.
So
You can't
let me show you another thing, Brandon, that another person wrote. And then we'll go back to what people said about our lovely Brooke, which was also positive, believe it or not. So let me here we are. Let's take a look here. Here's the lovely Christina Brzezinski. Thank you so much, Douglas. I'm spreading your videos on Twitter and Telegram. Blessings and Chris. Why can't Brooke ever tell me something like this? Brooke never tells me something like this. Let's see now. Let's see.
How many times have you called her and done your bullshit Libra shit? Okay, call her for a while, do your bullshit Libra, and see how many times she's been like, "Oh, I am in love with you." No, she's gonna like, "Shut the fuck up, Douglas."
honey. Oh gosh. So let's take a look at what here we are now. Oh yeah, Patricia Hallman says, I as well have been enjoying your transmission since the Sean Bond interview, DDD.
Oh my God, that's when I met you.
Yeah.
So her and I are both cursed. Let her know we were both fucking cursed, because that was the very first time I ever heard him either. What's her name?
Yeah, Patricia Hallman is her name.
Patricia, that's the very first time I ever heard him either.
Yeah.
And I don't know, his little eyes looking to the camera. I thought he was looking directly at me, if you know that interview. I was like, oh, he's fucking evil.
Into your soul.
To the soul. I was like, demon, man. I'm going to fucking find this fucker. Who the fuck is he?
Yes.
And then I ended up on the show the next day. You were like, I need someone on the show. And then I was like, I'll come on. You're like, I don't know who the fuck you are. I said, I read your book. I had not read his book.
Have you read my book yet? Have you finished it?
Okay. I have read your book. Okay. Well, let me lie. I have read over half the book.
Okay.
And, but that's actually the second one I read over half. The first one I actually bought was the vampire one. Oh. And I read like a quarter of that one.
Yeah. Wow. Cool. And do you have any intention of finishing either one or both?
I have intention of finishing them more than the Peter Moon book I fucking bought.
Anyhow, back to where we were. Now there was other things they said about Brendan here. Wonderful stuff here.
That's sweet.
Yeah. Let's see now.
Brendan's awesome. We know Brendan's great. Blah blah blah. Let's get to Brooke, how great Brooke is.
I'm trying to find it.
There's nothing. There's nothing.
It's I know it was up there. I've seen it before, but basically
I know I already saw it. Somebody said I love Brooke.
Anyhow, here's Amy says, Douglas, I think you've assembled a good team, better than you had before. Peter Moon, Michelle, George, Sammy, Ariana, Ian, and Brooke. Hope I haven't missed anyone. All their own wonderful.
Oh, Amy. Fuck you for putting me last. Next time you put me first, okay?
And, look what Nancy Toulouse wrote. That's Ariana down in Mexico. She wrote, Brooke!
She just put Brooke with an exclamation point? I don't know what that's
with a question mark. With a question mark. She wrote,
I don't know. You want to come on? She want to talk about it? She's welcome. I don't know what that's meaning.
Oh my God. So let's.
I do know what you read that she said about me, so I would love for her to come on.
Oh my God. So let's see now. Oh, here we are. So Brooke was all pissed off about this, saying, "Who's that picture of?" And I gave her the wrong answer. Of course, I said, "My son." Of course, I was supposed to.
Okay, yeah.
It's you, Brooke.
Shut up. I can't believe you're sharing that. But yeah, that was fucking bullshit. Because he sent me a picture tonight that was like the sexy picture.
That's from fantastic artwork.
Yes, yes. My son airbrushed muscles onto me. Yes, you like that?
Yeah, I did like it, and I was like, that looks like me, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
that's right. But that looks like me.
It's you, baby.
Literally.
It's you, baby. It's you, baby.
No, but I asked him. I was like, "Who is that?" And he was like, "Fucking Nightly's had me on." He's like, "It's my son." I was like, "Fuck you." So then he sent me a picture tonight to make up for fucking cutting me off when Peter Moon came on, and it was like a fucking blonde or whatever, and I'm like, "Who is that? Your fucking son?"
Oh God. So here we are. So Viv says, "Had fun. Thank you, Brooke," with hearts. See, very important.
Who said that, Viv?
God. Who said
that?
It's Viv, Viviana Sanchez. She said,
"Oh, I love it.
Had fun.
So
Thank you,
I
Brooke,
miss
with
her.
Many hearts." Yes, she wants to talk to you, honey. Yeah.
I don't know if she's friending me on Facebook.
But she's not on Facebook, darling. You've just got to be more open. Now I'm looking for the episode that Brendan was on, and
I'm open. She can come fucking. I'll open my legs any day of the week for her. She can come on fucking now.
Oh my God. Oh my God. So I think that somewhere we'll see if Brendan was here. I know somebody else said plenty of good things about Brendan. It could be in the chat. Could be in the chat. Of course, what we have here is Nancy Toulouse.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, but definitely when I find it, I'll screenshot it for you. I'll screenshot it for you.
Okay.
And
Somebody
aside
else
of
something great about me. No, you need to go up. Somebody said something nice to me, and I was like, heart.
oh yeah, yes. Let's see what Nancy said here. There was something that was extraordinarily funny. Let's see now. Here we are. This is when Ariana left 30 comments. She did again the other day and then deleted them all. You know, she really doesn't
30 comments.
Oh, at least, yes. She did that the other day again and then deleted them all. She doesn't need to do that. But I'm wondering if this was the one where she was like asking about you. Because she was like, appalled at your behavior. It goes without saying.
Apparently, she's never fucking heard me before. You get the fuck off the show if you don't fucking want to hear me.
And let's see now. It might have been here.
I don't even know how I'm a folly. Here's the thing. You listen to Peter Moon. This is what I want to tell you people. Y'all think I have something against Peter, and this is not. I'm not putting him down. What I am saying is, this man circles around and tells stories about his wood flooring being put down, and then he reads the Bible, and you're all listening. And he went to a fucking cave and sat in a gold thing.
What did Peter do to you? Just curious.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you what Peter did to me.
Yeah, it's not the way you think it is.
That I'll be more than glad to share, but I think Douglas is going to interrupt the whole thing. But what I'm saying is,
I'll have to. Oh my God. So at any rate, let me see now. Here, I'm trying.
Just in general, Peter triggers her. So
yes, that's true.
Right. Okay. See, that's all I needed to know. Okay. And I understand it. Believe me, I understand it.
Happens to me too sometimes.
It triggers
Douglas,
me
I saw something you would laugh at.
I told Peter this, to be honest with you. I told him that he triggers me in this way. That look, I come off and just like some of the people, and this is not something, Douglas, you want to interrupt. I think this is truthful because I did tell Peter this. He triggers me in this way. The fact that, like, I come off, Southern, can sound redneck, whatever the fuck I sound. He was like, you need to talk slower, do your deep breathing, blah, 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 whatever. But then, that's fine. But I'm fucking 30 years younger than you, okay? And I admit all the time, all the places I need to grow. Like, when I was drinking heavily, I told you, hey, I was drinking a lot. Like, I needed to not drink. Like, I have literally embarrassed myself on the show, and I literally cuss more than I should. Like, all these things. And I know I talk fast. I've always talked fast. I've said that on the air. I've talked fast since I was a kid. But the point, and a million other things. Like, it's like, even like Ian's been like, you want attention. And I'm like, who doesn't fucking want attention?
Wait, here we are. Look at this, Brooke. Here's where Ariana in Mexico says, I feel so bad for you, Mr. Dietrich. That lady was so disrespectful of you.
That was the other week.
Who was that? She said, with her head in her hands, the teary emoji. I said, that was no lady. That was Brooke Gibson. Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
My little sadist. Oh my God.
And she says, I guess so. I'm glad you came off about it. Yeah.
I didn't say that bad. That's the thing. It was like our normal conversation, but I was just like, shut up.
And look at what she says. Ariana says, yay, Peter Moon, with all the nice emojis there.
Can you please fucking make me throw up again in my mouth? Like, it's just, I'm already sick. Like, I'm already dying here. I can't hold down food. It is not helpful for her to say that. But my point to that is that I understand there's certain people that like him and whatever. He goes in circles. He talks in circles. But my point is, that's fine. I talk in circles. We all do. Okay. He has stories he wants to tell. That's fine. Some people want to hear them. That's great. What the fuck ever. Your ego is what gets me and triggers me, Peter, and he knows it. Because to me, at 79 years old,
he's an eminent scholar of the occult. Like a lot of people, he's very well known.
Yeah. He thinks he fucking has. He wrote a book about a child molester, okay, and then he grew it, and he wrote
in all fairness, honey. He did.
You've admitted that we both know what's in it.
Yes. I'm trying to cushion it. I'm trying to buffer it.
Hey,
okay?
Wait, Douglas, I have something funny that I saw the other day.
So go on. Yes.
It was like some kind of post that was like, if you want to spot a neo-Nazi, these are all the symbols to watch out for, and then it was like a bunch of like stupid neo-Nazi symbols that were like fake runes.
Yeah.
And then one of them was just the Algis rune by itself.
Uh-huh.
And I was just like, are you serious? Like now I'm just a neo-Nazi for just using runes? Like, what is this madness? Like
that's more
like you can't
you
use
should have added to
something
that story as one of the runes said PM or Peter Moon P with a moon. Like, that would have been.
Then that means that everyone that uses the Bluetooth rune is like a neo-Nazi now. You know, like it's that kind of nonsense.
Yes, thank you. I always wondered about the Bluetooth rune. The Bluetooth rune, I kept saying, why is there a white supremacist symbol for the Bluetooth rune?
I don't even know what a Bluetooth rune is.
You know the Bluetooth that everyone uses? Like, that's a rune. It's a combination of two runes.
What Brendan is trying to say is when you see the app display on your cell phone screen. Yes, they use an actual rune or something that at least looks like one. And
that's like they were saying the monster drinks, you know, or like the 666, like Doug, you drink Monster energy drink.
I mean, that's actually like it's like the Hebrew letters. That's real. That's real.
Yeah.
It's real. That's real.
I mean,
by the way, the only thing that's real. Here's my thing.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, here's the one I wanted to show him. Christina Brieski says, "Thank you, Brandon," and she means Brendan, not because Brandon was not on.
This is
night.
not tonight. This is an old night. Shut up.
No, it was just the last episode. He was on the last episode, right, Brendan?
Tonight. I wanted you to go to tonight.
He says, "Thank you, Brandon, with hearts. Your words were very enlightening with sparkling diamonds."
Wow, I appreciate that.
Yes, and she meant Brendan because Brandon was not on that night. And besides, what Brandon's been saying the last few times when he was trying to deliver jokes, she would never have said that. The last time Brandon Young came on, he basically said...
Oh my God, he was so stupid and drunk.
Tell me what he said about his...
I've been stupid and drunk on this show, and that was fucking worse.
Yeah, Brandon, I feel like mixes things that is not just alcohol. Not to call him out.
I mean, I'm just not saying like he can't even deliver a joke. Even when he's not drunk, the delivery of his jokes is not great.
Oh, he's got to stop. He's got to stop. It just doesn't work. It just,
poor guy.
You know, tell them what he said about his own fiance. Tell them what he said about his own fiance.
I mean, Douglas, it's partially your fault, like when he almost died, but let's not get into that.
It's true. There is a brain injury involved in this.
Yes, yeah. So let's not hate on him too much. He was a very smart and enlightened guy at one point.
Yes. What was...
Like Joe Ty. So he got stuck to a roof. That was it. That was I guess that was.
But Joe Ty's brain was busted out of his skull when he was basically I don't know 6, 7, 8, 9, honey. Yeah. So.
I know, and you know what? And Joe Ty still makes me laugh more than fucking Brent. Like Joe can deliver. I'll be honest with you. Joe can deliver a joke when he wants to. I miss Joe, man. He can deliver a fucking joke. He'll piss me off sometimes, but he can deliver a joke when he wants
to. The funny thing is, he's not always joking. Like when he said, Ian West is a failure in our educational system.
They're right. That's hilariously funny because it's so true.
Yes.
So, I mean, again, like, where can you go wrong with fucking Joe Ty? There's a couple of times where Joe's been wrong on my fucking Facebook and I had to cut him the fuck off.
But Real Tech, there was something that happened that you had to explain to Brooke because Brooke was screaming at the top of her lungs. Joe Ty had her screaming. Ty had her tearing her hair out.
I don't think it was Real Tech. It was what's his name?
It wasn't.
It was no, what's our guy? Fucking damn it. My brain just went fucking blank. Mark. Okay. Mark was on the phone. That's when you got mad at you didn't get mad at Mark, but you were like, Mark, why did you let Brooke just go to the top of her fucking lungs? Because it was me and Mark. We hung up on that call because you went on your Peter Moon rant for fucking 3 hours. So then I went to get pizza and Joe stayed on the phone and then Mark stayed on the phone. And then I'm like driving to get pizza and then Joe just kept asking me about fucking Zionism and all this bullshit about my fucking Christianity. And then I'm finally screaming at the top of my lungs at him because I had told him 10 times the answer and he just was not getting it. And then And then Mark never said much. Mark just sat there. And then you were like, and he was like, Mark was on the phone. That's what you said.
Yeah, Mark was jacking off. Mark was jacking off.
You were like, Mark, why didn't you step in? And he's like, I don't know what Mark said. I mean, Mark's cool. I love Mark to death. But like, I don't think he knew Mark what to. I think Mark didn't know what to say. He was probably like half of it jacking off, like you said, like this is fucking hilariously funny. Like between listening to Joe try stupid questions, the same question over. I'm sorry, Joe does ask the same question over and over and over. And then I have answered your question 50 fucking times. So now my voice is at the top of my fucking lungs saying, Joe, and so Mark didn't step in and go, hey, dude, you probably should shut the fuck up, is what you said. Like, he probably should have stepped in for Brooke and she wasn't screaming.
Oh, my God. Oh, by the way, I'm hoping this saves my ass while I take a leak. I'm going to take a leak. I'm going to grab a Coke liquid. I am going to leave the three of you.
I want Mark Touch to call in. Where is Mark?
Mark, God knows, he's probably working, but this should save me. Christina Birieski asks, Douglas, with hearts and flowers, I have one more question. Agartha is under the earth crust or in the lands beyond the ice wall? And the capital
what the
is...
fuck, dude? That's an Ian West question.
And the capital... We don't want Ian West answering that question. And the capital is Shambhala. Asgard is in the north beyond the ice wall, where our Norse gods come from. Thor, Freya, Odin.
That's an Ian West question. I not.
On a map I saw Shambhala located on Asgard. I am confused. Would you or Peter Moon explain that topic? Thank you. So we'll let...
Well, the situation with Agartha is it's under the earth. It's one of the realms
so do me
below
a favor.
the earth.
I'm gonna go mute. Brendan, you lead this conversation and explain why we can't. You see, the reason why she's asking this question is because she saw the Ian West map. Okay,
thank you. Have you seen the Ian West map? Because there's a lot more to explain than that.
So
what is the map? What is this map?
Oh,
is it flat Earth?
Oh, it's flat Earth.
I will send it to you. Why don't you explain it, Gartha,
first of all,
I tell you what. Let him go on break. Yes. You explain what you think about Agartha, and then by the time he comes back, before or after, I will find the map and we will forward it to you.
Yes.
And you can explain the rest.
I've seen all the maps. I mean,
no, but this was really stupid. This was really stupid.
No. I don't think if you've seen this map and you still are like gonna go there, dude, like we might have to re-question your own plan.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about that. Brendan hung up when he basically the first thing he said was right to Ian West's face when Ian West was there with Flat Earth Disciple, and then Brendan said, "Fuck, I thought I turned on Wayne's World." He said, "I thought this."
I thought that's what you were watching, Douglas.
This is a world you would. This is if you were fucking high as shit.
Well, it was like two dudes in a basement that looked like they were from Wayne's World, and I was like, Douglas, what's going on? Are you watching Wayne's World or something? And then the people started talking, and I was like, oh, wow, they're actually on the call.
Shit. Yeah, that's when he hung up. That's when Brendan hung up. He couldn't take it.
It's a smart fucking man. I'll tell you why. I give you credit.
Oh, my God. But I could have sworn it was Real Tech who also helped calm you down from Joe Tai, because Real Tech was also there on the call. So I don't know. Real Tech, do you consciously...
Real Tech wasn't on that call. Real Tech may have helped me calm down from Joe Tai before, but it wasn't on that particular call.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if Real Tech has any memories to share with the Joe Tai driving, our girl Brooke, our lady, our southern
Real Tech
belle.
has definitely come in for me in the past, and like even with you, and I've been fighting with you. I'll be honest with you, Real Tech stepped up. That he is a man. I will say that he stepped up to you.
Thank you.
I'm king of the show. You need to respect me. And he's been like, well, no, Brooke has a fucking point, and shut you the fuck up. So there you go.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, you don't. You know why you don't remember that?
Of course you don't. All the fucking drugs you do.
Exactly. He blocks out what he does not want to remember there.
Who's doing that?
Selective memory.
So here's where I go mute. Here's where I go mute and
go
walk
mute
away.
Go sniff some fucking cocaine. Yeah. You won't remember what we were talking about earlier. Go on.
And
I mean, drink your Coke.
but
Whatever.
Reducing
remember,
speed.
our man Brendan Soke is going to respond to this lady. I'm going to leave the screen up here so he can see it.
Just because I give a shit about his Agarth under the world theory.
Anyhow, do you need to see the question to respond to it, Brendan? Do you need this question up, or you get it?
Can we talk about Atlantis? That would be more interesting.
Oh,
but
okay.
whatever.
He's got it. So
I
I'm
can
going
go
to leave
into
the
Atlantis.
oldies playing
Of
so that
course
the
I can go
screen
into
won't shut
Atlantis.
down.
In fact,
Well,
I have
can
the
go into
Plato
Atlantis
account.
too, but I can't go into Agarth. But go ahead and go into
Well, I
Agarth
have the original here. Let me just pull up the original Plato account of Atlantis, and we can go through it.
No, so Atlantis I can go into. So Plato's account of Atlantis we can go into with the Emerald Tablet, not the tablets, which were also completely false, obviously, most likely.
But so, well, let's respond to this person about Agarth. I mean, just quickly.
What the fuck is Agarth? I don't even fucking know.
So Agartha is a realm below the earth that is below the realm of. So there's like underground on earth, physical, and
First
then below.
Of all, where was this written? Where are we getting this information from?
I'll get there. So there's underground on earth, which is like the physical earth, and like, you know, there's underground cities and like the Hopi.
Yes, we have the reptilians and all that shit that nobody believes in.
Well, those beings live further down.
No, except for the fucking one that was on. There was one tonight that was on air, about for 3 hours.
Yeah, well, I mean, the skin suit. Like, I mean, are you talking about the president and all these people?
No, I mean the one that was on air tonight on this broadcast for 3 hours from 9 p.m. to 12.
Well, I mean, I can't speak to that, but I mean, I thought you were talking about like Biden. And
no, you're trying to go into fucking what this name does, like Joe Biden.
No, I mean those people aren't even like the real people. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen like A Scanner Darkly. Have you seen that film?
I have not seen that film, but I've seen enough bullshit to say that, like, yes.
Okay, so if you ever watched that
Jones
film,
is in that film.
Okay, you can sit there and say anybody's reptilian and that they fucking are not the real person, and I'm not saying that there aren't people that aren't reptilian.
I mean, they're just wearing disguises. That's all I'm saying. But so in regards to Agarth, there's this Earth, then there's the underground.
I'm pretty sure
stuff.
Douglas is wearing a disguise. He should have picked a better.
I mean, he's a vamp. It's different. And then if you go underground this Earth, you can only reach 12 kilometers below the surface. That's like been proven. The deepest hole ever dug was done in Russia. It's 12 kilometers is the limit. And then below that, there are entrances to what's called like Agartha. And there's like a kingdom of the ghouls as well. The ghouls live below the earth, which are other species.
There's also in Yemen. There's also in Yemen.
Yeah, I'm asking where this fucking came from. You're not getting
and Agarth. Yeah, I'm getting there. So Agarth is a concept that was done by a French philosopher and occultist named Joseph Alexander Saint-Yves. And he published a book in 1886 detailing the supposed encounters with initiates of this hidden kingdom, which would be Agarth. And then later on, these German occultists, which were in the 19th, 20th centuries, they took this and added to it, and that's where we get like the concept of like Thule society and all these different vril people, and like, you know, they added to the mythology of it. And but that doesn't take away that there are realms below the earth. There's 7 realms above us, and there's 7 realms below us. So there's like Pata.
Well, but we do know the Earth. So scientifically, we know the Earth is shifting. So like, I'm questioning. Here's what I would question on this.
They're dimensions. They're dimensions. It's not physical.
Yeah, that's where we're going then.
Yeah,
so dimensions,
it's still
I will
scientific.
Believe in. It's not physical. There we go. Okay.
Yeah. So Agarth is not physical, but you can get there through portals, like physical portals on Earth.
I believe in portals. I believe in dimensions, and I believe that's where like I disagree with. And don't disagree with like when Peter's like talking about there's no aliens. I'm like, well, we are fucking aliens. Like, you can't go back and sit there and read the fucking Bible to me like you fucking just did. That's a religious fucking text. And I'm not saying there's truth in all religious texts. Don't get me wrong. There's truth.
I mean, he's including like the Apocrypha and stuff. I mean, that's different.
He didn't include the Apocrypha when he read. He did not include the Apocrypha if you listen to it at all. He did not.
I don't really listen to that kind of stuff. So it's like, but you know, when it comes to like what an alien is, I mean, first of all, the word is A-lie, A-L-I-E. I mean, so, you know, an alien is not like the beings that they want people to believe are aliens are not real. I mean, the 3D alien thing is just a joke. I mean, that's a total joke. But the real alien are beings that are outside of our frequency bandwidth, outside of the 7 colors. That's what a real alien is. So there are beings from above, higher realms.
They're higher realms and they're lower realms.
And there's
I
lower
believe
realms
aliens
and
are lower realms. I believe, like for instance, I believe
Yeah.
a lot of people that see the Greys. I believe that's a lower realm.
yes.
Yes.
And there's beings that are on Earth that we can't see, that are outside of the physical spectrum. There's so many elementals
I
and
believe
jinn
that-
and
yeah, I believe even the Greys
Rakshasas
be
and all
outside
these-
the physical spectrum. I believe they only choose.
They
to
are.
be
Yeah, they're gonna
they are.
they're gonna use Project Bluebeam one day to fake an alien invasion.
So it goes back to
Yes.
what I'm saying is like, what if we were to go back to the Bible? Like, let's just say the Bible because we all know that. So you talk about angels and demons. What you're really talking about, angels and demons, would be called, if we were talking about it, we could say they're aliens, right? We can say that because you're outside a physical.
They're coming
spectrum.
from different realms. Yeah, exactly.
Right, they're different
Yeah.
realms. So it's just another.
But it's not
word.
the alien like a Hollywood alien that's like
Yes,
physical,
I
where you
agree.
could touch
That's
it
what I'm
and
saying.
stuff.
We both agree on that. That's
And
what
it
I'm
has
saying.
like laser beams and like physical 3D craft. Like none of that's there. That's
Right.
why that's where the
We
deception
agree
comes in.
on all that. Although I will say this. I believe most of what's coming in 3D realm, we are using it is coming in like as far as craft are from our own. We're doing those. But when you say that there's no craft possible at all,
No, craft are
from a
possible.
different
They're
realm,
craft.
they are possible because
Like Vimanas and stuff are real. I mean, that's like I've seen them. In fact, with my own eyes. Like
yeah. So I do believe that there are certain realms that they can come in, and they come in just like the being would show up in front of you. The actual craft that they're using, whatever we would call a craft, that is possible as well. So yes, but then I think our own American and worldwide technology is playing that game up. I think they're playing it up for their own selves in their own.
Yeah.
If we were to say reptilians that are here, beings that want to. And when I say reptilian, I honestly don't even look at it as reptilian. I just look at it as you're fucking soulless. Like at the end of the fucking day, if you're all about your fucking self, like you're soulless to me.
Well, they're not spiritless. They just don't have like
there's
the
no
higher.
like.
They don't have the higher faculties of
Yeah,
spirit.
they don't. Yeah. They don't want to. There's no higher spirit like searching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to grow in that. So yeah, I completely agree. We agree on all that. Well, I love you for your also because we both, I've been studying more and more on my Vedic astrology as well.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So looking at that, and because I've been in more in Western astrology, but studying my Vedic. So I know you're into.
Have you come across nakshatras?
Yes. Oh, my nakshatras.
Yeah.
Yes, my nakshatra.
So nakshatras are important. Like.
Yes. Do you know your nakshatra?
She
I know
presumes
every single one.
you're asking her if she's been stimulated in some sexual manner, no doubt.
No, that's
no.
not.
Nakshatra is the 27 celestial portals. It has nothing to do with that.
Yeah. So mine is, I think, Ravati.
Oh, you're Ravati. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm impressed.
Moon.
I'm impressed. She actually looked that shit up. Cool. How did you find that out, honey?
Well, I mean, like I told him, I've been studying it for a while. So, like, not for a while, but I mean, I studied on and off for the last few years. But like, the last few weeks, I've been looking more into going back to Vedic in comparison to tropical astrology and looking at that and looking at some comparisons. Right. So yeah, I'm Ravati. Now that's going with my birth chart as far as what they call your original birth chart. Now I like that they do the D. What is it? The main one that they
it's
do.
1 through 12. I mean, there's D1. D1 is natal, and then you have like
D1 is the natal. That's what I mean. But
and then you have D9. People do D9 and D10 a lot. Yeah.
D9 is because D9 is supposed to be like once you hit 30, your D9 is supposed to be very.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like a lot of time. And then I don't know if you've come across dashas. Like dashas are very important. Like what your Mahadasha is.
I've come across dashas, and then when when you're looking at, what was it? The other thing, like when you're looking at you see your nakshatra and your
There's
mahadasha.
your pada. Your mahadasha, and then there's like each nakshatra has padas, which are quarters, and then you can go inside of each pada as well, and you can split it up to like 108. It's an entire like engineering.
Like people get it, like mahadasha. Like I was looking where my mahadasha was, which was split because they go in different how many years. So your moon so many years.
Do you know what your current dasha period is running?
Oh fuck, I didn't know. You didn't give me a second to go back and look. I just fucking had looked it up. I think I'm in fucking I don't remember. I'm mahadasha right now. Actually, talk for a second. I can tell you. I swear I just had it up on my fucking internet.
Yeah, I mean, it's a more personal thing. You don't need to reveal it to anyone. Yeah, well, Douglas also, I've looked at his nakshatra. He's Purvabhadrapada. Or, sorry.
What?
Purvashada.
Or his nakshatra?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know
Sagittarius.
what that fucking one is.
Yeah, it's 20... Purvashada is 18, 19. I believe it's... I have the book, but I don't need to look it up. It's just Purvashada. So it's Sagittarius.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you.
Sagittarius, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And and of course, you can tell our listeners, we always have new ones, how exact my chart is in terms of paralleling to Hitler's.
Yeah, it's basically like a carbon copy. I don't know how to, like, it was almost done deliberately, whether it's like, reincarnation or whatever you want to call it.
Well, my mother made certain to deliver me on a certain day, and she was aware of.
Yeah.
Go on.
She was aware of like almost the planetary details. Very, very sophisticated.
I was so determined not to give my birth on my baby. I told him this. I was like, "This." I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes, let everyone hear this. This is so important. Our dear Brooke didn't want to deliver her son Noah on Hitler's birthday, so
I told the doctor, I was like, "I can't do it." I thought it was good. I thought it was the 21st. But I thought
everybody likes to celebrate 420.
I thought it was April 21st, right? And so I was like, no, I can't fucking wait. And then she was like, no, the baby needs to come because he was breached. So he had to be delivered anyway. So she's like, no, we can go and do it today. And that was April 19th, but they did it like late at night. So like was almost the 20th.
You had a cesarean, of course.
But for my second one, I had so basically, I got to do the opposite. Like some people get a cesarean first and they just choose a cesarean after. I got to do a vaginal birth. My first daughter is fucking fucked me. Like, and I don't mean fuck me vaginally.
Her head was so enormous, apparently, that she was.
No, it wasn't. I pushed one time. The doctor, they were screaming, "Get the doctor down here!" Yeah. Pushed one time. She was little. Pushed her one time. But the problem was somebody taught me how to push. And any women listening. Here's the thing. I had gotten these women that had taught me how to push because they had just had babies. And they were like, listen, you're going to think you want to push with your vagina. Like, meaning like if I was pushing a dick out of me, I'd use my vagina muscle. Just like I would tighten the fuck up, right? Like I'd tighten on your dick or I fucking push it out, right? She's like, don't. She's like, push like you're taking a shit.
Yes, that's right.
And she told me that, and she's like, that's why I suggest you get a fucking enema the night before, because there have been women that shit on themselves while they're doing it if they do it right.
Right.
So I told the woman I'm in fucking labor. I'm like, I'm fucking in labor the day before all day. I turned into Hitler. Let me just tell you, they gave me, and when I say that, my mother would come in and be like, no, it was worse than Hitler. Like she was worse than, like she would have murdered every. It didn't matter if they were Jewish. Because they gave me this medication. I've only had it one other time. And this medication, for whatever reason, turns me into, I can't remember the name of it. It's not, I can't remember it. But it literally makes me I want to chill. But I swear to God, if you were to drop a bean on a floor, I levitate off the fucking goddamn bed. Like, that's how bad it was.
I mean, opiates will
I've had opiates. Don't get me wrong. I can do opiates. Opiates can do
It'll remove your empathy.
But this particular, it does remove it. I do agree that opiates can do that. But this particular one, was not like that. Like, I mean, when I say levitate, like, everyone was scared. Like, my aunt came in, like, how is she? And I was like, did she just... Like, I'm just, like, I mean, it wasn't, and I didn't even speak. I mean, it was literally, my mom was like, I think you levitated. Like, I don't even know that I've seen someone levitate, but I'm pretty sure you did. And she doesn't believe in that shit. And she's like, I don't believe it. So it was very bad, and I didn't dilate all day from, like, literally they had me on this medication, because the reason they gave it to me, the reason they gave me this pain medication is because they were fucking giving me the medication to dilate me. And that dilation medication makes you in pain. Point is, I dilated with all that medication from a 0.1 to a 1. And you have to get to a 10 to have a baby, okay? So I was like I was not at a 1 by the end of the day. And the doctor was like, yeah, that's on the 19th. He's like, yeah, we're going to pull you off. We're going to pull you off the medication, which was fine. Not meaning the pain medication, but also the dilation medication, which was fine. And my ex-husband, the husband at the time, was over there sleeping. And he's snoring.
The sperm donor.
I had to go fucking pee. And I'm like waddling to the bathroom, 9 months pregnant. But I'm like laboring. I didn't know I was still laboring. I just thought I was still in pain from the medication. When they came back out to hook me up on the morning of the 19th, because I was so scared to have the baby near the 20th or 21st, I was like, Meh. So they hooked me back on the 19th, and they're like, whoa. They hooked back up the monitors, because they unhooked them all night. They don't fucking know. It's stupid fucking doctors. That's how stupid they are. I was fucking in labor all night. They were like, oh my God, how long have you been having these contractions? They're huge. And I'm like, I don't know what you mean, but if you mean the pain I'm in all fucking night while snoring ass is over there. And I'm like, She's like, oh, well, we're about hooking medication. And she's saying we're going to hook you up to the Pitocin. Pitocin's what dilates you. Before she put the IV in, I was like, I think my water just broke. And here's as a woman, or as a man, you would know your water just broke. Just imagine your penis, right? Or as a woman, your vagina, you know where you pee out of, right? And you know you are soaking fucking wet, but you didn't fucking piss. So, like, something came out of another hole. It was not where you pee from. And something soaking wet. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure water might have broken. She's like, oh, they have this little test. They just, like, literally, like, it's like a pregnancy test. They just took a strip and she put it on the bed. She's like, oh, yeah, water broke. I'm like, okay. And then I started screaming. And like, literally, within 2 minutes, my ex-husband's awake. And he's, like, beside me, like, oh, it's okay. And
easy for him to say. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Easy for him. But he did get marked. He got permanent fucking claw marks. And I wasn't even trying to fucking hurt him. Permanent claw marks on his fucking arm. Because all I can remember is this. There was a window. And I can just remember looking at the window. And they're like, we're calling the anesthesiologist now to give you an epidural. You're calling the anesthesiologist right now to give you an epidural. And this has all happened at 5 or 6, 6 a.m. or whatever. And they're like, we're calling them now. Because they didn't know I'd have been in labor all night, right? And so they're like, we're calling them now. We'll be up here in like 15 minutes or 30 minutes. I don't fucking know. 15 or 30. When you're dying, like, I just remember, and I will never forget this, and I told my daughter, and this is not a lie, I just remember looking at that window, and I remember thinking, because I had walked to the bathroom in the middle of the night, but at this point, the water broke, so, like, then the pain's 20 times worse, and I just thought, can I throw myself out of it? Like, I just kept looking at the window, and clawing his arm, and I just kept thinking, can I get to that window? Like, I didn't give a shit about dying. Like, there was no, like, suicidal thoughts. It was just, like, end the pain. Like, that. It wasn't, like, I want to kill myself or this baby. I was just, like, that window seems to be the only escape route I have at this point to end the pain. And they finally got the fucking epidural up there. And then he still wet tapped it, which, if you don't know what a wet tap is, that's another story. But he fucked my epidural up, is what I will say. You know, he can say I was screaming. I was fucking pretty still. But anyway, he fucked my epidural up. But I had the baby, and I pushed one time. They were calling the doctor because it happened so fast. I went from a 1 to a... It was like, my baby's like me. My daughter is exactly like me. She's like, I'm not fucking coming. She was already 2 weeks fucking late. I'm late for everything. She was 2 weeks fucking late anyway. She was like, I'm not coming. I'm not coming. Not coming. You give me medicine. I'm not coming. Not coming. Not coming. Not coming. You want me to fucking out? Okay, bitch. I'll get the fuck out. I'm coming out fucking now. I'm coming out fast as shit. And the doctor ran down the hall. Like, the nurse is screaming for the doctor. She's like, the baby's head is drowning. And the doctor goes, and this is my end of story. Doctor goes, push. And I push because I knew how to push because they had taught me. And I fucking knew. I was like, so I knew how to push. So I pushed once. And then she says, stop. And I just want all of you men or women that have had babies, women that have babies may know this. Men definitely, if you've had it ever, your biggest shit, ever, your biggest one. I just want you right in the middle of it, where you imagine a doctor to say, you're about to get it out, and they say, stop. Because you hear a doctor say stop, apparently, and it's a baby. You stop. That shit's right there. It's like you're about to get it out, and you could have. But you can't now, because they have said stop. She says, now I would like you to look, so you can watch your baby be born. And this is on fucking film. This is on tape. I wouldn't let my mom record that in, but it's on tape where you can hear me go. And she says, so you can watch your baby be born. And I said, what? Just get it the fuck out. She looked at me like eyes wide, just like everyone else on this fucking podcast goes, I can't believe this bitch. She was like, okay. And then she like, push. And I was like, bam. And there's a crying baby. That was it. So, yeah. But the second one was the evil baby born on the fucking one trying to be born on fucking Hitler's birthday.
And no, he got born on a far worse day than that. Well, I don't mean to say that. Of course, we want the best.
I know, you try to say, but then after this fucking day of all this bullshit going on, I'm like, it might have, I don't know. I mean, because it wasn't just you told me all that shit that you told me about. Yes. And then it's on top of it. I'm like, this is the worst fucking day of this year. Like, it is a fucking solar eclipse along with the second new moon in Aries. It is a scary fucking day for a lot of people. Yeah. I'm not saying everyone had something bad happen, but it was a hugely, the 19th and 20th. Now, we'll say this. A lot of places was the 20th, so we can't say that. So in Germany, it would have been the 20th. Mm-hmm. So here it was the 19th on the East Coast. There, for you, it probably would have been the 20th when all of it happened, because there was such a 4-hour difference. But he was born at 9 o'clock at night, so on the 19th. And either way, I mean, I'm just saying, like, yeah, the 19th and 20th this year were bad, and you're saying Hitler was born on the 20th. 20th was bad this fucking year, okay? So Hitler's fucking coming back. So you're saying, like, there's just, if you want to know what's fucking gonna happen, look back at Hitler, because like the 20th, it's gonna take place the next 6 fucking months, right? So if that's his fucking birthday, then think about that, right? Good and bad of him, both good and bad of him. That's what we're looking at in the next 6 months.
Yeah. And also, I do want people to know that on April 19th, that is Patriarch Day, and just so people understand the historical significance of this in brief, basically what happened was the shots heard around the world in 1775 are what took place.
He likes to make, he know what he's doing, just so everyone knows. He's wanting everyone to know why you should have chosen Hitler's birthday, because now you fucked yourself with the 19th.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. And then it basically what happened was that during now I'm trying to remember everything that happened. Well, first of all, around 1933, as soon as Franklin Delano Roosevelt became president and assumed dictatorial powers, on April 19th, he took America off the gold standard. He basically recalled everyone's private collections of gold and basically stole everything from everyone in the largest gold heist in the history of humankind.
Right.
And
look where we're at now.
Yeah.
Common misconception. The common misconception in most people is that Nixon did that, but I always say it was FDR.
Thank you. It's so important. That's so important.
Well, that was just the Bretton Woods fiat.
Yeah.
That's just another step.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, what
Starting
Nixon
it,
did was
yeah.
he actually took
Fucking
us.
we should be on the greenback anyway, not the dollar.
Well, that's what JFK was trying to do, especially with Executive Order
Well, I mean, Lincoln tried to do
1110.
Was it not Lincoln that tried to do the greenback? I thought.
Yes, Lincoln was the one to start it during the U.S. Civil War.
Okay. So just so people know that what Nixon did was
I need you to understand that Douglas knows a lot about history, but financial shit he doesn't. I know.
Well, I know enough about financial history. I'm not a financial
He
advisor.
has financial history, not currently.
Yeah,
I tried to
not
tell him
currently,
what to invest in. He doesn't get it. I'm like, you need to diversify and put into dollars, right? And some into fucking currency that
Japanese
is,
yen.
He doesn't have anything to diversify.
Yeah, I was about to say, honey, it's not like I got any money to put in any portfolios to diversify.
Well, well, I'm sorry. Have I been to the estate yet? I'm pretty sure I haven't. So you don't. You're right.
So that being said, Richard Nixon, just to clarify, took us off the Bretton Woods monetary agreement system, which Franklin Delano Roosevelt had put us onto. So Nixon was actually trying to retake America's sovereignty or reassert America's sovereignty. And he paid the price for that with character assassination that took him out of office. But the other things that happened on April 19th are the Ruby Ridge massacre. Of Randy Weaver. The Randy Weaver family was massacred at Ruby Ridge on April 19th. The Waco Branch Davidian compound was burned to the ground, and
It all happened. You know what? You know what I'm saying? It all deserved to happen. 19th is when shit deserves to fucking happen. Burn those motherfuckers. My son came in to burn them. Fuck them all. He might be the second fucking Hitler. Who the fuck knows?
At any rate, so aside from the Waco massacre, then the horror of the and there's always a detail I like to bring up about the Waco massacre was that the few details. The important things to know is that far more people died than people realized because all the pregnant women who retreated into the school bus that was buried into the ground as a ersatz or
Yes, they should have all died. They were all giving birth to fucking Hitlers. They could fuck them all. They should all die. You know, if you're a stupid pregnant woman retreating into a stupid bus, your baby's gonna be stupid too. Shut the fuck up.
Anyhow,
fucking like we are so like, you know what we put on the side of Tide Pods now? Don't eat them. Like, don't eat them. Right? We have to put on an iron. Don't iron your clothes while they're on you. Like, I'm sorry. Maybe it should be life. We wouldn't have this overpopulation of idiots if we didn't put shit like that. Maybe those people, I'm not saying people deserve to die, but come back smarter. Come back a little better. Do something funnier. I don't fucking know, but fucking wasn't good.
So all these pregnant women ran into this school bus that was buried into the ground as this erstwhile, meaning second-rate bomb shelter, and they all burned alive, and the heat was so intense they all spontaneously aborted their babies. So those babies' fatalities are never counted into the death toll. The other thing to mention is that the heat was so intense that the Israeli flag...
I'm sorry, was what's-his-name's baby counted into the death toll?
They might very well have all been his babies.
No, I just mean, what's his name? And
David
you know
Koresh?
What I'm talking about.
At any rate, I get, anyhow, the heat was also so intense that, it actually, the Israeli flag, which is essentially what it was. It's basically the Shield of David. They were flying because it's Branch Davidian, as in, David. So they were flying the Shield of David. So it's basically the Israeli flag. And but the flames were...
Yeah, they should all burn it now anyway. We hate the Jews. Jews suck. We already said this.
So
Peter Moon said it. Here's the thing. Yeah. You try to be like Jews don't suck when fucking Joe Ty's on. When Peter Moon's on there saying Jews suck, you're like,
honey. At any rate, so the fires were so intense that the heat actually caused that flag to burst spontaneously into flame. That's how hot the temperatures were at.
Or maybe it spontaneously burst to flame, as any Christian would say. They'd be like, that fucking ship burst into flames. That was God. That was like the bush burning.
Such being said, those would be Christians, of course, who are not the typical kind who.
That's the Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay?
Yeah,
So,
I don't know about her. She worships the Jews. She worships the Jews. So
she does worship the Jews. I don't get the Christians that worship the Jews, though, man.
They worship the Jews as relatives of the boss.
But here's the thing: I also don't get the Christians that worship the Christians. Like, my thing is, I'm Christian in a way. Like, I believe Christ, but I don't believe in Christ as what most people do, and that's a different issue. Like, I don't believe in Christ as that. Christ was this what he came in and was saying. Like, what not he was saying. But what has been interpreted as he was the son of God, meaning he was not human, right? Mm-hmm. I do not believe that. I think there's been enough study on that. And the fact that he did travel to Egypt during those 30 years that were missing. He did travel to Egypt. He did to the schools of the mystery schools in Egypt. Mm-hmm. And he did travel to, what is it? The fucking place y'all were fucking make fun of, like the Buddha, wherever the fuck the Buddha is.
India. He went to India.
Yeah, he traveled to India.
Yeah. He actually went all the way to Japan. So his brother's cemetery is in Japan. His brother's got a grave in Japan.
Yeah, so those are my things. So none of that is known by Christians. Like, if you grow up like I am, like I grew up, like, it's just like, oh, you read the Bible, that's it, that's all. Like, it was just like Noah's Ark. It showed Jesus was born, he died on the cross. That was it. He had a brother, like, what the fuck, 12 disciples. There was a Last Supper, and then that was it. You know, there's so much missing, and they took it out.
Yeah, well, it's basically 30 years. It's basically 30 years. All the Bible has is, what the Bible has about Jesus is surprisingly sparse.
But who took that shit out? Yeah. And I will be honest, I'm not a Jew hater. Yeah. You have got me on this, like, Jew rant, and I'll be honest with you.
Jewish.
It's only on Jew rant. Jewish. Not Jews in themselves as people, but the religion itself. The religion, just like I would say Catholicism, and I want to be very clear on this. I think there's not, like, yes, I could say, hey, these came first or whatever, these doctrinated these, but, you know, you've got Jewish, the Jewish religion, and then Catholicism and what it did to the world, and then the break-offs of Christianity as far as whether you know, you can go to, and then you can break off into Southern Baptist or Independent Baptist. There's so
I
much,
heard somebody just yawn.
Bullshit. Fuck you all for yawning. Fuck you. Let's go back to India, where India originally has the original stories that we all think are fucking bullshit.
Yeah, but just to finalize, the other thing that happened on April 19th that I remember was the Oklahoma City
bombing.
bombing.
Trying to put my son down, and it's not fair.
The Oklahoma City bombing, which was done in retaliation for the Waco massacre and Ruby Ridge. So it's obvious that April 19th is a day when events happen.
Yeah. I know it is. Obviously, I know now, and I fucking got it, and it's too fucking late. I had him born. I was like, so not like. Yeah. Here's one of the things I told Douglas. This he was talking about all about, and I didn't even remember this. You guys were gonna kick out this. I didn't even remember this until he was telling me. He was like going on and on about Adolf Hitler and like some of the good things about him, and then it hit me.
So he yawned again.
Remember, I told you.
What happened, honey? Say that again.
It hit me when you were talking. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
My very first major report, like, you know, you're in middle school, like 7th or 8th grade.
It was on Hitler. Yeah.
And you had to choose a historical figure.
Yes.
I chose Adolf fucking Hitler. That's why I thought, for some reason in my head, it was the 21st. I don't know. Obviously, I was in middle school, so I must have got it wrong. But had the huge 2 biographies, had to read it. Obviously, I didn't read the whole thing. I'm in middle school, but like went through enough to fucking put a fucking history paper together. And what was weird about it was, as much as like growing up, like now, like when I was 20 and 30, I looked at Adolf Hitler in my 20s and 30s as like, oh my God, like when I realized, like, hey, you got all these Jews and this was bad. But I remember putting that paper together, and my mom may still have it, and I put him together as a person. Like, it was not bad. Like I didn't do a negative connotation of him. And I remember my fucking history teacher had melasma, and she was actually a lesbian, I'm pretty sure at this point. She probably did not like my fucking paper.
Because of our own misunderstanding.
She did not grow up to be fucking wanting to lick pussy through and like her. It's fine. But what I'm saying is I don't think she liked the fact that I took him as like, I went through his like childhood and his like everything. Like, cause I had 2 huge fucking biographies. And I'm pulling it all out. And I didn't know in 7th, 8th grade, like, oh, everyone expects me to pull out the death of Jews. You know, like I was looking at his life.
Yeah.
So I pulled out his life.
That's fascinating. I think that's incredible. And I of course I'm impressed. And I do want people to understand that in the early biographies, we don't really have that concentration on the Holocaust. That there was a long attempt in popular media even to try and humanize Germans to the point where DC Comics, the people who gave us Superman and Batman, actually put out a short run on World War II from the German perspective. So
there's another comic realm. What's besides DC? Real Tech. What's the other one? DC, and then what is it? Marvel.
Marvel, honey.
Yeah. Marvel, I was watching a Marvel movie the other fucking night and somebody interrupted me.
It was me, yeah, that's right. You were watching Thor's Girlfriend Disintegrate.
You didn't miss much. Those movies are rubbish. God, I just had to throw it out there.
I don't need you to, you know what? I don't need your fucking commentary on what I missed or didn't miss, because I'd have preferred to fucking miss it than you tell me I didn't miss it. Instead of somebody calling me 3 times after I told them I'm going to be in bed, don't call me. And then 30 rings later, 30 rings later, like 30 each. I don't have anybody else on the call. I'm going to call you.
Oh my God. So, as well, what was the other thing I wanted to bring up here?
The 19th is bad. I have my son on the 19th. He's going to be Hitler the second.
Somebody left us. Real Tech left us. Why? Oh my God. So he's active.
Real Tech probably left because he wasn't fucking getting attention. I don't know.
And he kept yawning. Was that him that kept yawning, or was that you, Britt?
I'm right behind him, whether it was or not. I'm ready.
We're all yawning. It's fucking you keep us up because you have Peter Moon on for the fucking 3 hours, and everybody's yawning for him anyway. And then you have us on, and you expect us to stay up all night? Fuck you. Fuck Peter Moon.
My God. So honey, where was I? I
don't know. You know what? You should let Brandon talk, because I'm gonna just continue to say fuck Peter Moon. That's my next.
Okay. No, let's not do that. So, please, at any rate, darling,
Brandon, you should talk. Brandon.
Yes, Brandon, please. Do come on a bit.
I had some material ready, but I turned off my lights and I can't see it anymore.
I didn't take an Adderall and I'm not drinking, so I'm gonna go out soon too. So you need to somebody needs to talk.
Look, my life is difficult enough, Brooke. It's let's not make it any more difficult.
Your life is difficult because of you. Don't even make me go there,
honey. That's like blaming the rape victim. It's because you dress like that bitch that I raped you. Yeah,
because I don't let fucking Peter Moon rape me every fucking week.
My clothes are not my consent,
bro. Like, Peter Moon, stick it up my ass every fucking week.
Okay.
While you sell fucking 3 books a fucking year.
Brendan,
yes,
do tell us a bit about your wisdom. Share your wisdom on Agartha. Is it the capital of Shambhala? Is Shambhala the capital of Agartha?
Shambhala is different. Shambhala is different.
Disambiguate the cosmic levels.
Shambhala is a city in a higher realm.
Now we're doing Shambhala. We're doing another one.
Yeah, Shambhala is it's just a Sanskrit term. But it's a realm. It's a higher realm, whereas Agartha is a lower realm.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, I came from Shambhala, you came from Agartha, and you're fucking wondering why I'm fucking giving you hell, because you're fucking a piece of shit.
You're talking to Brandon,
Shambhala,
right?
Shambhala just means Shambhala in Sanskrit means place of tranquility. So it's like anywhere that is tranquil or peaceful.
I was totally tranquil till I met fucking him. Then when I met him, was still kind of tranquil because I don't even think he's from Agartha. I think he's from like the middle planet. But then he introduced me to fucking somebody from fucking Agartha, who again I've mentioned the name a million times, and you all know.
Yeah. Oh my God. I can continue about Shambhala if that person wants to know.
So at any rate, yes, please go on for the sake of this one.
Yeah, so
you all no one asked about Shambhala, but I think he did. So go ahead.
Shambhala is like
she did ask, honey, if I remember
according
correctly.
to Vishnu.
I thought she asked about Agartha, but maybe
she asked about all kinds of shit. She asked about basically the fucking universe.
Would you like to ask about?
I see this happen all the time where people get all these concepts like jumbled up because of the way it's presented to people, and it's very confusing.
Thank you.
So I understand where they're coming from.
Yeah.
It's just names, though. It's
no,
names.
not just names, darling.
Yeah.
These are actual
Shambhala
realms.
is...
So go on.
But they're realms.
It's a higher realm.
There are words. So, like, you can call it first dimension, second dimension, third dimension. That's my point.
I understand, but Brooke, in order to learn, you have to stop
then if you're gonna fucking talk again, I swear to God.
Shambhala is the birthplace
Share the map while he's talking. No, I want him to see the map. Go back, share the map while he's talking, and I'll try.
I'll try. But Brenda, go on. Yes.
Okay, so Shambhala is going to be the birthplace of Kalki, which is the next incarnation of Vishnu. So it's going to be like, that's what a lot of people consider it. It will usher in the new Satya Yuga. And it is also the ruling kingdom.
You mean the yugas?
No, those are times. Those are like time spans.
Yeah.
So wait, I know yugas are time spans. So what do you mean yuga?
Yuga is just so you in English they always put an A on the end of these Sanskrit terms, and none of them have an A. Okay. Like Shiva is not Shiva, it's Shiv. Okay. You know.
Do you mean the next you? So you mean your higher self?
No. I'm saying just the etymology, like
he's
in
talking
Sanskrit.
About the actual words. They're anglicized.
You don't add an A.
They're Anglo-vulgarized. They're bastardized.
Here's what I need to happen. Yeah. Douglas, find the map. Me and him are gonna have a conversation. And because you're interrupting it, and normally you do good, but he and I are arguing. I'm just asking questions.
You're not arguing. There's no need to be so querulous.
Find the map. I'm arguing with you. Find the goddamn map. Shut the fuck up.
And Shambhala is also the prophesized ruling kingdom of the Maitreya, which is the future Buddha. Yeah. So it's like, it's a place in a higher realm where these beings reside, and during the time change, they will descend onto Earth. From
what's the time
Shambhala.
change? We're not talking about yugas then.
Yeah, it's the end of the yuga. I mean, we're in the middle of the time change that right now. We're in like an intermediary period between the yugas.
Well, if you look at the yugas, they're described different ways. So you can look at yugas in different ways. If you actually, I mean, like I think you and I both would agree that there's different ways that people interpret those yugas.
Yeah, people are interpreting them their different ways, but they're actually, it's a 25,000 year cycle, like as per the texts. And like,
so if you look at 25,000 fucking years, so then if we were to look at the dry ice period, which, oh my God, Douglas would hate. Keep finding your map, Douglas, and shut the fuck up. Dry ice period, which Douglas does not like this guy, right?
You're saying like the ice age, the so-called ice age.
Yeah, but she somehow is affiliating that with, the doofus, who that I was talking about.
No, he's not a doofus.
Who's that guy who does all the?
You know why he's not a doofus?
You can't even name him. You can't even name him.
I can't even do. I couldn't even name Peter Moon or you for fucking ever. Like, do you know how many times I called you? Do you know how many times I was like that guy that wrote the book? Like, it took me months. Okay, so yeah, you're right.
Graham Hancock. She's talking about Graham Hancock. I had to think about the essay I wrote.
Graham Hancock.
So
Graham Hancock.
He's not an authority on anything.
Thank you, honey.
Okay, so stop.
Thank you, Brendan. I meant the honey for her.
Whoa.
Like, take that, honey.
Whoa.
Like, take that, honey. Yeah.
Okay, well, let me know when I can talk, and I will talk.
Oh, honey, you know, it's like this.
Let me know when I can talk.
Get this, people. One time, she was telling me about talking to Amy Como and said, God, Amy Como mentioned my being an only child, and she must have been taking notes. And I was like thinking to myself, honey, anybody who speaks to you for more than a few minutes knows you were an only child. I mean,
you just talk about people and you cut people the fuck off, and that's not fucking fair. All I said was I was surprised that Amy happened.
I said, wait a second. What did I say that wasn't? Look, I didn't say anything bad. I just said you were relating.
I said I was surprised that Amy knew the very first time I'd ever spoken to you. The woman had never spoken to me.
And you said,
I
yeah,
don't
she must have been,
remember
because you never did bring that
people.
up. But you didn't have to bring it up. Everybody knows when they listen to you, you were raised an only child.
No. Oh, the only child thing, that was a separate thing. No. She was like, well, I remember you said the first time you ever met Douglas was on blah blah show. That's what I told you. That is what you're talking about. And I was like, whoa. And then she had said about what's his name? My man. Who's my man? See how I'm bad with names? Sammy. And she knew where Sammy fucking worked. She knew exactly where Sammy worked. Yeah. Like, she knew fucking the first time I ever heard you on a broadcast, and I only said that once. I've said it multiple times.
Yeah, it is.
You knew that.
Yeah, but believe me, it's like I said, anybody who speaks to you for a few minutes knows, man, this girl was raised an only child.
Here's the thing, I talk a fucking enough. There's so much that comes out of my mouth that if you were to, you shouldn't fucking be able to keep up with any of it. But if you do keep up with any of it and you're like taking fucking notes, like, you'd be like, oh yeah, I remember this first time you met Douglas. Oh yeah, I remember your only child. Oh yeah, I remember fucking you like this fucking favorite color. Like, that's fucking scary. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Amy. It was a little scary. Okay. Not letting you down.
Got it. Yeah.
A little scary.
Yeah. So I'm looking for flat Earth here with all the ice walls and shit.
So back on to what you just said as far as the.
And let's just be clear here. Let's just be clear. I don't know what the map says, but there's land on this planet that is beyond what they show on the regular map.
He's a fucking crackhead too. Oh my god.
No.
I mean, it's
honey,
just a
what
fact.
he's referring to is, let's put it this way. Let's say if you went to the future, honey. If you went to the future in a time machine, then you might be shocked.
Then you're gonna go with, you know what? Then that's fine. I'm completely okay with this. But pull the map.
Yeah, look, I'm trying to find the map, but I can talk. I can multitask. I'm just trying to put this in a perspective, honey. So hey,
let me put in a perspective. Ian West, same person you just fucking agreed with. That's why I'm making fun of you. Is because he fucking said, "Oh my god, I was dying with this fucking disease because the fucking COVID guy, he had the vaccine. I didn't know he had the vaccine. I still don't know the vaccine."
Yeah,
but
Ian,
I went out
Ian.
to get my. Oh no! He went out to get his Uber Eats delivery.
Yeah, that's Ian. His Wawa shit, right? His Wawa delivery.
Wawa. Yeah, he grabbed the bag from his Uber Eats delivery, which was Wawa, and like
so
that's
he thinks
bad enough.
He thinks he got hit by the spike protein, but he's probably eating some like hamburger or something. It's like, I mean, that's a joke.
But what saved his fucking life?
It's not eating no fucking hamburger, Brendan. It's taking meth.
Here's what saved his fucking life. He said, I was fucking dying, and thank God my fucking neighbor came over. And you know how, and these are word for fucking word, and you can play it fucking back. May have a word off. He goes, because I never heard him. He goes, I'm just listening. I never met this man before. I wasn't talking like I am with you. He goes, and do you know how when you get a straw put to your nose, you just automatically inhale? So I inhaled, and thank God I did, because
I don't think
fucking had Coke. It was up my nose and not crossed my blood-brain barrier, which killed the fucking virus.
That's right. That's why I do it. That's why I do it, baby. I do it to keep myself germ-free. Kills
that sounds like
the problems with that were
everyone during COVID that was just getting wasted.
You can't see all the problems with that sentence. He first said, as we all do, if someone puts a straw to your nose, you know how you automatically inhale.
Yeah, reflexively. That's his word, reflexively.
He said reflexively inhale. You reflexively inhale, yeah.
No, I don't do that.
I'm pretty sure if I'm walking through Walmart and some bitch walks up to me with a straw and sticks it on my nose, I'm not gonna reflexively be like, no. Maybe if she put a big plate out in front of me and it looks like Coke and I'm fucking ready to go, like, and I've had a few drinks, that's not reflexively, that's a choice. There's no reflex.
I still don't get the story that Ian told about how you roofied yourself. He said, how did that happen again?
He's so stupid. I can roofie myself. I went to I told you. I went to the same place I went to get the pizza from when I was arguing with them. The same fucking place. But I think it was another night. And I went in. And basically, I'm sitting there waiting on my pizza. I ordered a drink. Ordered a beer, which is fucking like a fucking IPA. Sitting there drinking the beer, waiting on the pizza. And there was like this left party going, like, party to the right of me, and which was a weird party, to be honest with you all. I'll be honest with you. It was like fucking old woman, old man.
By the way, if you compare this to some combat stories, there was gunfire to the left of me, artillery to the right of me. Yeah, now put yourself in Brooke's place.
Yeah,
there's party to the right.
And then to the right of me was like the black lady that fucking apparently knew of everybody and a bunch of other. And the point is, it didn't matter. I had a vape. I vape. Okay, and I'm sitting there, and I had a vape in my hand, and usually I'll sneak and vape, but like I had a couple of IPAs, a couple of the drinks of IPA, and it's very busy. So like I just didn't think about holding the vape in, because if anyone knows it vapes, it's not like smoking. Smoke you can't hold in; it's gonna come out. But if you vape, if you hold it in long enough, nothing comes out. Okay. So I just took the vape, wasn't noticed looking, sucked it in, but then I didn't wait. I blew it out. So there's this guy sitting beside me. He's like 25 or 30, and he's fucking sitting there. He didn't really say anything, but there's a guy who's standing behind him and talking to him, and he's like, hell, fuck yeah. And I just looked to my left, to my back side of me, and he's like, I'm so glad you did that. And I was like, what? And he was like, I've been needing to do that all fucking night. Now, I had no idea. I'm vaping a vape. And when I say I'm vaping a vape, it is in South Carolina, the only thing legal for a vape is fucking tobacco. It is nicotine. Not even tobacco, it's nicotine, right? So I'm vaping nicotine. So then he is like, what flavor is that? And I go, I don't know, like fucking orange, mango, whatever the fuck I had. And he's like, I'm like, what flavor is yours? And he's like, he named something. And I'm like, let me try that then. He's like, I was like, let me try it. Because he was like, let me try it then. Because it was some weird fucking flavor. He said a weird flavor I'd never heard of. That's why I wanted to try it. Because it was something I never heard of.
Something like papaya
or like kiwi potato.
It was probably cannabis.
Well, there we go. So kiwi potatoes. I didn't know. He's like kiwi potato, and I'm like, oh, I want to try that kiwi potato shit. I've never heard of that. He was like, no. And I was like, no, because you don't ever tell Brooke no, okay? And so he did try to tell me no several fucking times, and it doesn't ever work with me. And then he was like, all right, you can have a fucking hit. You can have one hit, okay? And I still at this point, because I don't smoke pot, and and let me preface this. I can't smoke pot. If I smoke pot, I get paranoid out the ass, okay? Now, second thing you should know, if you haven't smoked pot a lot, if you've never smoked off a vape, I didn't learn this till later after my friend told me, God forbid, Brooke, you smoke it out of a fucking vape, which is what you did, you will get high times 20 because it immediately hits your bloodstream. Okay, so now let's go back. Brooke can't smoke pot. She thinks she's in a nicotine vape. And now when I hit my vape, you've heard me hit my fucking vape. You've heard me. It's loud, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm going like, I'm doing like this. Like, let me hit the vape right now. Like, this is actually my smaller vape. And I'm like, I'm hitting it. That's one hit, okay? Yeah. And then I feel it. That's done. That's all I wanted from his. I fucking blew it out just now. That's what I thought I was doing with his. I thought his shit was dead. So I'm fucking hitting it. So then it's like nothing. So I just keep sucking. I'm sucking. So then I go to sucking, and then I have a number because I am OCD. So then I'm going to suck, and I'm like at like fucking 6 sucking, and he's trying to grab it back. I'm like, and then like I sucked to fucking 11 because 11's my lucky number. And I just am sucking, thinking nothing's coming out. I thought nothing was coming out because I could not feel anything coming into my mouth or lungs, right? He grabbed that bait, this guy, and he looked at me and said, "Fuck you," and walked to the end of the bar and stood at the end of the bar. And I didn't know what the fuck he was mad about. And then I blew out because I didn't think anything was going to blow out because, to be honest, I didn't feel anything going in my lungs. And then when I blew out, I smelled it, and I'm pretty sure the entire bar did. It was marijuana. The entire bar smelled like marijuana. And I was like, fuck, shit. And then it took me about 30 seconds maybe to look at the guy next to me that was with him. And I said, oh, shit. I'm high as fuck. So fucking high. I can't fucking think straight. And then he was like, what? He's like, you're cool. He's like, how high are you? And I was like, well, let's put it this way. Half of my brain is talking to you, able to put words out. The other half is freaking the fuck out and so out of this fucking place. Like the other half of my brain, I could speak, but then the other half of my brain was like completely freaking out. Like I was just like, the fact that I could even explain that part. And I was like, give me the check. And then the other guy, the guy that gave it to me came back down and he was like, no, I was like, I'm sorry, man. Like I was giving my check. I was like, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Like it's like that was the best I could do. Like, no, he's like, you're cool, man. I just didn't want to be here when it came out because I knew it was gonna be bad. Oh. And it was bad. I'm saying the entire bar smelled like fucking pot when I blew out. And so what happened? This is how high I was. I literally went to my car with the pizza that I had fucking ordered. I tipped the bitch fucking $20 on a $20 pizza. I tipped her $20. Like that's how high I was. Like I didn't give a shit. I was just like, you just fuck out, man. You're like, and then I remembered looking at them going, I'm so fucked up. But then I thought, well, shit, I got in the car. I'm like, what if they don't like me? What if they're calling the police? Because my whole mind, that's why I don't smoke pot, is paranoia. So then I am like, they might call the police. So I'm in my driver's seat. I jump into the passenger seat because I know the legal laws, like don't be going up the driver's seat or you're fucked. And I was like, So I jumped in the passenger seat and called Uber. Left my fucking car there. Uber man picked me up and with a pizza. And I got out and I was like, oh, they fucked me. I told my husband, he's like, what did you do? I was like, I don't know. I took somebody's vape. Apparently it was marijuana. And he was like literally this black man, but he was like fucking 60-something. He was like, I swear to God, he was like a preacher. He's like, well, you can't take something from someone else. He was preaching to me all alone. Like, you don't take things from other people. Like, I was fucking 10 years old. Like, I know that. I know.
But you did it anyway.
I did it anyway. I will say, though, he was the best because when he let me out of the car, he's like, why are you so worried? Because he knew I was so scared to go in my house. He's like, why are you scared in your house? Are you worried about your husband? I was like, I don't have a husband. He's like, then why are you scared in your house? I'm like, I have 2 kids. He's like, where they are? I'm like, they're probably upstairs asleep. He's like, well, then what are you so worried about? And I'm like, I don't know. He's like, go in the house, sit down, and lay down. Just don't try to talk to anybody. Yeah. And I turned around and looked at him like, and I'll be honest with you, that was the most genius idea anyone had ever thought of at that moment. I couldn't have thought of it. Like, I could not. I was like, oh my God, you're right. I can just go in and lay down and just pretend I'm sleeping and no one will know. But I was so scared I had to have a conversation if someone came downstairs. I could not have had it. It would not have been good.
Well, I want you to know 2 things. Viviana Sanchez has joined us. And beyond that, I want our man
Viviana can smoke pot. Fuck her. She's a fucking pot queen. Yes, I know. I hate you. You can smoke the pot all you want. You're all cool.
I'm sober right now.
Well, I know, but my thing is you don't get the paranoia that I do. I'd like to trade off for 1 week. I'd like to be Viviana for a week and be like, I can smoke pot and be fucking happy. And then her be like smoking pot and be like, oh my God, the world is ending. Have I been in the shower for 1 minute or 4 hours? I don't know.
Yeah.
And
so
I
maybe you should.
Yeah. Maybe you should what, Viviana? Maybe she should what?
Did you try the gummies?
I I'm in South Carolina, bitch, and you gonna bring me some girl?
I will, girl. I thought you were in California.
Well, no, I'm not in California. You know, I'm not in California because I haven't got invited to the estate, and the only way I'm coming to California is when I go to the estate.
Yeah, that's what when I said I needed to go kidnap all my friends in California, I meant you too.
Yeah.
Well, you have to come to. It's called Carolina, bitch. You have to come to Carolina. I'll take you to Charleston. We can go to the coast.
I want to go.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's a
Bring
lovely
it, bring
accent
some
you
gumdrops.
affected, Viviana. I love it. And
When I think
you know,
about
Brooke really
South
doesn't have a
Carolina.
Southern accent. I wish he did. But at any rate, I do want you all to know the
Give me some liquor. Give me liquor, and I swear
I
to
just
God,
want to be
the Southern
invited
accent
to
will
the
come out.
wedding. You guys need to invite me to the wedding, at least.
We'll do that. We'll do that. Brendan, the flat Earth
Yeah,
map.
yeah, we're not having a fucking wedding. You know why? Because he wants to have it on the fucking estate, and I'm like, fuck you. That's the only time you're gonna invite me to the estate, and I want to have it on my fucking duck farm.
With the
The
ducks,
ducks need to be there.
like,
And then,
in the
and then
maid
I'm
of
like,
honor?
can I bring the ducks and chickens to the estate? And then he's like, I don't fucking know. The ducks and chickens are
Brendan, the flat Earth map is in the chat of this, the text of this particular call. So look in the text of this particular call, Brendan. You'll see the stupid flat Earth map that Ian lives by. And
and Viviana should look at it too. I'm sure she's seen it before.
yeah,
I'm
she's
sure
probably seen
Viviana-
it.
Yeah.
And it's, but Brooke has this. Brendan, are you there? Brendan? Jesus Christ.
Brendan?
I don't see that he's
I
even
think he
mute.
fell-
It's
fell
like maybe he
asleep.
dropped off, but I see a symbol there, but it doesn't say his mic is not presented. So fuck, maybe he dropped off in terms of sleeping. He fell asleep or something with his cell phone on.
Yeah.
Well, it's like
He's
at
got
least it's not
school.
Joe Ty fucking like
Snoring,
humming.
yeah, or jerking off. Yeah, we would hear it when Joe's tie was jerking off because you could hear that foreskin flapping.
I miss Joe Ty. Why are we not calling him?
I should, yes. Oh fuck, what did I just do?
Wait.
At any rate, so both of you lovely ladies, hold the conversation. I just finished the liquid Coke. I have to rinse my mouth of that taste.
You will hold the conversation, but you have to call Joe Ty when you get back.
Yeah, I'll try. As a matter of fact, that's a good idea. Why don't I try right now before I even go do that? And as for
Yeah, then me and Viv won't have to talk at all. Joe will just be asking us questions.
yes. Oh my God. So let me get back to where I was. Go back to adding people on the call.
He sent something this week, and I didn't even look at it.
Yeah, it was something about I responded to it, and I just didn't. I just put a acknowledgement of it. I think it was something about Jewish people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and I didn't even. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. And I should explain my position as to why it might sound like people might claim that I'm contradictory or something, but it's not the case. It's just it's complex. There's complex situations or complex, topics. So. At any rate, I will try to explain my position on that.
Kanye was right. Jewish people suck. They're running the world. Okay, we got it. Go on. The rest of them are white old men like fucking the person you had on earlier. Can you come on?
So I'm calling Joe Ty. We'll see if there's a response. There's Brendan. Brendan.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, so I wanted you to know in the text box of this call, you will now find the flat Earth map.
Yes, we want your opinion.
This is the
Flat Earth.
infamous,
Look at it.
the infamous flat Earth map. So please try to set people straight about the confusion between, because that young lady was basically confusing the 9 realms of the Vikings, the Norse, with the Vedic with the Tibetan is what I think of when I think of Agartha, Shambhala, and these other places that she was mentioning.
And then
so it's
you
almost
get fucking people. Then you get this shit, which came from fucking. What do you call that? What's the word? The fucking
fish shit. Did you say?
Ian's fucking around.
Yes,
those people.
yes. Oh, explain that. Explain this map to everyone because you were so funny about it. You pointed out where Ian comes from, where he can be found. Which is
yeah, well, I mean, I'm interested to see what his interested interpretation is, but I have no problem doing that at some point.
explain
Yeah,
to
this
him
is one
first
of those like horrendous amalgamations of like all these different traditions and like
yeah.
folklore and modern flat earth
And
stuff.
these are
You
It's
know what?
like,
That's
are what people.
bullshit. You know what? You know what I think about you, Brendan. Now I respected you, but now you're calling QAnon bullshit.
what else is
She's
it?
joking.
What is
She's
it?
joking. She's joking
Oh,
about the
okay.
QAnon.
You're saying
yeah.
Q is bullshit, and
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
how can you say that? Because that
Yeah, she's joking.
I didn't even know what it was.
Just so you understand, just so all our listeners understand, she does not support QAnon. She is joking. She understands QAnon is a sewer of shit. And you got to be careful with delivery, Brooke, because the problem is people tend to believe anything people say. And you got to learn to deliver that with a certain,
Yeah,
that.
I
map is
deliver
my
my
one of the
shit
worst ones I've
greatly.
ever seen.
Whatever, I delivered it greatly.
Well,
Je ne sais quoi.
yeah.
Je ne sais quoi.
Thank you, honey.
I don't even know what she's saying, but it sounds.
I don't
so
even
good.
know. I don't even know. I just.
But
heard
if you
it
would
said.
say it against my face,
Comme
or
si,
against
comme
my
si,
body,
comme ça.
like Jessica, can you say that against like my cheek?
Okay.
Je ne sais quoi.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
like I need to feel your breath against
Yes.
it.
Yes. She wants you to whisper that in her ear. Yes. So I'm going to go mute for a few seconds, and yes, tell us a bit, Brooke, about this flat Earth map, and then we'll have Brendan respond. And what people do is they conflate.
I have to go to sleep, so I
shit, I'm
apologize.
sorry.
Oh, Brian, you're such a fucking pussy.
I know. It's terrible.
The guy has a job. Leave him alone.
Oh, he doesn't have a job. You don't even know Brendan fucking is on fucking Social Security.
He's tired.
Yeah, he's tired from his Social Security.
Yeah,
check,
he's
whatever.
not on Social Security, just so people know. Poor bastard works. You tell her you work. Tell her about your double shifts, dude.
I don't have to defend myself.
Yeah, there you are.
Okay.
You don't have to,
All right.
Brendan. You
Blessing.
We love you.
Blessings,
blessings
everybody.
to you, everyone. And
Sweet
you know what?
dreams.
You know
Good
what? You know
night.
what I hate about that? You know what I hate about that though? I have this person that says blessings to you. MEM<silence>RIAL. He was like blessings to you, and he brought a dog in to get fucking attention. And I was like, you fucking just said you have fucking 3 degrees. He's like, blessings to you, blessings to you. Fuck my life. Don't go blessings to me. You can't fucking be real.
What?
So
Is that wrong?
Brendan, you
So
can't.
this was a guy. And I'm
What?
not saying call him Brendan. I'm not saying it was Brendan like
No,
at all.
it's not Brendan. No.
No, it wasn't Brendan. But
Well,
what
I
I'm
agree
saying-
that like most people are not genuine when they say
Yeah,
that.
no, it was so ungenuine. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
the
It's
last
just like really
like,
cheesy.
like,
Yeah.
kept
So-
saying
Yeah.
blessings. and it was
Brendan,
so-
stay with the
bless
ladies
your
till I come back.
heart.
I'm sorry. Go on, Brianna. I mean,
Bless your heart.
Viviana.
Bless your heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Have a
very
nice-
southern. Yes, that's very southern. Yes. So
Have a nice.
Brendan,
have a
stay on
nice-
with the ladies till I get
whatever.
back. I'll be back in just a few minutes, okay?
All right, Douglas.
Okay. Yes. Lead the conversation. So yes, I mean, I'm sure you can flirt with these ladies. I'm sure.
Not in my current state.
My goodness.
Well, I have heard that Brendan was
So-
bigger. I heard that Brendan was bigger than fucking Real Tech.
Yeah. Tell them about how you woke up with the biggest balls in the world, Brendan.
What?
Yeah, but that's not a flex of any kind. That was just a horrible memory that I'd rather not think about. But
Oh, like a nightmare?
yeah, worse, a living one. But
No.
You had living blue balls.
yes and no. But basically, what's on my mind right now are these 5 sacred grains called the 5 Siddhidanyas, and it's like there are these 5 positive millets that can cure any disease, and they're very beneficial. So I don't know if anyone knows there's this food called a
I
millet.
would like to know it because I'm dying here. So give it to me.
Yeah, it's called millets. So there are
I know
10
what millets
millets.
are, but what are the fucking what?
Yeah,
what am I
they're-
looking for?
There are 5 sacred millets that are from all different parts of the world that all ancient humans have used as a food source, whether it's India, Africa, Japan, China, even in the West, European sphere. But they've fallen out of favor in the last 5,000 years.
Just give them to me. I mean, I'm not even kidding. I need them.
Yeah, I'll get that. And then, so these grains have the highest fiber content, the highest nutritional content, and highest protein, and they're some of the most beneficial grains on the face of the earth. But because of the modern agriculture and everything has to be made, massive quantities have to be produced and all this.
They're not what they are. Yeah.
They're not in favor anymore for anyone that does agriculture. So they have fallen out of popular use and existence. For all intents and purposes, they don't exist in the food supply. And I've recently discovered them. They're called the 5 city danyas. So it goes kodo millet. One is called kodo millet. One is called brown top millet. The other is called barnyard millet. Then there's little millet. And then there's foxtail. So that's the 5 city danyas, the 5 sacred grains.
So barnyard. I got barnyard. Say them again.
Yeah. So barnyard millet is one of them. Barnyard millet's very beneficial for like.
No, say all 5 again. Barnyard is the only one I remember.
So there's barnyard millet. Then there's foxtail millet. Then there's one called brown top. So I'm using the English ones first because they're easier to remember.
Brown top, barnyard, foxtail.
Yeah, foxtail. And then there's one called kodo millet.
Like
and then there's
K
one,
or a C?
kodo, Kodo. And then there's one called little millet, like little, Little, little millet. And each one has beneficial nutrients and fiber that benefits a certain system in the body. So, for example,
Where do you get them though? Where could you get them in the U.S.?
You can get them at an Indian store. They're the most popular on the Indian subcontinent. So that's the best place I have found to source.
So if I went to an Indian store here locally, like that's the okay, that's what I mean.
Even I've noticed that they're extremely hard to find. They're very rare, and I had to have my Indian store, my local person, order them for me. But I establish a relationship with them because they know I'm Vedic and like this thing. But you can also order them online.
Oh, really?
Oh,
yeah.
Where would be the place to order them online? What website?
You can just type in any of them and they'll come up on like Amazon or whatever.
Okay.
But so the protocol is if you want to do like a holistic reset on the diet, then you would do 2. You do the protocol of 2 per, and then cycle through all 5. So it'd be like
2 tablespoons of each.
No, 2 days. So you do 2 days of kodo, then the next day you would switch. After 2 days you would switch to little millet, and then after that 2 days you would switch to brown top, and then foxtail, and then so each one you do 2 consecutive days, but then you switch through the 5 in this rotation, and it's what that does is it'll balance every system in the body, and it'll restore, and you become at peak function. You restore your body to peak function, and there are these clinics in India where they have successfully cured almost every major disease by switching the diet from wheat and rice, which are toxic, to the Siddhidanyas. And basically, especially lifestyle diseases like diabetes, they're basically eradicating them left and right. Cholesterol, diabetes, obesity, like for things in the West that we would consider uncurable. And he's even, this being that developed the Siddhidanya protocol, he's even cured like heavy cancers, cirrhosis of the liver, and really, really heavy diseases with this protocol. And it's just dietary based. So
I'm at the point of trying anything because they have literally ruled everything from liver pancreas, going in from, going on my ass, like literally down
What
my
were
throat.
your symptoms? Just curious, just briefly. You don't have to
So
detail.
I got COVID basically like
Mhm.
January, but that was fine. Like I got over it. It was in my
Yeah.
stomach though. For whatever reason, COVID attached to my stomach. I was nauseous and just thrown up for like a week or so. And then about 6 months later, it just started with, I hate to say this, but just diarrhea. And it's like diarrhea, like I will eat 1 meal a day. So basically I do fasting all day because I don't want to deal with it.
Right.
And then I will eat
So
at night.
the millets will greatly improve your situation. So actually that's a good thing that I mentioned it, because they have a high fiber content. They have the highest fiber content of any grain. So something like rice, like even brown rice, is like 0.02% fiber. Wheat is like 0.02% fiber, even whole wheat. Vegetables are like in the 1%. So humans
so
aren't
all I'm
getting.
eating now is fiber. Like all I'm eating right now is literally vegetables, and then like vegetable, because I don't eat meat, so I eat veggie meat. And so obviously that has a lot of wheat gluten, and some of it or soy.
Yes.
And it's just not good.
So the millets would really, really help. I highly suggest that you try at least pick one and try that, because it will help balance your digestion. And
oh, interesting. I will definitely look into it. Thank you.
The millets are very important.
So I know that
well, the reason they're beneficial is because like I was saying, all the other grains are like less than 1% fiber. And these millets go from like 8% to up to 12% fiber, which is the highest of any grain. So it stabilizes digestion, it stabilizes glucose, and it has high levels of nutrients like thiamine and these other sulfuric group molecules that are very beneficial. And they support the gut bacteria that help produce B12 in the intestines and other vitamins. So it's like this all around.
B12 is one of the things that I know I was lacking on already, and I think that probably may have started it, because I wasn't eating meat and I wasn't supplementing B12 or any B vitamins.
Yeah, and so the way to get B12 without eating meat is through the proper intestinal flora. So I myself have been vegetarian and vegan for years, and I was curious, like, because if you do what I've done and researched all the cultures of the world previous to the fall, which are like before 8,000 years, they were all vegetarian, whether they were nomadic or or agrarian or whatever. Pre-hunter gatherers or that thing. The hunter-gatherers didn't have access to meat at all times of the year like we do now. So how did they get enough B vitamins? How did they get enough of this, right? And it turns out through the archaeological record and biological record, they've determined that the beings that didn't have access to meat, they got it through soil microbes. So ingesting the soil microbes with their food and their everyday living.
But isn't it
is
the
what
fact
produced?
it's destroyed our soil is also part of
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the point. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, that's what happened. Is the modern agriculture has depleted the soil, including the microbes. So there's no vitamins at all, whether in the produce itself or through the microbes or even through the meat.
I was even listening to what's his name, that guru, what's his name, Sadagar, and he was like saying, what basically like where you could eat one apple or like one orange 100 years ago, like it would take you the same, like now you'd have to eat 8 oranges to get the same.
Yeah, that's all factual. That's all true. Yeah, that's the soil depletion. That's why I always stress to incorporate minerals and stuff back into your diet, because it's like you have to now. That's
this is
what
why
they mean
supplementation is so necessary.
Yeah, especially with magnesium and stuff like that. That's why your digestion's disturbed. Perhaps there's like deficiencies that can't be overcome. regularly. So I would recommend the millets. Yeah.
Does the Bob's? Oops, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a minute. Does the Bob's, that one? What is his name?
Bob's Red Mill.
Yes. Do they have like a 5? Don't they have a 5 millet or something?
They do, but their millets are polished. So the polished millets, it removes the lignin layer on the outside of the millet. So I find that brand to be not beneficial. It's still good if you want fiber, if you just need you want to try the millets and stuff. But when you take off the lignin, it ruins the flavor of it and it doesn't give you the full benefit. So you want unpolished of the sodidanyas to be the most beneficial. And it's definitely hard to find, and they're very rare. But I recommend trying your hardest to obtain them.
Oh, I'm going to try. Let me know. I'm trying everything at this point. Like I have already, I drank fucking bleach that Ian West told me to drink. So I'm just telling you,
Isn't that awful? I mean,
how about why didn't you just try Artemisia, like wormwood or something like this?
I did wormwood. I've got fucking I got $400 worth of vitamins sitting next to me. The silver fucking colloidal, fucking NFC. Like I've got everything sitting next to me. One day he was like, put a drop of bleach in your fucking water, and I did it.
Did you try
a bottle of water? It wasn't like he told me to drink a bottle of bleach.
Did that help? I mean,
of course not.
Fucking nothing has helped. But then he was like, "You didn't do it."
That's like something he learned from Trump or something.
Yes.
Yes, he's a Trumper. That's what I'm saying. That's why I didn't continually do it. I did it one day.
And not to defend Trump as much, but he definitely said that as a joke. I mean,
I'm not quite sure about that.
I don't know.
I don't even care. When you're dying literally for 7 or 8 months, like you just finally give up. Like you give up. You start giving up.
Yeah, well, you don't need to. It can be resolved. I assure you.
Yes, that's why I've told you need to talk to Brendan privately, honey. Describe
I assure you
all your symptoms in depth, and then while you two are having phone sex, he'll share with you the secrets of that he knows.
That's so lame.
That was lame. That was a stupid lame joke. Fuck you. He was even. Ian West could have come with a better
phone sex is never fun. I mean, that's just lame.
It is lame.
He wants the real thing. Like he's gonna travel.
Yeah. Unlike fucking Douglas. Unlike Douglas, he won't travel. He's just like, I would like phone sex with you, and I am like, shut the fuck up.
He probably doesn't have to, though. I'm just saying.
Douglas is like, where do you want to marry? And I'm like, shut up, okay? I'm not marrying on your stupid farm.
Anyhow, but go back to what you were saying about this. This is very important. You're talking about the millets. Please go back to the regimen.
Yeah, the 5 sodidanyas. So yeah, this protocol can help anyone and anywhere, anybody with functioning at the highest level of human existence on this plane, and it's.
Oh, well, I'm gonna fucking order. First, I'm ordering for me because I need to get better. Then, secondly, I'm giving them to Douglas because he needs to function at a higher fucking level. Period.
Well, Douglas can't cook, so start. With what you gotta do is start with
it.
Yeah, you can actually. So that's
we can't put shit to
next point.
Not function. Let me tell you.
The next point would
Ian
be
functioning at a higher level is just going to be Ian functioning at a higher level of fucking meth.
Well, it can help anyone, even if you're on drugs and stuff, and you actually do the right diet. That would actually help.
Yeah, that's not Ian West. It's just not going to help him. I'm sorry. I know you're
those people, those beings,
person.
These people eat like Taco Bell or whatever they do, and
they
don't care what they eat.
Wawa.
What is Wawa?
I want you to understand what Wawa is before you go, Brandon. You have to understand what Wawa is, Brandon. Wawa is a gas station, and he orders it as delivery. So imagine, I don't know what gas station you have around you, but he orders Wawa. This is like, he pays for it to be delivered because the other option is for him to ride on his little tricycle.
Wait, so he's like ordering like 7-Eleven type food?
Yes. Yes.
Oh
thank
my
you.
God,
Thank
see,
you.
that's
That's what I'm trying
yeah,
to say. Wawa apparently.
yeah. He doesn't have much time left. We should just pray for him. I've seen that happen before, and it doesn't end well.
That's what I'm trying to say. He's like Wawa, where they got a fucking little stupid pizza in the thing, or they have like that fake sub in the back. That's what he orders delivered. Because I was like, what is Wawa? This is like a Chinese place. He's like, no, it's the gas station up the street. I'm like, you're having it delivered? He's like, yeah, I'm delivered.
Yeah, so the people don't realize how important like right diet is. I mean, it's like so essential.
Yes.
And
well, I mean, but you're talking about a man who has a 22-inch waist and a 48-inch fucking hip. Oh no!
It can help anyone. The right nutrition can help anyone in any situation. I can't stress that enough. Like,
thank you. Yes.
It's like I've seen it.
Like, I didn't even write down what you said, but seriously, I am thinking you like seriously because I'm looking for every answer yeah.
Start with brown top millet. Find some unpolished brown top millet, and just incorporate it every day. And you're just once per day. And very, very important. The one thing that I have to say about the siridañas is before you cook them, you have to soak them. So before you cook them, you soak them. Just like beans. You put them overnight in some water.
Yeah.
You just rinse them off once and then put them in water.
So I can't just eat the dry ones, swallow the dry as whole and hook it out. So I have to actually cook it.
You have to cook it, but you can like cook it and then dry it out and make like puffed millets.
I'm just saying, I want the
millet.
fastest thing possible. So if there was a way to swallow a cup of dry rice, I would fucking do it. Like,
it's easy. It's actually very easy. You just soak it overnight, and then you cook it like rice. It takes like 15 minutes.
No, I know.
Millet rice is like 15 minutes or less. And then you make it like it's oatmeal or something. If you want it to be simple for Westerners, you just cook it, put a little bit of salt, a little bit of oil, and you can make it savory, or you can add like maple syrup and ginger, or something very simple like that.
Fuck that. Good. Syrup and ginger. I would take the salt and pepper though.
Yeah. You can use salt and oil. Like I just use salt and sesame oil, and it's just delicious. It's like better than rice, and there's nothing wrong with it at all. And you can feel it like healing it. Miso, yeah, there are people do miso, which is that would heal a person very fast. Because the miso has like very positive things in it. And you could find recipes online, like millet recipes. It used to be very popular in the 70s with all the hippies, but it fell out of favor for whatever reason, so I've heard a lot of the older hippie type people talking about.
I heard, I had a dream. Like I literally went to my astral plane, and I had an astral plane dream. I don't know if you believe in those, but it was me sucking blood on a fucking California fucking coast, and I was killed.
Right.
Yeah, and then nothing's fucking happened since. I'm still dying.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think like the blood will help really.
Thank you. I told her that.
I don't need your fucking opinion, bitch. Shut up. I'll go eat the rice and go there.
Just try the millets. Just try the millets. I assure you.
Can you hang up now? I thought you were sleeping.
I'm trying.
Well, thank you for that knowledge. I appreciate it.
No, I do appreciate the knowledge. No, for real.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I appreciate the appreciation.
That's right.
I really do appreciate it.
Yeah.
I appreciate you much. I appreciate you much more than Douglas. Are you fucking single? You want to get married? You got a fucking place you want to get married at?
No, I'm against marriage. I mean, like, if your marriage lasts, you get bad results. If your marriage doesn't last, you get bad results. Like, you're never gonna get good results from doing nonsense.
You're stupid. You're so fucking stupid. Because here's the thing: if your marriage doesn't fucking last and that bitch dies, you get her fucking house. If that fucking bitch doesn't last, you get his fucking house. It's fucking stupid. You're whatever.
That's still nonsense. I mean, marriage is
nonsense. Okay, who are you living with? And are you living in an apartment or are you on your own house?
I have accommodations that are
You have
suiting my
accommodations.
needs.
you're renting. Okay, that's a renter. Okay.
You know,
I have
all his
accommodate-
life, he's had to work for everything. It's his father had an enormous car collection, along with a home, could have netted him. He could have been a multimillionaire. But his father got into crack, and when he tried to prove to his family, look, my dad's smoking crack, and he would take pictures of his
Look,
crack
hey,
pipe,
you need
they'd
to
say,
shut up
that's your
about
crack
this.
pipe. It's
Hey, I'm not going to say anything out loud,
All
but
this
you
is
did
true.
tell me something about his story, and I will just say this.
Yeah.
Then
Then his mother kicked him out. Just said, I disown you.
No, that's what I don't want you to say because he may not want it on air. If I get like death sentence, there's a few people I'm going to kill. First of all, it's going to be fucking somebody on air already. But secondly, your mom, you give me the address, like I'll kill that bitch. Like she deserves to fucking die. Like,
Yeah, trust me, I know. I believe it. I'm
Nigga,
very
no, I'm
much
just
aware.
saying I'll take her out for you. It's no problem. Like if I get
I
the brain
appreciate that.
tumor sentence, like she's fucking going. She's
I
a
appreciate
few
that.
dog fucking fighters, a few child molesters, fucking Peter Moon and your mother. That's it.
Wait, not Peter. No.
Fuck you, Peter. Yes, Peter.
I know,
okay?
honey,
You should've liked me.
honey, let's be diplomatic here. I mean,
I'm not being diplomatic. I am not. She knows that.
Oh my God.
I think Viviana loves me enough to know I'm not going to be diplomatic. Yes, Peter.
Well,
That's
I mean,
between
just
me
for
and
the sake
Peter.
of not making my life
No,
harder.
yeah,
Let's
I
not
agree.
make my life harder than it is. That's all.
Right. It has nothing to do with you or Viviana. It's just me and Peter.
Oh my
Peter will
God.
die.
Oh my God. Oh, so.
If he's lucky. Although Peter, you know what? I already sent you. Peter will be the last one. He will be on, what was that movie where the woman swings the axe and like she gets him from the woods and she like ties him to the bed. And she
Misery.
swings
Misery.
Misery. Peter will
Yeah.
be my last one. That's where y'all catch. Peter won't even die.
So,
Y'all
honey,
just find him. The cops will shoot me dead. It'll be fine. Peter's ankles, neck. He doesn't need a dick anyway. 'Cause he doesn't fucking need it. So-
Jesus Christ.
His days are numbered. He's older. It's nothing you can do.
I'm so sick of people feeling sorry for Peter. He does not get to share a birthday with me, and if he didn't share a birthday. with me, I would not.
So that's okay. This makes sense.
Yeah,
you're
they
just
have the
not
same
having it.
birthday.
Okay, yeah,
Do you think that's why she's so triggered?
yeah.
Why is that?
It triggers me. It
What-
triggers
What's
me.
the
Why?
science
Triggers
behind
me.
that?
But why?
I don't know, but I think
They're
maybe,
the same. They're the same sun sign. That's the science behind that.
Yes, and it fucking triggers me that he's 70 and he's like got this ego shit, and I'm like, I'm trying to get over my ego, and you're fucking sitting on your ego, and I can't fucking get it. Like I don't get it. Like,
Oh,
He's a white man.
so he's like your mirror.
He's a white
He's
man,
like a
honey.
mirror.
no, he's not a mirror. He's not a mirror. That's my point. If that's a mirror, if that's what I'm going to be at 70, fucking please shoot me now. Come down here. I will pay someone to kill me fucking now, please.
Honey, moving right along. It's like, so, we all know that, Brendan's
But no, I'm glad that Brendan gets it because it is like it's a birthday trigger.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I sent him a message, Brendan, that said, I don't know why you trigger me, but you do. It was like an apology message when I didn't like drink anything.
Right, that's right. That's not
No,
the one that you.
But
yeah.
I don't let me finish. And they said, I don't know why you trigger me. Maybe it's because we share the same birthday. And then he took that as, don't tell Brooke that my ex-wife.
Anyhow, let's move right along. So, honey, I want you to
she'll
talk
show
about.
up at my door.
Say
she's
for
in love
instance,
with me.
Anyhow, we gotta move along. Brendan, tell us a bit about it has nothing to do with defending yourself. I just want people to understand that when Brooke makes a joke like he's on Social Security, it is a joke and it's funny, but a lot of people misunderstand that. So I do
I'm a dry humor person, Brendan.
So I do want people to understand. Let them know you're working your ass off and you're doing double shifts. So that's important. Oh my God.
He's not working his ass off. He's literally going through his laundry looking for a fucking ring.
Too.
I literally I
that
work
was that was it.
60
Nap
hours
time.
a week.
He came home for a nap. And that's when that somehow wound up off his finger by supernatural means. He found it. He knows he didn't remove it himself. And then when
It
he
was
found
around
it,
my neck. It's like the ring from Lord of the Rings. That's how like secure it is on me.
Yeah.
It's
What?
like that.
Yeah. And then it wound off.
So
off
for
his...
it to be taken off of my body is very serious.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very-
And tell them what
And
happened.
I
Then when you went out to
appreciate
check
that,
on your
'cause
car,
literally-
then some
Yeah.
cultist had sideswiped it. Tell them.
Yes, that's what happened. It was beyond that even. It was supernatural in the sense that
He was taking a nap
I
between
had-
shifts. Go on.
yeah, exactly. And then I woke up to go drop something off at a college nearby my house. And I get to the college and it's like a huge rainstorm. And I didn't see any damage to my car. I go park my car, return my books or whatever I had. Then I came back to my car and my door was smashed in. And so I went to the college police and I said, "Can you roll back the tapes?" And we sat there for like 30 minutes rolling back the tapes and no one had hit my car.
Yeah.
It was completely like as if the timeline had shifted. There was no damage when I pulled up, and then the damage just appears in that time. And so I,
it's called, you know what it's called?
Yeah.
It's called fucking the guy that was on for 3 hours, whatever. If you don't think he's protected by the fucking state, you're all crazy.
wait, who?
She's talking about the fact that Peter Moon is apparently not attacked, but he was obviously attacked in the sense that our Skype was truly fucked with.
He was not attacked. He was pissed off that I said shit about him.
No, really. It's Michelle Carmela Saldana came on when she was not on. Somebody was pumping in old. He doesn't even have the technological sophistication to do that.
People, which you're not fucking getting. You don't think Peter Moon has been assigned to you as you
We'll speak about this later,
knew.
honey. We'll speak about this later, please.
I mean,
come on, have mercy, have pity.
He doesn't really have. I don't.
But believe me, there was sabotage to the Skype when I was trying to bring him on, and he has no reason to sabotage himself. So he did come under attack.
He's taken everybody off you've ever fucking had on.
He did come under attack in that sense. So, by the way, it's not nearly the kinds of attacks that other people may have been suffering from. By the way, our man Ian.
My own daughter has suffered a worse attack and has never
understand.
spoken.
I understand. I agree. I understand. Agree. That's why we will speak about this. I mean, can't let him get away with this. So, and they're already attacking your family. So, definitely, what do you recommend for the best supernatural protection she can have, Brendan?
I already bought all the crucifix, cross,
but
and
Brendan, there must be something else she can do.
Well, in what context? Like, are you looking for like a ward, or are you looking for something further?
Yeah.
Something to keep that shit out, man.
Her health is being attacked. So her health is being attacked supernaturally. Her children are being attacked supernaturally. So what do you recommend?
As I recommended before, herbal magic is very powerful. I'll have to say it. If I prescribe a remedy, then they can counter it. So I'd rather do it
so
privately.
what he needs to do is talk to you privately, darling.
Yeah,
he needs to talk.
Yeah.
That's why I kept telling you, you've got to talk to him privately for a consultation, okay?
Yeah.
Darling?
Yes, this is why I also told you not to tell my kids names out loud.
They already knew that before I said them out loud. You know that for a fact. I never said your children's name out loud. They knew them.
Out loud. No, I said them out loud, so I knew that.
But we know that they knew a bit beyond what you said.
No, they had their fucking number. They had their. One of them had their fucking letters.
Yeah. So believe me, they know that because it's an intelligent network connection to all of this. This is the deep state. So understand that, what's being worked against our man Brendan has been very powerful magic. And it's far more potent than that crazy guy Miguel Andahar could ever deliver. So
the most recent, not recent, but this was before the car accident thing. The most recent situation Douglas remembers where I was like in pain for over a month, 2 months, 3 months. of like the most excruciating pain, like human pain that anyone could go through, whilst my thyroid was shutting down.
Yes, I mean he was dying.
So yeah, it was, like
dying.
definitely
yeah, it was actually a miracle.
on another
Tell
level
about the old witch
of
saved you,
the
the
kind
old
of
gypsy
evil
witch
magic that they have.
lady.
Wow.
Was she Slavic or an old
That's
gypsy witch or
interesting.
East European or what?
So, yeah, I don't know if you have my number, but like,
So-
I would really appreciate a fucking phone call. I know we're friends, I think, online now. So maybe we could talk next time I don't know when you work, but yeah, that would be
Yeah,
good.
I mean we can do that at some point. Yeah. It's
Yes.
no problem.
What is,
Sooner the better.
what is
Sooner
this
the better.
institution again that you speak of?
Which one?
Intelligence. What network?
Oh, honey, it's probably the
It's the dark. I mean, it's just the dark. Like they just work for some not so nice people.
Yeah, the NSA in particular was what Michael Aquino was directly affiliated with, and those are the people responsible for all of the basically communication surveillance. So surveillance of all communications. By the way, I want you to know when I started to respond to that question, I was muted. As soon as I started responding to that question, I was muted. So go on.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to tell you. So fuck you all. NSA is just a fucking term that they are using. And look, I'm getting hiccups now trying to talk.
Yes, that's an occult assault. That's what happens, like a taboo. Tell them about that,
You didn't
Brendan.
fucking talk.
Tell them about taboos, Brendan. How when you bring something up, they can shut you down. Your vocal glitch.
Yeah, I mean, a taboo is a type of magic that prevents. Well, it either prevents one from speaking of a certain name or a certain topic, or it alerts the being that wants to be alerted that their name is being said.
Yes.
So it's like a two-way.
Yeah,
it's
like a
Well,
Google
fuck
alert.
you.
Like there's
hey,
been a
hey,
Yeah.
You got an Aries fucking goddamn moon here. I got over your shit. Fuck you all. It's not fucking NSA. It's all of you fucking beings. And it's not just NSA. NSA started with another fucking name, as we all know. And then it's continued on. It's not just NSA. And the majority of the people probably that work in NSA have no idea what the fuck they're doing. Just like the majority of most government workers don't know what they're fucking doing. Because you have higher powers that are fucking running this shit. And fuck you all.
lower
Come
powers.
to me.
Lower powers higher up.
Yeah,
Oh,
lower.
no. Yes, lower powers, but they think they're higher. Come to me, bitches. Come to me all. Come to me all.
But
Fuckers,
they're coming now, and we're going to get Brendan to help dispel them.
They've already come in. Like I've already had several come in, and I've sent them off. But yeah, I'm gonna need some more help with that,
Yes.
especially physically.
Yes. Thank
Well,
God.
I can help you too, Brooke. I like to do
That's right.
boundary.
Yeah, her
boundary
prayers
work.
will help. I mean, she scared away Daniel Arola. It was Viviana Sanchez. Even Peter Moon congratulated and thanked her for basically scaring off Daniel Arola. Daniel
Okay, well,
Arola.
you just fucking. You know what? I was like, oh, Viv's great, and then you like Peter Moon thinks her. Fuck that.
I don't know what
You
that
just
was
sold her
about,
out.
but I mean, I think there's dynamics to both.
I'm not.
powers.
Look, Peter Moon.
Whatever
Everyone
this-
has their good and bad. Like I just
Well,
have
whatever
I have a
these-
special thing with Peter that I.
Understood.
Triggered.
Understood. So let Viviana talk, though. Let Viviana talk. Go on, honey.
Well, whatever these powers that are operating,
Yeah.
if we could learn like to ascend higher in vibration or intentions and all these other kind of magic, even whatever, to come against them, we can really squander them, especially as a collective.
Collective,
I believe
I do. I agree on that. I agree on both. I think you have to ascend your spiritual dimensions as far as your vibration. And that's the only way I had a keynote. I never would have thought, like, Douglas knows this.
Yes.
How many names do I know, Douglas? You know this. Like, if you go back to the old broadcast, anyone can see the old broadcast. Like, I didn't fucking know Aquino's name. Like, did not even fucking know it. Couldn't remember Peter Moon's name. And then fucking, I'm sitting there doing a meditation before I go to bed. And it was like, good meditation, spiritual meditation. And before I knew it, I'm like in this meditation and fucking, it's like fucking this name comes in and it's like fucking Michael Aquino.
Yeah. Well,
And
you found yourself plotting vengeance against people that you hadn't...
that was the problem. That was the second problem. So the first one was I was starting to like not feel good the Kino came in. I don't even can't even say it was Michael because I'm so bad with names, but it was like, but I remembered it was something from you.
Yeah.
And it hadn't been the same night as a broadcast. That's the other thing. Like, this was not the same night of a broadcast. This was, well in between. And I said, no, you're going out. But I didn't believe it. Like, it's kind of like your intentions. Your intentions, if either one of you, anybody that gets that, intentions are everything, right? Yeah. So my intention was, I think that name just came in. I intend to send you out. Love, light, and peace, send you out. And but my intention wasn't strong. Because my intention wasn't strong because I truly didn't believe that it actually happened. I truly was like, that name came in because I probably heard it in like last broadcast 2 days ago or whatever. Yeah. That's probably why. And so I went back into a meditation. And I'm going deep into it. And then I'm literally, instead of meditating, like, I am plotting. I'm going back into my days of, like, I'll just be honest with you, I have a Scorpio fucking rising. And I have and obviously Brandon will get this, but it has a tendency to go to, like, my tendency back then was to go to, like, I can do one of two things, but one is vengeance. Like, I can plot the ultimate vengeance on anyone. Like, now, have I delivered it ever? No. Maybe not even delivered ultimate, no. But maybe delivered a little, but in 20s. But, like, I can it was still there. It was all still there. And I'd had something happen about 1.5 years ago and 1.5 years before that. Not even a year before that, 6 months before that, probably. And I call myself in this meditation that's supposed to be great, right? Like, I'm doing a peaceful meditation to go to bed. And the next thing I know, I'm in a literal hour state, and I have come out, I'm like, not only plotting vengeance in my, like, in this meditation, I have figured out how it's going to fucking happen. I'm fucking seeing it, who I'm going to fucking have there, how the fuck it's going to happen, watching the body, like, I won't say body dead, but body, like, because it wasn't a dead person, but they were going to be fucking tied up in front of a door. Like, they were things I was fucking plotting in my head that were not me. And I hadn't even thought of this, what had happened to me. I hadn't even thought of it. Like, there was nothing. So when I thought I sent a keynote out, and they said, oh, it's not a keynote, oh, you go. That's how I knew. Because then I finally, after like about 1.5 hours of just like literally, I was in it so bad that I had it all planned out. How much money I was going to give the people, who was going to do it, every fucking thing. And then something came over me and I was like, this isn't me. And I pull out and I was like, you get the fuck out of here. And that's when I told Akino. And I was like, no, I fucking let you in. And that's what I'll always say. Like, that, I let that in. Like, it was like, it'd been 2 days before I'd really heard about him and learned about him. And,
that was another yawn from our man, Brendan. It was
well,
him.
Fuck you, Brendan. Shut up. And next time I'll plot your fucking vengeance, and maybe it won't be a kingdom. Maybe it'll just be me, and you'll fucking die, okay?
He'll enjoy it.
I'm making
And he
balls
has healing
full.
intentions towards you.
Oh,
He might have healing intentions, but I still make his balls fucking full again, or whatever.
Hi, what's that?
Not me.
It's Jesus.
That's
I got it.
Brendan.
Yeah. At any rate, so yeah, but honey, I appreciate your sharing that. It's so important. Let's see if Brendan's still on with us. Let me check the call here. And
I'm here.
see if he kind of fit. Oh, yeah.
I don't care. He's fucking making noises and yawning. Fuck you, Brendan. I appreciate your millet shit, but you don't get to yawn on my story. I didn't yawn on your millets.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, it's very late where I'm from, and I'm trying to sleep.
Where are you from? Where are you
He's
from?
on my time zone. He's on my
Brendan,
time zone. It's
I'm
only
on the
close to
East
midnight
Coast.
here. 5 minutes to
I'm in
midnight.
fucking South Carolina. Do you know what time it is here?
Yeah, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in the
Yes,
morning,
I do know.
Bren.
It's 2:55 a.m., bitch. You're a little bitch, okay? Grow some more balls. Those balls that you grew to are big. They aren't big enough.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
you need to fucking grow them bigger.
That was because they were not healthy. That
I
was
don't
like
give
a whole
a shit.
issue.
Why? You still don't have big ones to fucking be like, oh my god, it's midnight. I have to go to bed. It's 11 p.m.
Holy shit.
8 more millets.
Oh my God. Oh God. Oh my God.
Wait, what?
He's yawning again.
Yeah, I'm not even believing in his millets anymore. I'm pretty sure like his millets, they're gonna make me
that's
yawn
fine.
like
You,
that.
like, the magical millets are only for those who need them, you know.
Well, apparently you need more. You need a lot more magical millets. Okay, you need to find this. How many did you give me? How many did you give me? You gave me 6, I think.
There's five.
5. You need to find
They're
the
called
6th
city
one.
guns.
You need to kind of find the 6th one.
I mean,
like,
there's 10 of them. I could give you all 10, but
well, no, you just need to find the
other
one that's
5.
the energetic ball millet.
The other 5, that would be little millet. Little millet's good for the reproductive system, but
Okay,
The
that's fine.
5
Where's the energy millet? Because that's what you fucking need, my yawning ass.
I need to go to sleep because I have work.
He works.
I'm
He
very
works,
tired.
honey. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, well, you know who doesn't work? Fucking Douglas Dietrich.
Nor does Brooke Gibson for a while now.
I've been sick, man. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my God.
All right, I'll give Brendan that. If he's got to work, he's got to go. I love you, Brendan.
Okay.
Thank you for
Yes.
We love
Good
you,
evening. Good
Thank
evening.
you,
Good
Brendan.
luck.
Yes.
I appreciate
you.
that.
Yes.
Thank
Many
Sweetest
many
dreams.
gracious.
And know that these two
Blessings
ladies
to
are
you.
sharing your bed with you when you retreat into the dreamlands, okay?
I am not sharing the bed with you. Your balls fucking apparently are lazy and sleepy. So until you figure out how to not make them fucking like.
Let me just be clear. I'm happy to sleep alone and I prefer it.
You sleep alone, that's fine. I just don't want to sleep with someone that's like, yawning. You yawn to
She'll
me.
kick you out of the bed.
I mean, my situation, like my virulence is not harmed, I assure you. It's just there was just like some
But here's
problems
the
that
thing.
happened.
Viv can sleep with you, and this isn't putting Viv down, but she's going to smoke so much pot, she'll be passed out before you. She'll be like, the cookies are burning, the fire alarm's on.
I
You
did
won't
with the
even-
pizza yesterday.
Oh,
Totally forgot about it.
Y'all actually might make it
All right.
simple, to be honest
Well,
with you.
All
right.
right.
yes,
Good night.
many blessings.
We love you.
everybody.
We love you.
Yes.
Brendan.
Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Love y'all. Bye. Love you.
Oh my God. So there we are. There's our man. And
And now I'm leaving. I'm leaving you with Viv. And that's not. Oh,
Are you
fuck,
okay?
that fucking bait hit me. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, it's a bait, man.
yes.
You know what I mean? It is not a pot bait. Like, I wish, Viv, I could do that, man. It's not.
I know.
You know, but maybe if you came down here and you taught me.
Yeah,
Yes.
and we could just chill. Like, you have to be in a good mindset. Like, chill.
Yes.
When are you coming?
I don't know. I could come. I
That's
don't
an
know. Maybe in a
entendre.
month.
But go on.
Yeah.
Does
I
the
like
bus
how
go-
you said
does-
that. I love that word. I don't even know what it means, but I'm pretty sure I do.
Do you have a train that goes there? Amtrak?
I have a train you'll get when you get here. But what I'm saying is, no, I don't train. I mean, there's an Amtrak. Yes, there is an Amtrak because it's stupid bitch fucking Douglas hat on. Fuck, you want to take an Amtrak? My ass stay here.
That's by the way, that's
Deanna
Fraser.
Fraser.
Yes. Go on.
No, that was Greyhound. I'm sorry. That was Amtrak.
Yeah,
she
yeah, it
wanted
was
to take
Greyhound.
Greyhound.
Yes. Yes. She was gonna stay there and move in. She was gonna move in.
She said, I would, and I was like, I really can't have that here because I have my kids and my dogs. What I told her, and she's like, it's okay. I'll take care of your kids and dog. I've never.
Yeah,
messed
believe
with
that
someone.
shit. Believe that shit, and
While
tell
you're
her how she wound up in prison. She wound up in prison, not just jail, but prison, and she was taking care of kids when that happened, right?
Yeah. So she says she went to prison. We do know she went to prison, not
Prison,
jail.
not jail.
But then,
Prison.
no, but when we asked her about why she went to prison, oh, well, it was because the boyfriend I was dating. I hope to God she's not listening. I hate putting people down. Like, I mean, she did say this on air, so I'm not saying anything she didn't say. Yeah. So she said because the boyfriend I was dating at the time, I liked him, and we got like her daughter and her friend's daughter or whatever over, and they said we could fuck in there. Apparently, she didn't have her own place, which is really like if you listen to the story, this is bad enough. She said they said we could come fuck in their house. Her and her boyfriend, okay?
Oh my God.
If they bought them alcohol, her friend and the friends and her daughter's friend. I assume it was her daughter's friend's house. So they did buy them alcohol, and all we got, and I have to admit, there has to be more to this story for her to get to prison. But the basic of it was they went in the house, she fucked him. And then she says she woke up and he was fucking with one of the fucking girls. And then she went to prison for contributing to delinquency of a minor, which, to be honest, you don't go to prison for contributing to delinquency of a minor, number one. That's maybe if you've had like 40 other charges, fine. Well, you don't just go to prison for contributing to delinquency of a minor. And that's what she went to prison apparently for, is what she tells us, and then all their poems this is all on air.
Yes.
Like, I'm not saying anything. Like, this is all on air. And she wrote poems about her prison sentence and how she would get paper and pens and about the paper and the pens and her writing. Anyway, my point to this is she didn't go to jail just for that. Like, there was some more to the story. And then she wanted to come stay with me, and she was like, just for a day or two. But then I was like, I can put you up in a hotel. She was like, well, I can just stay at your house. I was like, I have dogs and kids, and like, I just can't lose my hair. And she's like, well, I can take care of the dogs and kids while you're gone. And then I don't know that. Like, Viv, I know you more than I know her. Like, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, there's not, like, a knowledge of this person other than her prison story. So, I was like, I don't even know. Like, I don't know. I don't fucking know how to go anywhere.
What I feel happened was that whoever her boyfriend was anxious to fuck somebody fuckable, and she was held responsible because it was her home in which he was found raping all these young girls. Statutory rape, perhaps, but rape nonetheless, technically. And so she went to do solid prison. It had to be even more than that. He must have paid her money for it, and that's, somehow wound up in the
teeth.
Yeah. Right? I mean, what was that you said, honey?
We're not going to talk about the teeth.
No, the teeth. She said herself that I asked her why. Oh, that was how Brooke got so angry at me. Basically, I had to go have a bowel movement or something, and then I had to fill time. So I said, "Hey, Brooke, why don't you sit here and listen while Deanna tells you about how she lost all her teeth?" And then
Deanna had one tooth left, and I made the mistake of telling fucking Douglas, this is the first time I'd ever talked to her, only daughter twice, that that woman only got one tooth. And he then was like, I go to the bathroom, why don't you let Deanna tell you the story of how she lost all her teeth? And I was like, fuck you, because I knew that the only person who knew that, at least on air at this point, was me. And he fucked me the fuck over, as he's done multiple occasions. And I had to try to cover, and be a sweet bit about it. And the thing is like, I told her, but she was like, I used to wish when I was a kid, I don't know, some stupid story. I don't even want to fucking know.
She wanted to be like this old lady she saw on TV, the toothless hag.
It was a hag, and she said, I'll be a hag. And that's what I fucking became. Like the hag with no teeth. It was some song or something. And then she said, and I used to sing it to my parents. and that's what I became. And then I don't know, like, what do you say to that? Like, yeah, I guess you did. Like, I mean, or like, yeah, the soul made it happen. I don't fucking know. How do you respond to that? But Deanna has some good qualities, so let's not put her down. Like, she has great qualities. She was very poetic in some of her stuff. She's very literary. Like, if she was listening to Spirit, especially, like, I really did think she was poetic in a lot of her stuff. So, and she helped me, like, at Christmas. Like, she called me, and so everyone's got their qualities, good and bad. We all have to realize that. And so, yeah, Deanna had her shit, and but let's not forget, we all have our shit. And that's what I want to say. We all have our shit. So let's not put Deanna down in that way. We can put her down, but put me down too. Like, everybody's like,
well, let's just put it this way. Okay. It was
Deanna.
You had to do what you had to do. You had to do what you had to do, which was basically when Brooke came on.
That hurt me. That did hurt me, though.
I understand, but it had to be done. Had to be done because she really wasn't getting the message. She was not getting the message, and I'll tell you all, everything Brooke says about this really doesn't give any of you the real story. The real story was Brooke was about to surrender to Deanna. She was like telling me how guilty she felt and how maybe she could just let her stay for a while, a few weeks, and I said, honey, well, you know, basically, I didn't say it. Sammy Romero did. The person who deserves all the credit for this was Sammy Romero. Basically,
Sammy fucking told me. He was like,
and just said, you've got to say no in no uncertain terms. You can't, you know, you've got to say no because this woman's not going to leave when she's installed. She's not going to leave. And it's going to be, you would take it's going to turn into police coming, and the police won't do anything because they'll just, police can't do anything in half these. It's like possession is 9/10 of the law. It's like you took in a stray dog. It's like, you can't ask the police to take it away.
I was just, it would be like, here's the thing. I would have been like you more than you. Like, Sammy would have been like, call the police, and I'd eventually end up shooting the bitch.
Yeah, yes.
Like, get the fuck out of my house.
Yeah.
Like, you're with my kid.
Yeah.
So it was going to be bad no matter what. But Sammy, you're right. You told me, but you were doing your Libra. He's great with Libra, like passive, like. But then Sammy just came in, and Sammy's like, "That's a crazy bitch, and you're stupid."
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, we have to be honest about this. I mean, understand that what Deanna was doing was wrong, and she needed to hear it. She got the message, and it had to be said here on air, really, because she wasn't getting the message otherwise. This was the place to do it because then there are witnesses, and people have to understand how important that is. We
had only spoken. You have to remember, like, even Viviana and I've spoken more, like, on this conversations, but like Deanna and I did speak privately, but it was once when you first had her on, and the second time was to ask to fucking come here, pretty much, right?
Yes. Yes, where she said she was feeling out her options, and
she was looking at it. She was, yes, exactly. And then the next one was like when she does those voicemails. Like, I'm looking at the voice thing, and she was like, "I want to come stay with you." She, like, if you know Facebook, you can do a voice message, and she was like, "So if I just come stay with you for a few days, I'm gonna come through Greyhound, blah blah blah."
Yes, you had it planned out. That's the part that is so offensive, was the fact that she plotted it out. This is like plotting.
The problem was I looked it up from where she was going to Greenville, because I looked at the ticket. The ticket from where she needed to go to her daughter's was an extra $50-$60. So why the fuck would you stay here for $50-$60?
She had no intention of leaving. She wasn't, that the daughter had nothing to do with it. She was going to move in. She was going to relocate.
My thing is I don't think the daughter was welcoming her there. And she
yes. So understand, this is like, it was serious. This was a true invasion of privacy, and I'm surprised that Brooke is acting so much Libra and diplomatic here. And honestly, I'll point out. I'll be happy to point out.
Learn from you.
Yeah. Yes. Well, there you go. And I'll be. Why can't you be that way with people that I'm partnered with in business.
Because I hate Peter Moon, and Peter Moon
Yeah,
sucks
yeah, yeah.
dick.
Okay,
Fuck you.
sorry I brought it up. But okay, but when it comes to when it comes to Deanna Fraser, the point was that there was a lot of odd things going on. She had volunteered to help me out on the production, and was actually fairly.
You know what?
Yeah.
That's my point.
Yeah.
That's my point. That's why I could be that way with Deanna. Deanna never fucking came on, even when she came to the. She was never like, and I know the world. And I stayed in a cave with gold fucking tendencies, and I came back with a wife.
Oh yeah, no, yes, again, to put it back. There's other things that Deanna did that were, shall we say, on par, at least. And that is to, when she had you on the phone,
herself.
that one time she had you on the phone, she lampreyed you. She sunk her teeth in, and she sucked. And she sucked, and she sucked, and you were left energy, psychic, vampire drained. I don't even want to use the term vampire because that's an insult to my species. But
it was drained. It was drained.
Yeah. She energy sucked you dry. So
But
I
want to give her this. I want to give her this in case she's listening, or even if she's not, just for energy wise. I want everyone to know. It was Christmas, and when she called me, literally, and that was when she was apparently wanting this. But she called me, and I was literally in tears because I was going to the mall, and like I didn't know what to buy my kids, and have much money. And she was like, and I did tarot, and she does tarot, and she's like, "Hey, do you want your tarot cards for you?" So what I'm saying is, everyone has their goods. Like she fucking helped me that fucking day because I was in tears about to go in the mall, and she gave me some positive words. Now, did she ask to move in with me 2 days later? Yes. But like at that point, like everyone has their positives. And so I just want to say that, like, I do want to be there that way. I have yet, like Peter Moon even, like gave me breathing techniques. Yeah. And even though I put him fucking down, he tried to help me give him breathing techniques. But then he was looking at my boobs while he was like slowly fucking breathe in. And then slowly breathe out. And I'm watching his eyes. And then he's the one that literally, I'm not going to say it, but you already know what he said to you. And it's just bullshit. Like, that's the difference, is that bitch was obvious, but she wasn't trying to be, I think she was trying to be a person that was like, yeah, I want something. Everyone wants something out of someone. Let's be honest with you. Like, I want money, I want dick, I want fucking pussy, I want you to make me calm. Like, fuck, what the fuck ever. Like, there's always, like, even if you're in a marriage, you're like, make me come, go get fucking breakfast for me. Like, there's always something you want out of someone.
Thank you. This is quite true. And it's altruistic egoism. It's a positive, but there are limits, and there's reason. We have to be reasonable about what we want.
Here's the fucking biggest limit should be, I don't know what you're getting out of Peter Moon about.
Moving right along. Yes, honey, please. My life's difficult enough, and what we need to have is moving right along.
Tell the truth to everyone. Everyone knows.
The misunderstand. Let's just put it this way: the presumptive, the invasive nature of what our lady Deanna Fraser.
What basically I'm trying to say is that Douglas sells his soul to fucking Peter Moon to sell some books. And if you are listening to Peter Moon, Moon, you should get his own. You should listen to a Peter Moon podcast. Don't listen to a Douglas Dietrich podcast, because I can assure you Douglas Dietrich is not in love with Peter fucking Moon.
Anyhow, honey, look, darling.
But Peter Moon is
my
in love
life
with
is difficult enough.
Let's
stop there. Good God, you insist on, honey. Don't be an agent of chaos. Don't be an agent of chaos and discord. You're better than that.
I'm sorry. I was kidding. It was all a joke.
Thank you.
It was my dry sense of humor.
I understand that your delivery is such. A lot of people don't understand that. And
they don't get it. I know. It's totally dry sense of humor and not the truth.
All right. So, that being said, Viviana, where are you? Is Viviana Sanchez still with us?
I'm still here. Yeah.
Oh yes, please.
Viviana should
So
talk.
help me by participating in this conversation, honey. And just so that people understand, just to kind of conclude what I was saying about Deanna Fraser, because this is important, is that when we all have expectations from people, there are obviously these have to be tempered with reason. And the problem with Deanna Fraser is that there was the sad thing is that when you open up to some people, and which is what Brooke did, and Brooke gave of herself to Deanna, as Brooke said, there's things that Deanna did in turn that she appreciated, but the problem was that there's just too much expectations.
You look for the good in people. I think you should look for the good in people.
Well, we do go for the good in people, but then certain people cross boundaries, and when certain people cross boundaries, that when it came to Deanna Fraser, she was crossing a boundary that was the bad thing was, and this is where I came in, was basically I certainly could see that Brooke was really not wanting to hurt Deanna. So Deanna was, in that sense, ruthlessly taking advantage of Brooke's good nature. I can't believe I just said that, but believe it or not, that's really what was going on.
You said it. You said it, and it's the truth. Like, people don't get that I have the good nature. You see it.
Yes,
you get it privately.
You see it with the animals in particular.
You get my good nature privately. Most people don't get to see it.
Yes.
Yeah, I get it, though. Yeah. People can target you for that.
Yeah. And tell us, Viviana, about supernatural assaults that you've suffered and people who have tried to take advantage of your good nature.
Oh, thank you for putting me on the spot. No.
The first one I can tell her is I'm trying to take over good nature is fucking like, where do you live?
Well,
I mean,
I've had people come after my children. And I don't know.
Well, Douglas knows a lot about mine.
Yeah. So tell us about what happened with yours, as much as you're willing to share, Viviana.
Yeah, well, it was probably one of my first engagements where I really saw the power in prayer, in Jesus, and in His Word. But I didn't have any clue what was happening. But anyway, I have a daughter, and as soon as she became, I don't know, like, things just started happening around me that were tied to her father, which was not in the picture. Mm-hmm. And
did this have anything to do with her reaching puberty?
Or Douglas Dietrich?
No, she was just a baby at the time. So he was not around or anything, but there was people coming into my life that were around him. And I developed a relationship with this woman, and I would go to her house and help her cook and do all these things. And I always have my children with me. And one day my daughter just started running, and she was running through the house and hit her cheek just in the right spot to where she got her first black eye. Mm-hmm. And so immediately when we came in the house, the question is, what happened to her eye? So I told her, and she just took a picture and sent it to her father, which I had no idea. Anyway, I have CPS at my door. The next thing you know,
Child Protective Services. Go on.
Yeah, they're at my door, and yada yada. We got a call, and then doing their whole spiel. And then I had a conversation with someone who was also attached with her father and this woman. And this guy was just drunk one night, and he was talking to me on the phone for some reason. I don't know why we were talking, but he was like, "Yeah, we're making sure that we get information for Zach for you, and we also and I've also reported you to CPS and such, and blah blah blah."
Jesus
and so
Christ.
I call up my friend. Yeah, and so I call up my friend, and I was like, "This is going on," and so we started praying about it with Isaiah 54, and he was reminding me, like, to remember that word, like, no weapon formed against you will prosper, and every tongue that rises against you will condemn, and such. And so that guy had, and I never intended for anyone to die. Okay, but he died like about a week and a half later.
All right.
He was apparently
So
cleaning his
you were
gun.
involved with Douglas Dietrich back then.
Well, he didn't. Was I? No, I think this was like
I like how she has to think about
2000.
that. Yes.
No, I went a time without internet for a long time, like 4 years.
Yeah.
So there was no, I had no communication like that. So it was around that time. Anyway, so he was apparently like cleaning his gun and shot himself.
All right. Even better.
And then that woman eventually, like, a lot of bad stuff happened to her, but I still helped her. Like, I helped her when she needed to. She had like hoarding a disorder and a very violent husband. And so I helped her a couple of times after that, but she eventually just had a really. So I just saw that, like.
She eventually just had to really, come
Wow.
on, we need to know the details here.
Well, I mean, she just had it rough. She had really bad health, and she was younger than me, and she got evicted, and she had a really bad time after that, went homeless and things. And then so I don't hope those things, but God removed those things and judged them. I believe that in his own way. Does that sound
Well, Viviana,
morbid
you and I
or
are
bad?
first of all about to have a disagreement, but I'm gonna have to fucking give on Douglas first. Douglas, you remember that woman that had her bones? So you saw the white on the bones and you shot the 2 dogs through the head?
Yeah.
That woman probably did the same kind of shit, Viviana talking about. She probably deserved her fucking bones fucking removed. She probably deserved that skin removed. And you shot 2 innocent dogs through the fucking head. Fuck you. Secondly, Viv, I'm gonna give you this. Like, it's okay. Like, Bible, I was raised with it. I'm Southern Baptist Christian. Like, that's how I was raised. So there's not a Bible verse. Well, there's probably Bible verses because you studied them now that you will quote that I will not quote. But what I will say is the fact that to say that God judged, that is my ultimate. That's not my God. My God.
Well, I think
judge.
that it was spiritual
God
law
doesn't
because
judge.
these also
God does not judge. So
these
our
are
God,
people who were cursing me and such. Like, they were
but
coming
God,
after
but
me.
that's the thing. God doesn't judge. They judge themselves. So they came here. They came here the same way any soul does, the same way yours does, the same way mine does. They judge themselves and they put themselves in their own fucking karma. Okay. So yes, did they get judged? Yes. But does our Creator, who is ultimately love, judge? Love doesn't judge. That's my thing. People don't get that. Love doesn't judge. That is where the whole Bible got messed up. Love doesn't fucking judge, okay? Our Creator is love. He created love. He created everything, and he expanded. You can call it the Big Bang, what the fuck ever you want to call it. But at the end of the day, our Creator doesn't judge. He doesn't go heaven and hell. The people that want to go, there's a hell. There is no hell. There is a hell. Now, don't get me wrong. But the hell is, your hell is to be away from the Creator, and you always have a way to get back. There's never not a way. Like, what we were taught as hell as Christians, which was indoctrinated by the Catholic Church, was indoctrinated by the Jewish, which is what we all just went into. That was all indoctrination of, like, you follow our rules. Follow our rules or you're going to die in hell and you're going to burn for eternity. Okay. Like, that's not it. The what it is, and again, this is just my
belief. I mean, certainly to not to disagree with you at all, but just to put it in some perspective, what our dear lady Viviana
I hate
is
your
saying,
perspective. I hate your perspective.
What
Fuck
Viviana is saying is not necessarily that God is doing her work for her, but rather that these people are doing exactly what you're saying.
That's what
but
I'm trying to say.
It's all part of the godly order.
Did it, yes, that's my point. Is that I'm
okay, so it's a spiritual.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I'm talking about spiritual law. Then the spiritual law was practiced and exercised according to that practice, I believe. Yeah, I
Yes.
understand.
The spiritual law, yes. If you believe the spiritual law is your own, you are your own God. Okay, that's the way I look at it. You are your own God.
Or rather, you're, in a sense, what you're doing is God's work by...
Well, no, each of us has the piece of God. So if you look at the Big Bang, God wanted to create and he wanted to experience.
Yes, that's true, because we're created in his image. So we
each have a piece of God in us. So if you have a piece of God in you, you're going to judge yourself. Yes. So my point is that what came back in was,
but Viviana gets that. You get that, right, Viviana? You get that.
Yeah, I get that, and I understand. Thank you for, if I made it too harsh, perhaps I
just mean there's there's not like an ultimate creator that's of love that is like saying everyone goes to hell no matter what they did. And let me tell you something. I hate, like Douglas knows, like there's two kinds of people I will fucking kill if I fucking get, I'll be, besides Peter, and I will fucking kill like any people that kill animals. Like, and I don't mean kill animals, but like I don't mean like murder them for like meat or whatever. Like I mean fight animals, like chain them up. Like I'm in the South, so they chain them up to the death, and then they like steal fucking dogs out of your backyard, and they fucking throw them into a fucking pit, and just to fucking get the two pit bulls that they have chained that have never been let go. They have totally fought and beat, and like these innocent creatures who could be the best animals you've ever fucking known, they fucking, number one, take and they take your Chihuahua and your fucking Shih Tzu and your shit, and they let them.
All the gory details. I think we get the message. You don't like people who abuse animals, obviously, and that's
so.
Fine.
I know, but some people that don't know it do need to know it, and so my point is that's what happens. They will steal animals out of your backyard. That's what happens to a lot of missing animals. They steal them, and then those are in the middle of the dog fights. Okay, that's just to get them going. And then once they finally let the two pits go, people are betting on the pits, right? Mm-hmm. These are pits that have been chained, and people say pits, and they hear, oh, it's an awful pit. You have the best pit bull in the world. I've had them love my kids, lick their necks, never would have bit them. It's the same as like a Chihuahua who will bite. If you haven't trained that Chihuahua, will bite the fuck out of them. But now the difference is, if you didn't train the Chihuahua right, he's going to fucking bite, but he's not going to kill. The pit bull, if he's trained right, he's not, like, it's a difference in, like, biting, just like a vampire biting, right? Mm-hmm. Yes. Like, it's just, it's a bite. But at the same time, those pit bulls had no more intention to kill till they were chained to a fucking tree, couldn't move out of their own shit, and then they were literally antagonized and fought. And so that to me is the ultimate, almost to me worse than child abuse, because I will say child abuse is horrible, and it is, and I won't say that it's not worse, but I will say this, like, a child gets abused once, and now a child that gets abused multiple times, obviously a different story, but I look at it differently. I look at it as you've taken two innocent things. If they're under 5 years old and they're fucking innocent, it's pure innocence. You're talking about pure innocence. They have no fucking clue. Animal has no clue, period. And you're fucking taking it, innocence, and you're fucking making it fucking evil for your own sake, your own money, your own calm, what the fuck ever you're doing. And it's horrible. So I would kill the child abusers. Anybody that would fucking rape a child under the age of 5 or 6 years old, especially, I would say a minimum. And those that fucking do this the same. I think that's the exact same, and that's what people need to get to dog fighters. Dog fighters like Michael Vick, who fucking got away and got to play football again. Like, you don't understand what he did. it's not just you fought a dog. It's not just like one dog fight. Like, you need to understand what dog fighting truly is. If you're in the South, you know what dog fighting truly is. And it is not about just a one dog fighting another dog. And it's like, oh shit, they fought. I've had my dogs fight, and it's horrible when the dogs fight, and I've had to break them up. That's not what they do. They take multiple dogs, they kill them, they let them die, and then the ones that they're fighting, it's a bet, and they fucking have put them in a spawn. It's just like a fucking child. If you were to have a child, I'd be like, I'm gonna rape it 50 fucking times. Not to mention they do rape dogs. They do rape the pits.
Yes.
So you have to understand, this is a sick mentality that has to be, like, not that it has to be stopped. It should have to be stopped. But maybe we can't. But at the end of the day, you have to understand that this is not something that continues to go on. And when I say everyone should burn in hell, what I'm saying with Viv is that a friend of mine just taught me this. She's like, Brooke, you have to understand there's no good and bad. And I said, you can't fucking tell me that, bitch. There's no good and bad. I kept telling her, I was like, you telling me there's no good and bad? Like, this is good and bad. Like, that's bad. She's like, no. She's like, that's your perspective. That is and the way she would put it, and she was so peaceful with it. And she's like, I don't argue with anyone. She would say, like, what you have to understand is what we're raised, like, was different. Like, there is no good and bad. Everything came in. And you're judging them. I'm judging them. You're right. I am judging them. I kill them in a fucking heartbeat. And I told her that. I'll kill them in a fucking heartbeat, and I don't judge myself for it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, what she's saying is, you don't judge yourself for it. That's fine.
Understood.
But don't judge them either. What you need to understand is, if you were ultimately where you really need to be, is you wouldn't judge them. You would understand that there was no judgment. The judgment, like the Bible says, was left for God.
So, honey, yeah, I thank you for sharing that. Now, Viviana, the situation where obviously what happened with these individuals who were targeting your children, trying to have your children taken away from you, they paid the price for that. They paid the price for that with some real instant karma. By historical terms, it was instantaneous. It happened very fast in terms of the time it can take for these things to come around. So, such being said, what about the other thing that I asked about, aside from the supernatural assault? There might have been other examples, but we were also speaking of, what else were we talking about, darling? Perhaps you two ladies can remind me.
Well, we were talking with Brendan about herb magic and
yes.
other principles that he didn't want to really divulge.
Understood. In terms of,
I'm just like that. That's when I was thwarted into understanding, like, how to take up spiritual principles and powers and use them and transmute whatever evil into, like, now taking the word as truth and using it in the power of Yah, and that's has nothing to do with you, like saying, let your will be done, whatever that is.
Transmute. So when I sent mine out, and I think this is where you're going, but when I've told Douglas this, and he didn't like it, but when I came back from that, which I told you, that an hour and a half, and like literally plotting the death of basically people, almost death. It wasn't going to be death, but it was going to be great vengeance. Was not me. Was great vengeance plotted. I had the person, the people, I had the money. It was all plotted. I had gone into a meditation. Let's just be peaceful, right? And that's when I knew, when I had sent him out the first time. Like, I didn't know his name. I did not know his name, and I swear to God on anything. And Douglas will vouch for this. Anyone goes back and listens, will hear me say, I don't know somebody's name. Who was that? Like, I don't freaking know. But like his name came in the first time, and I was like, you get the fuck out. But I thought it was something funny and stupid. So I didn't really send it with intention. And intention is everything, meaning your will behind it, your will, your force, your love. And so I didn't send it. And then I went back into the meditation. And then that's when the hour and a half and that's when I came out of it and was like, no, this isn't me. Like I was strong enough, thank God, to come out of it and be like, wait, this is me. Like I know me. I mean, it is me. It's my dark side. Don't get me wrong. I have a dark side. But I knew that dark side was being brought out by something. And so that's when I said, you are leaving. And that's when I knew his name. And I sent it. But I sent him. And he sent him with love and light and peace. I said, I send you out. You must leave my home. You're not allowed to be in my home. And I send you with love and light and peace. And I send anything negative or not. Anything negative with love and light and peace. Because my point to everything I just said was, I believe our God and our Creator believes everything is of love and light and peace. He sent some things here that had to be on the other side, or we wouldn't. How could you know fucking love without fucking hate, right? Mm-hmm. How could you know fucking, like, how could you know any of it? Like, if fucking you didn't have somebody hate you and horrible to you, how could you know it was something good to you? Right? So those things were similar, same creator. He wanted to experience. But at the end of the day, he expects everything to be brought back to him. And he knows they will be. They will be. Those same spirits, we can talk about Aquino, and as horrible as he is, he will eventually be brought back to the light. And so I said, I send you with love and light and peace. I don't care where you go, but you are not allowed here. I don't care where you go. Love and light and peace. Do it 3 times. I don't care where you go. And then and Douglas didn't like it. And I said, and by the way, you probably owe Douglas an apology.
That's delightful. Actually, I don't consciously remember you telling me that. I vaguely remember it. I'm not saying you didn't. You definitely, I'm sure you did.
No, I told you that. I told you that. And
yeah,
you were like,
it's just I'm now consciously remembering.
I don't want his, they used to something like, I don't want his fucking apology.
That doesn't sound like me.
It was something like that. It was something, I did something like that.
That's very kind and gentle, but when you have nemesises,
yeah,
and their intent is to destroy you,
yeah,
I don't ever want to be that kind. Not in the spirit realm.
Yes, understood.
Like, I'll give you water. You come to my door, I'll feed you, whatever. But don't.
Okay, but whatever. You're a lying. You are a lying bitch right now. You have had fucking nemesis.
I like to war. I like vengeance. I believe in judgment in certain realms that.
All right, so you're telling me never through your child life, you have never had a nemesis where you were like, I hope that little girl.
I believe in. I'm not saying in the.
I wish she were ponytails were nice or like whatever.
I believe in fighting in the spiritual realm.
George Knight has joined us. Did George?
Well, thank fucking God for the fucking Englishman that fucking cheats on his wife.
Hey, now, Brooke, now that's just wrong. It's not true. That's not true. So that being said, your sense of humor, there's delivery needs to be. So, honey.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was just delivery, George. That was totally not meaningful.
So, honey, perhaps it's time for you to retreat into the gentle night.
No, I swear to God I'm not. George is here.
Baby. George is my man.
I will shut my mouth. How about that? When I say another word.
Yeah, that's right. And but I love you for it. And Ian, it says he's almost ready for God knows what. George.
Yeah,
where is Ian? Hi, George.
He's lurking. He says he's preparing shit. I shudder to think.
Ian. Ian's not here, but George, I would like to know how your fucking wife is doing.
Yeah. Well, it's I'm sure she's doing fine. I understand that she had some conversations with you. She was contacting myself and then reached out to you. So Yeah, I'm sure she's doing fine. You know what? I explicitly say we shouldn't discuss that.
We're not going to discuss anything on here. Here's what I will discuss.
No,
George,
no,
you always...
honey,
No,
honey.
no, no, no.
Oh,
No,
no, honey,
I'm going to
do
be
me a favor.
perfectly
Come on, life is
fucking
hard.
calm. I just talked to an English guy today, and I talked about George, and all I said was George was like so perfect in his English accent.
Yes.
And how you can be that fucking perfect.
Well, we all have our failings. We all have our failings.
Oh,
For
George
instance,
knows
I'm on
mine.
steroids at the moment, you know. And
so why did he not admit it fucking his?
So, honey, do me a favor. You know, just go with the flow.
I'm going to shut up. I'm going to mute.
Yeah,
Focus.
there we are. Love you dearly. Okay. Damn. Oh, my life is hard. So, how long have you been there, George?
Hello, Douglas. I've just joined, so thank you so much for having me on.
Oh, believe me, it's always an honor to have you here. And believe me, you're my man. And say hello to Viviana. Hey.
Hello, Viviana. Nice to speak to you. Nice to speak to Brooke as well.
Say hello to Brooke.
Hello, Sir George.
Nice to speak to
Hello.
Brooke as well. He said nice to speak to Brooke as well. He said that.
Can you speak to me, George?
Yes, he can. But, honey, let's keep it
because it was
pleasant.
Funny. I told the guy earlier, I was like, you don't speak quite like the Brit I know, because every time he comes on, he's like, oh, and thank you for having me, and thank you, and God's blessings. Okay, anyway, fuck my life, George.
You do realize that the guy you were talking to, Richie Sunak, is actually an American raised at Stanford.
He's not even a real Brit.
Yeah. That's Rishi Sunak. He's just a yellow house nigger. He's like, they put him in charge so they could say they have some color, you know. And
not who I'm discussing. I will be more than glad to send you the link to who I'm discussing if you want to fucking go there. But whatever.
Oh my God. Yeah, she was really talking to who's the guy who does America's Got Talent, but he does it for Britain. He's Simon. Yeah.
No, he's a fat fucking tarot reader from fucking England, and I'm 2 hours from London, and he's fucking fat shit and looks his fucking mother.
Oh, Miles Johnston. Yeah, Miles Johnston.
With her fucking mother. By the way, I'm gonna shut up.
And Douglas, yeah, that was the name.
Yeah.
That was the name I was trying to recall the last time I was on last Thursday's transmission. It was Miles Johnston. It was the name I was trying to recall. No, it was just out of my head. Thank God, purged from my memory.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, Miles Johnston is this human piece of shit. He's this old British fart who, like, I could go on for hours about this repulsive human being, but he's basically bad news, and he's basically an echino-cultist. He is definitively an echino-cultist, and he's one of the men who partook in the death of Max Spears, in the murder of Max Spears, and at any rate, the real Ian West has joined us. I want Ian to know I've certainly appreciated some of what he's shared. And I don't know what he's got prepared.
I appreciate everything about Ian. Ian is a fucking king. I swear to God. I fucking would suck Ian's dick right fucking now.
Oh my God.
Compared to the other people on this fucking podcast, other than Juliana, because she doesn't have a dick. But you're a fucking dick sucker, and the other one is, I'm not going to go there, a mother sucker. So fuck y'all.
It's honey, that's yes, she's wonderful. I know. It's like this is like I said before when she was shocked that Amy Como realized.
What your wife fucking will fucking say, George. I say what your wife fucking will say.
Yeah, honey. Honey.
Can I, Brooke, do you know me and my wife are going on our honeymoon in 2 weeks' time?
Oh my God. Okay.
Well, you know what? You're fucking lucky because you left her at 6.
Okay. Oh, honey, you don't need to. Okay.
And then the way
okay. Let me. Is, hey, you know I got a demo reel. Hey, I got a demo reel where I sing. Hey. Oh, thank God.
Yeah. Just so people are aware,
we don't need to address that anymore.
No. Two of those statements. Yeah, Douglas. No, thank you. I just have to swallow. Yeah.
Oh, God. Ian had a demo reel that just oh God, she's back. Oh God.
Yeah, I'm back. I'll shut up. It's fine.
Okay. There we are. Yeah.
Brooke, can I just respond? Two of those statements are false, what you've just claimed. I've not cheated on my wife. I've not left her either. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's fine.
It's a
You can respond, but then
miscommunication.
can I respond? I'll respond professionally and
Well,
diplomatically.
honey, we
No,
don't need any details. No,
diplomatically.
understand, honey. It's okay. What Brooke?
Well, that's fine.
Well,
Doug
let
was
me put
nice.
it this way.
Doug was
What
nice.
Brooke Gibson was contacted by Sarah Knight, as was I, and there were just some discussions going on, and we don't need to know anymore. The public doesn't.
And
need to know.
unfortunately, with relationships, it's between two people. Other people shouldn't be dragged in on them, because then things get made up. And lies
in
get
all
told.
fairness, Sarah was seeking some help from people that she knew that George had respect for, which is why she contacted me. And she contacted Brooke out of a fit of pique. so these things happen.
Yeah.
These things happen.
But
it's growing. It's growing. It's a growing experience.
If you get it from my side.
Yeah. So, Brooke, we're all growing. And, I just want people to understand.
Yeah, we're going on a honeymoon, which is great.
Hey, listen, I really want to say this. Like, you're right about that, George. Like, I have respected you in so many ways, as far as, well, to be honest, your voice is fucking respectful, and that's pretty much about all.
I mean, your voice alone was enough to make her want to fuck you.
It did. It was great. It made me want to fuck you. Yeah. But at the same time, I have to say this. If anything Sarah said was fucking true, fuck you.
No, honey.
No, it's not, Brooke. Brooke, we're going on a honeymoon. If I was such a bad person, I wouldn't be going on a honeymoon together.
No, just so people understand. People understand. Sarah Knight has been adamant that there's been no.
We're not going to go into
abuse,
it. No, it's not fair to even Sarah to do that. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do Sarah
so people don't jump to conclusions. And by the way, Ian West enters in the text box. Don't worry, George. She didn't contact me. And I'm just like, that's
Nobody's
constructive.
Nobody's going to contact you, Ian. Nobody gives a shit about what you fucking think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brooke, we're gonna end the conversation because it's all private. It's between only me and Sarah.
And you respect that, right, Brooke? You respect that, right, Brooke?
I respect that.
It's between us two.
Okay, she says she respects it.
And I said I respect it, and I'm shutting it up.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. No, and that's it, Brooke. And there's nothing to worry about. I've got no concerns or anything to worry about because I know the truth. Everyone else knows the truth.
Do it a fucking again, though. I swear to God, I'm flying to England.
I ain't got an excuse.
I said I respect it. George, shut up.
Mm-hmm.
I said I respect it, and I'm shutting up.
Yes.
But I swear to God, you do it again, I'm flying to fucking England, and I will find you.
Right along. I want everyone to know. So I had a CAT scan, and the CAT scan, they found out that my sinuses were inflamed. And
also, they found I didn't have a fucking brain.
Aside from the echoing spaces within the caverns of my skull, they said that there's proper aeration, a lot of oxygen getting in there. Brooks.
It's too much because there's a whole fucking space of fucking nothing where your brain should be.
And then the sinuses were inflamed. So my doctor, Victoria Epstein, who happens to have a very Jewish-sounding name that also happens to be quite ironic.
Did you get that, Ian?
And then she was shoving various implements up my nose that were extraordinarily painful, very uncomfortable. There's nothing worse. Now I know how a young lady feels when she gets raped by an oversized man. Just try shoving a carrot up your nose sometimes, and it will give the man that kind of empathy that they really need.
You have no fucking idea. First of all, have your first man be fucking black, okay? He's fucking bad, okay? It's like Red Reef ain't got a new name. Secondly, I will tell you that. Secondly, you're like stupid. You're like, oh my God, I did that. And then you're like, I give birth to fucking a little later. And I told you I want to jump out the window. Like, fuck you and your little nose nostril shit, okay? I know what a woman feels like. Fuck you, bitch. No fucking idea.
So that being said, okay, just such romantic imagery. I mean, the beauty of the eternal woman, it just never stops delivering. At any rate, So then she pointedly asked me if I'm German, at which point, I'm tempted to say, after all the
I
physical
was like,
abuse
do you
that
have
I've
a small dick? Is basically what I was saying.
I felt like saying, I'm Adolf Hitler's son, bitch, but no.
Yeah, I mean, I have one ball, is what
that-
he meant to say.
Yeah, I settled for half. Well, my mother was half Japanese, half Chinese, because you don't respond.
That would be
to...
small dick. That's the only thing I am hoping is that he was either. I am hoping to God he's either the product of his biological or his American father. But I swear to God, if you
honestly,
have a
just
Japanese father, if you have a Japanese father and Japanese mother, just fall out now. It's falling out.
Anyhow,
it's
so
like
the reason I felt that I should say that was because it seemed, taking the attention away from the Germanness to this Jewess with a Slavic accent. Now, she might have the name because of her husband. She might not be ethnically Jewish at all. But
who are you talking about?
My doctoress. My doctoress. She's the female doctor who's shoving things up my nose.
Fucking Ian's about to go into, as far as the fact that she's probably brainwashed you already because she's an Epstein.
Yeah, when I showed Ian West her picture, then he says, I tell her I'm whatever she wants me to be. Yeah, so there's your Ian for you.
Because he hasn't gotten laid in 40 years. Or whatever. How old is he? He ain't got laid in at least, I would say Ian had his
since he was
car,
born, yeah.
But no, he got laid. He could get laid. But it's been about 10 years. About 10 to 11 years.
Oh my God. So
except for his sister.
So So when I responded that way, she said, so she was obviously just wondering why I looked so Asiatic when my name was so Teutonic. But that being said, she decided to place me on a regimen of steroids to lower the inflammation of my sinuses, and that is 15 days. 15 days of...
Do you know what steroids do? They destroy your kidneys, first of all. And she already knows your own pain medication, which we all know. She's just trying to kill you. Epstein, you know what? You could speak to this, my man, but you're muted. You fucking... they're trying to kill him, okay? You don't get that.
Oh, my God. So, at any rate, there are other amusing things to derive from this. By the way, I want you all to know there's this new film out.
You know what would be amazing
Viviana,
if you come back and you're like, they put me on fucking steroids for 45 days.
Yeah.
They're trying to really kill you.
Yeah, so there's this new film out called Evil Dead Rise. And what happens was, once I saw it, I was just, and I said this to Mark H. I said, it's about the mother gets possessed. It's like the Evil Dead franchise, but it's not really connected to the rest of the franchise. And I really loved the spin they did on the 2013 release. I think it was 2013, that when that Evil Dead Rise came out with the young girl who was possessed. It wasn't part of the old franchise. But this one, it really took a hard horror turn, and they made it the mother that gets possessed. And so when I was watching that, I told my son, I just hope that, because my son and I were celebrating Hitler Day.
On top of you as a female.
It was after we had just celebrated Hitler Day. My son dropped me off at the Jewish doctor, or the
Did he look like me laying on top of you sexually, like that picture?
At any rate, so what happened was I was telling my son, I'm kind of turning on to this possessed mother in the film, and I said, I hope that Brooke Gibson knew about this film and took her son to see it on his birthday, because I said it's like the Great Santini. The Great Santini was this hard drill instructor dad who's trying to make his son a man, but the son's not responsive to that, and then winds up praying for his father's death, but then they reconcile, and then his father dies, and it's supposed to be this great tragedy. And I remember this gay guy when I was going to high school.
I do remember that, because my son imagined you as his father, and he prayed, and then you died. And it was great.
And then what happened was that this gay guy I knew, a teacher at John O'Connell Vocational Institute, was saying, oh, God, that film was beautiful. Because as a gay man, I guess he could relate because his dad was always trying to make him a man. And then finally they reconciled or something. And then his dad died. But in the case of, Evil Dead Rise, I was just saying that if Brooke took her son to see that, he'd be crying, years later saying, oh, God, that film is beautiful. Because he'd be saying, it's just like Mom. Just all possessed, and ready to cut us up and cook us in the stew and shit, and honestly,
no, but I'm the bitch that I told you I'm the bitch that's fucking out of that movie. Like I slammed his fucking ankles together. What is it?
Misery.
Yeah, that's like Tales from the Crypt. I just stumbled upon it and watched it again when that little boy gets stuck at her house.
Oh yeah,
he's gonna cook him.
Yeah. Did you see
Be
that?
careful.
I don't cook shit, but I do have a bunch of I have the chickens and dogs, but I'm trying to get up to pigs so that when Douglas comes to visit.
No!
Well, then she gets cooked.
Right. Oh my God. Well, there you go.
That's funny you brought up Evil
They
Dead.
can all cook me. I tell you what, they can all. I wish they would cook me right fucking now. Because you may tell you what they would get? Bones. There's no meat.
Yeah.
And they would all be fucking dead. They'd be we cooked her.
I explained in the last episode, because you're not listening to the last episodes, Brooke, I want you to know I explained why human cannibalism is just so bad in the sense that it's not a caloric reward. There's no real caloric reward to eating people's. That's why it's a choice. It's definitely a choice as opposed to of course people will do this when they're absolutely forced to. But
I mean, if you're on a plane and you're frozen in Antarctica.
Oh yeah, that definitely. I mean, understood and even forgiven. But so I was explaining all of this and how at the military they were finding this out by having people eat people. So I explained that in the last episode. If you want to hear that, you can review that when I'm talking about the chochoa that's in the time.
I don't give a shit if you didn't explain. And by the way, Brooke is dying, and anyone wants to cook her, you're going to die anyway because you're just gonna get bones.
So there we
a little bit of cheek. You'll get a little cheek, okay?
Yeah.
A little cheek, and that is all. And I'm dead, and you fucking died anyway.
Yes. So I want George to understand that. See, Brooke's going through a lot of pain. Brooke's, that's all you need to know. So people lash out when they're in pain. And
I lash out when I'm in pain. I also lash out when I don't like. But you're right, George. I do lash out when I'm in pain.
It's so like I said, Evil Dead Rise, the biography of Brooke Gibson on screen.
Here's the thing, George. Douglas could save my life, and he fucking won't. So there's another one.
It's so, honey. She wants to come drink some blood, and it's just like.
Well, I've tried everything else. Nothing's working.
And
I've been through 2 surgeries, George.
Yeah, our man Brendan Zogit was asking me, how can I come to the parties at the estate? And I just let him know, look, son, the twinks will be all over you. So that discouraged him.
Oh, well, fuck you. You didn't say maybe all over me. You're just like, our dad's the fucking king. And I'm like, I don't even think there is a king. I think you're lying about an estate. I don't think there is an estate. I think until any one person comes back that has met Douglas, is like, there's an estate. He's lying.
So, Ian, you there? Before I bring George on. It's like... I think he's like, I don't know, something's going on with Ian. He's jacking off.
There's something always going on. He's probably
all right, what's up, guys? I'm here.
Accidentally sucking coke up his nose. He didn't mean to.
So, Ian, were you able to hear any of this?
Oh, yeah. I've been listening to y'all ramble on for like the last 30 minutes.
Yeah. And did you absorb any of this? You have anything to say?
No. Y'all are good. Y'all are straight. Y'all are good.
No,
I love Ian. I love Ian so much. Like, I'm so in love with Ian. You know what? If Ian had an estate, he'd fucking have me there. Fuck you.
Yes, I'd have you down here to the state of West, where we have field hands everywhere picking the greatest cotton. No,
yeah, there you go. You do realize it's Confederate Memorial Week, Ian. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, it's a ghost town now because this goddamn algae bloom and shit from the fucking road.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I've explained
It's
that.
also called just you not shitting in the water and everything would be okay.
If it only that easy. If it were only that easy.
Okay, so we're going to hear George for a little bit. Ian, just out of curiosity, what was your itinerary? What did you prepare for us?
All right, I got 4 things. I got the true story behind the intelligence
No bullshit. You have nothing. I have been on for 4 weeks, and you said I would have the best of Brooke. Where is the best of Brooke?
It's coming. It's just there's so much to dig through, and each of these episodes are like 12 hours long, so it takes a whole day to rip them off.
It's not my fault. Douglas doesn't listen to us and do not 12-hour broadcasts.
Well, Douglas doesn't anybody. So we gotta go down and narrow down.
But he could cut. There's 3 hours easy to cut out.
So, Ian, okay. It can't be that difficult to isolate the parts where Brooke is talking. It's where you hear the non-stop insults start flowing, just all the invective, the vitriol. It's like Don Rickles. So it just goes...
and every time we call you, you're fucking listening to us. So what the fuck? Why do you not have recorded yet?
Well, because it's like I've only got like 3 episodes ripped.
I'm just happy
you can do a part 1.
Oh no, it's going to be a fake award show. It's an award show.
Dun dun dun.
Here, hold on. Here, let me share my screen with y'all real quick. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Do you have one piece of it?
No. I just have the whole episodes ripped. Hold on.
Whole episodes ripped.
How do you do the share screen?
That'd be cool to make Brooke a cartoon.
Right?
Oh, it's going to be horrible. It's going to be horrible, I know. But you know what I care about more? That even if I'm the horriblest person on here, I got a best of Brooke, and you didn't get a best of fucking George King.
No,
well, he doesn't say stupid shit like you, Brooke. So
yeah.
I'm not going to say what I'm thinking, okay? I'm just going to shut up.
Okay. But I'm just saying, you're funnier than George, so... like we could have like Birth of a Nation featuring George from England, part 1 or something like that. But
so
George would be like boring part 1, boring part 2, and then you'd have like a competition with fucking 3 Hour Man. Like it could be like which one's more boring.
You got some good one-liners, Brooke. I'll give you that. You do. I'll give you that.
Yes, she lists herself as a comedian on her Facebook page.
I thought that was...
why I did that? Honestly, I swear to God. Somebody asked me that. I met this person in a bar, like literally the other day, and they were like, "What's your fucking Facebook?" That's when I was getting that food for my son. And they're like, "What's your Facebook?" And then they were like, "You says you're a comedian." And I was like, well, apparently, so on Facebook, if you put where people can follow you, so if you put where people can follow you versus whatever, like you have to put like what you are, but I couldn't put. I'm a sell. Like I was a sales, so I couldn't put salesperson. It had just clicks. So the first click I clicked for a while was like like storybook person, not storybook, but like media person or whatever. And then I was like, comedian. It's fucking, that's it. Like laugh at me, laugh with me. I don't give a shit. Laugh at me. I don't give a shit.
So Ian is sharing screen right now. You wouldn't believe it. This is so unhealthy. Instead of porn, we see volumes of conspiracy files. It's like this guy would be much better off.
Fuck you! Shut up! At least you're not seeing the little boy getting raped like he sent me.
Here it is. Look, right here.
So Ian, what are the other things you have to present? I'm just curious before I let George start talking.
Okay, yeah, no, I got the foundations of all the intelligence agencies throughout the world, the true Waco, or not the true Waco thing, but the true Oklahoma City bombing story, and what's the other one? I got some video of this execution or this ritual sacrifice
This
of the
is
third
so
property.
boring. It's not about me.
Now, look, Brooke, are you looking at this goddamn screen?
Can you not make it
best
about
of
me?
Brooke
'Cause
notes. So show us
otherwise
these best of
it's
Brooke
boring.
notes.
Look,
just so you
Brooke,
can
yeah,
calm
wait,
her down
wait.
a bit. And by the way, what I'm going to do is I have an extraordinarily
He's going to do a line of coke, is what he's going to do.
I have an extraordinary painful wanker in my eye. This is an eyelash.
Yeah,
I have
it's a
distichiasis,
wanker. And do you
which
know what a wanker means in fucking Britain? Actually, let
yes.
George tell you.
Yeah,
Let
yes,
George tell you what a wanker is.
I have distichiasis, which is a double row of eyelashes like Elizabeth Taylor had, and this means eyelashes are falling
George,
into my.
what does a wanker mean in fucking Britain? Because I just learned it.
So at any rate, I must get this out of my eye.
He's too nice to tell
what
you.
I'm going
You know
to
what a wanker means? I'm fucking jacking my dick off to come.
Yeah,
That's what you fucking mean.
Viviana Sanchez, I want you to explain to George Knight.
I'm just saying, if you look up wanker,
how people who have tried to do you ill, how they wound up paying the price with their very lives, or their lives were made so miserable they wish they were dead. Sure, just in summary, some other examples you might have of this with George, because it's very relevant. George has had this happen to him as well. See, this is why you want to be careful, Brooke. People who have been cruel to George have wound up dying, or suffering horrible fates. But you, of course, you're suffering a horrible fate right now, so maybe you're kind of immune to that. So it'll slide. So and we're trying to get her through this phase, and I want everyone to wish the best for Brooke, and then she'll mellow out. See, right now she's going through a hard time. That's why she's hard. So we want times to go soft for her, so she'll soften up, and the truth is, I do want to know, she brought up my Asian background and talked about my penis size. I do want people to know I never felt so objectified when I was sleeping with that cultist Lena Shea and her massage therapist partner. And
bullshit!
Then,
I did not bring up your penis size, and that is bullshit.
And when I was erect,
when did I bring up
that bitch said, this is her massage partner, says, that's the white boy in him coming out. And I was just, oh my fucking God. I mean, that is so racist. That is so objectifying. At any rate, I'll leave it at that. So
I never said that. You made it like I said that.
No, not you. The massage therapist partner of Lena Shea. At that
Okay,
time, that was her name, because she was still married.
I never said anything like that. Like, your dick is fucking awesome, man.
Thank you. It's not that. Look, I want people to understand that's not an issue. That should not be an issue. First off,
but his dick is awesome.
It just is what it is. And then when people say, "Oh, that's the white boy in him coming out," then it's like, is that what you think of me? It's
now,
like
when he doesn't clean, Peter means penis.
Okay, enough.
Big shit out of the end of it, where
enough,
he's not circumcised.
So, like I said, oh shit, George left.
Did you clean?
Oh
did you
shit,
clean?
look what you did.
Did you clean all Peter means?
Oh
dick,
Jesus, look what you
shit.
did. I hope you're satisfied. I hope you're satisfied, Brooke. George just left. Oh my God.
Oh, I'm so fucking satisfied. Fuck you, George. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Honey, it's totally unnecessary. It's totally unnecessary. Now, George has never been anything but a gentleman to you. Okay?
He's never been anything but not a gentleman to his fucking wife and child.
Okay, enough of that. I know. Look, Sarah Knight was in a fit of pique. Sarah Knight was calling you in a fit of pique. You've heard the man. You heard the man. He said they're going on their honeymoon. So there. That things must have settled. Things must have settled. Thinks Mark is here now. Mark, say hi.
Hi, Mark.
There we are.
What's up, everybody? How you doing?
You can hear what's up. Good God. I mean, this is...
Hi, buddy.
Yeah. So, Mark, gotta take a break. Gotta get this eyelash out of my eyeball. Handle Brooke for a bit, and, and maybe George will come back. I mean, oh my God. It's like, this is George's day off, honey. So we want him to kind of dominate the, what we could do is have real Ian West, after Mark H kind of, talks a bit. Our man Ian can present some of the stuff he's going to present. And then if George returns, then I do want George to kind of dominate a good part of the episode because, you know, it's his day off. So we, you know, I think it's a good opportunity for him. And you shouldn't stay up too late, Brooke. So, you know, but other than that, Mark, hey, say hello to everyone and help me by helping to take the stage with these people while I dig an eyelash out of my eye. Okay?
Fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic. Did you manage to see the movie Martyrs by now? Just curious.
No, that's actually was going to be one of the things I was going to bring up. That's definitely on my. I don't know if it's on. Is it on any like Hulu or Netflix, Doug? Or do I have?
I have no idea.
All right.
Yeah, real Ian West should fucking have it like.
That's what I was going to ask.
Have you got that movie Martyrs, Ian?
No, I've never even heard of it.
Okay, find it because that's.
I'll find it. We'll see
honey?
if it's on one website. Remember the free movie site?
Honey, bring it here. Bring it. I mean, bring the link. Bring the link. Put it there. Put it in text.
Yeah, just give me a minute.
How did you even know about it?
Oh, my girlfriend, she gave it to me.
She must really hate you.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Why?
This movie must be fucked.
Yeah, no, this is like, it's not something you give to somebody. It's like, this is
no,
like.
I'm talking about the website. It's like a free movie website.
Oh, okay, cool. That's cool.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, I meant the film. I thought you were going to say she gave you the film. And I was thinking, holy shit.
Oh, gosh, so it's not something we should really watch?
It's, honey, it will ruin your life. But this is really what was going on to a great. It's a parable, but the essence of it is what was going on with Michael Aquino, what he's doing, what the Cult of the Kings of Edom is about.
Okay, then never mind.
But do give the link. Do give the link to where people can find it. To Mark and all of us by putting it in the text. Brooke, of course. You know, like I said, so Mark, did you manage to see Evil Dead Rise?
No, and actually, I think that's the one I did miss. I forgot to actually write down. So, Evil Dead Rise, and I do remember you saying that's not affiliated with the Evil Dead franchise as well.
It is, but like only by name. It's only because they got, you know, the franchise is transitioning. Franchise is transitioning because the older guy who was the actor affiliated with it is kind of disappearing. And, you know, retiring and and fading out. He's fading. And so they are just introducing new people over the years. The one that was produced in 2013 was a different kind of situation. A bunch of people in a cabin, same situation really, but it was just a new remake of the original, but it was a young girl in particular that got possessed, and that was kind of turning me on. And then this time it was the mother thing that turned me on. But like I said, you know, I'm you know, look at me, I'm you know, with Brooke. So it's
yeah, I was gonna say this is the one you were like kind of like, you know.
Yeah, like I said, so I was comparing it to the Great Santini, where, you know.
Yeah, here's what it fucking has. You know what it has a fucking difference in? You have no fucking life. But you're going back to 2013. Like, you have no fucking life, but you're fucking remembering that shit. Have you seen the new M. Night Shyamalan movie? Has anyone seen that? Because that actually came out this fucking year. And I'm pretty sure
wait a second. The Evil Dead Rise is this just coming out now? It's going back to 2013 for one of the remakes.
Do you even know who M. Night Shyamalan is?
Yeah, I call him M. Night Shitupon. He's the worst director in the world, and everyone knows he's the worst director in the world.
No, he's been great and bad.
Oh, he's just horrible. He's just horrible.
No. Well, if you see Night in the cabin. There
we are, Martyrs. Woods. Okay, she dug it up. She found it, or maybe Ian did. Ian found it. You found it, right, Ian?
Yeah, I found it. And you know what? You just overtook me. Fuck you. I will hang up.
Honey! She went mute. Oh my God. Mark, can you handle this? I mean, you know, like, I can go dig the eyelash out of my eye finally, right? Because I'm feeling just like the movie poster for Martyrs there. They've got the needle going in the chick's eye. So it's like,
that alone, Doug, just ruined my life alone. Just looking at that cover.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Who dropped now? Brooke dropped.
I think that was Brooke.
Yeah, Brooke dropped.
Well, it's probably a good thing, you know.
She's back.
Fuck you. I just wanted to see what Ian would say, and fuck you, Ian.
It's the Evil Dead Rise mom. I'm telling you, her son Noah.
And you know what you don't have in your eyes? It's not a fucking eyelash. It's just a fucking dick hair from fucking Peter Moon.
Oh
Shut
my
the
God!
fuck up.
Yes, like I said, it's the Evil Dead mom all the way. It's like, you know, she's you just gotta see it. You just gotta see it. If you see it,
that part when I think she says like "Let me in."
yeah. She says basically the little girl, her daughter, her youngest daughter says, "You don't look so good," and she says, "Nothing a big fat old kiss won't cure." And then she like rips right through the door and just starts like clawing at the daughter and shit. Yeah, I said, "Yeah, that's Brooke." Yeah, I said that through every action that you know, possessed MILF did throughout the film. Oh yeah, it's like, you know.
And your little bitch ass would let me in every fucking time because my lips are good on both fucking sides of my fucking body. So
Oh
you would
God.
fucking
So at any rate,
also, you should see the M. Night Shyamalan. Anybody that hasn't really.
M. Night Shyamalan. It's M. Night Shyamalan.
Okay,
I will
I'm not
never
gonna go
forgive
there.
him for what he did to
I
the,
agree with
you know,
you. He
what
did
is
some
that?
shitty
I can't even remember
movies.
the, you know, the elemental users, that Air Force, you know, they have that
Yes.
force. What?
So my point is you can't not forgive someone. Like, I can never forgive you for talking to Peter Moon, but I still talk to you after, right?
Yeah.
So apparently there's people that like do shit and they do shit stupidly, but then they occasionally redeem themselves. And so M. Night Shyamalan's movie is called, I think it's A Knock in the Woods or something. It's A Knock in the Cabin.
I took a dump in the woods. Yeah, I took a dump in the woods.
Yeah, I took a dump. No, it's not. It's not fucking. I took a fucking shit on. It's not Dietrich in the Woods. It's not called
M. Night
Dietrich.
Shyamalan. Yes, that's right.
But it is a good movie, and I would just say anybody that gets
Oh my
like,
God.
I wouldn't go to the theater to watch it, but it was a really good movie.
Airbenders. I can't forgive him for what he did to the Airbenders franchise.
It wasn't just Airbenders. He did a couple of shitty movies. Like, let me tell you.
Every
but,
movie he does is pure shit. It's just pure
This
raw
was
sewage.
not. This one wasn't. And you know what I loved about it? Because they show the fucking previews, and you know how you get a preview
Anyhow,
for.
honey, George Knight came back. George Knight came.
Oh,
the man I love.
Glad.
Lucky for you. Or I never would have forgiven
I'm going on
you.
mute for King George. Thank God.
The man I truly love, honey. Yeah, never would have forgiven you if he had left us. Yes. So I did explain to them, George, this is your day off. We're going to try and allow you to speak to many issues. I think this is a good night to cover a lot of history. We always have new listeners. Yeah. George Knight will help us cover a lot of history. And but one of the things I wanted Viviana to say when I went on break was, Viviana, tell George about, like, a lot of people wronged you and they paid the price.
Yeah.
I'll go mute while you relate that. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, George. How are you?
Hello, Viviana. Yes, very well, thank you. Lovely speaking to you. And please do continue.
Likewise. Well,
and people listening, notice how smooth this is. Notice it's not like personal attacks dredging into history. Just life can be so easy.
I am so easy right now from George's fucking. Oh, lovely Viviana, I'm speaking to you. George, fucking talk like you fucking would. Like, I'm not gonna put that shit up while you're at the fucking jit with your fucking babies. Fucking shut up.
Anyhow, honey. So there, she's mute. Go on, Viviana.
Okay, well, I was just basically more talking about how I learned to engage in the spiritual realm in warfare, and taking certain things, you know, literally when it comes to the Word of God. So, George, I'd rather hear you actually discuss your situation or your experiences or testimonies with such kind of battles, I would say.
Oh, convictions. Yeah. I can actually go into that. I've done it multiple times actually, Viviana, and do you know what? I actually I've raised this multiple times in my life to people as well, because it's just such a it's you know, I don't believe in coincidences. It's certainly something that is extent, and it's something that it's an experience I've actually, you know, it's something I've been contending with. It's sorry, Brooke's just gone. yeah, what's happened to myself is there have been people that have basically, yeah, you could use the phrase and term, yeah, do wrongdoings to myself. They've, yeah, made my life not so pleasant. And yeah, they've ultimately, the end result is either suffered a fatal result, or they suffered the consequences in the long run. They've lived with horrible circumstances. So yeah, for instance, her name is Christina Cornwell. This was a lovely girl who was the same age as me. We went to school with each other. One day we were walking home with a group of us from school, and she, me being, I said something. I would very rarely open my mouth or say anything. I was quite a shy, reluctant person to ever speak. But I said something quite cheeky, and I don't quite remember what I said that was cheeky, but she ended up slapping me across the face. And it was the only female that's ever put her hands on me. And then later on in life, she died at the age of 18 years old in a car crash. And bear in mind, there was 2 other people in the car with her, and they survived. But she and the other 2, they never went to the part of getting prosecuted for manslaughter, which is what they were trying to do for, because both girls didn't say who was behind the wheel. They both said, well, I didn't go behind the wheel, it wasn't her. And so neither of them opened up a liability, accountability for whoever was behind the wheel of the vehicle. So that was why nothing was ever done about it. And that's all through the tabloids, through the newspapers, this is all presented. And another guy, his name was Richard Hardy. Throughout the 5 years of secondary school, he would make fun of my hairstyle every single time we would go off on our 6-week holiday break in the summer. We'd return back after term time, and I'll come back with a different hairstyle, different haircut, you know, through age, you know, you get influence for growing up each year, something changes. So I decided, you know, each year I'll just go along with the times, you know, with whatever's popular. And what the fashion statement was, and yeah, I'll come back and he would make fun of me. He would have the same hairstyle throughout the entirety of his time at secondary school. He was a cadet as well, and so he always had the sort of like a bob head, sort of like just the same crew cut hairstyle throughout the entirety of our school career, so to speak. And yeah, every single time he would make fun of me. And then when he was 18 years old, he suffered a horrible fate in the Alps. He caught hypothermia, frostbite, and he died. And so, yeah, that was what happened to him. And I was like, that's synchronized. That's not something that is just a coincidence. And they're just 2 examples. I can name many others. People that have done. Yeah, it's
unfortunate
alarming
for them. But do you sense that there might be some spiritual principle, or do you feel that there's some right or something with your life, or a certain thing that maybe you're under attack or something?
No, do you know, I've never attributed it to anything like that. I've always just known that's just part of the so-called condition for me, myself, as an individual, as a unique circumstance, just primarily, you know, related to myself, no one else. So that was something that I certainly attributed to myself. But the only thing that's ever crossed my mind is there's a purpose, there's a reason for me to be here, because I've realized not very many bad things have happened to myself. There's not been anything that is life-changing that has ever happened to myself. I'm very, very lucky. Like, all my family are still alive. I've never had anything done to myself, which I knew there was a purpose. There's a reason for all this happening. And so I always knew there was a reason for me to pursue what I pursue. And so I knew there was a significance and importance. That is what I've always alluded to or attributed it to. Not that of any form of there is no significance with me personally. I'm not an important person. There's no significance about myself to anyone, apart from I believe there's a purpose for me, for my existence, and that was all I attributed it to. So there was something out there watching over me to make sure nobody would do any harm to me. So that's all I can say, if that makes any sense, any coherent sense. I'm not very good at elaborating or expressing any form of feelings, only my experience that I can, live with personally. So I hope that makes sense.
Oh, definitely. That's interesting. I like to attribute it to some I think if you want to, like what I've been studying with the tribe of Jacob and the seeds of Abraham and the promises to Israel and all these other things, and the Great Awakening and the gathering, and I'm talking about all these things like on my channel in my spiritual journey right now, and I think that does attribute manifestations of that in our lifetime, and maybe when we like I said, when I learned to practice the principle law, then I understood it more. But I saw it really working in effect, and so it made it more from faith into seeing, and not that it was even, it was just like showing me like there's a purpose for you, and I'm also going to have your back, and in a sense that, and I always like pray for grace, of course, for everyone. But when they're trying to come after your people, your family, whatever, and Yah wills that you pick up the sword and like just stand against them because you can or whatever, that I believe that's a rite of passage even. So I want to encourage people to step into that power and use it for the benefit of the kingdom, and also like rising up in energy and kind of like taking what's yours by force, because the enemy for so long has used force against humanity and in evil preparations, and to enslave and cage and buy and sell, us for so long, that this is empowering, I think, as a whole collective like this in this time. So I think that's so cool. Like, not to, I'm just saying that they're principal rights, and I think that we can, obtain them.
Thank you. No, really much appreciated, Anna. And sorry, is my audio loud and clear, by the way, before I carry on? Is it?
You sound good to me. How do I sound?
No, perfectly. No, crystal clear, crystal clear. Okay. Yeah, no, thank you. And I would like, whenever Douglas can come back on, I do have a question actually regarding these issues. Actually,
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, thank you so much, Douglas.
Just got back and just put the earbuds in, of course. So,
yeah, yes, thank you so much. I was wondering if you can put something into context. It's something that is just, it's something that's bewildered myself or baffled myself, which I've always sort of like pondered over for a while now. It's the expression and phrase that people use that God or the divine, the divinity, will take the angels before early. He will take and excuse me, I don't know the correct terminology, the correct words to use, but he will take the good ones first. And that is the phrase that, when you hear of young children passing away, and the expression that people around the person, that individual, when they pass, people will say, well, God has taken them early because he needs angels in heaven. And I've always when I was growing up, I sort of looked at it that way, but then I've realized growing up, I think God takes the ones that he wants away out of this world first. And he leaves the people that have purpose remaining. There's a reason for them here on earth. So I think it's the actual opposite. And I don't know if that can be put into context at all, but I hope that makes some coherent sense. I think what you're trying to put into context is
that certainly we have a reason to be here. And so the people that God leaves here on earth basically have a reason for being here.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the people who are taken first, it's I guess that it could be interpreted. I just want to make certain I'm communicating what that I understand, that I am receiving the message that you're trying to communicate with that. What would you say then about the people who die young, who are essentially innocent? Is that they're kind of like, aside from the rationalization that people have provided, which is pleasant enough, or certainly reassuring enough that God needs another angel, you're thinking, what is your particular kind of take on your confusion about it, or take on it, and then I'll try and respond to that, because I think that's the primary confusion in this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. No, and you've expressed that correctly, Douglas. It's actually because when you look at children, they're completely innocent. And so I'm thinking of examples in my head that, when a child is taken at the age of 3, they've done no wrongdoings in their life. Obviously, it's a nice, rational reassurance for the family members to know that, oh, yes, there's a reason why that child, no matter how innocent they are, was taken at such a young age. When there's no word to compensate for a child that goes at that young age, when a child loses a parent or both parents, they are labeled or titled an orphan. Or when you have a spouse that, when you lose a spouse, you are then labeled or titled, a widow, or and such. But there is no word to compensate for a child that is gone before their time. But
you mean no word for the surviving parents?
Exactly, no word for the
surviving parents. The descriptive, of course, for a male who survives the death of his wife is a widower, just so people know. In terms of the now the real Ian West is sending something, so that's just taking a look at that because I can't resist, because I'm a masochist.
Yes.
Aside from that, and that does bear some looking at, I guess. So people can look at that at leisure while I respond to this. I just think that we do need to understand that the cosmic ecology is when somebody puzzles, for instance, over what you have just said, and they think about, what about the evil people that live here? What about the evil people who are doing everything? Well, they have a purpose too. Their purpose is to cause great evil and great pain and great suffering, and that's their purpose.
Like Vladimir Putin, for instance, he has still got a purpose to fulfill. So it's just like himself. Yes, and I could go in. Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah, and so we need to understand that there is this kind of sense of how do I say this? The ecology of our universe is such that without evil, there is no good in this world. So we do need to, or rather, just because that doesn't make sense to people who are only hearing that, we need to understand that basically the whole reason for evil is to cause enough pain and suffering in good people so that they become tempted with corruption, and then ultimately many of them will be corrupted. And when they corrupt, or when they fall prey to instead of their better angels, the obsessions with violence and vengeance, then what will happen with many of these people is that they are ultimately, in the end, just fulfilling an ecological need. Anyone who is essentially damned, which is, as Brooke said, believe it or not, I do agree with her on this. She has done a lot of pondering into the subject, and but like another lady I know named Clarice Claudette, kiss out to Clarice Claudette, who sends me care packages, and I don't speak to her enough. I don't speak to her, she would say, at all. And the truth is that I have to basically kind of really owe her. I really owe her. I owe her. She has helped with my rent at a time when I really needed $200. She did pull through. I mean, I just want people to understand that Clarice Claudette is an angel. She's an angel over my shoulder. And so there is, however, a conflict in our ideologies, our paradigms, and it's her paradigm is kind of a more extreme form of what Brooke has gone through, and I think Brooke is being somewhat diplomatic when she expresses her cosmology, like when she was talking with Viviana, but though I was able to find middle ground between them, which wasn't too hard, but I do feel that Brooke has been like Clarice Claudette, these are both Southern belles. They're both ladies of the South. They are both ladies who have suffered extremely under a fundamentalist interpretation of Christianity. And because they've suffered under this Christianity, in the case of Brooke, she's a lesbian and or came out as such. Her mother might still be in denial. But, you know, what really saved her from true ostracization was the fact that she had squeezed out a few kids before coming to that conclusion or expressing that. And her expression of that might simply be a form of rebellion. So there is that element, that possibility there that that's the case. So when it comes to Brooke Gibson, she does feel that she feels that I am picking and choosing and carving together a paradigm where Christianity is integrated so that I can make my paradigm accessible to the general public. A fairly cynical or pragmatic kind of interpretation. And that's not the reality, believe it or not. Just for people who understand how Machiavellian I can be, I've been forced to that level of sophistication, sophistry, and sophistication. They're two separate words and they have two separate meanings by a background of espionage. So understand that I've dealt with the worst of the worst, as bad as it gets on earth. All the way down to intentional cannibalism that's voluntary as opposed to involuntary. So when I've explained all of this, understand that I've seen how bad it can possibly get. So I want people to take that into account and understand that I did not choose my cosmology. It chose myself. And what Brooke has done is she's rejected pretty much Christianity towards a sense of spirituality. And there's very little of Christianity that she retains. And most of it, I think, is a way of expressing diplomatically her paradigm to other people. And because she does live in a region of the world where Christianity is paramount. If you ain't Christian, you ain't shit. When you're down in the Bible, they don't call it the Bible Belt for nothing. So when it comes to Clarice Claudette, she has essentially rejected Christianity entirely. She feels that the Abrahamite religions, whether Judaic or Mohammedan or Christian, have been just incredibly destructive to the point where they need to really be scrubbed, erased, deleted from the discussion, the discourse. That she truly feels that Christ, in particular, because of her background, how she was raised and abused in the name of that figure, she feels that Christ, in particular, is some figure that we should outgrow. A mythical figure that we really need to outgrow, which is essentially what Brooke believes. I mean, there's no doubt about it. When Brooke talks about Christ, she said right out, she believes he's physical, a man as opposed to half divine. That rather than viewing him as a child of God in the most literal sense, and though we might all say that about anyone metaphorically, which she would not reject. She does feel that Christ in particular was just a man. With Clarice Claudette, she feels we should erase the concept of Christ completely because there's so much evil has been done in his name that there's nothing good can come of it at all. So her perspective on it is very extreme. This is probably the biggest problem I have communicating with her because, of course, I come from a background where we have preserved Christianity from before there was a Christ, from long before there was a Christ. The schools of the Chinese vampire mages, their monasteries were where we believed in Christ thousands of years before he was born, awaiting his birth. So this is far more to me, because of my bloodline through my mother's side, than than is understood by many people who have been abused by a bunch of misguided idiots and criminals, corrupt spiritual parasites, leeches, who have just been exploiting people and using Christ as their battering ram. So when it comes to that, I just want people to understand that I am Christian in the truest sense. Christianity from the tradition before there was an ideology about it. What would be best deemed proto-Christianity. I just want people to understand where I come from, that I am sincere in what I'm speaking about, and that I just have to confront the fact that because of this, I find it a real challenge to talk to Clarice Claudette, because she's beyond healing in that regard, and definitely wants mankind to move on. She wants mankind to move on. See, this is where we get kind of problematic, is because she's looking for a new stage in human evolution that is, Christ is not a part of it. I mean, the very concept is not a part of it. So I'm not in that space. And so this is where it becomes a challenge. And so I do owe her so much, and I will try and set aside time for her. But it's one of these things where this is going to be a kind of challenge. I may not be able to live up to her expectations in terms of what she wants. I don't, of course, have any intention of trying to convince her otherwise, because there is a true need evolutionarily for different paradigms. And we do need people who are atheists. And some of the most evil people in the world are atheists, and some of the best people you'll ever meet are atheists. Some of them are far better than your so-called Christians, who are just hypocrites and losers, hiding behind an ideology. But you could, if you wanted to disambiguate for the sake of practicality, you could say that the real horrors of crimes committed by so-called atheists are really antitheists. They're not non-believers in God. These are people who are truly anti-God. That's the word antitheist to explain something like the communists who killed so many people, as opposed to a decent atheist who just does not believe and wants to live his life without the kind of suffering he had or she had under people who were claiming to be Christians and instead are really just evil people. So when it comes to these babies in particular that are just taken at a very young age, the babies are actually easier to handle than, say, the children who die at a very young age that don't deserve to, who are like in their teens. If so long as they haven't exhibited something that shows they are already degenerate or evil, then it's always a tragedy when a teenager or someone dies. But with the babies, it's actually easier. Understand that we've spoken, of course, in the past about abortion, which confronts this moral dilemma. And one thing that the West does not have is what Asia always had, which is an honoring of the aborted baby. And this is what allows women to psychologically deal with the abortions that they absolutely have to have. Understand that with the very word Edom, Adam, as I've explained before, Seth, you take a look at these inversions of names as opposed to the base name. Adam's righteous third son, who did as he was told and went on to Christianize the Chinese, long before the Jews ever developed this Old Testament fixation with their psychotic God in the desert that has nothing to do with Christianity. As I've said before, the Old Testament and the New Testament are extraordinarily different. My father made the best analogy when, as a sailor, he spoke about his favorite books, the Mutiny on the Bounty and the other book that was Moby Dick. These are two of his favorite books that were classics of nautical literature, at the same time nautical history. They're both true stories. One is far more fictionalized in its expansion, Moby Dick, and the other is far more of a history in the literal sense, the Mutiny on the Bounty. And if you were to weld the two books together and publish them in the same edition as New Testament and Old Testament, and tell people you've got to interpret everything in the Mutiny on the Bounty, which was published much later than Moby Dick, you have to, or maybe Moby Dick was published later after Mutiny on the Bounty. I think Mutiny on the Bounty was published later, even though historically it happened first, chronologically. So that adds to the confusion even further, but that makes it the perfect biblical parallel, because much of the Bible is like that. So when it comes to the horrors of, say, what those books present, which they're effectively both nautical horror stories, you are dealing with a lot of stuff and text and context. And if you were told that if they were welded together in order of publication, and then you, like the Old and New Testaments are, and you were told that everything in the Mutiny on the Bounty has to be interpreted in context of the first part, Moby Dick, then you're going to be left with this extraordinarily puzzling, complicated, contradictory mess. And that's what you've got with the Bible. So understand that this is due to taking a lot of Old Testament Jewish writings and then saying that we have to interpret the context of the New Testament, which is purely Christian. You're going to get this feeling, well, God got a lot better or nicer. God got a lot nicer as he got older, is what your average child listening to all this would say. Boy, God got a lot nicer as he got older. Now, this, of course, is already bad. It's already misguided because God does not age. He's outside of time and space. So that is not how to look at that. You don't want that. And so what you have to do is basically you need to explain to people that the Old Testament needs to be understood as purely metaphor. And while there are valuable elements of the Old Testament for the human experience, even historically in some cases, the reality is that you can take a lot of it out as something that that you need to impose on your daily life. Now, I'll bring us back to the babies in a moment and the deaths, but understand this. If you're a Christian, the first thing you have to learn is that if you truly claim to follow Christ and not worship the Jews as the master race, you've got to understand that your Christian God does not believe the Jewish Bible. Now, years ago, I was confronted with a young lady who was just devastated, crying to point of seriously threatening her health. So she was the member of one of those Assembly of God churches where the Bible is believed to be literally true and without error. And of course, this is just another way of saying, believe the Bible the way I do. And she'd been told by her pastor that her son, who had recently died, was in hell because he did not accept Jesus as his personal savior. So she told the pastor, then I want to be in hell too. So I was touched by the profound depth of love this mother had for her son. And I said to her, you have a profound depth of love for your son. From where do you think this love comes? Do you have more love than God? And of course, that only encouraged more wailing She was crying violently anyway. But she did lean over to hug me, spasming just with the violence of her sobs, and told me how her faith in God had been restored with my single simple comment. Now, I still grieved for this woman who was being held hostage to a theology and doctrines of intolerance and hatred. One of the reasons you knew that Salman Sheikh was always a cultist of the kings of Edom and a chaos agent was because he would speak incessantly of love, and it was completely out of context and made no sense. Completely stupid, just he'd use the word. And by the way, there is such a thing as an abuse of a term where the way he said love, you have to understand it. He said it as a 4-letter word. Love. He said it like it was fuck. Fuck. When you're tossing love about just consistently, constantly, chronically, incessantly, it has no meaning. It's like you're saying fuck over and over again. In fact, the way he said love, love is nothing but fuck misspelled. So beyond that, he would talk about people he disliked, including myself, of course, when he exposed himself as a cultist and went to preach with Richard K. Cole Jr. He said, I would burn in hell for eternity. He was always saying when he was on this program, oh, Richard K. Cole will burn in hell for eternity. So to him, this judgment is his power based on his whim. So whoever he chooses to burn in hell for eternity will burn in hell for eternity in his sick, deranged, sadistic mind. The mind of a purely evil individual who decides he's going to be the final judge for the universe. Now, when I said what I said to that woman, I blurted out that thought without thinking. It's not my own wisdom. I am possessed by the peacock angel, Malik Tawish. I'm possessed by Lucifer himself. All I was doing was drawing from the cool waters of all wisdom, the possession of the angels, whether they're in the heavens or fallen. So the sacred impulse, whom this woman understood as God, and the source of her love for her son, is just as Luciferin as it is divine. Now, large portions of the Bible, which she was a victim of, are filled with hate speech. I'm not just referring to portions of the Old Testament at that. The New Testament is perhaps in its own way even worse. There's a verse in Timothy that says that all scripture is for our edification. Now that verse is cited by those who despise critical thinking and is perhaps the most morally repugnant verse in the Bible. It's the foundation of the most fundamental principle of brainwashing. Behavior modification, as they call it professionally. Believe this. Believe. And we can make you believe anything. This is where Penny Bradley was coming from. She just kept saying, you don't believe me. And I was never anything but gracious and generous to her, saying, I know you're not lying because you truly believe what you're saying. So I would tell people, look, Penny Bradley's not lying. She believes what she's saying. Unfortunately, everything she was saying was completely unbelievable. So when she insisted, you must believe, then at that point, you're no longer acting in the good of anyone's interests. You are a cult leader. You are essentially denying freedom, free will. This is exactly the essence of corruption that Salman Sheikh had, where he makes the judgments of who gets to burn in hell for all eternity. Now, in Timothy, the chapter 3, verse 16, you can read straight from the Bible. It says, all scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. Now, the all scripture referenced herein refers to the Old Testament, and portions of the New Testament they hadn't even been written at that time. The Gospels did not yet exist. So how repugnant is this verse? Frank Schaeffer, son of the deceased famed evangelical thinker Francis Schaeffer, suggested that we take every despicable verse reeking of bigotry and hate in the Bible and add the all scripture is ending to it. St. Paul offered the following advice to women. He said, I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She must be silent. That's in the first book of Timothy, chapter 2, verse 12. Then add, all scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. And it's the end of discussion. Shut up, ladies. Or, this is what the Lord Almighty says. Now go and strike Amalek and devote to destruction all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. The first book of Samuel, chapter 15, verse 3. All scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. The orders for the Jews to commit the world's first Holocaust, the mass murder of entire nations. Oh, but does anyone complain about the Jews? Oh, no. What they do is under the orders of God himself. That, of course, is why Lucifer rebelled. Lucifer foresaw all that and would have none of it. But then again, we have to remember so much more. So the man took his concubine and sent her outside to them, and they raped her and abused her throughout the night. And at dawn they let her go. At daybreak the woman went back to the house where her master was staying, fell down at the door and lay there until daylight. When her master got up in the morning and opened the door of the house and stepped out to continue on his way, there lay his concubine, fallen in the doorway of the house, with her hands upon the threshold. He said to her, "Get up! Let's go!" But there was no answer. Then the man put her on his donkey and set out for home. The book of Judges, chapter 19, verses 25 through 28. All scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable. Or, slaves, submit yourselves to your masters with all respect, not only to the good and the gentle, but also to the cruel. The first book of Peter, chapter 2, verse 18. All scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. And, by the way, that pro-slavery teaching is a New Testament verse. And if that's God getting kinder as he gets older, I'd hate to see him when he's fucking senile. On the issue of rapture, or rape. Honestly, you can't tell the difference between the three when you're dealing with your average man. If a man meets a virgin who is not betrothed, and seizes her and lies with her, and they are found, then the man who lay with her shall give to the father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife. Deuteronomy, chapter 22, verses 28 through 29. According to the Bible, the raped women are forced to marry the rapist, and the only person restored is her father, her pimp. All scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable indeed. Now, there's another choice besides rejecting religion outright, as Brooke and Clarice Claudette have done. It's to embrace faith in God by thinking for yourself and openly rejecting the parts of one's scriptures outright that fly in the face of fact or compassion and decency. If one adopts the view of all the Bible is true bullshit, then it turns out that most people are a lot more loving and compassionate than their goddamn God. Which begs the question, where did that love come from? Lucifer. Malik Tausch.
Please. I'm
Now,
sorry.
I believe myself that
your
the source of that
skew
love
is
comes from God.
Is off. I'm sorry.
Now, I'm
Because
saying
if you
here,
were to
before you go on,
properly look at the
before you go
Bible,
on,
you would know
Viviana,
that
I'm
all
saying that I
scripture,
believe that the source of
there's
that love
scripture
comes from
and there's
God.
history
God.
and prophecy.
Hun, please. Please.
Anyway.
Let me qualify. Now, ultimately, all that does come from God, who gives me a rational mind to challenge the Bible and say that not all scripture is true or approved of God. Because without the divinity, Lucifer never would have been created to fall. That was the whole point. God needs that ecology, that challenge, or nothing's going to work. I can guarantee one thing. God does not believe the Bible, at least in the way that woman who came to me was taught. Because if he does, we're in hell already. We're all damned. All of existence is damnation. But that's the whole point of Lucifer and the devils and the demons. That's why they're so important. They're here to make you suffer. They're here to corrupt you. They're here to lead you to damnation. Because that's the compost from which all that's good in this universe rises. But it brings us to the truly innocent, those that the Roman Catholic Church had for thousands of years said were destined for limbo, never to be judged. The unjudgeable. Limbo is an eternal daycare center in the Catholic cosmology that was ultimately erased. The Roman Catholic Church thought it was not enough to have it extant in the sophisticated postmodern world. They did away with it maybe around the time of Vatican II, officially, which I think is extraordinarily tragic. Now, this is what brings us to life in the womb and the question of abortion itself. We know that, when I was talking about the different terms, the righteous third son of Adam, Seth, who Christianized the Chinese, taught them that Christ would eventually come. The tradition maintained by the vampire mages who ultimately, crowned Christ, invaded Israel under Rome, and basically consecrated Christ as Christ. Until then, he was merely a child with the name of Jesus, the son of Joseph, as he would have been known the rest of his life had not the vampire mages and their armies broke through the ranks of the Roman Empire and given him his royal title, which is what Christ is. It's a title, not a name. By the way, for those of you who don't believe me, there were cases that went to the Supreme Court of the United States where they ruled that no child can be named Christ because it's a title, not a name. It is literally illegal to name your child Christ because it's not a name. You would be declaring him the anointed if you did that. So that's illegal in the United States.
I believe that's the same with Lucifer as well, Douglas.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So understand that these are titles. They're not to be Lucifer being the light bringer. By the way, for people who don't know, in Brazil, which is a vast culture, the largest Portuguese-speaking nation on earth, the largest black population in the world outside of Africa, the largest Japanese population in the world outside of Japan, all kinds of girls are born with the name Lucifer because it means a bringer of light into the household, to the family. So it's not a bad name. They understand it to be the name of an angel. America's outlawing of that name is based on ignorance. So when it comes to the life in the womb, one need not reject the idea that life in the womb exists, or that foetal, the correct pronunciation for fetal life, has meaning in order to favor the right to abortion. One must simply allow that everything, not just abortion, has a moral dimension. But this is where we get to the name inversion. Just like Seth was the righteous third son of Adam, but Seth was also the name of the anti-god of darkness in Egypt, the villain god that fought Horus. And gods of Egypt, as far as I'm concerned, all the hate campaign that went against it was because it portrayed all this correctly. In the movie Gods of Egypt, you see the Battle of Cairo. The entire capital of Egypt, Cairo, is simply the name of the place of battle where Horus defeated Seth. Literally, it's battleground, or battle place, or battlefield. That's what Cairo means. So it was named after the place where historically an entity named Horus defeated the god of plagues and pestilential foreigners and night and darkness and the burning sands of the empty desert, where the desert was defeated and the demons driven out. It's that Horus that later was made the hero of the comics by the illustrator Enki Bilal, who was my primary mentor in illustration. So when it comes to Bilal, he took his name from these other misunderstood entities. Understand that Seth is an inversion of Seth, the righteous third son of Adam. This confuses people. When Michael Aquino established the Temple of Seth, then you take a look at what he's referencing. It's obviously not Adam's third son. You see the confusion here caused by inversion. Then you take a look at something like Adam itself. Adam means red because he was Caucasian. He wasn't the first man in the sense of physical man. He was the first man in the sense of a chronological consciousness. Until that point in time, man led an Edenic existence. Hunters and gatherers living by the seasons. Nomadic hunters and gatherers living in a cosmological sense of time. There's no sense of definition. Any concept of history is an oral tradition of simply the same experience in cycles. Adam was the first farmer, and because he had to plant and sow and reap, he had to track the seasons. That means he had to invent the calendar. At that point, all innocence ends. This is called time binding. Once you bind time, then you remember your own life. There was a time in which time did not exist. And then there was a time you became aware of having to be on time, and that's when innocence ended. This was when innocence ended for all mankind, was when Adam, the first farmer, invented time. Per force of circumstance, in order to correctly harvest his crops. He was white, and therefore blushed, blood in the face. Only Caucasians can blush, because they evolved in a northern clime where, in order to absorb enough vitamin D, they had to lose the melanin in their skin. And because of the red soil he worked with, and the blush in the face, that's called ruddiness. The complexion is ruddy. Hence his very name, and the name of his tribe, his race, red, or the red man. Adam, red. Edom means red. The kings of Edom are simply the kings of the red soil of the anti-Israelis in the kingdoms around Israel, such as Edom. Herod, the man who would have killed your God if you're a Christian, the man who ordered the slaughter of all firstborn sons, something which the modern Israelis and Zionist Jewish movement wish to erase from the history books, paying academicians to claim this never happened, that this is biblical mythology as opposed to historical. This is all Edomite. And Herod was an Edomite, racially. So the Romans put the racial Edomites in charge of Israel. But who saved Christ from them? The vampire mages out of China. Understand that the vampires who feed off man saved your God. All of that is the reality that was taken from your Bible and placed as apocrypha, meaning biblical stories that were censored from the Bible by the early church, but you can find it translated from the Syriac in the Revelation of the Magi. So in that context of Christ that led them to saving him, they're following Hister, his star. All of that was taken by Nostradamus to refer to Hister as Adolf Hitler. Hence, Nostradamus directly connects his star, the star child of Christ, to Hitler in his prophecies. So within that context of the star child, all children being divine at birth, then you've got this pregnancy that occurs in such an intricate web of systemic and individual circumstances that only the person who is pregnant could hope to evaluate the situation and make a moral decision among the options at hand. Now, a recent survey found that 1/3 of Americans believe that life begins at conception, but also that abortion should be legal. This is the position overwhelmingly held by American Buddhists, whose religious tradition casts abortion as the taking of a human life and regards all forms of life as sacred, but also warns adherents against absolutism that you find in the Christian fundamentalists and urges instead that one consider the complexity of decreasing suffering, compelling them toward compassion and respect. This is what we have in Asia. This is why I'm stranded as a civilized Asian among the land of savages. White savages, black savages, you're all savages to me. Beyond that, you're all food. You're my sheep. But only a few of you are worth taking any sustenance from. As for the rest of you, you don't have our culture's ability to have the baby Buddhas that they make for aborted children. In Japan, when a woman has to have an abortion, then there is a baby Buddha that is placed in the cemetery. She visits that special one dedicated to her child and prays to it at the time of its abortion, the anniversary thereof, explaining why she could not possibly have it in this life because she could not provide a good life for him or her. For them, to use a gender-neutral descriptive. You see, there's a Buddhist ritual practiced primarily in the Empire of Japan, where it is called Mizuko Kyuo. And Mizuko Kyuo is a ceremony of mourning for miscarriages, stillbirths, and aborted fetuses. Now, the ritual is something that developed over time. Now, there are people who speak against it. Critics who insist that it fosters and preys upon woman's feelings of guilt. But the scholar William Lafleur proves in his book titled Liquid Life that it is rooted in a medieval Japanese understanding of the way the unseen world interfaces with the world of humans, in which being born and dying are both processes rather than fixed points. An infant was always believed in Japan, the civilization 6,000 years old, going back to the sinking of Lemuria, that, well, how do I express it in English? The Japanese understanding of the way the unseen world interfaces with the world of humans, in which the being born and dying, these are not chronological, but to be seen cosmologically, in the sense that man saw them before time binding. An infant was believed to have entered the human world from the realm of the gods and moved clockwise round a wheel as they grew older, eventually passing back into the spirit realm on the other side. But some infants were mizuko, or water babies, floating in fluids, ontologically unstable. These were the babies who were never born. Mizuko, whether miscarried or aborted, the two words are similar. Keiru, to go back, and keizu, to cause to go back, slip back, counterclockwise, across the border back into the realm of the gods. So, there be a loss, I know, entailed in abortion, as there is in miscarriage, whether it occurs at 8 or 12 or 29 weeks. Now, I myself locate this loss in the irreducible complexity of life itself, in the terrible violence and magnificence of reproduction, in the death that shimmers at the edges of one's consciousness in the shattering moment that their child is born. You heard tonight how it went for Brooke Gibson. Of course, this understanding might be rooted in my own religious upbringing. I'm certain that it is. But I would ask thyself now, how thou wilt cohere this, that fetuses are the most precious lives in existence, and that God, in his visionary wisdom, already chooses to end over a quarter of them, at the least, if not over half, because this is what doctors have confirmed, is that there are far more miscarriages than anyone admits. That women are miscarrying all the time. And they don't know it. Understand that access to birth control reduces the number of miscarriages a woman will have in her lifetime. There's no way to know the actual numbers because it's common sense that the use of birth control vastly reduces the risk of miscarriage while in use because it vastly reduces the risk of pregnancy in the first. But in terms of the research that has been done by, well, New Scientist magazine was where the work was first published of Dr. Rice. I'm struggling to remember her first name, but I'll remember it in a moment. Basically, contemporary research proves that most pregnancies end in miscarriage. It's treated as a taboo subject, but miscarriages of pregnancy happen a lot. And this paper was published in 2018, proving they happen a lot more than any of us may realize, especially the woman having them. But the research proved that more than half of successful fertilizations end in miscarriage. So it was penned by, well, one of my fellow state nationals, the evolutionary geneticist, William Richard Rice. And he had a lot of women helping him, obviously, or he couldn't have gotten the research done. I almost came to think of him as a woman while I was doing the research because he was so empathetic about what he was writing. But he's of the University of California, Santa Barbara, and he drew upon any number of previously conducted studies and health databases for a meta-analysis. Now, previous research proved that somewhere between 10 and 20%, that's as many as 1 in 4 known pregnancies end in miscarriage, also known medically as spontaneous abortions. There was one study in Denmark, which included something like well over 1 million pregnancies between 1978 and 1992. They found overall miscarriage rate was 13.5%. Obviously, that's going to vary by region and socioeconomic status, and the risk sharply increases by age. But there's one very other important qualifier to note. The overwhelming majority of women do not even know they're pregnant, at least not initially. And because most miscarriages happen in the first 12 weeks of pregnancy, all women at one point or another in their lives miscarry without even knowing it's happening. So Rice proved it's these unknown miscarriages that make up the majority. In fact, he proved that a woman in her 20s is just as likely to miscarry as to carry the fetus to term. In fact, more so. And because the miscarriage rate only rises with age, his analysis confirms that the number of miscarriages far outnumber live births. So he told New Scientist magazine, in his own words, it's not an abnormality, it's the norm. Pregnancy coming to term is the exception. This is why every baby delivered is truly a miracle. So we can learn a lot from in vitro fertilization statistics, and that helps to provide more information than known pregnancy statistics. There was this 2014 IVF or in vitro fertilization study that proved that of 284 successfully karyotyped embryos from young women, 151 had abnormalities in the number of chromosomes. That's a rate of 53.2%, which means outside of the test tube, they would miscarry. This sort of abnormality, called an aneuploidy, if I remember, is the most common cause of miscarriages. That is 50%, and the risk of it rises with age. So using information such as this, Rice calculated that women in Denmark, based on the aforementioned study, have 1.7 live births on average in their lifetimes, but 2.1 miscarriages. And this is a country with access to free birth control and elective abortions up to 12 weeks. By contrast, Mormon women in America who were just broodmares, breeding machines in the 19th century, had an average of 8 live births and 16.8 miscarriages. So, miscarriage is the predominant outcome of fertilization, and a natural and inevitable part of human reproduction at all ages. So take a look at Edom, meaning red. Who are the red parties? Communists and Republicans. These are the red parties, the Communist Party and the Republican Party. What my biological father, Adolf Hitler, was fighting against. And what is it the Red Party in America wants? Outlaw abortions. Increase complete social inequality. Reinforce the wealthy, who will always use the technology to abort unwanted babies, and force everyone else into abject poverty by law, where they're forced to deliver babies they cannot afford to raise. When I've explained that for thousands of years we've allowed abortions in Japan and all Asia, and honored these abortions as babies going back to the gods because it's not in the wheel of time for them to incarnate this lifetime, that this is not murder. This is the fluid nature of life. And women are allowed to feel that pain of loss and honor the babies that they had to kill, because delivering them into a world would be a crime in and of itself, condemning them to a life of poverty and hell. Then you understand why, as a civilized Asian man, I'm lost in a land of white and black savages, condemning people to hell on earth by outlawing abortion and forcing them to deliver in a world in which they cannot raise children who will, of necessity, grow up to be criminals. So, even as it's the purpose of these evil people, the kings of Edom and their cultists, the Republicans and the Communists, to cause pain and suffering in the world in untold magnitude that's essentially unspeakable, it's incalculable. You need only look at the results in Red China, Communist China, where abortions have created hell on earth. I've described it in the past. There's no need for me to go into it now. But understand, this is what your world will become. Red China, Red Republican America. This is why we have to fight the Republicans to the death. Whatever survivors there are, women and children, wherever they can be spared, they must be deported. To Greater Manchuria, the empty wasteland between China and Russia, a buffer state between the twain. To when we can no longer afford to deport them, or those that are ideologically willing, an Aryan American reservation in the Pacific Northwest, among the greater expanded Native American nations, where the First Nations of the original peoples should be allowed to expand throughout the overwhelming majority of Canada. All of this will include them as among the Americans, ethnically separate as they want to be. The Native Americans allowed to be ethnically separate to preserve their genotypes and their cultures. Otherwise, we'd only be aiding and abetting in extermination. But urban America, that should be developed into hybrid zones for people such as myself. The highest rate of birth rates in America are mixed race births. This would be a new race that will walk the earth, a truly American race. But this is what we're confronted with, a misunderstanding of the wheel of time. That this is one way of looking at it, is that God needs more angels. But if you look at it from the Buddhistic perspective, it's probably more reassuring and less desperate sounding, because intuitively it should be recognized as real. So understand then that God created all of this for the ecology of good versus evil. But when I say that love sources from Lucifer, it's because you wouldn't recognize the love of God without the hell on earth that these horrible people are always attempting to create. And understand that these people are not devils and demons or Satanists. They're Edomites. They're of the anti-gods that the devils and demons of Lucifer would stand against. This doesn't mean that you can play with demons or befriend them, though they have that belief in Africa. In Black Africa, there's much more of a visceral understanding of demons as agents of retributive justice. But if you were to go out and seek them, this is like playing with carrion creatures that compost the waste. You would be blighted with ringworm or other infections. It's not something to engage in casually or experimentally. Demons and devils are to be feared and respected. But understand, as the Black Africans do, they are ultimately agents of retributive justice. And if that isn't love, I don't know what is. So in that sense, this is where Lucifer's love comes in. This is the love I bring to the world. So with that being said, I'll bow out of that for the moment. We can allow George Knight to respond. Does that answer your question?
I was going to say thank you so much, Douglas. That does extensively, so I do really appreciate that, and I hope the listenership appreciates that also. Thank you so much.
The least I could do. Of course, Viviana, now you're allowed to respond, and by all means, honey, say what comes to your mind. I mean, you've delivered children into this world. I mean, certainly you can bring up a bit of your experience that speaks to this. Oh God, is she still with us? Let's take a look. She's on mute. Honey, are you there?
Hello, Viviana.
I hope I didn't chase her away. She's probably so upset by what I said. Well, I guess that's understandable. Well, hopefully she doesn't abandon us forever. At any rate, now, who was sending us a lot of information while I was doing this? Oh God, some new wonderful maps from our man Ian West. Ian, this is a lot, and it's like this is information overload. What in particular matters to you here?
What do you think of the Coke straw and the army guys holding up? Isn't that great?
It is funny. It is funny.
Isn't that awesome?
It is, yes. It's basically the Marines raising the flag on Iwo Jima, but it's a giant folded dollar bill, like you would.
And a pile of cocaine.
Yes.
It's genius.
Yes.
Just genius. Absolute genius.
It's astute political satire.
Yeah.
Genius might be pushing it, but it's astute political satire. Do
you like it, George?
I haven't reviewed. Sorry, I'm just loading up now, Ian. Really appreciate that. Yes, thank you.
It's all
loading up.
Oh my God, Viviana, Jesus, honey. At any rate, I do hope she does call.
She probably fell asleep.
Yes. Oh, I doubt it. She was too angry. When I said that love comes from Lucifer, that really blew her. And I can understand it. Oh my God, she's so pure. She's just this nice little Christian girl. I really shouldn't say such things in front of her, but it's impossible to explain otherwise. So that being said, with that. What we can do now is, Ian, a few of the things that you wanted to present, go ahead and go into that for just a few minutes, and then I want to turn to George, because I do want George to speak about history, and I think we could segue from a few of the things that you have to present to George. So what is it that you wanted to show us first? Which would you consider the most important?
No, I mean, nothing's really that important. I was just sitting there, while you were doing your thing. That's all.
Oh,
go ahead, George.
Could you wait until next episode then for some of what you were going to present, and we'll let George talk to some elements of history.
Yeah, George, go for it.
I mean, recently, of course, I shared a memory where we were talking about various organic life forms that live in space, and perhaps George can start with that, or whatever he wishes to start with. And, take us into what he feels should be. Feel free to educate our listeners tonight in a historical sense.
Yeah, thank you so much, Douglas. And I was actually going to just ask or request if anyone wants to speak before I do, because the plan is to go on for the rest of the show. I'm happy to stay on for it needs me. So if anyone else wants to say anything before we go into that, by all means, because we will go to town.
Yes, by all means.
No, Brooks, go on. You should be fine. You got the hour. Go for it.
Great. And before our man George goes, so Mark, I will insist you contribute a few insights. By all means.
No, I actually am gonna, Douglas. I think I'm gonna take off, but I'm gonna actually spend some time listening to what you said was unbelievable, and I want to spend a little time to just listen to what George is about to say. And I look forward to speaking with everyone on the next show.
Well,
I appreciate it. Likewise, sir. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye, Mark.
Take care.
Thank you so much, Mark. And beg your pardon, I just needed that moment just to consume some sustenance before I go on. Get the calories in.
Yeah. Quite all right. And do you need...
Is there anything?
Yeah. Do you need to do that for a few more minutes, or?
No, I am ready to.
Okay.
Ready to go.
Go
so
rip. Yes.
Go
for
on.
it.
And thank you so much for sharing the post that it was published a year ago. It was of the organic polymorphic biological entities that harbor in the deepest recesses of space. That also. So if people take a look at Douglas's timeline or my timeline, it's been recently shared. It's actually at the top of the page. It should be relatively at the top of the page. So these are snapshots or amateur snapshots, real authentic camera shots of these. At the end of their lifespan, these are multicellular or
some are multicellular, I would presume, but I presume also a number of them are single cellular single-celled animals. Yes. Amoeboid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Amoeboid, sort of. Exactly, Douglas. So, they obviously the representation. So from the features, you'll notice they are translucent and they portray a lot of some. So at the end of their lifespan, they will will emerge, either submerge or emerge from our Earth's oceans. They will appear in our skies, and most paleontologists don't recognize them because they don't know the origin or the source of these. These are,
in all fairness, it's almost impossible to find any such animals fossilized. But go on.
Exactly,
and it's basically along the logic of what I don't see, I don't believe. Yeah, so go on. Yeah,
exactly.
But you can see them. That's the point. All kinds of people see them.
Thank you.
Yeah, but the problem is that paleontologists, until they see it with their own eyes, are basically So go on. Yeah.
Exactly, because they study what they can actually physically get their hands on, and unfortunately, they can't do that with these. So they are a true phenomena. They are a reality, and they are often misidentified, and they are, as a result, part of the ufological phenomena. And Douglas himself went into this on the fairly recent conducted interview with MUFON. He went into this very well, Douglas. I think he presented it very, very well.
Yes,
but it was brief. Yes, thank you. So I really appreciate that. And it was important that this was brought up, which that Will lately did recognize as being somewhat, they are organic, or they did biological features, or I'm trying to think of the word he used. I think he used the term organism, or they were, he used the term mechanical, but mechanical lifelike. I don't know I can't remember the exact phrase he used, but these are obviously, they are real.
Yes.
And they are
when people get into this bullshit about mechanical lifelike, they're trying to say that these are extremely flexible biomimetic materials or some bullshit like that, when they're obviously a fucking amoeboid or supercellular animal. So yeah, this is part of the inability of the human mind to accept its reality. Yes, at any rate. Yeah.
And they, I believe, Douglas, from what I have learned from yourself, is they mainly will appear in our skies at the end of their lifespan, or they will emerge or submerge on our ocean surface and submerge, or they will re-emerge towards the end of their lifespan. And this is where people will report seeing them, or they will basically frequent in the skies, and they will take these snapshots. And they are seen mostly all over the world. They're mostly over near ocean coastal lines, most predominantly. So, but they, they can harbor in the deepest recesses of space, where there is a relatively hard vacuum. And the origins of that, whenever I've spoken this to people in person, I've always sort of questioned myself as well, where the source of origin starts from. It's either celestial, it's either terrestrial on our own planet, or it's within our own solar system. So
it's both.
The
Basically,
fact is,
thank you. You have some that are, of course, spawning in our atmosphere and have been doing so forever. And then you have those that have been adapted to harder vacuum. And of course, there are some that are capable of interface. So this is basically the only natural form of life in the universe that you will find as universal. So people need to understand that this is it. And
this is the closest you'll get. Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
absolutely, Douglas. For what most people will certainly what they'll interpret, they interpret what sentences of what life would look like or form, manifest out there in the certainly the basically the extent outside of our own regions of terrestrial life, outside of our own solar system. What people interpret is the Hollywood caricature of what the term xenox or truly extraterrestrial alien life would look like. This is completely incomparable. It's what the reality is what these polymorphic organic
bear in mind,
entities.
all that they're doing in Hollywood is they're putting actors into under some heavy makeup, because that's all they can afford to do. They can't afford to produce this shit. They'd have to go CGI, and they'd fuck it all up and make it look unreal. But go on.
Yes, no, absolutely, Douglas. No, thank you. And that's what people with a normal understanding, that is what the average layman or person interprets of what they perceive as alien life. It's basically with humanoid features, and that is not the reality of what we're speaking of. Where we're talking of entities that are truly biological. They're living organic, polymorphic, so they change shape, So they present themselves different shapes. Now, most of the UFO phenomena out there, including the Reich in exile, the government, the legally recognized government of the Third Reich, the legal government which exists in exile, which is not recognized by your own United Nations. Even their mechanical craft releases what the term is a contour, where it will seem like it's shapeshifting because of the energy field that bends around the craft itself. It produces electrical magnetic impulse. Even that will change shape. It'll make the craft seem like it is polymorphic or polymorphing, different shapes. Even that does it as well. But these entities that are truly living biological entities, they will change shape in space and in our own atmosphere, within our own space. And so, and it's similar to if you're going down the freeway highway, or if you're out in the middle of the sun in the midday of the scorching summer sun, and you look upon the bitumen tarmac of the road, you will see it emits a high heat wave, a wave which distorts, and it will basically make all sorts of shapes and even create hallucination. It makes you hallucinate because you're dehydrated, but it will actually change the physical reality if you're looking over the plane. Not the flat plane, sorry, Ian, but the plane, the curvature of the Earth.
The curvature of the Earth. Yes, go on.
Yeah, thank you. It will change shape. It will distort, and it will create what they call mirages in the distance. And so it's the similar thing, but with these polymorphic entities, they can actually change shape because of the biochemistry of their anatomy. They're single cellular or multicellular. So yeah, amoeboid. Douglas, thank you so much for saying that. That's what they are. So they will change shape in our own space, in our own atmosphere. Right. Often mistaken for balloons that don't look like balloons at all.
Yes,
you can tell the difference.
Point. Go on.
Massive difference. Yeah, and so this is where what you have is they will get misidentified, get reported, and then obviously they get then you get a response. Then you get a response from the guard, the National Guard, or the radar systems will detect them. I can go on about other aspects of the UFO phenomena. We're going into the realms and regions of different types. We're going into that aspect, but I'm more than happy, Douglas, to go in that area, or we can go into historical context of World War II. I had an interesting conversation with Eric, my colleague, the other day, talking about freedom of speech, and he was having a conversation with his friends, his private friends, obviously who I don't know, talking about freedom of speech, promoting it, and he was saying there's no such thing as freedom of speech, and he's obviously got that from myself, and which is great. It's wonderful because he takes into account what I'm saying, and
that's always gratifying. Always gratifying to hear someone essentially communicating your points. Go on.
Yes, thank you. I just had to emphasize to him. I brought up the exemplar gratiae that the World War II, for instance, there is no such thing as freedom of speech, because I am not free and allowed to speak about World War II, because you have all these people around me who are indoctrinated that think they won the Second World War, but that's not part of the reality, because there are so many things, aspects about the reality of the world we live in today. The government doesn't recognize they even conceded that war, just through the emphasis of daylight saving time and taxations on our phone bills, for example. These are all still in effect, and this is, people get contradictory. And the reason why I bring this up is because it's important, because we were talking about these comedians that are allowed to freely say whatever they want, and I just briefly went over the fact that these words have serious casting effects. It actually is detrimental to human life. It compromises human life. Words have magical spells. They have magical impacts.
Or the way to express it is that words cast spells. That's why it's called spelling, and
that's why it's called spelling.
Yeah, and that's why magical spell books are called grimoires, which is simply the Latin for grammar. Go on.
grammar. Yes, thank you, Douglas. So words can kill you. Yes. Words can kill, in effect. And so, yeah, when you have all these people that are freely allowed to say whatever they want, what they're really citing is hate speech. They want to go around and say whatever they want, and without having any repercussions on themselves. So they want to freely speak of what they want to say, but, you know, fully understanding the impact and what ramifications come of that. They're not concerned because they are protected by this legislation, this what do you want to call it? It's within the Constitution. It's in the constitutional rights. They have the right to the freedom of speech. They have their own, and it's just like the right to bear arms as well. But what I was talking about with Eric is the fact that with World War II, I'm not allowed to speak about World War II because automatically I get told to keep my mouth shut. Do not speak of it. And the reason why it's so important is because when you got these individuals that were multiply banned and were forced to resign from their position in the media, like Piers Morgan, who's a presenter on a show, who was originally a journalist, worked for the newspaper, who got fired because he released sensitive and confidential information regarding locations of soldiers, of men in Iraq. And I know an individual who knows the names, who personally knew these people that actually died because he revealed in the News of the World the locations, because he published the photographs of where these people were situated. And it led to them being killed because they got hold, they got basically with the terrorist organizations, I'm trying to think, Douglas, who it was. I'm trying to think if it was if it was like an insurgency in Iraq, and this is going back in the early 2000s, and it's mid to late 2000s, I believe. This is when the photograph was published. Piers Morgan, because of what he did, he published a photograph which revealed the location of these men. They ultimately got targeted and killed during the conflict. And so he was forced to resign as a journalist for the News of the World. And I believe it was News of the World. I could be wrong. It could have been the Mirror or someone of those tabloids, one of those newspapers. People could look that up. But this man goes on air and he turns around and says, if Germany had won the war, we'd all be speaking German. And I brought up the fact, and like, we've gone over this before, Douglas, on the show, that I've brought up with Eric. Well, and that really funny. I mean, if you go to Japan, for instance, you know, we're the so-called victors of that war, of World War II, and they claim that Japan was occupied, quote unquote. We occupied it. We surely should have basically forced them to speak English.
Thank you.
And yes, and when American shows up at the airport, when they arrive on the ground in Tokyo, and they look around, they present the question, or they emphasize that, oh yeah, this is conquered land, and yet they look around them, and the Japanese culture, they're speaking their own language. Yes. And you see the tourist billboards speak, you know, direct to them because they can't read Japanese, so these are only the English writing that's ever presented on any signs is just to help guide the tour guides or the tourists to venture out in Japan, because they rely on that for their economy. They rely on this the influx of tourism. So you know, it's a great markup. But and the ironic thing is that in Britain themselves, you know, the Irish, the Welsh, and the Scots, they all had their own language. We forced them to speak the English. That's why they speak English today.
Yes.
And this is what's so important that people don't realize this extent. So there is no evidence that we are victors of World War II. And it's so important.
No. And by the way, your average person who goes to Japan, you know, prepare yourself for one thing. You're not going to find many people who speak English. You're going to be going into hotels where everything's in Japanese, and it's more and more automated as time goes on, where they've got robots speaking English and very few people who do. I mean, I'm not kidding. You can go into these robot hotels in Japan where they leave the machines to speak English to you. There are Americans who have experiences where they're quite often they have to learn Japanese because otherwise they'll be talking to robots all the time. There, go on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And when you ever walk into a building or work into someone's residential home in Japan, you are told not to enter until you take your shoes off.
Yes.
Now, that does not sound the result of a person or someone who's part of a nation state that won the Second World War, that you are forced to take your shoes off before you enter. Because if you had won the goddamn war, you'd be able to walk in on their premise, on their territory, on their property without taking your shoes off. They'll be bowing down to your demands. But no, it's the other way around. You are told you are forced to take your shoes off because it is not respectable. And which is correct. Yes. In my views, yeah. So you are forced to obey by them, not the other way around. That doesn't sound like the result of a victorious nation, in my regards.
Yeah, meaning it's definitely not the result of the West having conquered Japan, because obviously you take a look at other places where the West has colonized, and it's just they're hellholes. They're third world. I mean, take a look at formerly British India, which would include Pakistan and Bangladesh as well as India, and they're no place you'd want to live.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. No, absolutely. And again...
And they speak English! They're the largest English-speaking nation on Earth! And you wouldn't want to live there! Go on!
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. I was going to say, yeah, and they were forced to speak English. They were, and today, because of the multiple dialects they have in India, when they don't understand each other's dialects, they resort by default to speak in English. Why do they do that? Yeah, it's because they were forced to speak English. So again, it's a form of indoctrination where you are basically indoctrinated to believe you are projecting what you are guilty on onto the others, and the opposite is the truth. It's a polar, complete 180-degree opposite. It's nothing to take as any form of conviction or anything. It's
satanic inversion.
Yes, it is the satanic inversion, Douglas. The opposite is completely true. It's and it's like it's emphasized in the in Prime, if you ever Amazon Prime, they promoted that. What was it? It's not Iron Skies. I keep getting that conflated with another. It's I've never watched it, but that individual who I used to work with who plays video games was really going off on it. Really was saying how good it is when it first came out. It was the one where they where the Third Reich had taken over Manhattan or New York.
Oh, you're talking about the Man in the High Castle.
Man in the High Castle, that's the one.
Oh
yeah.
My God!
So
in all fairness, just so people understand this, the Man in the High Castle is just, I would not recommend it, simply because it's this is the problem, is that the overwhelming majority of wars, just so people understand the reality of warfare, is that basically economies collapse. Economies collapse and people can't afford to wage war anymore. So when it comes to that, very seldom do you have nations invaded. You result often in the peace being signed, and then everybody tries to recover their economies, especially the vanquished, so to speak. This is what happened in World War I, only because of the plague, which took out everyone's ability to wage war. And there was a series of convergent affairs that included rebellions in Germany that forced the Kaiser to abdicate so that he wouldn't suffer the fate of the Tsar in Russia. This is exactly why the Tsar abdicated his throne and relocated, was not because the Allies won the goddamn war, but because there was so much civil upheaval in Germany that he didn't want to suffer the fate of the King of France, who was executed along with his family, or the Tsar of Russia, who was executed along with his family. He did what was essentially the thing to do at the time that you would consider prudent. It was a prudent decision to say that, wow, this is basically a communist revolution and insurgency was happening in Germany. So the Kaiser had enough foresight based on the lessons of both past and recent history to basically relocate. That being said, then afterwards, the Germans thought of reinstating him, but then it just didn't make any sense under the Third Reich.
No.
But understand that the only way the Germans can avoid the Third Reich reinstating itself as the legal government of Germany, which is what it is, would be to reinstate the Kaiser. That's the only thing they can really do to prevent that legally, because they would be upholding at least a legal Reich, a legal realm. So that has to ultimately be done. That being said, the other thing that comes to mind, what were we speaking of again before I went into that tangent? You were talking about...
was it the Man in the High Castle?
Oh, yes, the Man in the High Castle. So understand that what happened in World War I was the Allies never invaded Germany. So since the Allies never invaded Germany, understand most wars end like that. This is like, but in The Man in the High Castle, the trope that they're trying to push, the fantasy, the fallacy, is that they took a political allegory by Philip K. Dick, who basically, I'm not even coming down on him as a drug addict. He condemned himself for that. But Philip K. Dick, on a drug trip, with everything he did was on drugs, he was quite open about that. So understand that on drugs, he produced this allegorical political satire about had the Germans and Japanese occupied America. And the book, for all intents and purposes, is not worth reading because it's too surrealistic. It's like you're on a drug trip by the end of the fucking book. It makes no sense. So anybody who says it does make sense, you're lying. I mean, the only sense to be made from it is, there's parallel universes, basically, because he just becomes essentially incoherent. It's not so incoherent that it's unreadable, but it's essentially incoherent in its messaging, other than saying, there's parallel universes in this literary universe that he's, just posited. But in terms of what you have to understand about The Man in the High Castle, the series, is they take all kinds of things and they just impose them in a kind of, they couldn't work with the book because the book is unworkable. It's like if you ever look at Blade Runner, Blade Runner is not the book. The book it's based on is titled Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which already is a horrible title and completely unworkable. The book itself is really stupid, in my opinion. There's no real word for it. It's just an exercise in despair, a mood, and it's fine for what it is. If you're looking for mood and just an exercise in despair, then there's that book for you. But it has nothing to do with the film. Nothing. If you read the book and you watch the film, there's nothing there. There's nothing. It's a very few elements. Just a few elements were taken. But the film is a masterpiece. The book is shit. I mean, seriously. And has nothing to do with the book, except in the most tangential sense. But that being said, it's the same with The Man in the High Castle. Now, I have not watched The Man in the High Castle, but I can guarantee you it's not the book, because the book is like Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. You can't do anything with it. So whatever's in the series, I have to confess, I have not watched it, because it's something that's too painful for me to watch, because I'd find myself just probably responding to the stupidity of so much that is shown, because basically, as in the book, there's a few things they take from it, few elements, just like they did in Blade Runner, and the few elements are the most senseless elements, but they're vital to the plot. The plot there's no plot without it. So the whole thing is the Germans still want to conquer the world, and they've conquered half the world, but they want the rest. So, I mean, this is like beyond stupid, because the Germans had no intention of conquering the world in the first place. The Germans were engaged in a war with the world because the world attacked them, because everyone, the capitalists and the communists and the British imperialists, found the Nazis to be the greatest threat on earth that scared them all to death, because they were the only people on earth you couldn't buy out.
Yeah, exactly.
The
They were
Nazis
liberal.
would never sell out. And for that reason, because they couldn't be bought, they had to be destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
That was the logic of the Allies. And
Mm-hmm.
so when this is why they say we don't recognize them, is because they couldn't corrupt them. They could not bribe them.
Yes.
And therefore, they could not exist in the same world with them. Quite literally. And that is the greatest threat to the Allied world. Now, that being said, the idea of the Germans trying to logistically support invasions of North America is preposterous. This is not something the Japanese wanted either. Their concept of war is realistic and therefore based on practicality. With the Germans, what happened was Hitler was made aware of Unterland, which he had always known of, but which was incontrovertibly rendered assailable, breachable, literally conquerable, accessible, to say the least. The most neutral term would be it was rendered accessible. Once Unterland was rendered accessible, Hitler had no care in conquering Moscow. He kept his troops were within sight of Moscow, literally in visual contact, and he called them off. Everything at that point began concentrating on holding the front lines to steal everything that was not nailed down and use that to fund his exodus. So everything at that point became a completely different objective. Hold as much ground for as long as possible, loot everything in reach, and use that to fund the exodus, the Aryan exodus, to a world in which he didn't have to deal with the temptation that his children would face, literally his future generations, where they wouldn't have to face the danger of corruption, the temptation of bribery, the temptation of ultimately falling prey to the Allies. And that place was Unterland. And with all of its advantages, free from the corruption of the outside world, then Hitler could help his vision become realized, and a new race not only walked beneath the earth, but soared above it in the heavens. This is why the intention was completely strategically different from what Westerners even comprehend. So they can't understand it, and then they projected that, oh, if the Nazis won the war, they'd occupy all this land that they wouldn't even want, and the Japanese would as well. It's not what would have happened. Now, aside from that, I could appreciate the aesthetic of the Man in the High Castle. I could appreciate maybe certain senses of mood. Now, the one scene I did see that actually captured my attention enough to make me sit down and review it was the scene where somebody tries to kill Hitler, and then they and basically are astonished when they walk into the room and Hitler is reviewing footage of the fall of the Third Reich on the surface world. And the man is so taken aback by what he sees, he fucks up and says, "What is that?" After which Hitler rises and is in total control of the situation, basically takes the gun from the man's hand and pulls out his own firearm from his desk and kills him. After explaining to him briefly, this is the world that would have been had I trusted men like you. And in other words, the Hitler in this universe is completely aware of alternative timelines and is in complete control of the situation. And I thought that was incredible, and I have no protests, and I certainly appreciated that. So even though I don't recommend it, the only reason I don't recommend it is for the historically untenable illogic, the literary conceits of its premise. But as a drama, I don't particularly find the direction that it took to be offensive from what little I saw. So all I can say is that I noticed that about a lot of these series, like Hunters portraying Hitler. The one scene that I saw portrayed Hitler as this badass. And it's like they always show him as being pretty much in control of the situation. So I certainly, the one thing that I have to give them credit for is that they understand one thing, that they can't make Hitler look stupid or incompetent, because then that defeats the whole purpose of the threat they're trying to show him projecting. But, you know, when they show him doing things like, yeah, he's this older man in South America in the series Hunter, and the scene that caught my eye enough for me to review it was he's shooting skeet. He's taking a shotgun and he's shooting at these decoys being tossed into the air and hitting them like he's some badass marksman. I mean, this is something Adolf Hitler never would have done. It's not something he was into or was interested in. It's like with age, they show him. By the way, for those who don't understand, shooting a shotgun has a big ass kick. So if they're showing Hitler as an old man in his 90s, firing a shotgun and just taking kick after kick like that, they're showing this fucker's Superman. This is like portraying Hitler like he's not human, he's superhuman, which I don't mind at all, because that's essentially what happened with the treatments he was receiving, the Bulgarian treatment and the massive transfusions of vampire blood, which I explained in my interviews with the Bulgarians. And for those of you who don't know, his Italian doctor, Dr. MEMŻRIAL, he was treating Hitler with what was called the Bulgarian treatment, in which he was providing massive transfusions of vampire blood, which had their effect on Hitler in terms of reversing aging. Everything he did in the public camera, where you saw his arm trembling, which all these doctors say, oh, that's a sign of developing Parkinson's and shit, all that is acting. All the acting he learned from his Jewish instructor in acting. And people can look that up. Hitler's Jewish acting instructor. And Hanussen was his name. And the man taught Hitler how to act, how to deliver his speeches. And from him, he learned how to emulate physical frailty. That's what he projected to the world. But everyone said inside the bunker, he was hyperactive, that he was talkative throughout the night. He wasn't wearing down. So that basically the man was getting ready to relocate to his new life. So understand that everything you understand about him degenerating as the war is getting lost, all of this is part of what he wanted you to think. You're falling for his act. And that's the beauty of it all. But in other words, the people who wrote the series Hunter, they obviously know more than they're letting on to. And therefore, what they portrayed, in a sense, is historically accurate. So there's something to be said for all these series. While I might argue with the overall literary conceits as being incredibly stupid, such as Hitler, for instance, staying on the surface world, then it's one of these things that you take into account the balance of the fact that they're doing this at all, still presenting Hitler as a threat. Understand this. You're still at war with what the United Nations says is Hitlerism. That's in the United Nations Charter. They don't say Nazism. They don't say fascism. They say Hitlerism. And just as the Allies in the first global war against Napoleon Bonaparte declared war on Napoleon as an individual, they're waging war still today on Hitler as an individual. So back to George.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And yeah, some very, very important points that you made there. So I really appreciate that. And people can vet and verify that Hitler did say himself that in the case of an all-out occupation of High Germany, the fatherland, the war will continue beyond that. It will continue beyond the reaches of the fatherland. So he did say that on public record, and which people can vet that. So it was, more than likely, most certain.
Thank you. Go on. Yes, by all means.
Go into that, Douglas. Then.
Yeah. So there was a little glitch in the Skype. Yes. So by all means,
Yes.
go
No.
take it.
Thank you.
Take it away.
Yes. Thank you so much, Douglas. And yeah, where to go from that point on? Which direction would you like me to go into, Douglas? You see, when you were speaking, I had so many things, that I could go into and say. It was, to go into the general consensus of what people believe, the general paradigm of today's, that's why I've never reviewed any of those movies. I can't bring myself to actually review them at all. It's because it's just sheer utter detestment for historical reality, historical facts. So it's
I think
really
how about one of the you saying Eric was repeating some of your points. How about conversations you've had with him and others, and what you feel is probably the most important points that you get across when you're talking to these other people?
Oh yes, absolutely, Douglas. Yeah, that's a very good point. That's a good subject to get into, actually. Yeah, with Eric, he did tell me at one stage when he was what do you want to call it, an intern or a trainee, when he wanted to going back, because he's older than me, earlier on in life, he wanted to become a what do you want to call it? There is a name for it, but it's someone that goes it's like a political debater, goes on to do he wanted to do this course where it teaches you how to debate, and I had to educate him on that. And I told him that it's the whole point of a debate is to lose the debate. So you walk away and you've learned something. The whole purpose of a debate is not to win, it's actually to lose. And he goes, that's a very interesting point you made, George. And I said, well, that's the whole purpose behind it. You don't go on for a debate to just to basically for an oppositional views or opposing views and opinions. Most people go on there and they like to think, oh yeah, I've got the upper hand and I'll beat this person in a debate. They want to try and shut them down. But the whole purpose is you don't argue with people you agree with. You actually debate with someone you don't agree with, so you actually walk away and learn something. And he goes, that's a very interesting point you made, George. And so that was a very good conversation that we had. And it's great that he's actually now he's taken on board, he's applying this, and he's basically regurgitating it to his actual friends when they talk about things such as freedom of speech. And
this proves that older people can learn. Go on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Thank you.
I kind of covered you over there, spoke over you. So, speak over that. Tell us what you were going to say before I spoke over you. Repeat that, please.
Oh, no. Thank you, Douglas. No, thank you, Douglas. So that proves an important point as well, that why the Third Reich never desired to ever basically occupy the United States, because of your own constitutional rights to the rights of bear arms. No one wants to basically occupy a nation where the nation themselves have everyone's armed to the teeth with arms. No, who would want to do such a thing? It's not a pragmatic, what you could call a pragmatic, conducive desire to have. For practical reasons, it doesn't make any sense that they would even want to control or to occupy your nation, invade and occupy yourselves, because it doesn't make any sense to want to do so. And
let me speak for a few minutes there. What I'm going to do is, what I'd like to do is, I want people to understand that we've got about at least 3 hours left. It's more than that. Our man is going to be with us throughout this time, George Knight, but I want to kind of start him in a direction that will be solid, a solid direction. So what I'll do is monologue a little bit here and give it back to him for basically the rest of the show. But I'm going to introduce several topics that I want him to address, and he can address them in the sense of historical context. By bringing up the reasons why we got to this point where we're at today. So I do want to, when he spoke about guns, it brings us to several points. First off, Obviously, firearms in America, the Second Amendment, we really have to put this in context because we don't want Americans getting the wrong lesson. And the wrong lesson at this point in time is that your Second Amendment is some kind of advantage. That in the past, I've said it was considered by other nations to be a national security issue. In other words, for Americans, the right to bear arms was a national security issue that impacted the ability of other nations to invade. And that was a time when most people retained in many parts of America. For the longest time, the majority of America's locales maintained a tradition of hunting. And hunting was something where you were in a very healthy sense that aided and abetted the natural environment. You were culling excess population, and you provided your family excess meat, extra meat. People have no idea how important hunting was. That there's no way to really impress this upon you without the lessons of history. So when it comes to the lessons of history, a little sideways indulgence here into history itself and to aspects of history that I know for a fact none of you even know about. Even a man like our man George Knight wouldn't know about the 1910 American Hippo Bill, the Hippopotami Bill HR 23261. So understand that Americans had a genuine meat shortage in which Americans were literally becoming malnourished, which is hard to believe in this day and age. But just like third world nations, the Republican Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt, Theodore Roosevelt put through, along with many Americans interested in the welfare of the American people, the American Hippo Bill of 1910, which would have introduced African hippopotamuses into the Mississippi River. And this was known as House Resolution 23261, the American Hippo Bill. Now that bill would have authorized the mass importation of as much of the African hippopotami population as they could afford to import alive. And that was introduced by the new Iberia Congressman, Robert Cousin Bob Broussard. And this is because Americans were starving to death. So Teddy Roosevelt said we need to secure $250,000 in funding for the importation of useful animals, predominantly hippos, to become the American food staple. Hippo meat was going to be our hamburger. Understand that hamburger is not fucking chopped ham. It's chopped beef. So it's already misnamed. It's named after a city in Germany. But America was going to become a nation of hippopotamus eaters. And we would have had those hippo hamburgers or hippo burgers, which, believe me, I swear to God, someday I am going to do what I can to eat a hippopotamus. I do want to see what it tastes like. Now, all of this was to set the hippopotami loose in the swamplands along the Gulf Coast, raise them for food, and so other African animals they were going to import as well, including elephants, but it was primarily the hippos. They were going to breed them. Now, this was a simultaneous solution to two problems, and it was ingenious. Import the hippopotamuses to the Louisiana bayous, where they would be released into the useless, to Americans, southern marshlands, where cattle were unable to graze. No cattle could ever be raised there. So they would then devour the hyacinth, which was considered an invasive species of plant. And so they experimented with this, and it was a rousing success. The new meat product was branded Lake Cow Bacon. Lake Cow Bacon. And so this meat question, this was a test of American ingenuity and resolve to defend our freedom and way of life. The Americans were willing to go all out. And Louisiana was considered prime hippo habitat. And agents were sent to survey the ground. And people were told, hippos are yummy. Now, by the way, this would have saved hippos because their habitat loss has earned hippos endangered status under the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. So I think we should still go for it. And, even though Americans love meat, they still had to convince them to eat hippos. So there was this whole campaign that was developed for hippo steak. And the invasive water hyacinth was choking off the trade routes in much of America's waterways. And understand that trade and much of communications is by river, especially in those days. Think of China. Everything is by river, or was for thousands of years. So this was something that was choking off American trade, communications. The solution of solving that and the meat problem together by importing hippos was the genius of Teddy Roosevelt. So even though he was a genocidal maniac, there's some things you have to give him credit for. Even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day if it's mechanical, or as Brooke Gibson emphasized, once a day if it's digital. So the invasive water hyacinths were choking American waterways in the Gulf in one quarter. This is a dual crisis in 1910. And so the American Hippo Bill presented by Broussard in 1910, they were going to get $250,000 appropriation to import hippos. The relocations would help control the hippo population. And although the animal's native habitat is Africa, they understood then its habitat was disappearing. So they understood the humane alternative was to have Americans recognize that hippos could be bred because they were full of blubbery goodness. And why not turn America into a nation of hippo eaters? Honestly, this is something that would have had men riding on the backs of hippos. Hippo boys instead of cowboys. Think of, I think that we live in a sadder world for this not having been followed through on. Because Teddy Roosevelt, eventually his term ended, and the next president didn't follow through because of corruption. So he was bought off by a bunch of people who wanted to monopolize the beef industry. So this is true corruption and what it does to destroy civilizations. This is why you definitely have to understand the Nazis scared everybody because they could never be bought out. This is why. So all of that being emphasized, to go back to, say, for instance, what we're dealing with today with all these guns, understand that Americans, hippo boys, all of them would have depended on firearms to control the hippos because hippos are not cows. Hippos are the most dangerous animals on earth. Believe me, if it comes to sheer numbers, more people die on Earth because of mosquitoes, but nobody gives a shit. People would care when you're getting eaten alive by a hippo. Hippos are the animal you can see coming at you that kill with abandon. They kill people in Africa all the time. You can't control them with cattle prods. You can't control them with anything other than guns. So a nation being, America being a nation of gun lovers, hippos and Americans were meant for each other. ravenous, devouring eaters on either case. In fact, some Americans get so fat you can't tell them apart from the hippos. Yet, all those days of hippo herding are never arrived, and the days of hunting are nearly gone. Almost no Americans hunt for food anymore. Those that do are such complete and utter irrelevant idiots. You don't want them hunting. They're out there shooting each other. It's gotten to the point where they're shooting kids parked in the wilderness who have taken their cars out in the middle of nowhere so they could fuck. At this point in history, this is no longer a national security asset. The Americans have fucked it all up. You don't go hunting with AR-15s or Uzis or semi-automatic weapons. You can only commit mass shootings. And nobody's buying hunting rifles at the rate they're buying weapons of mass destruction. And the frequent shootings have put American mass killings on a record pace. The United States is setting a record pace for mass killings, and we haven't even entered the first quarter of this year yet, in 2023. It's replaying the horror on a loop already, roughly once a week so far this year for what little year we've experienced. The carnage has taken 88 lives in 17 mass killings over 111 days. All that people are doing with their guns is killing other Americans. They're not hunting hippos or deer or anything other than humans. And all of that brings us to Elon Musk's disastrous week. The tech world's most attention-grabbing man had a very busy week. Elon Musk launched a rocket on my biological father's birthday, dealt with bad news at Tesla, stoked fear that AI, artificial intelligence, could end humanity, and rolled out another controversial change on Twitter. And through it all, Musk exemplifies the danger of what happens when technology and ego collide. So talk about an explosive week. Early Hitler Day, the 20th of this month, a SpaceX rocket exploded in the skies over the Gulf of Mexico. I don't know why Elon Musk thought launching his rocket on Hitler's birthday would bring him any luck, but it detonated itself after the booster failed to separate from the upper portion of the vehicle after launch. Now, watching the clip myself on my father's birthday, from start to fiery finish, I was struck above all else, by the sound of applause. You know, routine during such launches, of course, but marked by a different timbre this week. Everyone clapping when it blew up. I'm certain my biological father Hitler as well, watching it in Unterland, laughing his ass off at Americans talking about going back to the fucking moon. Now, SpaceX is one of Elon Musk's all too many projects, a private transportation company with ambitions to serve Earth orbit, the moon, Mars, and beyond. And as CEO, Musk splits his attention between this lofty mission and his duties as CEO of both Tesla and Twitter, the latter of which he acquired in a frenzy for 44 billion United States dollars last year. And through these roles, he has secured his spot as one of America's most transfixing subjects, like a train wreck in slow motion, a polarizing man for a polarized age, whose accomplishments are slopped over with monumental failure. The rocket blew up. Tesla's profits are down more than 20% year over year. Twitter is, well, Twitter, that caused him to lose half his wealth in a matter of days. And now, with all investment advisors saying, have a plan B, boys, when it comes to development in communist China, because we're obviously going to war, he puts it all in on the mainland. I guess he wants to lose the other half. No surprise, then, that Musk has grown to embrace the role of performer, as when he appeared on Tucker Carlson, Hitler Day night on Monday. No, it was called on Monday. It was, I'm trying to remember whether it was before the Hitler Day blow up or right after. I think that it's called Tucker Carlson Tonight. That, of course, is the full name of that dipshit show. And he appeared on it Monday the 17th. So this was like opening the work week, which climaxed in the Hitler Day blow up of his SpaceX cock rocket. So he appeared on Tucker Carlson Tonight on Monday to open the work week for this lengthy freak out. I saw it on Hitler Day as opposed to the day that it originally aired, so it was hard for me to track back the time in my memory that it actually showed. And he was freaking out about artificial intelligence. And he was going into this dramatic, I'd call it melodrama, act about AI is going to kill us all. And in this environment, at least for a man like Musk, value and substance are secondary concerns. All that matters is that people are paying attention and reacting. No wonder then that he promised during this work week last that his electric cars would become fully self-driving as soon as this year, an application of AI technology that has already been implicated in a number of deaths. Just days after he warned Don Tucker that AI is a danger to the public. There be not an iota of ideological consistency. Just bluster and unyielding demands for attention. Atlantic Magazine staff writer Charlie Warzel has called it the myth of the tech genius. After years of growth and innovation in the tech industry, many people lionize the supposedly great man at the center of it all, without reason. The myth is not harmless, any more than comedians' jokes that lead to people's deaths. AI, and especially generative AI, all of these are not AI at all, they are expert systems and should be called ES. That newer strain you've heard about or seen in the likes of ChatGPT, JetGPT, and DAL-E, DALL-E, they demand scrutiny because they're not intelligent. Although the technology currently seems more likely to destroy high school English assignments than it is to rend our flesh and blood, there are serious risks to contend with. As the writer Matthew Kirschenbaum evocatively put it, misinformation is a big one. And so is a flood of gray goo, that endless junk content written and published by so-called AI. Unintelligently, but profusely. There are also deeper effects of existing expert systems, so-called AI that scholars such as Sophia Noble, Joy Bulamwini, and Virginia Eubanks have called attention to for years. Racial bias and automated inequality. Rather than address these problems, Musk is forced elsewhere. He announced during his Tuck Carlson appearance, I am so tempted to say tuck the fuck or just denigrate this into name calling. On that platform provided by a fellow idiot, a racist bigot, Edomite, Musk promised that he would develop something called Truth GPT. In his words, a maximum truth-seeking AI that tries to understand the nature of the universe. I mean, really? Really? truth-seeking AI, like a heat-seeking missile. How do you find truth as a missile? How does a missile target truth? How does a missile understand what is true? I suspect we're a few years out from his claim at least. And by that I mean really a few million. Musk exemplifies the danger at the intersection of technology and ego. There are serious problems to be dealt with, but distractions always take precedence. This has already, it's played out on Twitter, which has mutated under Musk's stewardship, or should we say subversion, into a broken mess of contradictions without any meaningful oversight. Musk has promised transparency into the platform's inner workings, but has made all consequential decisions behind closed doors. As the Atlantic magazine staff writer Caroline Nice wrote, surname spelled N-Y-C-E. I'll read a column, or rather I'm going to read a single paragraph from her column, her article. Under Musk's leadership, and here she's being kind, Twitter has recklessly pulled down guardrails, such as dramatically downsizing teams dedicated to safety and internal accountability, and haphazardly opening up its blue check verification system to anyone willing to pay a fee, while removing the actual identity verifying part in the process. Major decisions that affect the user experience are made without clear justification. The company pulled the blue check off the New York Times' Twitter account and labeled NPR state-affiliated media. That's National Public Radio. Donald Moynihan, a policy professor at Georgetown University, who frequently writes on tech governance, noted on Twitter that policies once used to safeguard users are now being rewritten in obviously nonsensical ways to fit with the whims of its owner. Now, on Hitler Day, Musk followed through on an earlier promise to remove the blue checks from users who won't pay a monthly subscription fee to the platform. The little icon was a status marker, sure, but it was also a symbol of some kind of higher order on the social network. Gone with it is the final vestige of the Twitter that once was. Still, there is applause. Musk's adoring fans treat the pay-to-play scheme as part of the CEO's supposed free speech crusade, suggesting that the ability to buy a checkmark puts everyone on equal footing. But a privilege that can, indeed must, be purchased isn't much of a privilege at all. Perhaps there's no need to eulogize the old Twitter. The platform has always had problems, has always distorted conversations and turned too many people toward their darkest impulses. But it was also, at least, the creation of a community. To the extent that Twitter's downfall represents the end of the age of social media, it is because the platform has abandoned users in favor of the whims of a single megalomaniacal man. Still, the social network has its devotees. So will Truth GPT if and ever it launches. Some clapped when the rocket lifted off. Some clapped, as I and I'm sure my biological father did, when it exploded. And somewhere beyond the smoke was Elon Musk, a super parasite on the body politic, sucking it all in. That's his energy. And Elon Musk just handed Red China and the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire an enormous boost. The Twitter CEO Elon Musk has sparked concern. The social media platform could see an increase in misinformation and propaganda after the company stopped tagging some accounts as government-funded media or communist China or Russia state-affiliated media. Now, last November, after acquiring Twitter, Musk tweeted that Twitter needed to become, by far, the most accurate source of information about the world. Now, the platform soon introduced context tabs for some tweets. These tabs would give a deeper explanation of a topic related to the tweet and in some cases identify false information. One feature that was introduced that received both condemnation and praise was the Twitter information tags on profiles. This would identify profiles that were government-funded or considered state-affiliated, so Twitter users understood the wider context of the views they expressed. Now, according to a Reuters report, Twitter has, in part, dropped this feature. Some profiles that previously had government-funded, China state-affiliated, or Russia state-affiliated have had their labels removed, while National Public Radio has been deemed enemy state-affiliated because, guess what? It's Anglo-American. Which shows, of course, that, among other things, Musk is a traitor serving the Sino-Slav-Indic synaxis. Now, Social Media Lab, a research laboratory at the Ted Rogers School of Management at Toronto Metropolitan University in Canada, referred to a move by Twitter this month to label public broadcaster Canadian Broadcasting Corporation as, quote-unquote, 69% government-funded media. Well, on Twitter it said, after making a show of labeling at CBC as 69% government-funded media, the label is now gone. But what's more troubling is the fact that overnight, Twitter has also quietly deleted all labels from many state-run propaganda outlets of authoritarian regimes such as RT, that's Russia Today, not Real Tech or Geek, Sputnik, and CCCTV, that's Communist Chinese crap television. And that's the literal English, well, that's the English transliteration, believe it or not, and describing themselves on Twitter as being ex-China state media. Like that, the Twitter user at Mr. Sean Haynes shared screenshots of multiple Twitter profiles that previously had China state-affiliated media tags and highlighted his own concerns. He sarcastically wrote, "I'm sure none will go back to hiding their employers, pretending to be humble journalists / influencers, right? Right?" His emphasis, not mine. Now, the same user also shared comments the CGTN journalist Li Jingjing made about being considered China state-affiliated media. In one of her previous tweets, Jingjing said, "I also wear China state-affiliated media as a badge of honor, because despite the shadow ban this tag brings, people who are tired of American mainstream media propaganda want to come to my page even more to hear a Chinese perspective." No, bitch, they come there because you're doing gymnastics and splitting your crotch in front of the fucking camera. This is called sex sells. However, a follow-up tweet appeared to show Jingjing celebrating the label being removed, and Mr. Sean Haynes showing other profiles that had previously had China state affiliation requesting Musk remove the feature or celebrating when it was removed. The freelance journalist Olia Scootercaster was highlighted that, she also highlighted that profiles that previously were aligned with Russian state media have had all their tags removed. Now, sharing images of the tags removed, she captioned the pictures Taz, T-A-S-S, that means like tits and ass, that's the main Russian news source, you know what they're selling, and RT, Russia Today, a Russian government-run news channels, had their state-affiliated and government-funded labels removed on Twitter. These are her words I'm reading. NPR and BBC, newly slapped-on labels, are no longer present either. So they were originally tagged, and then they were removed when everybody said, "Fuck, you're a traitor." Now, last week, during a BBC interview, Musk said Twitter was trying to be as accurate as possible, but was looking into amending the label following complaints from, some individuals and companies, probably some governments, basically asking him, okay, are you a traitor? Do you want to lose your American citizenship? Would you like to defect to China or Russia instead? Now, speaking specifically about the BBC being deemed government-funded, a label the broadcaster objected to, Musk said, "Our goal is simply to be as truthful and accurate as possible. We're adjusting the label to be publicly funded, which I think is perhaps not too objectionable." Now, it's probably a lot better than saying it's Musk funded, which I think would be the kiss of death. Now, James Rubin, a coordinator for the Global Engagement Center, that's a State Department body set up to identify and counter foreign propaganda and disinformation, has previously raised his concerns about communist Chinese and Russian propaganda spreading, and commenting on how this propaganda push is seen elsewhere in the world while speaking during a European tour in late February. According to a Guardian report, he said, and I read therefrom, "The well has been poisoned by communist Chinese and Russian disinformation. It's pernicious. We as a nation and the West have been slow to respond, and it is a fair judgment that we are facing a very, very large challenge. In the communication space, the alignment between China and Russia is near complete. For some African countries, for some Asian countries, Ukraine is a war far away. They believe that they don't get enough attention from the West, period. All of them. That makes some of them look at this war through that lens. Well, understand it through this lens. Vladimir Putin is preparing to attack the United Kingdom. Now, for a long time, it was only speculation. But now we know for certain. Russian spy ships are mapping wind farms and key cables off the British coast. There can only be one single reason for this: to learn how to sabotage United Kingdom and European critical infrastructure in the event of a full-scale war with the West. The sobering truth is that our present nemesis, our adversaries to the death, the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire in the West and the communist Chinese Empire in the East, are gearing up for wider conflict. World war. That does not mean that conflict will happen. Preparation perhaps makes it less likely. But we must urgently recognize the extent of the threat to the current order. Our world is becoming markedly more dangerous. And of all the powers, Great Britain is not ready. Our collective response over too much of the past 15 years was one of denial, oiled and encouraged by Russian money and influence in these United States, the United Kingdom, and European Union. War in Ukraine opened our eyes. Just this week, Cabinet Office Secretary Oliver Dowden gave an unprecedented warning of cyber threats to our national infrastructure, and Defense Secretary Ben Wallace has been consistently robust, but there is much more we can do. Some of our closest allies, such as Poland, are rearming on land at an unprecedented rate. Were the worst to happen, they will be ready to defend European soil. But the NATO alliance remains dangerously exposed at sea. Russia is probing for European vulnerabilities. Apart from food, the daily critical requirements of postmodern society are energy and communications. The underwater arteries of modern civilization are surprisingly few. Exempli gratiae, just 3 pipelines deliver 43% of Great Britain's baseline gas supply. 5 interconnectors deliver electricity to and from the United Kingdom and Europa, and 1 more between Great Britain and Ireland. There are more communications cables, about 70 in all, but a relatively small number of deep-sea sabotage operations could bring our world to a halt without a single shot even being fired. The British were assured that wind farms would bolster their energy security, but no one seemed to consider their military exposure. For 12 decades, Putin has laid the groundwork for unconventional warfare. Current Russian military thinking sees conflict as combining military and non-military tools of state power, the unification of everything, into a seamless whole to serve the Kremlin's aims. It is a form of totaler Krieg, total war, using everything from culture to cyber to conventional conflict. It reflects the belief that, according to the head of Russia's armed forces, the very rules of war have changed. It has been clear for years that both Russian official and illicit groups operate under the Kremlin's control. Russia has long used organized crime to do its dirty work, and with the global growth of the Wagner mercenary group, the unofficial arms of the Russian state will only increase. Behind them will be Russia's overseas spy agency, the SVR, its internal agency, the FSB, Federal Security Bureau, outgrowth of the KGB itself, or the bloodthirsty but sloppy GRU, the military intelligence, which deals with espionage by force of arms, responsible for the Skripal poisoning that took down British citizens in open, public territory, no less. Weapons of mass destruction employed in the British public square. A direct assault on Britain's own soil that shows the West surrenders to the enemy without a fight. This is why Putin is willing to attack Great Britain now. They didn't respond to his deployment of weapons of mass destruction in their own capital. Russian money saw to that. Every place that's not deemed a historic site in London is being purchased by Russian immigrants. My fear is that Putin is gauging options to attack the West once he wishes to escalate without triggering a NATO military response. How would the United Kingdom or NATO respond to shadowy groups conducting cyber attacks across the greater British Empire or Europe that result in physical damage or destruction of fuel storage depots? Or a series of unexplained glitches or failures on underwater cables? Would a military response be feasible, as Admiral Tony Radakin argued yesteryear? We still don't know who sabotaged the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Could we really risk war on a suspicion? Putin knows this. As a result of the Telegraph story that broke the news of the underwater mapping, I have taken it upon myself to review written parliamentary questions that are asking about capabilities for underwater cable protection. When the British Empire's undersea cable protection platform will be fully operational, and if and when ever a second will ever enter service. The truth is that maritime defense is an area where Great Britain can naturally lead, working especially with their Scandinavian, North Sea, and Baltic allies in the 10-nation Joint Expeditionary Force. All these seafaring countries have a vested interest in preventing Russian ocean sabotage. But Great Britain's history is unique, and their naval experience unrivaled, especially among their northern and European allies. The need is critical. This century will witness a struggle between two versions of humanity itself. Open societies like our own versus closed, authoritarian societies using all forms of state power to oppress their own people and threaten all others. It is a struggle that we have not won it, but one that we cannot and must not lose. We have failed to see the trend in Russia, but also in Red China, because for too long our leaders naively assumed the rulers of those empires shared our own outlook and assumptions. They do not. As we have seen with Vladimir Putin, war is not only thinkable but necessary. Using his spy ships in the North and Baltic Seas, he is threatening to expand that conflict still further. We cannot afford to let him do so. This is why NATO's chief is talking openly about alliance membership for Ukraine as Putin's war continues to shoot Russia in the foot. The military alliance's chief said NATO members agree that Ukraine will join one day. Jens Stoltenberg said multiple times this week Ukraine's future is in the Euro-Atlantic family. Ukraine has long sought NATO membership, something Vladimir Putin violently opposes. The NATO chief said Friday, into this weekend, that members agree that the Ukraine will eventually join the decades-old military alliance, which would deliver another blow to Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's hopes of preventing alliance expansion. Now, speaking to reporters ahead of a Ukraine Defense Contract Group meeting in Die Neue Vereint Deutschland, the new United Germany, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg said that Ukraine's future is in the Euro-Atlantic family, echoing comments he made during a press conference alongside Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kiev, the capital thereof, the day prior, when he said Ukraine's rightful place is in NATO. Ukraine has long sought NATO membership. As early as April 2008, NATO said it welcomed aspirations from Ukraine and Georgia. The latter was attacked by Russia later that year to join the military alliance. Allies agreed at the time that the twa countries would eventually become its members, NATO said, but 15 years later, neither has. Though it's been discussed, there has so far been no movement. When asked if there is a time frame for when Ukraine could join NATO, Stoltenberg declined to provide any specific time, but said that he has discussed both membership and security guarantees with Zelensky, who has a very clear expectation about joining the military alliance. Now, NATO's eastward expansion has long been a point of concern for Putin himself, who has claimed that the alliance is a threat to Russia's national security, despite the purpose of the alliance being primarily defensive in nature. Hoping to prevent this further expansion of the alliance, which was not on the table at the time, Putin ordered the unprovoked full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. But the very move severely backfired. Not only has the war taken a significant toll on the Russian military, which is estimated to have suffered at the least over 200,000 casualties, but it has also pushed historically neutral Finland and Sweden to seek NATO membership. Finland officially became the 31st member of the military alliance earlier this month, a huge setback, incalculable for Putin. Sweden's accession remains stalled by Turkey and MEMŻRIAL, or Hungary, but it is expected. On Friday, U.S. Army General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, told reporters, Russia continues to fail in achieving its strategic objectives. They failed to seize Kiev, they failed to topple the Ukrainian government, and they failed to fracture NATO. In fact, they've done just the opposite. Kiev stands, the people of Ukraine are emboldened, and NATO has never been stronger. Now, that isn't to say there aren't challenges, of course. Despite NATO's open-door policy for aspiring members, the White House has reportedly poured cold water on Ukraine's attempts to move forward with its efforts to join the alliance. And other countries have also signaled some pushback. Exempli gratiae, the treasonous Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, who has faced criticism for his alignment with the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. He so writing, "What?" in a Friday tweet with a question mark and an exclamation point that included a link to a media report about Stoltenberg telling Zelensky, Ukraine belongs in NATO. Before meeting with defense ministers to discuss support for Kiev's forces as they continue to fight off Russia's invaders at Ramstein Air Base in Germany, Stoltenberg said, all NATO allies have agreed that Ukraine will become a NATO member. But the main focus now is, of course, on how to ensure that the Ukraine prevails. No one can tell when and how this war ends. But what we do know is that when the war ends, we need to ensure that history doesn't repeat itself, that Russia is not able to continue to attack and to wage war again against Ukraine and to continue to chip away at European security. The main focus now is to ensure that the Ukraine perseveres. Because if Ukraine does not prevail as a sovereign, independent nation in Europe, there is no meaning in discussing membership. And this brings us, of course, to military-industrial complexity. Russia's economy cannot withstand a more intense war. Russia's economy can withstand a long war, but not a more intense one. Its defenses against Western sanctions can only stretch so far. Here's what should be a safe prediction about relations between the West and the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. They won't be improving anytime soon. The war in Ukraine has become one of miserable attrition. Reports of Russian conscripts in Bakhmut sent to be machine-gunned by the Ukrainian forces are horrifying, the sort of killing you'd associate with the First World War in Europe, not this century. Yes, a counteroffensive by Ukraine is coming, but don't necessarily bet on the front line shifting dramatically after the supermassive leak by an Air Force brat in the National Guard of these United States. A narcissist, not any ideologist. A traitor by reason of ego, as opposed to identity. Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin, the one man who could choose to call off his criminal war of aggression, is unmoved and unmoving. He's presumably set to remain in office for a long time yet. Until Mr. Putin goes, and possibly beyond, the ties between the West and Russia will only worsen. Russia's cruel repression of opposition figures, and now its assault on foreign journalists, as well as local ones, all bode ill for that empire. What leverage does the West have to put any pressure on Mr. Putin? Beyond supporting Ukraine more robustly, the main option is to tighten and prolong sanctions on the Russian Empire itself, in the hope that a weakened economy will be less able to support its armed forces. Concerning the impact of the sanctions and their threat to Russia's ability to fight, no spoilers here, but while sanctions do play a big role, don't expect any short-term change. Some big news stories are not at all surprising while I close this out and turn it back to our man George Knight for the rest of the morning. Take Joe Biden officially declaring that he wants a second term as president. He may do so this week. If so, don't expect anyone to choke on their cornflakes in shock. He's already, sort of, said he will run. I've previously argued that, despite a successful presidency so far, it would be better if he did not. Now, however, Mr. Biden should set out a positive case for his second term. For many voters, it may be enough that he reckons he's the best candidate to stop a second Donald Trump presidency, but I'd personally hope for something more inspiring than that. Another story to etch into the predictable but it matters category. Israel marks its 75th birthday this week, just as the white settler apartheid regime state is going through a serious political crisis. There's a great deal to celebrate in Israel, not least the strength of its economy, especially in tech, and the fact that it's a democracy in a region that is short on them. On the other hand, there's also a great deal to worry about as populism grows along with threats to democratic institutions, notably the courts. Meanwhile, the ongoing misery of Palestinians in occupied territory is as far from ending as ever. Finally, back on the war in Ukraine. The state of Ukraine's Air Force could play a big role in the coming counteroffensive. And I thank all of you for your recent messages. I'll just highlight one this week. Mohammed Dodi from Ontario, Canada, calls me needlessly optimistic in hoping that Ukrainian forces will be able to push back Russian ones. He suggests that I am wrong to be rooting for a Ukrainian victory, as that prospect is receding. I disrespectfully disagree, Mohammed. Obviously, you have none of the wisdom of the prophet ye be named after. I don't believe that pushing back the Russian forces will be straightforward, because Western dissimulation, European cowardice, and the successful Russian subversion of American republicanism means a slow, long war of attrition is, sadly, the likelier outcome. But I'll continue to root for Ukraine to succeed, and for allies to offer more military and economic support, because that remains the right thing to do. So, that being said, when it comes close to the end of our normal transmission time, I'll credit one of the men who made a donation. There might be some others. I'll check through my PayPal account at that time to close off our show when it's time to do so. But for now, I'll turn it over to our man George Knight with the thoughts of how the British Empire can rehabilitate. The British Empire was unable to take advantage of any of its oil money that Norway was able to take advantage of because of Edomite insurgency. The Herodians subvert the superpowers. The powers that counted as world powers have been taken down. America, Britain, Russia, these were all taken down by the Edomites because, unlike the Nazis, they would sell out, and did. The British need to operate on the one thing that counts: their royal history, their monarchy, to not just be a united kingdom, because it will no longer be so when Scotland secedes, rather to be the United Kingdoms of Britannia, kingdoms to include the sheikdoms of all North Africa and Arabia, where all the sheikhs go to train at Sandhurst anyway, by coronating Rothschild as the king of Israel to stabilize that rogue regime, and then as the British peers among peers, the first among equals, overseeing a true coexistence between Jews and Arabs that is not threatening to the world order as their alliance is today, threatening Christian countries such as Armenia for the sake of conducting a final extermination of that which the Jews consider competitors for the prize of Holocaust suffrage. And integrating Norway, which was never part of European Union, as united in kingdom. All these united crowns, reestablishing the new British Raj in Russia, supporting an independent Friesland, Flanders, where they can maintain NATO headquarters. This is where the NATO will become centered on London, and thereby having a surrounding series of alliances locked in around Germania-dominated Europe and its alliance going through Turkey to Baghdad, Berlin to Baghdad, what the Germans were aiming for under the Kaiser's War will simply become a reality. The British surrounding it with their own security lock that would be a balance of power in region. This is the future of England that would, with all the vast resources of Russia, Norway, Britain's North Sea, the oil powers of the Arab world, render it the fuel block, the oil block and fuel block of the future. Britain will be swimming in enough energy resources where, like the sheikhs of the House of Saud, their citizens could enjoy free gas to heat their homes through the winter. This is the dream that could so easily be realized. The only reason I suggest it to such an undeserving people is out of respect for my biological sire Adolf Hitler, who admired you. But with that, we turn it back to our man George Knight. Take it from here till the end of transmission.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Douglas, and very much appreciated. And I wanted to go back to when you started to talk about the American Hippo Bill, the House Resolution 2326.
Go into depth. Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go mute for a few minutes. I'll refresh myself. I'll be back in just a few minutes. So take it from here and take it deeply with all the emphasis you want.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Douglas. Before I'll turn towards that before I go into the future of Britain itself. It's important to note, and I put in the comment section that hippopotamuses are renowned and the most ferocious and versatile species on this planet. They are untamable and uncontrollable. So what Douglas was emphasizing earlier on was the fact that you have the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, and the reason for that to be an extent to this day was for the purpose of that bill, which was proposed by the Representative Robert Broussard of Louisiana in 1910. The bill was to because of the reasons that were articulated earlier, that the American population were underseeding a malnourishment of important nutrients and vitamins. So because of the lack of food supply, the lack of food sources. So it was proposed bill that was first introduced by the Representative Robert Broussard. And he proposed this, and this was one of the reasons why it's for national security reasons, because of the nature and extent of hippopotamuses themselves are untamable and uncontrollable. So it makes a lot of sense why these two, first the Second Amendment and the bill for the importation of hippopotamus from their native homeland, the indigenous land of Africa, where they source from, to be imported over the United States, over the marshlands, so they can graze and inhabit, and they would have been a source of food supply for the Americans themselves, for the American populace. And so that was one of the reasons for the Second Amendment, is for yourselves to defend yourselves against these ravaged, savage animals, which they are. They are completely, and that's something I will speak about with Douglas, because it's something that I've actually educated people upon. The one animal that I myself am most feared of is the hippopotamus, comparatively speaking, compared to other animals. A crocodile is probably one of the highest also, but a horde or a herd of hippopotamuses can ward off and fend themselves against any number of alligators or crocodiles in any swampland. They actually can ravagely kill them within seconds. And so it's that's a very important point to make as well. And moving forward to, I myself last year attended Sandhurst Military Academy to conduct a installation for my job role as a fiber installer. I had to get special access to the military academy to gain access to the campus itself. And it was a very not surprising sight to see, because it was very derelict. It was awful conditions, living conditions. And this is the infamous military academy where the sheiks will go and train their this is where the troops will go in to get trained up for military training, so to speak. And yeah, I've been there, and so thankfully we have a large number of sheiks in this country that reside here. And so the future of Britain itself, once the regime change or reformation of Russia, where it is then they will be forced to become our ally, not the Federation themselves, not the government, not the current one, under the dictatorship of Vladimir Putin, which Douglas has rightfully said that he proposed a legislative bill himself in his own nation that he could become the ruler or dictator of the Russian Federation up until 2036, meaning that there is no democratic position or principle that can overthrow him. So he is under no jurisdiction to ever resign from his position of power in the Russian Federation. So he is pretty much in power till the year 2036, unless there is a reform, a regime change, which is what inevitably is Britain's future. It is its destiny. It is something that is inevitable. It's going to have to happen. And I wanted to bring forth the attention to Boris Johnson. He was the man, because of his basically his sponsorship, his support for the Ukraine, for Ukraine. He brought Britain back on the forefront of the continental Europe. He brought us back into the forefront to basically what Douglas is outlining. The European center around Germany itself. This is where the capital, or the main forefront of the Atlantic centered around Europe, will be basically the capital of this new alliance, this NATO Atlantic alliance, where Britain is now come back to the continental Europe, and we will have an unlimited supply of natural resources and gases and oil. And this is with the Arab nations, we will combine an alliance to essentially to regain our empire. Britain will regain its empire inevitably, and this is the only future prospect or future that Britain has in order for it to survive. If not, it will collapse. It will collapse, just as the former Soviet Union collapsed, and this is inevitable. And so I'm just giving a summarization of what the outcome would mean, and what the only prospects for a future Britannia for our own survival is to conduct. War is inevitable. It is inevitable, and we have to conduct war. And it will be on a conventional sense, but Britain itself, with its own arsenal of some of the most sophisticated and armed to the teeth, highly technologized submarines in the world, one of the largest fleets in the world of conventional submarines, which are armed with nuclear weapons at its disposal. We are, in a very real sense, in a very good advantage and a very good position to conduct war. And so this is Britain's inevitable future. We will engage in warfare. I don't think it will be under Rishi Sunak's office, under his administration, so to speak, under his leadership. But certainly we will carry on supporting the war in Ukraine, which has been outlined by the Tory party. And so, when Douglas returns, are you back at all, Douglas? Beg your pardon. If not, don't worry, I'll continue. It's very important to outline. This is Britain's, the prospects for a future of Britain is to go in this direction. Unfortunately, this is something that's been realised and recognised not only by myself, but certainly the government themselves of Britain. Now, what happened yesterday? Very important note. I only found this out literally 3 hours before it actually happened. The government released a warning that through the application, it's through the network services of our own mobile phones. They gave out a warning for a so-called catastrophic disaster in the event that either it could be any type of catastrophe or disaster that occurs. It could be natural or man-made or otherwise, etc. You will receive a warning that there is going to be an event or some form of catastrophe that will occur and within your vicinity of where you are. And so yesterday they conducted this drill. It was only an exercise. It was basically a trial exposition to initiate this protocol that if an all-out disaster occurred, that you will receive this warning that will alert you on your phones, and it's through just the general application through your network. It's just through your provider. You'll receive this message. And so I believe, now it's very unusual for this to happen because this is the first time it's ever occurred in Britain. I think that the trials have occurred in other countries around the world, but here it started yesterday, and it was just a drill, like what you get with a fire alarm drill. It was just to conduct an exercise, and it's just a forewarning. They gave out forewarnings of people of families with domestic violence abuse, where some loved ones or spouses will sometimes hold they seclude a phone where the other spouse has no knowledge that they have this other phone. So the government did pre-warn people that if you are under this certain situation, to make sure you conceal it and make sure you hide this, because it didn't matter whether your phone was switched off or it was on silent. Your phone would ring and it would go off no matter what its condition it was in. I mean, I'm sure it had to be completely shut down for you not to receive the alert, but this alert just occurred at 3 p.m. time, GMT time in Britain, and it was just a trial for any event of a catastrophe or a catastrophic event. And so whether it's man-made or new or natural or anything, it could be anything. They trialed this yesterday, and it was very successful, and everyone's phone went off all simultaneously at the same time at 3 p.m., which was it could be alarming. It could be something to be you could ponder over whether or not why would they be doing this right now. But inevitably, what we're speaking of is Britain will have to engage itself in warfare for it to survive. It will have to regain some form of its empire, and it will be done through an alliance and through a regime change, a reformation of Russia around the Atlantic, centered around in Europe, around Germany, outlined in the map, emphasized by Douglas himself. It was a map that he comprised of himself. But Doug, are you returned back, Douglas, by any chance? Return back. It's only because I'm unprepared for any of this, but it's going through memory. I'm citing everything from memory or knowledge myself. But yeah, when Douglas returns, we'll go into that in some other time. But I was just going to say, is Ian, are you there by any chance? Or
Yeah. I was going to ask you, what are you talking about? This phone was just going off. If even if the phone is off, it would ring.
Yeah, it was essentially, I think it had to be completely shut down as opposed to, you turn your phone off physically, like by power. So yeah. That was the only way for you not to receive this this notification. It was an alert, and it was something that the government trialed. And if I just look it up very quickly, Ian, I can read it from reference. I can read it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Cite it. Yeah. So what Britain did yesterday, and this I only found out 3 hours before by my wife, Sarah. She just let me know. And the kids in school were alerted to this. They were notified that this would happen because most kids nowadays have smartphones or mobile devices. It was to warn them that there will be a notification, an alert that the government has released, and it was there's no way of you turning it off. There's no way of you shutting it down. And it was just trialing out in case of an all-out catastrophic event that would occur. You will receive a forewarning of this event that happens, and that was the whole purpose behind it. Bless them. Yeah, bless them. The children, in their, complete naivete and ignorance, they thought it was to do with weather warnings, like in case of gust storm or high winds or something like that. But no, it was for it's strategic. It's strategic in its purpose, and it's to prevent you from it's to stop you from dying. Essentially, this is what it's for. It's a security measure they've implemented. So if I type in Britain, yesterday, the date yesterday was the 23rd. So if you type this in, I'm just going to read it out. Britain, 23rd of April, government alert, government alert. And it just popped up on the phone, on your smartphone. Yeah, and so let me just read it. The government has announced that the UK's government new emergency alert system is now live. The system will enable people to be contacted through their mobile phone if their lives are at risk in an emergency. So that's what's outlined through the Google research and search engine. And yet let me just read it to you. The service will be used to warn you about life-threatening emergencies, for example, severe flooding. So the children were warned that it was to do with weather conditions, bad weather conditions happening. But the emergency alerts are messages sent to all compatible 4G and 5G mobile phones when there's a danger to your life, health, or property in the area you're located. They don't need your location or phone number, and only the government and the emergency services can send them. If you don't have a mobile, you'll still be kept informed through other channels. There will be a UK-wide test of emergency alert system taking place at 3 p.m. on Sunday, 23rd of April, 2023. If you have a compatible phone, you will receive a welcome message. You do not need to do anything when you receive it, as it's just a test to ensure the service is working effectively. Emergency alerts have already been used successfully in a number of other countries, including the US, Canada, and the Netherlands, and also in Japan, and where it has been widely credited with saving lives, for example, during severe weather. So I think that is basically a plausible or rational explanation, logical explanation why. But I think it's to do with catastrophic events occurring, or man-made catastrophic events. Yeah, Ian, what's your response to that, Ian? Any thoughts or views on that?
Yeah. We here in the state of Florida, we just had a 4:30 a.m. alert go off for like no reason, and I wonder if that ties into what your guys' alerts were for your phones. I mean, I don't know if they're linked, but
no,
yeah,
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're correlated, or it could be. It's very unusual for there to be an anomaly or a glitch with that. So it's something that has to be, deliberately sent out. It's something that has to be instigated. It can't be something that is, it's certainly synchronized. It's not something that is just by accident or coincidence. So I don't know, Ian, very important note, but I've not heard of that. Just as this governmental alert system that went off yesterday, I had no idea. I had no knowledge or foreseeable, knowledge of it whatsoever. It was not something that was foreseen at all, and so it was very out of the ordinary, out of the blue when I found out, and it's like, well, why is this? And you do have to question yourself, why is that? Why is that happening all of a sudden? When mobile phones have been out for forever, essentially, in our lifetime anyway.
Oh.
They've been around since the 80s. So, yeah, it's very unusual for that to happen, because those alerts, they've gone off in other means of other ways beforehand, through television, through media, through your weather broadcasts, weather
radio. Everything.
Yeah, and radio. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you for saying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, you do have to ponder and ask yourself why now. But I certainly did. But I said it was certainly a good thing.
Did you get these alerts on the 19th of April, or was it
Just yesterday,
Okay.
Ian. Just yesterday, and yesterday was a drill. It was an exercise. So they did it just to see, as I outlined, it was to see how effective it was. And so, it was great. It just popped up and it made a horrible noise, which one that you cannot ignore. You had to basically pick up your phone. It was loud, the volume was risen as high as it could potentially on the mobile device, and it's a big yellow screen saying alert, alert, and so it was just a normal generic alert system that just went off on your phone. And you could not switch it off. Even if your phone was on silent, it will still go off. And even through any means of trying to prevent it, it will still go off no matter what. So basically, if you're within the vicinity of a 5G telephone mast, your phone will go off. So obviously the technology has always been there for them to do that, and it's just now they've done that, which is why I mentioned it. It's because of what I outlined. Because essentially war is inevitable, and so this is we're already on World War III. We're already there at this point in time. So, but no, thank you. Is there anything else you wanted to share? Because I'm literally, this is just spontaneous. I don't have any material. I could go into material, but completely unprepared. Because actually, my wife asked me, "Is this all is it all rehearsed? Is it all, do you plan on what you're saying?" Like, no, nothing is. It's just
You're freestyle
about it. Yeah, exactly.
Just off the top of the head.
Yeah, thank you. Do you have anything to ask Ian? Thank you for being so patient and being on the show, by the way.
I mean, I know you don't know Radiohead, but we need a new album from them. Their latest one's just getting old, and I'd like for there to be a new Radiohead album. So if you could, if you bump into Tom York or any of those guys, let them know to pick up the slack.
Yeah, because they are a British band, aren't they? Yeah, Radiohead. Yeah, no, thank you, Ian. But no, is there anything you wanted to share with anyone on the listenership whilst we have this? We have a good 40 minutes left of the show. So do you have anything you wanted to share?
Yeah,
any questions for me?
Let me go through this folder. I had some new shit. I wasn't prepared,
No.
But no, I'm not seeing shit. Yeah, never mind. No, I don't have anything really. Not in the folder either.
No, wonderful. No. Thank you, Ian. I do appreciate you coming on the show and being there to leverage, to lever often, to pivot often, I should say. Yeah. So, but at any rate, what's the with the situation here in Britain, it's so detrimental at the moment for the cost of living crisis that we're going through, and to be honest with you, there is no solution that has been proposed to us. Yeah, as Douglas mentioned earlier about the Netherlands, how they are so conducive to the way they live, just the way they organize themselves. They have reserves, natural gas and oil reserves, which they always had a surplus to ever back off on. So they would use what they needed. They had a amount of reserves to even export, to sell on. And so we don't have any of that, which is why it is so astronomical to live in Britain. The highest utility service we pay for is gas and electric, and the bills are astronomical compared to every other nation, especially in Europe. It's so astronomical because we're relying on literally we're basically buying in, we're getting it imported to us, but they can charge whatever amount they want. So with everything that's going on in Ukraine, with all the sanctions, the trade sanctions that have occurred, we are now forced to buy off whoever, and we're buying it. The main supplier is in Europe, and we're still buying reserves. We're still buying supplies from Russia, despite the trade sanctions that have occurred. So yeah, that's why it's so astronomical. And so people nowadays, thankfully, it's coming to the point where we're in springtime. So we're going to enter summertime where you won't need to use so much gas and electric, only for cooking purposes and for cleaning purposes. But you think that the bills would go down. But even during the summertime, which they have already, because of April being the end of the financial year, everything again in April has gone up, and they will go up again in October. So that's how it works. And so it's just going to become even more astronomical. And with inflation rises, so does everything else. But unfortunately, our wages don't rise as a equal rate. So we are always on, basically at the end of always scraping for these. We're basically trying to survive. It's awful, but most people, they just ignore all this. Most people, they just go by their everyday lives, just live in a fantasy world. They don't even acknowledge it. But it's so detrimental, and it is. I know that it is in the United States also.
Oh yeah, we're getting hit hard here.
Yeah, with the employment rate, also going down. And I did see on the news the other day, and I don't know if you caught this, but Donald Trump, he promised to end homelessness. Did you see that?
No. What is he doing on the news? He's not president. What?
Yeah, because basically he wants to run after this whole thing. I know this whole thing with Stormy Daniels. He's the first president in history to have been in a form of indictment, if that's what it's called, after the presidency, after they have proclaimed presidency, after they have succeeded, and become, and then go back to normal citizenship, go back to being a normal everyday citizen of the United States. He is the first one to be indicted under. It was to do with the whole thing of buying off through his lawyers, through his solicitors, his attorneys, paying off Stormy Daniels for the allegations raised against him about him having a sexual form of sexual interaction or intercourse with herself. Him went into denial mode and paid her off. I think it was something around about $100,000. I think, if that's correct.
Wow.
Yeah, but he's basically he's come out because, of course, he wants to run again for presidency. So one of the things that through his campaign, what he's proposing, is to abolish all homelessness. So I saw that earlier on earlier on last week.
Did he say how he planned to do it?
No, it's just all again.
Is he gonna throw money at these people or something? Or, I mean,
yeah. It's the same falsified lie that they always promote to try and gain popularship, to gain votes, or to gain basically what you want to call it. I don't know what they're called in the United States. They're in Britain, they are known as contingencies. So I don't know what they're called in the United States. It's just to gain the vote in states, or I forgot what they're
like
called.
a PR, a public relations stunt or something.
Yeah, something like that, Ian. Yeah, thank you. And so it was just one of those stunts that they promulgate, which is has no backing. It's just basically what they were speaking of earlier was based on fiat. So it's nothing. There was nothing to back it up with. No commodity to back anything up with. It's just all these falsified claims to just try and gain popularized, to gain the vote, so to speak. But I did want to clarify.
Why do I wake up and only hear you two? Did y'all kill Douglas?
No, he's just he's gone for a quick break, Brooke. Thank you. He's just gone for a quick break.
Yeah.
I did want to just I just want to clarify what I said earlier. I made a mistake about Piers Morgan. He was made editor by Rupert Murdoch. Rupert Murdoch, the multi-billionaire who basically who's the subsidiary. Well, no, Fox News is a subsidiary to Rupert Murdoch's.
He's basically the ruler of Australia.
Yes.
Go.
Yes, Douglas. Yes.
He makes and breaks anyone who runs for the prime minister status. So he's the man who effectively runs Australia and has done so for generations. It's disgusting. Just so people understand the gravity of this situation. What happened was that they did a research project on the most totalitarian state media machines, and the most powerful mass media machines directly welded to state, where the state and the mass media machine are one, were communist China, junta ruled military Egypt, and Australia, which
that makes sense.
Yes, it's disgusting. Wait, did I hear a voice?
Yeah, Brooke's here.
Yeah.
Oh my god! What trouble has she caused while I was gone?
I thought they had killed you because I kept hearing them fucking talk when I woke up. I thought maybe you were dead or something.
Oh my god.
I mean, all I heard was Ian and King George going back and forth, and I was like, this has been a while. I need to make sure he's fucking alive.
Oh my god, honey. Have you been behaving?
I've been
She probably slept it off. She probably sobered up now.
I've been sleeping, bitches.
I know, that's why I said you slept it off and sobered up.
I cannot sleep you off. I cannot sleep you nor King George off. I can't sleep you off. I wish that was possible.
Well, Brooke, this is more up your alley for news right here. Casey Anthony came back to Orlando and checked in at a Disney World resort. We got all the excuses. She's putting on a little weight. She got some more fat in the ass, but we're glad Casey Anthony's back. In Orlando.
Fuck
we
her.
miss her.
She should be fucking in prison and dead. And secondly, fuck her for getting an ass while I'm losing mine.
Well, it wasn't her that killed her kid. It was her parents. They're Satanists.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
And they live down the street from me too.
They killed her fucking kid. Shut the fuck up.
And I used to work with her at Universal Studios at the Mummy Ride, so.
Yeah, pretty sure she killed her own fucking kid to go.
But she wasn't looking that good back then, though. She was a little cracked out and scrawny,
Yeah,
that's
like I feel right now.
Because you were supplying her, Ian.
No. She worked in the gift shop at the Mummy. I worked the actual ride,
Oh my god.
I can assure you no one's called you a ride, unless it was just for your pure size. And then they were like, that was not Thunder Mountain. That was like Thunder, what do you got? Like Thunder fucking, not even a heel. Like Thunder.
Brooke, you see her ass in the picture I just posted? Do you see her ass?
You can't miss it.
It looks great. She's got bubble butt. It's great.
Yeah, it's almost as big as yours. Yeah.
I know. I gotta watch out. She's catching up with me. I might have to go get my parents to kill my kids and get an ass like that or something else.
Oh my god.
I mean, I might let mine kill my kids. They're 23 and 18. They're fucking annoying at this point.
Oh my god. See, that's the problem. If I went to visit Brooke, I can't, I can't suck the son. I can't fuck the daughter. I'm stuck with Brooke.
Fuck you, bitch.
Oh my god. So it's George's day off. We've got to give him his time. He's going to carry us to the end.
That's somebody you can suck, and he would have to do that too.
Young lady, please. My life is difficult enough. I face enough challenges. Viviana Sanchez is rejecting me now. What?
You mentioned sucking my son, so I am fairly.
No.
Blood.
The blood, not the dick.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's a little better, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't suck him. I can't fuck your daughter. I'm stuck with you.
I mean, you can ask them both. I'm just pretty sure they'll both fucking put a gun to your head and be like, "Fuck you, bitch."
No, your daughter will strangle me.
No, my daughter will cuss you out so you'll wish. It's like when you're on the phone with me. What did I deserve to do this? You'll strangle yourself. Like you thought Brooke was bad.
Yes, I believe you. So, honey, Viviana Sanchez has walked out. Her symbol's still there, but she won't speak to me after what I said about Lucifer being the source of love.
I think she's asleep, Doug. I really think she's just asleep.
She's too angry to go to sleep. She said, "No, the prophecies, the scripture." then she took.
Hey.
What?
Hey.
Hey, who?
Oh, her dogs. They think,
can you go on mute?
they think her rubber
Sorry,
duckies
that's
are
off the
chew
bat.
toys. They
I
think
thought
they're-
Noah wasn't telling me bye. Oh, that's so sweet. Why don't you ever do that for me? Oh, yeah, I don't go anywhere. That's good.
Yeah.
Such a
Right?
sweet person.
Oh my God. Is this a stranger? A good Samaritan?
Also, her boyfriend would kill you.
I'd
going to start her
have to see
car-
him.
He was
I'd have to
going
see him
to
to see if
start
I
her
was
car for
intimidated
her.
or not.
My dog just barked at because it's just a little chilly.
Honey,
you know-
all I have to do is cross dress, and her boyfriend would probably switch to me. Okay.
I can assure you this boy would not go in love.
All right. At any rate, so
I haven't seen my daughter up close and personal. There's nothing your cross dressing will do to fuck anybody that's persuaded toward us. Oh, except for fucking maybe King George, but that's only because of your words and he agrees with everything you say.
honey. Okay, enough. Now we're gonna let George have his time. He deserves this.
George
He's
is apparently out of time, been asleep for 3 or 4 hours. He has got words by now.
According to Ian, you blacked out.
I didn't black out. I hung the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah, I know. She sobered up. It's good.
So, honey, Viviana is angry with me.
Look, if I'm ever sober and smiling, there's problems. So I'm not fucking sober. Luckily, there are enough drugs running through my body to permanently keep me in a state of dealing with Ian. Dealing with
Doug and Ian.
Ian. She meant to say Ian.
Oh,
She thinks
Ian.
of Eden because you're in Swanee. Oh my God.
All right, go ahead, Doug. Go ahead. Go
Yes,
ahead, Doug.
yes. So, honey, just maybe you can talk to Viviana and talk her back into.
Hey, Viviana, you're not fucking awake. Why do they want me to talk to you? Because the boys want to talk to themselves? I don't fucking know. You want me to just keep talking over you?
Apparently, they had something going in terms of some chemistry. I don't mean that in anything
It was
other than the
boring as
platonic
shit. Let
sense.
me tell you, that's why I really thought you had been taken to a hospital. Like, I listened to it. I microwaved fucking my breakfast and went 3 minutes listening to them, then stirred it and went through 2 more listening to them.
I'm eating a
At that
sandwich.
point,
I'm
I
eating.
assumed you were dead, like like at a hospital.
Honey,
like
so much was demanded of me tonight. I had to go into 2 monologues. One was, of course, George Knight basically asked about the meaning of fucking life.
Oh my God, George! So like, what the fuck?
And I had to deliver, and that's what.
Oh my God! First of all, George, the last person he has a meaning of life to is fucking Douglas Dietrich. He's still trying. He's not figuring that shit out. He's got some shit down. Go to your World War II, your Nazi. Go to your fucking underground, fucking all that shit. He does not know the meaning of life. That was a bad question. Like, I don't know.
I hope you review it, honey. I'll timestamp it, and I hope you review it.
I don't. I'm scared.
Yeah, Michelle Carmela tried to call in during that time. I got something to say about this. I wouldn't take her call.
Oh, probably.
I wouldn't take her call. I told her, wait till Wednesday, honey. As for Viviana, she started quoting scripture and, really talking about the prophecies, and I just couldn't let her go there. I said, look, honey, I'll qualify it. But then when I gave her a chance to talk, she wouldn't come on. She's so angry with me. I don't believe
I
Ian
will
that she
say that I love Viviana. Her quoting scripture is just like anybody quoting scripture to me. Like, shut the fuck up after about you got a couple scriptures you can quote, right?
Yeah. Well, I quoted a bunch of scripture while I was delivering the meaning of life, baby. So I hope you review that, and I'd like to see how you respond. I really do. I mean it.
Okay, I'll review it.
Okay, I'll timestamp it.
Okay.
Okay, darling. Now, I love you dearly beyond expression, obviously, or I wouldn't tolerate
You want me to shut up and go away? I know.
I just want to give George his time. I mean,
George has had fucking 7 hours.
When you came back on, did you harass him? What did you say?
I just came back on right as you did.
Yeah, she did. She wasn't on that long.
I was
Probably
like
45 seconds.
20. Thank you.
Oh my God.
I got your back, Brooke. I got your back, girl.
He's just trying to grope your ass. He's got your back. He's just groping your ass.
I'm trying to get
That's
that
because
Kelly
he's
Anthony.
hoping it looks like Anthony Casey's. I hate to tell you, I'm losing weight.
Oh, yeah,
fast.
I forgot her name. I forgot already.
Oh my God.
I love Ian. I miss Ian.
So there we are. All right. We're going to turn back to George. And I want, Brooke, I just want you to know, every time I'm having sex with my high-paid escorts on the estate, I have to bite the inside of my cheeks until they're bleeding just to keep myself from calling out your name.
Oh, that's so hot.
That is so not fucking true unless you're wanting to, like, if you like that murderous thing, like right when you're wanting to stop and kill them, you're like, I want to call her name so bad. Anyway, go ahead. And fuck you anyway, estate, fuck you, estate, and fuck you, estate.
Oh my God.
And you knew that was going to piss me the fuck off.
Well, a state can come in many forms. There's not just one estate.
I don't believe there is a fucking estate. I believe he's fucking lying. Fuck him and his fucking whores that he's getting off the street next to his werewolf trash can.
Well, it's like a hole in the ground could be an estate to some people.
I have no doubt that his state is probably not as nice as the hole in the ground that you pulled the million kids out of.
Thank you. I work hard. I work hard to rescue these kids from the clutches of Disney World every day.
Well, look harder because you probably see Douglas down in there fucking one of them.
I wouldn't be that lucky.
Yeah. By the way, Viviana Sanchez, when Ian West was showing us this footage of Marines, quote unquote, rescuing children, and you had this whole plane full of Marines and this one infant that they're passing around. And that's when Viviana said,
that's a lie. I know that footage. Just rocking that baby back and forth. Shut the fuck up. That's a lie. Go ahead, Doug.
Then Viviana said, get that baby away from them. And that's when I said, right on, Viviana. I said, they're better off with the Satanists than the Marines.
I know that poor girl.
Oh, my God. Now she won't even talk to me, honey. She thinks I'm the devil. Even though I said I'm Lucifer. She doesn't get it.
Here's what I don't get. Why she's ever talking to you if she doesn't like the devil. Because I have not been on the show long enough to ever not be like, I'm probably dealing with even before the Peacock story, I was like, there's a version of devil in this fucker.
Hey, it beats your lame ass ex-husband. We all know that.
That's what I'm trying to say though. You gotta choose your devils, man. I choose you well over my ex-husband or fucking Peter Man.
Honey, what did we say about my life's difficulties? Right. So, darling, okay, let's give it back to George. George, okay, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I just wanted to qualify and just correct what I said earlier, because I wasn't sure. I looked it up. With Piers Morgan, he was appointed the editor of News of the World by Rupert Murdoch. And he was fired when he was the editor of the Daily, I think it was the Daily Mirror, for exploiting the positions and locations of the British troops in Iraq. And so this is why he was ultimately fired, but he was forced to resign for this reason, because he cost the lives of these individuals, these men that were serving in Iraq during the Iraqi conflict. Yeah,
I think they should take a firing squad to fuck her. Have you ever heard him talk?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, many times. And what I was saying earlier was
By the way, I'm so glad that both Brooke and George agree. See, there, go on. There's constructive relation to be had yet. Go on. Yes. Thank you, George.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, because because what I was going to say, what I mentioned earlier, Britt, was Piers would say he's used this phrase many times when he's conducted interviews to basically shut down his guests when he has on the show, his own show, or where he was working for Good Morning Britain. He would say that if Germany had won the Second World War, then we'd all be speaking German, and that is what that was what I cited earlier. I referenced what he would state.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to quickly qualify that because I mentioned that earlier on the air, and I just wanted to just basically correct myself, what I said. So, but yeah, thank you, Douglas, for that. And I basically just emphasized the fact that Britain, for the prospects for its own future, it's inevitable to regain its empire, and it needs to go to war. And war is inevitable, but we won't go into that right now. But that was
Oh
what I was
God,
outlining,
everything's
that it
going to
was
war.
your
You're
job.
going to see life go to hell in a handbasket in the next 5 to 10 years. So don't worry, you'll go to war.
Yes.
Okay, you'll all get your wars.
Again, we agree.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're already.
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
No.
'cause we're
Understand, Brooke.
already.
We're not effusing. We're simply talking about the inevitable, and we have to accept the inevitable and prepare.
I don't
right?
need it. I don't need your inevitables. I can look at the astrology and tell you you're going to be watching the news and be like, this is a fucking movie.
Yes, that's right. By the way, her astrology is incredible. So I do want people to know. Brooke actually told me about developments long before they would happen. You would be surprised. Honestly, it goes to show why my biological father, Adolf Hitler, took astrology with a degree of seriousness. So that being
absolutely.
said, back to George. Thank you, honey. Love you.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, absolutely, Douglas. And I actually brought that up once before, actually, to cite or reference the Gregorian calendar, the most accurate calendar to predict future events. Using the astronomical plane, using astrophysics, is the Julius Caesar, the Julian calendar.
Yes.
The Julian calendar is what the astronomers use to predict future events far more accurately, as opposed to using the Gregorian calendar, which was comprised and produced by Pope Gregory, 60. But
Yeah, but there you went. Probably going to say Pope or Jew, and we were fucked.
Yeah. I mentioned earlier, Douglas, is something that you might to bring forth to your attention. What happened yesterday at 3 p.m. GMT GM time in Britain? I'll read out to you. The government emergency alert system will be tested this weekend. This is a system test, and no action will be required as a result to this particular alert. And it was the emergency alert system, Sunday, 23rd of April, 2023. It was something that the government implemented to basically, no matter whether or not your mobile or smartphone device was on silent or if it was switched off, it will alert you. And it was a test and a drill that the government exercised yesterday afternoon.
Wait, if your phone was off, it would alert you?
Basically, it not switched off, not like shut down, but if you tried to put it on silent,
it was on silent. Okay.
Yeah. It works through the telephone mast. So basically, through the telephone mast, through your provider, your service provider, you will receive this governmental alert, and it was an exercise drill in an all-out event of a catastrophic or a critical event that will occur, whether or not it was natural or man-made. You will receive this governmental alert to forewarn you of a imminent warning or an imminent event that will occur.
Imminent danger.
Yes, an imminent danger to prevent lives from being lost. So this was the reason for this exercise. And it was first introduced and exercised yesterday afternoon, Douglas. Everyone's phone at 3 o'clock, dead on the dot, all went off simultaneously at the same time. There was no echo. Everyone's phone rang at the exact same time. It was just remarkable.
They're setting you up for the alien invasion. It's not going to be an alien invasion because it's actually going to be people.
So what you're talking about?
We can
Project
go to war
Bluebeam.
together.
What Brooke is referring to is what's called Project Bluebeam in the popular
vernacular. Oh, we mentioned earlier.
Yeah. And that's not inconceivable, but I personally feel it's rather redundant considering the current situation.
Either way, I mean, just like the World Health WHO just released their new shit that they're fucking doing, like coming together with for their next virus and all the mandates and lockdowns that WHO now is putting out that they're gonna do, even though we've proven the lockdowns didn't fucking work. Also, we know several prime ministers didn't follow them, so I don't know what they're doing, but. All I'm telling you is going to be fucking crazy.
Honey,
you have
I
aliens.
can comfort you by
this
saying
week
they don't know what they're doing either. Go on. What are you going to say?
Yeah, it's total incompetence and impotence on their part. But just this week alone on the news, the landlords and landladies have admitted it is far more detrimental to run a business using pubs or any of the hospitality trade, far worse than it is now than it was during COVID lockdown periods.
Why?
during the restrictions. It is far worse now because of the cost of living crisis, because of this conflict, because of the Russo aggression, the legal war of aggression, this illegal invasion that has occurred. This has now resulted in this cost of living crisis in Britain. And I was explaining earlier that if you live in Britain, it's the most expensive country to even pay bills in compared to all other European nations, other states, and most notably the rest of the world. The bills, the cost of living in Britain is astronomical compared to any other nation on earth. That is because we have no reserves. We have no natural oil reserves or gas supply chains or suppliers. You rely on all these other nation states, and because of trade sanctions on Russia, we are still getting supplies from Russia despite all the trade sanctions that we've imposed on them. But we're still getting them, but they're charging us any price they want. There is no price cap. It is just keeps on rising, and inflation keeps on rising, but the rates that our salaries are not rising at the same rate. That is why it is so astronomical. So that's why all these landlords and landladies are now saying that it's far worse to even maintain a business and to get money, get a surplus, to gain a gross profit because of this cost of living crisis. It is now getting to the point where it's worse than a recession. It's worse than anything that we've ever experienced before.
Oh, it's going to get worse too.
It's going to get far worse, yeah. It's going to the point where we're going to collapse, just like the former Soviet Union, unless we go down that road of regaining our own empire.
Yeah.
Hey, George. Was that the first time your phones in England have ever done that emergency alert system?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because we do that shit all the time, by the way.
Yes, this was the important point I made. Every other nation of Earth has already adopted this mechanism, this alert system. Britain has never done this before until now. The only other warnings you ever get is through, like Ian emphasized earlier, it's through radio, through television broadcasts, through transmissions, but you wouldn't get it through this alert app system. It's an application, but it's only done on the government's part, or these emergency services can release this alert.
But I don't see anything bad with that. I don't see anything bad with that.
That's what I'm saying. It was a good
thing.
That's
what George is saying is that this is a positive development, but it's indicative of the gravity of the situation.
He told me they are going to cut my phone on when it's off, right? That was a little too much.
Believe me, if your phone is not completely off, they have the
power.
No,
I thought he was saying if I had it completely off, that they were cutting it on. Which is a little scary, which I'm sure they probably can do that.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that if they really want it, I would think that they could do that. Yes.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah.
Even if you refuse to pay your bill, you'll still get the alert.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you will still gain this alert. It was something that they exercised yesterday, and I questioned, pondering, why now? And obviously it was inevitable. It's obvious. It goes without saying why. You know why, because they are.
I mean, you're fucked. But here, it could be worse. It could be worse. I just want to open it. You're fucked. But it could be worse because y'all didn't get the Amber Alert, which would mean that Ian was fucking in England. Because we get an Amber Alert every time there's a child kidnapped.
Yeah. We get 4 different categories of alerts, but it's all good.
Right.
I was giving Ian hell because he takes up for the children. I know Ian doesn't, except for that one that was missing in Florida. But other than that, everything else is not Ian. But yeah, we get Amber Alerts for if there's a kid missing. Like it'll have their car, like everybody's phone will go off with the tag number, looking for the car. I think they'll usually stick it to areas, because we're so big, so they'll stick it to certain states. They're around there, but your phone will go off and it'll be like, look for a Honda Civic 4-year-old missing.
There's nothing like that in Britain at all. The only thing is neighborhood watch or social media. That's the only way awareness is ever advertised or to put anyone in the loop. It's done through those 2 means of platforms. It's just through neighborhood watch. That's just general network of social gatherings, and then you're discussing things, sending out flyers. That's what neighborhood watch is, community gatherings. or the other thing is social media through Facebook and stuff, and that's it. That was the only equivalent that we have, the only thing that you could compare it to. Which since yesterday, the government has apparently been successful, and it is now in basically process. It's in effect right now. So this alert system, and they rationalize it, their logical rational explanation, Douglas, to the children at school, because Millie, the 12-year-old, she told me yesterday that they were told, discuss this 4 weeks ago at school. It was to do with weather warnings. They were told it was weather warnings, which is applicable to it. If there's any things like gusts of floods or anything like that, through weather warnings, it is, this is applicable, but it's something far worse than just, high winds or floods, flood warnings. I mean, we don't get very many floods here in the south of England. It's mainly in the Highlands, in the Midlands, where beneath the lands beneath Scotland, where all the water runs down south, and it just caves in these what do you want to call them? I forgot what they're called, where the land dips, the valleys and stuff. Plateaus, exactly, and things like that. I don't know what they call them here in Britain, but they're that's where you get the main floods. It's mainly in the Midlands, but here we don't have many down the south. And we're actually quite away from the coast actually here. So no, it's something worse than natural catastrophes, something far worse. So I think it's something that probably the government is fully aware of something, but without discussing, because of course you are kept in the dark a lot of the time.
I'll be honest with you, George.
At any rate,
the Russians are scouting out all the cables that provide energy that England needs, so they're obviously preparing for the Russians attempting to attack. This is
yes,
so
absolutely,
and by the way, I am distracted communicating right now, and so go on, by all means. You're all doing well, thank you. I was
going to tell George.
Yeah.
I was going to tell George. It sounds like they're getting ready to do the disclosure shit.
Mm-hmm. But they always seem to be ready to do that, right?
I know, well, they have been ready to do it for 2 fucking years, but fucking.
It's 2. It's been 20, right?
I mean, from the how they were going to do the disclosure shit, they were like, everybody's going to get these alert on their phones. Then we're going to have these 3 days of darkness. And they're going to have this like video or something on loop on radio and TV. And it's going to play constantly for like 3 days or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that's just what I hear though.
Right. And of course, our man Ian does hear a lot. He keeps his ear to the ground. And so a lot of vibrations and tremors cause different impressions. That's definitely something I wouldn't really overdwell on, but definitely, by all means. What else were we discussing now? Aside from all of this, go back on rhythm, so to speak, while I try to tend to this.
All right.
And finish my sandwich. I mean, both of you are invited to interject with George when you feel you have something constructive to say. Otherwise, George, by all means, continue. Yes. George?
I think he's eating a sandwich too.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh.
But I don't know. I mean, that's a good sign if England's, activating their EBS right now. I mean, that's always good, but I hope they just don't pull this shit to where they do it like right at the end of the month and shit, and
Right. So let me say, right. What? Let me see. Somebody giving me messages or what? George, are you there on the call? He left.
Did he? Oh no shit! He did leave.
Holy shit! It probably
got him.
Battery died or something. Okay.
I think he said what he had to say. That was just waiting for you to jump back on.
Yeah. What? Really?
Yeah. I think yeah. I mean, he said it a couple of times.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I guess it's gone.
So okay, so that's there we are, and we'll see if he jumps back. So here we are. Yeah, that's how this happened. Okay, so I'm being asked about why I'm going overtime because it's unprecedented. It's because we restarted later. So
Yeah.
just so people understand that. So that explains it. Holy shit.
I can't believe somebody noticed that. Jesus.
Okay. So yeah, well there you go. Aloma Albert says, "Good morning." She says, "Brooke is great in the AM. Have a sober Monday, y'all."
Sober. Yeah, she doesn't drink in the morning, you know.
Actually, she does, but that being said, she says, "Millionaires do not use Astro, but billionaires do. Feel free to use that phrase. Cheers." Thank you, honey. Oh my God. So there you go. And
What,
okay.
like Astro Glide or what do you mean?
That's what I think she's talking about the Musk shit or something. Yeah, the Musk explosion on Hitler Day. So such being said.
Yeah, he fucked that up, didn't he?
Yes, that was delightful. So I started coughing, and I let me finish this sandwich, drink some water, get my voice back, take the transmission to its end, give the credit to contributors.
Did Mark tell you about the fucking the underground tunnels at Harvard and the Jeffrey Epstein's like offices that were above him and shit?
No, tell me.
Oh, dude, it's pretty. I mean, it's fucking creepy. Like, Epstein was like doing this like millionaire money laundering scheme through Harvard and shit, and he was like buying out these fucking buildings and stuff, and then like having these like shell companies like rent them out from him, and he was like laundering money that way from it through like all his like investors and shit. But they were all on top of these like steam tunnels that like heated and sent electricity to all the various buildings on the Harvard campus. And he had like fucking main access to them. Like, you know, he could like drug one of these chicks, bring them down in this tunnel, bring them up to his office, bang them, and then, you know, just, you know, get around the town like that.
Wow. Amazing.
But I saw some pictures of the steam tunnels like under the ground there. I mean, they're fucking huge, man. They're not like what you think. They're not like actual tunnels that are filled up with steam. They're these tunnels with pipes that are connected to the walls that carry the steam. So it still does get hot down there, but you can still walk through it, you know, and not get burnt up. But God, it's scary though. It's fucking scary.
Wow. It's amazing. Thank you. Go on.
I haven't heard any like testimony survivor of testimonies.
Well, I mean, since our man George has left, you can take the stage and do some of your presentations, kind of. I mean, you want to do that?
I don't really think I think I put everything up. Shit. I think I did. Hold on. I mean, I did have a few like sample clips like loaded up. Did you see the Godzilla yet?
No. Go on.
Yeah, they found him. He's in this thing called the Mariana Trench.
Okay.
There's a whole family of them.
You've given us the link for this, right?
I don't think I did. I don't think so.
Feel free to send it to me again in private messages. I'll check it out. If you can put it there right now. I apologize profoundly for chewing while I talk, but I'm at the point where I don't give a shit.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
I'm talking to the listeners. I know you don't care.
I got some more dead kid footage, some more underground dead kid shit, and fucking you know, just like the corpses of the kids, and there's a bunch of them. And this one thing, I can show it to you if you want.
Sure.
All right, let me pull.
Yeah.
Let me get to this.
I mean, it's I don't know why I said that, sure, but it's like the Godzilla thing. I'm more interested in the Godzilla thing than the dead kids, but yeah, sure, might as well, and I'll see if I can make some sense of what you've got. So, yeah.
There we go. How do I do that? Here to share screen. Gotcha. Okay. All right, bam.
Okay,
now
share screen. Let me open up the call.
Share. There we go.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
All right, here we go. Where'd it go? Here they are. Here they are. Bam.
那么防空洞里面那个实验室，一池子小孩，一池子小孩。今天我就来看一看台上的视
Is
频。
that them? They're playing that music in that situation?
Well, I think it's the guy's ringtone.
Oh, it's his phone ringing. Okay, his ringtone. Good point. Good points well taken. Okay.
池子看点。
There they are.
Ew.
哇，被人把人泡过之后，就得来。
Some of them look like teddy bears, but that could be the state of decomposition.
Yeah.
过期的人把人
I love that his ringtone's going off the whole time with it.
Uh-huh.
Look, I guess I ate that baby's skull. But he said this is what the CCP do.
But I was about to say, I mean, how's the man getting such good reception where his cell phone works underground like that?
I have no idea. You got me there. You got me. It must not be that deep.
Either that or there's something very suspicious about this. But I notice he's turning it on. So this is what's suspect here is that, you know, even if they're above ground in a concrete slab building like that, you'd be wondering about the reception. They don't seem to be in necessarily the best developed nation on earth. They seem to be in Thailand or something. But it says China, soaked in formalin on this in China is, yeah, this could be true. This is true.
All right. Now, I forgot where this was, but this is them, like, hustling the kids off to these, fucking, what are they called? I can't use the J word anymore. You know,
you can use the typical term they use for Jewish people when they're trying not to name Jewish people would be Zionists, but why would you say that these people...
Are you seeing this?
Well, yeah. Why would they say they're destined for some kind of Zionist destination? Why would they say that?
Yeah. There you go. Bro, but you see the kids on the ground?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, they're alive.
Yeah. They
seem peculiarly drugged. I take it they're drugged.
Probably, yeah. And look at this one kid tied up to the tree right here.
Yeah, one kid's tied to the tree. This seems pretty real as well, I'm sad to say. Yeah. And then they keep showing this guy... What's that?
Yeah, it's just the Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas clip. That's
okay.
all. Oh yeah, here's the other one. So this is where the little girl goes. Well, I mean, they don't show her cutting her liver out, but I mean, they get right to it though. Here it is.
Mm-hmm.
Come on in, little girl. They're definitely somewhere in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
I love showing people this footage, you know, because they're like, it's not real, it's not true. It's like, yeah, it's real.
Now, of course, in the Middle East, young girls would be brought into bunkers for their protection because of the Israelis constantly shelling.
Yeah, here it is. This is where they... you see how they put the pan underneath their back so it like catches the blood and shit, so it don't make a mess?
Okay.
It's like a good little tip to, you know, for future organ harvesters. You know,
but I mean, they're going to have to strap her down, I presume.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
So that's not shown. So it could be that they're putting that down there in case she wets the bed. You know, we'd have to see the full film to make a decision on that.
That was just one of the little clips I got, but damn, yeah, no, I put everything back up, so I don't really have shit now, but oh well. But anyway, yeah, so I got on this NSA website and I downloaded all these fucking military and government manuals and shit, and I got the blueprints and the maps for Wuhan that the United States built to develop this COVID-19 bioweapon. Check this shit out. Look at this. Look at that. Hold on. Possible alternate national military command center, Wuhan military region. So what does that mean? The possible alternate national military command center. What? It's like
it's an imagery analysis report, so it sounds pretty real. Just by that series of words alone. Top secret. All looks pretty official. Sanitized copy approved for release. So, okay. And so seems pretty realistic so far. Go on. Keep scrolling. You know.
I am.
Yeah.
You just tell me when to stop.
I just keep going. Okay. So just a new alternate national command military center was identified in northern Wuhan. The command center, just going into underground administration complex.
Isn't that crazy?
I'm sorry?
Isn't that crazy?
It makes a certain amount of sense. I mean, they had the place under lockdown for so fucking long. I mean, why not just turn it into a fucking base? I mean, yeah.
Right? Yeah, true.
Yeah, and it's, it is what it is. It's, definitely odd. I mean, but probably real. I mean, as a matter of fact, the more I see it, it seems real to me. I mean, I've seen enough documents in the past to know what I'm looking at. So, it looks pretty real. There you go.
And here's the map of the Wuhan, I guess the region, I should say.
Yeah. Possible General Staff Department related facilities, Central Wuhan Military Region. Okay. All right. It's, so that's interesting. What else do you have? By all means, feel free to share it.
All right, I got that thing, and then I just got more. Have you heard of this? Fucking, I guess he's a Satanist dude. His name's Carl Nagel.
Oh, I haven't heard of him. No.
Yeah, I just came across all this, and I downloaded everything I could, but. Apparently, he wrote all these spell books and shit. Look, there's the Zika. Look, Zika.
Yeah.
That's weird. Conjuration of the spirits. Zika. I don't know.
Well, then he goes after that with many other nonsense words, but go on. Yes.
Yeah.
And fire spirits, conjuration. I mean, some focus shit. Yeah. And
I mean, I wouldn't give this to no little kids or anything, but
Could you send me this PDF, please?
Sure, not a problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I downloaded like fucking 15 of his spell books and shit.
Okay.
But anyway, now I downloaded like a I got all that shit about that Talos or where Peter Moon always goes, that Mount Shasta. Yeah, there's a whole goddamn world in that mountain.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it either. I didn't know I didn't know what the big draw to that place was, but apparently there's a whole city under there.
Mm-hmm.
And I had the map for it somewhere. I just lost in all the bullshit. But anyway, yeah. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, that's the battling cult mind control and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Intelligence services, web law. Oh yeah. Anyway, I downloaded so much shit, and it's just like basically just more proof of these underground facilities and stuff. And I got the Aquino rulings that made the kitty testimonies illegal and shit.
Okay, those I must have. Please send me a link. And
there they are, right here.
Okay.
Okay.
By all means. Yeah, right now, please, and I'll relate that to Peter Moon as well.
Cool. All right. Where the fuck is that? I had like a nicer thing on it. Where'd it go? Well, what's up? You want to stop streaming, or you good? Or?
I don't know if I'm good, but what? Why are you ready to stop?
No. I just got done doing that fucking Broadway show, Chicago. I'm all like fucking amped up.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I had like 4 Red Bulls.
Yeah. And so I'm really glad to see this Saptarishi thing. I'll download that. And okay. It's
like that COVID-19 payout schedule.
Yeah, provider incentive program.
Isn't that
what
great?
do you call this? A pay scale?
Yeah, it's like they get like right here it says the final incentive payments is calculated based on members who are newly vaccinated between September 1st, 2021 and December 31st, 2021. Yeah, they were giving these like hospitals and practices like $250 per newly vaccinated member.
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, no, it's bad. Yeah, that's it's something else. I mean, of course, I'm considering getting another booster shot myself. So, you know, obviously, I don't have the perspective on this that you do. But you know, it's this is real. What Ian is showing me is a COVID-19 vaccine provider incentive program, and so yes, this is real. This is Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield Medicaid. So this is real. It's genuine.
Yeah. This is what all these hospitals and doctors were getting paid for to like sell the shot and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. I wouldn't get the new one. I mean, you're not sick, right? So what do you need it for?
So I don't get sick. What do you think? Oh my God.
I'm just saying.
So, and that was a okay. So that's some of the what was put up there earlier. Yeah, Brendan Zogan.
Yeah. I'm just going through the shit earlier. Yeah.
Okay. So which is a secret underground cinema? Okay, and the more catacombs under Paris. A note was found. Do not try to find us. Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah, it was like a snuff theater in Paris that they busted.
Oh my God. So what is this?
This is Lake Hachinea Resort, and the canals are just ironically in the shape of the boy lover symbol.
Is that the boy lover symbol for what? MANBLA?
Yeah,
Man Boy Love Association. That's their symbol.
Yep.
Why is that their symbol? What does it signify?
I guess it's like a little kid's dick or something.
It's a delta. It's one of these delta triangle type deals. All right, that figures they're delta force, right?
Yeah, but it's just and this place is on the line of the or it's connected to the Underground Railroad.
Oh, okay, not the one that frees slaves.
No. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. They could have just freed the slaves and then tried to use it for nefarious shit. But yeah, this Perch Street. This is parallel to the Underground Railroad track. You know, I never got to show you this. Check this out. Okay, Lake Hatch.
Now, when you say the Underground Railroad track, you're not making the mistake that a lot of people make, that they think that the Underground Railroad was an actual railroad. You understand that the one freeing the slaves.
Yeah, I know, but I just say it, well, for nowadays, since there is a rail on it.
Right.
Yeah, here. Okay, let me show you this. Your jaw's gonna drop. All right, so here in Orlando, where I busted that underground city that's over at that Lockheed Martin place, which I'll show it. Let me get to the satellite. All right, here's the satellite, and hopefully it loads up. There we go. Let me just zoom in. And okay, so right here, this is
Orlando.
Yeah, this is my hood right here.
Yeah, wow.
Okay, yeah, and this is okay. Let me close that. Now, all this land right here. This is all Lockheed
Show that
Martin.
again with a cursor. All this land where? Right here?
All this land right here. This is Lockheed Martin.
Okay. Yeah.
And this is where all this dirt right here is where the MK Ultra cloning lab was. This is where I went underground and shit.
Okay.
And saw the tanks. It was all this area right here.
Okay.
And if you look right here, you see Gate 4 and you see Lockheed Martin right here. Well, this strip of land, this is the north-south Underground Railroad line right here.
The north-south what? North-south.
The north-south Underground, or the north-south maglev line.
Okay. Yeah.
That's this whole, this.
Is that
line.
near your home?
Yeah. This is like 5 miles away from me.
Okay.
And you see how my mouse is, and there's a line right here that goes to it, and I'm not moving my mouse, and there's still a straight line. You see the straight line?
Where? I mean, I see a lot of straight lines. So which one in particular?
See the straight line?
Oh, okay, yeah, that. What is that? That's
well,
it?
they can't have trees growing on top of these maglev tracks because the roots fuck up the roof of the tubes of the tunnel.
Right, okay.
So that's why they can't have shit growing there. And then they're like, oh, well, let's just put power lines here, and that way, it's a good cover. So that way nobody. And then here's another power station for the maglev that runs on it. But anyway, the point I'm trying to get at is, if you look, sorry, I gotta reline everything up. All right, so here we go. This is the Underground Railroad entrance for Lockheed Martin on Sand Lake. Now, I'm going to leave my mouse right here. I'm not going to move my mouse. You see my mouse? It's going to stay right here. I'm not going to move it. And I'm just going to push down on it. And do you see the straight line?
Yeah.
That's the maglev. You see the straight line?
Okay.
That's the maglev.
Wow. Now, this is actually more believable the way you're showing this. It's of course, this could be potentially maybe some kind of crease in the map, so to speak. In the old days, if we had paper folding maps, that's somehow the satellite equivalent, because I do see there's an overlaid grid pattern. But it also may be true.
Well, look, there's the straight line again. The straight line, straight line. And look where it dumps off at.
Wow.
Right here.
Wow. Okay.
That's how I found this place, because I was following the Underground Railroad, and lo and behold, this came up.
Thank you. That's no, I mean, yeah, that's pretty impressive. I mean, I see definitely what looks to be if I were to use right up and down Perch Street looks like it's got a bunch of trees in front of it. Those are trees, right? Those trees.
Yeah. That's gonna disguise the resort,
Mm-hmm. But
so
that's not over the maglev. That's not over the maglev.
This is the maglev. Yeah, that's where the maglev travels under. But
you said they couldn't have the trees on top of it.
Yeah, but there's water here. There's water here to cover it. Okay. This part of the tunnel, there's water. Okay. But I'm saying these trees can block this whole area. But the interesting part is right here. I think this is like the main maglev load unload or whatever right here, because of these dirt pockets that are on top of the lake. Like, do you remember the under the water ballroom?
Yeah.
That could be built under this thing, and this house could be the main entrance, or just something along the lines of that.
Yeah. Wow.
So.
Okay. I mean, I definitely appreciate you're showing me all this.
How are y'all still online at 8:30 talking about stupid shit?
We restarted late. We restarted late.
Yeah, we have to restart the show.
Yeah, I know. And everybody was hoping for an extra 30 minutes not to have to hear y'all, and you're still giving it to them.
Please, I lost my voice. And Troy,
I think Brooke's jealous. She wants to go to Lake Hatchinaya.
I'll take any fucking lake at this point and drown my ass. Just get me out of fucking Greenville.
I want to go to Pedophile Lake.
Yeah, Troy Bellamy says, put up the link for the Godzilla video. So please put up the link for the Godzilla video in the chat.
I'll do it.
Oh my God, is this your Godzilla version of Godzilla?
This is what Ian says. They found Godzilla in the Marianas
They found
Trench.
Godzilla. They found him. Here, I'll send it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I
You're rude. I'm not going to get Taco Casa again today. Because
it scared the shit out of me when I saw this. I was like, I'm not going no goddamn water. I was like, they're probably all over Japan and shit, waiting, motherfuckers.
Some vampire shit, man. I'm telling you.
Oh my God.
Oh! I forgot about this. Here's these dudes snuck over to CERN and fucking videotaped one of these human sacrifices. Look, this bitch just lays down it's like, go and kill me,
I can assure you, if she had been on the air with y'all for 12 hours straight, I got a break. I I'd lay down too. I'd be like, you know what? This would be better. Ducks and chickens. I gotta go home and take care of some ducks and chickens and listen to these fuckers for 12 hours. I'm fucking stern. Take my life, please. Oh my god.
A homeboy just stabs the bitch in the neck like it's nothing. It's like, God
That's
damn.
what I'm saying. At least they'll take you out fast, and I have to listen to y'all for 12 hours, and then later on you'll text me this week. And by the way, Brooke, listen, did you see they also found Loch Ness monster in the bottom of Lake Clemson? He was sacrificing just small 3-year-olds and dogs. Who the fuck knows?
It's very troubling. Very, 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 very troubling. It's, you know.
I'll be honest with you though, it sounds fun if you were to actually go do like, I see I like urban exploring.
Yes.
So like you were to actually, instead of doing this shit where you're looking shit up online like a boring meth head on your computer, instead if you would like be like, hey Brooke, like we're gonna go urban explore and come to South Carolina or where the fuck ever, Georgia, we're gonna go like look for these actual tunnels. I'll go down with you. I'll find.
You don't want to do that shit. They got lizards and shit down there that'll eat you.
The lizard people, I know. Lizard people.
I'm a believer now.
You said you didn't believe. On the last broadcast I was on, you suddenly not believed in lizard people.
Yeah, well, now I believe it. Now I believe them. I believe it now. I'm a believer. This guy's testimony got me sold. Like, I'm like...
Oh, my God.
Well, you apparently have not talked to the Pope. I mean, the old man that lives in fucking wherever the... I don't know, the fucking one that comes on for 3 hours and goes on for
yeah, no, anyhow, honey, so I need to talk to you privately about this. So, I'm sure he's bitching. I'll do that soon. And all that being said, let me check some stuff out here. Just want to look up my PayPal. I'm going to give some credit to some people before I end transmission. Real Ian West is talking about the Privacy Act of 1974. Okay, so did you send that? Don't put that in the fucking Skype, Ian.
Okay, going on your Facebook?
My private messages, please.
Oh, okay.
Why can't we put that in the Skype?
I mean, that's fine to do that, but he's got to put it in my private messages too, because what happens is after we end the phone call...
Oh, yeah, you're not going to look at it. It's not like you look at shit I've ever sent you, ever.
That's not true. I do. I do look at it. Really, I do. So just let me check out my PayPal here so I can give credit to contributors. Oh my God, I mean, my life is so hard. It doesn't need to be this hard.
I know, Doug. It's such, so you know, it pains me.
Thank you. Okay, good. So he's got the Privacy Act here, and okay, so let me
yeah, he seems in pain. He's really worried about you. I can tell. How much money is he?
Do you see Casey's ass? Do you see Casey's ass right there?
I haven't looked at. I don't want to see an ass that's better than mine right now. Okay, I don't need
that ass.
Yeah.
She's filling out nice.
Yeah, like thank you.
So being a child murderer is fucking works for people, I guess.
No. It was her child was satanically
satanically sacrificed, like every other child that's ever been killed ever, according to you. Shut the fuck up. Why? My life is so fucking hard. Like, why?
Well, I mean, I just think it's because you're like lazy, you know.
Oh, I might be lazy, but that's not why my life's hard.
Oh my God.
Otherwise, if I was lazy, my ass would get fatter too. Like, why is it not?
Well, you know, some girls have all the luck. That's all there is to it, you know.
I don't know. Put your kid in the fucking back of your trunk and then have Ian West call it a satanic sacrifice. What the fuck ever.
You know.
Oh my God. So let me just see if I can add this together, and see if I can make rent.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I'm freaking out over here.
How like?
Maybe y'all should move in together. Then y'all could like double up the rent.
No, I already have enough shit on my ceiling. It's all good.
Oh my God. So aside from all of that. There we are. So let me take a look at something here. Hey, wait a second. This isn't the form. This is like a cut and paste of the form. You gave me a cut and paste. Can't you give me like something that has an image of the document?
Here, I can do a web link. Hold on.
He has no idea. He's been doing a best of Brooke for 4 years.
Here it is. Here it is. It's right here. It's right here.
Viv's back. I hear Viv. Hey, Viv.
Viv, you're welcome to respond now to everything I said.
She fell asleep.
Yes.
What?
Viviana, you're welcome to respond now to everything I said. You're welcome to respond now, talk about the prophecies, anything you want.
Oh, wait, are you over 12 hours?
No, we started
Yeah,
late.
they are over 12 hours. They're fucking trying to ruin the world. It's like called Take Over the Fucking World. Apparently, Apocalypse. We want to ruin it because it's Douglas and Ian West.
YouTube is the world of Brooke.
And don't forget to put the Godzilla video in the chat, Ian.
Okay.
I just don't even know why y'all are still speaking.
Now let me see if he gave me.
It's an exciting time to be alive, Brooke.
Okay, this is what I wanted. Something more like this. So let me link to that, and that way. Okay, there we are. Okay, good. Thank you, Ian. Now let me give that over to,
oh my God.
Look, we quit being jealous of me and Doug.
I am so jealous. I'm so jealous of Doug being like, "Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Ian." Oh my God.
Oh my God. So Viviana, you're welcome to conduct a rebuttal to everything I said earlier, okay?
I just woke up, dude.
Welcome to my world. That's
I was just gonna say if we add context to the structure of the Bible, there's books that are scripture, books that are prophecy, books that are history, and books that are poems. So you'd have to define what is scripture, in my opinion. So not all scripture. So what is all scripture? Every word, or are we going to devise which parts of the books are scripture and which part are historical? And let's also remember the laws and commandments were given to the tribe of Israel. It wasn't for the entire digestion to the nations. This was to garner Yah's people in understanding that they could never keep the law. They could never be good enough. They would always be in error in some realm because they're always trying to control or but the way I practice in spirit and truth is understanding that in Isaiah 8:8 it talks about the law and the testimony, and so I view this in like a divine balance of the two, where rationality comes in as well, where we're looking at it with eyes that are saying, look at our past so we can learn from the atrocities and know that Yah is talking to Israel in order to correct them as well for their errors. And then use that in practice. So hopefully you'll learn from the past. Okay, and that's about all I was going to say. I think there's context to that whole venue of the way you're talking about it. But I believe in the balance of the two, and that there's only one creator, and those demigods or the other part of those sources are always working on behalf of him, whether it's good or evil. Okay, with that, I'll shut up.
No, you don't need to say that. You can go on. No worries.
Well, I do believe there's demigods that literally are working on. I think that's the majority of what you see in the Bible. I don't think your God, your creator, was the one like in, what was it, Leviticus or Numbers, where he's, where he's sending out, like, go kill everyone in this land. And by the way, after you slaughter all the men, you can slaughter the women. If there's any fucking animals left, you can take those, or children. Well, or you can take them for your wives. Like, that's not my creator. I don't know about yours, not mine.
They were coming after the enemies, their enemies, and
it doesn't matter. That's not a creator. Your creator. You don't have a God.
That's your perception.
Okay, so you're saying that your God's omnipotent, right? Omniscient. Help me with these words.
So both omniscient would mean sees everything, and omnipotent means being able to do anything. So omniscient and omnipotent, yes.
All time, and knew this, and he created not only the people that you're talking about that are his people. He created those enemies, but then he's going to be going to murder. He's saying within this very beginning, I want you to murder, kill, and slaughter them, and slaughter their children. And if there are any wives left, you take them and you can have them yourself for your own wives and their animals.
That is not a loving God. How do you say that's fucking love?
What was the reason for their end? And
You
why
tell
did
me
Israel
what
have
reason
to?
there possibly could be to do that. If you are a
trying to
loving God,
rationalize
what
God's
reason would there
intentions
possibly be to do that?
You're trying to rationalize God's intentions based on
No,
your
I'm not. I'm trying to rationalize what God made. I'm not rationalizing anything. God made me. He made me out
You're
of love. I
emotional
know
about
what
it,
love
though.
is. I also
So
know what
you got
hate
it.
is. I also know what anger is because I'm yelling it right now. And I am pretty sure that the anger in me does not come from God. I am fairly certain that the anger in me doesn't come from him. What I am also certain of is he knows love and truth, and he certainly didn't create people just to destroy them. And if that is your God, and you think you created people just to destroy them, I want nothing to do with that kind of God. That will never be my God.
Nobody's saying that you are created with it.
You're talking about tribes that were disobedient in some way.
But
or
you know, I'm saying she's saying that God created those tribes. He created them to destroy them?
Sometimes there's always going to be war. What are you going to say about it? You're going to cry to him about it and say, oh my God, I'm not going to trust you because you started war and you killed animals.
Well, he didn't start war. People start war. Wake the fuck up.
God. Your God doesn't have any problems with evil, I guess.
My God, you just said it. You just said it out of your own mouth, and now you're going back on what you just said. You said demigods. God always had demigods, whether they're good and evil, and those are his children.
He's working both parts. He works the evil part. He's got the light aspect. He's in balance.
He didn't create humans to kill humans immediately after he created them. That was not his reasoning. We did that. That was our free will, which he gave us. He gave us free will, but he didn't say, hey, go kill him. That was us. And that part of that Bible was written by a man, not a God.
Okay, well, so Jesus won't have vengeance in his heart that he's holding back? You don't think that he's gonna
absolutely
do exactly what he says when he says,
Jesus
I will
will
render?
absolutely not have vengeance. And if you believe that, then you believe something that is
well, you
completely
can't have,
over.
You can't have.
It was written by a government that wants to control you.
And think that God is only always love. Okay, He is love.
I do know God's always only love. Read any near-death experience. There's been enough people that you haven't died that have died that have met God, and that's closer than any book that was written by a government that's been wanting to control you, like the Catholic government and the Jewish government that controlled every word that you read and what words were and weren't taken out. Those people have met God, and they have said one thing and one thing only. My religion lied to me.
I'm not going to be dishonored by you just because you're mad, okay? So get over your fucking self, and then...
I'm over myself. I'm not dishonoring you. I'm telling you the goddamn truth.
What happened?
I think she runs them off, you know.
Oh, what? Like, let me open up the. So did she leave?
I think
Brooke. Fucking, I'm not listening to that fucking biblical bullshit. That's enough of that.
Ooh. Oh. Yeah. So there we are. So.
I mean, I'm sorry. I like you as a person, but that's to not look at the Bible and understand that was written. That was so controlled, indoctrinated by a government, and then to sit here and tell me God's not loving and kind, that her God, even though she tries to be loving and kind, is not all loving and kind, that Jesus can come back with a vengeance and kill half the fucking world. I guess it'll be like it says, like she believes $140,000 is going to be fucking taken. What the fuck? Like, this is so indoctrination of what the Catholics did, and before that, Jews did. In the Bible, it is a complete indoctrination of control. That is all the Bible is. Now, are there great words in the Bible? Yes. But did they fucking use the Bible, take words out, and completely put things together that they needed? That is the problem. And that's my point. That this is not just some book that was written by God. Right. Also, when the Bible was written, it was written thousands of years after all these people lived.
Yeah, the Dead Sea Scrolls is the oldest one.
Oh God.
You just have a way with them, Brooke. You know, you just have a way with them.
Well, it's you gotta admit, early in the morning, this is not the kind of conducive conversation. It's all my fault. I told Viviana to respond to what I was saying last night because she was upset with what I was saying, and so
you know that's my like one point when you go on that like that. Well, there's a couple, but like she's gonna go with war and fucking vengeance, and that's God's fucking plan. Sorry, not gonna do that. Not gonna fucking agree with it.
Yeah.
Like, well, she didn't ask you to.
but
I didn't give a shit. I don't.
That's not a constructive.
Me to wait to be asked. I'm sorry, Ian. When have I ever wait to been asked?
Oh my god.
You got me there. You got me there.
Oh my god. So
I'm still trying to find Godzilla.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that would have been a better conversation. I don't know why. And I'll be honest, I'm gonna blame this one on Doug too. I don't know why the fuck when somebody wakes up, you're like, let's talk about religion again.
Yeah, that was I turned her to that. Now she did say she had just woken up. In all fairness, I made her talk about.
You knew I had this well, and now my heart is pumping. I was really wanting to go back to sleep. Now I'm fucking.
Oh, you're right now.
Yeah. So yeah.
I apologize for her, Val. I'm sorry. I mean, Viv. Sorry.
You like that, Brooke? If you.
I am so sick of you apologizing for me. I swear to.
I'm gonna have to write her a letter now.
Yeah, why don't you mail her a letter? It'll go over a little better. But, I don't know how she'll respond because she can't do the sexism thing, so she'll have to just do the Brooke is going to hell thing or something.
Well, I wouldn't say you're going to hell. I mean, we're already there, basically,
Thank you.
You're the proof that we are in hell,
I have no problem with that. See what I'm saying? That's why I love you. I love you so much. But yes.
Okay. So
I can't adult today. I cannot adult today.
I want to let everyone know that I had asked Viviana to address the biblical tangent that I was on last night. She responded to that, and of course that was what invited this first thing in the morning, which was not a good start for both ladies. First thing in the morning. Of course, it's the end of my day, and still have to have.
Oh, it's not the end of your day, because I swear to God, I'm calling you out and cussing you out for another 2 hours after.
Yes,
Doug
we do
gets
have
the
to
phone
talk.
time with Brooke. That's the highlight of his day. It's all downhill from here.
He thinks he's gonna sleep.
Oh my God. Well, it's something that you we'll see how long I can last. It's I don't feel all that sleepy, and I'll probably be amped up after the call. But what I do eventually want to do is be alone. I do want that, yes, for a period of time.
I can't imagine you've been with such great people all fucking night.
Yeah, it's just never ending.
George is such a pleasure, He doesn't scream at anybody. He's very courteous,
Yeah.
Yes, he just leaves them for his mother.
Oh my God. Okay, please.
Maybe if I could just go stay at my mom's, leave my dogs and my kids for a few weeks, every couple months, I'd be fucking in a better mood too.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Boy,
huh?
Brooke, you're such a ball of sunshine. Just amazing.
I try. Thank you, Ian. I try.
She is. Oh my God. Okay. So what am I doing here? We're checking the last amount of time that we have.
I still can't find Godzilla.
Yes, you got to find Godzilla. That's true. We can't leave until you do that.
I know. Did you hear about Hillary
By the way,
Clinton?
your dick is not Godzilla, so don't
Brooke, did you hear what your god Hillary Clinton is endorsing this campaign season?
You like the way he says that? Here's the way your god.
My god is Hillary Clinton. Thank you. I'm sure Viv will love that. She'll add that to your fucking apology letter. Put them
she is looking better this time around. Here, let's see who she's endorsing.
It's all the adrenochrome.
No, it says CGI.
To hear me say this, but I actually like Ron DeSantis a lot. Yeah, I know. I'd say he's just the kind of guy this country needs, and I really mean that. If Ron DeSantis
this is a voice that they manufactured. They manufactured.
Yeah, that is not.
It's not even in sync with her lips.
Know about Ron is that when push comes to shove, Ron does what he's told.
They didn't even sync this with her lips.
Look, if I
know she's dead.
If I had remotely the time, I would get a fucking video of you standing there with your stupid big ass with your 22-inch face, and I would put some shit to your fucking lips too, okay? Because anybody can do that with AI.
I know that's my point. She's dead. That's why they have to do this.
I know she was killed. You heard the jets go over right after they killed Nancy Pelosi, or was it before? I can't remember.
I've got a picture of her corpse on the autopsy table.
I know you do. Oh my God, you were probably fucking it.
I was very proud. You know.
Proud of fucking it the one time you got laid since your sister?
No. I was very proud that, you know, that I made a meme of her. Oh my God. But I'll have to show it to you later. And it has to do with Trump too.
And I wonder why fucking Douglas needs to be
Okay,
around.
look. Okay, look. This is a very important thing, and like we should have focused this on the show. I brought this to Doug's attention a few days ago. But did you hear about this?
The only way I can react to this news right now. Okay? Do you remember during last month we all sat through that TikTok committee hearing and we just heard about how
skinny
they were
clone.
brilliant.
It's
The TikTok
skinny
CEO
clone.
and
what'd you say, Doug?
It's Ian West's skinny clone.
Yeah, thank you.
They were screaming at him that it was all Chinese spyware and they're going to steal our information. While that was happening last month, documents from the Pentagon were being leaked online from January until very recently, and we had no idea where the documents were coming from. There were members of the Department of Defense thinking this was a high-level member of the bureaucracy that was being blackmailed, maybe somebody who was being paid off, all these different things. And we finally have the answer, and it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It was a Discord server. It was a Minecraft Discord server.
Yes.
Hundreds of documents putting our entire spy network at risk. And it was not TikTok. It was a Discord server where people discuss Minecraft and share racist memes called Shaker Central.
I agree. There's nothing you're not saying anything I don't disagree with. The government's fucked. Either on each side. I've said this from the beginning. They're fucked. It's a fucked up government. And when we can allow something to be released on Discord, we're fucked.
Yeah, those are the documents I sent you, Doug, where it was what this guy was bitching about.
Yes. Thank you. But no, he's bitching about that Tijera League.
Yeah, those are the documents I sent you.
You mean about the Aquino and the law thing?
No. About the ones about the
the recent ones.
The what's it called? The Ukraine battle plans.
Yeah, the Ukraine battlefront and all that bullshit.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
I didn't even see that.
That's what it. Yeah, that's what he's whining about.
Yeah, he was a low level. He was like a low level fucking person too. How the fuck he even had access to begin with? And then he goes and puts it on Discord, which is his game playing fucking software. You know, it's where most people are talking about video games. Although it's become more popular and people are just on their talking period now. But yeah, he was on there, and that's what he did. And he was a low ranking. I forgot. It's the army, whatever the fuck he was. Like
I think it's Air Force. I think it's Air Force.
Yeah. How he had access, I don't fucking know. That's what I'm saying. He shouldn't have access to begin with.
This is like I was complaining about that the other episode, so I articulated this as, you know, just I articulated how this sort of thing happens. So yeah, I think I timestamped that, or it's within monologue. It's within monologue. So if anybody listens to the monologue, they can hear me cover this in what I feel is a far more articulate manner than this individual.
This guy was funny as hell. Like I died laughing. I mean, if you watch the whole video, he like does impressions of like the council and stuff, being like old men. Like, here, let me just play it.
Yeah.
Let me just play it.
Yeah, sure.
And one teenager was a 21-year-old guy named Jack Texiera, and Jack posted on there trying to get clout. Jack posted, all you guys are nothing but a bunch of betas. I have high-level military clearance.
There you go.
And somebody replied, no, you don't, you cuck. So Jack started posting pictures of Ukrainian battle plans, lists of spies all over the world that are helping America. Oh my God. He didn't do this for political reasons. He didn't do this for an ideology. He did this because he's fucking sad and had access because he works in IT. And everyone in our government's so old, no one thought, don't give the 21-year-old guy who's on Discord servers all day access to the United States worldwide intel network. Now, we're going to have to sit through a House committee of new congressmen and senators sitting there with their questions for the CEO of Discord. They're going to have to say things like, I see on Discord you have a thing called Discord kittens. Tell me, does uwu mean a good thing, yes or no? That's what we're going to have to sit through. Someone
That is
there's going
funny.
to be a member of Congress who's going to have to ask the question. We were reading through the chat logs here, and it says Tracer Rule 34 Futa. I was going to try to look that up on my phone, but my intern knocked my phone out of my hand. Is that part of the Chinese spy network? I'm dead serious.
Anyway, I just thought that was brilliant.
And so yes. So it's at any rate yeah. So there we are. Now so we're
Actually, I'm just gonna be honest. That was brilliant. That's better than any bullshit. Going back to listen to your shit last week, that was fucking actually funny.
Thank you, Brooks. Yeah, I got my finger on the pulse of comedy. You know, he did good. He did good.
And we did it. And the bad thing is, we as Americans are gonna pay for that fucking hearing.
Yes, of course. So as it is, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to hold a discussion with somebody for a few minutes. I'll credit some of my contributors. Basically end the transmission at this point.
Let me guys are gonna have to hold their discussion with Peter Moon because he needs
then
you
I have to
again.
call you. Yes, so we're going to so I do want everyone to understand that I'm dealing with repercussions here. I need to put them in context for everybody. So in terms of all of this, it's just never ending. So,
did I cause repercussions?
Yeah, so honey, yes, we will discuss this, and I will put your situation in context.
I will not be answering my phone.
You will discuss privately, but I will. So I want to give credit to two contributors. Two contributors helped me this time by time of this episode, and so I will access what I wrote down so that I can credit them. One of them is KP. I will maintain their anonymity, except for their initials, which is what they asked. And they said, Mighty Triple D, thanks for tonight's show. You're very best on the subject, I would know. Outstanding as always, sending positive vibes. That's KP, and he sent 30 United States dollars. Now I can look back and figure out when that show was that he's referring to, but likely it was during the time we were speaking of the Chochoa. And Claudia Romberg from Austria. My biological sire's homeland and heartland to a degree. Claudia Romberg it says thank you. So she sent 22 United States dollars. So my thanks to both KP, a regular contributor, semi-regular, and to Claudia Romberg of Austria. We also have another new letter from our dear friend. Let's take a look at this. This is the individual who had sent me $100 and then lost it. Found it in the bushes while he was taking a leak.
Oh my God, that guy! God tried to give him a second chance to not send you money, and he still did.
Well, he didn't contribute this time, but he says he will. He says that he will. So let's take a look at what he says here. He says, Dear Douglas, I want you to know that I will be sending you $25 a month the rest of this year, and willing for the year to come, and listening for the year to come. I look at it this way. If I was in Frisco, I would buy you a beer, at least after one of your broadcasts. But I thinking with the beer prices, there is Circle City, I gather what you say, well, living expenses then are pricey. So you can, for receiving, you can count on receiving $250 United States dollars for, at least from me, every month. Have a beer on me. Thank you. Sincerely, JP. Now, this is wonderful, JP. Thank you so much. I hope that, this is followed up on, and, obviously, no expectations in this world. That's how you avoid disappointment. So I will not budget this into my budget, but if it happens, fabulous. Every bit helps. JP, we thank you dearly. Love you.
Sweet JP. He
JP.
has no dogs, and he has no ducks and no chickens, and I need to feed and keep them alive. So I'd appreciate the 25. It could go a lot further. I'll send you some eggs in return because I'm gonna have so many fucking eggs coming. I didn't know ducks lay eggs too, right? So apparently ducks do, and ducks lay about 200 eggs a year. So I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. All these duck eggs and chicken eggs that are also 200. So everybody needs some eggs.
You could be Brooks Egg Farm. You could do that.
Apparently, I know. I was like, ducks lay eggs too, man. They lay eggs apparently 1.5 to 2 times bigger than the chicken eggs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
incredible. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, duck. I don't understand why people in America don't eat more ducks and duck eggs, honestly. But in China,
I don't either, because ducks are assholes. Chickens are nice.
Yes.
Number one.
Yes. Yeah. So honestly, you know, I think it's great that you know, she's got these ducks, and I don't know if I think it's great, but she's got them now. So
You'll love it when we get married, and we get married with a little duck chicken part like here, and you're in the duck shit. You can help clean it up right before the wedding. You'll love it.
Doug, you could be Brooks' housemaid. Never mind. Like, yes, Miss Brooke, I gonna clean the egg cage for you.
Yes, notice
what
her
you talking about. That's
What's
what
it colored?
that's what the $25 a fucking month is for, to hire you. Me and him are hiring you. We figured $25 a month is about all you fucking need anyway.
Well, the living expenses are much cheaper in South Carolina. There's no denying that.
They are, and when you only have a 22-inch waist, we don't have to feed him much. We got some duck eggs out there. That's all.
Yeah, and there's a lot more murders where the hills have eyes too, but that doesn't make it nice to go to. You know?
Oh my god.
You're right, there are, and I swear to God, you wouldn't live through the week, bitch.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm positive.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is we got basically 20 minutes till the end of transmission. I will probably end it, relieve myself, make a necessary phone call, and then when that's done, call Brooke. And then I can.
I'm not gonna answer. I can already tell with the necessary phone call you were.
Doug, she's not gonna turn down that free attention. Don't listen to her.
I will when he bitches. I can't take it when he bitches.
So at any rate, I've got some repercussions to deal with, and I need to take them seriously. And I want you all to understand I'll be taking some painkillers. I'm going to take some painkillers to deal with the stress headache.
That's what I was about to suggest. Before you make any phone call, you should go drink a beer and take some painkillers.
I'm going to take a codeine, one of the codeine tablets, along with I'm feeling the headache already. Everyone maintain myself in thought and prayer. I am going to maybe just fucking grab a calculator and try and tabulate the incoming contributions, seeing if altogether they make my rent. I think I seem to add this together, and it seems to, but we always need extra help, and I do want people to we'll start considering other people like Brooke and all that, and Michelle, she's got cancer, and we'll talk about these things possibly in the future, but I do want everyone to know that I have to think of myself first.
Douglas, we expect nothing less. There's nothing less.
That's right.
If you're doing the show on the streets of San Francisco, you're like, hey, broadcasting live from a box of Fisherman's Wharf. You can't.
Right, and you live in the Garden of Eden, so I mean, what the fuck?
It's lovely down here. The alligators and the GMO mosquitoes. Our tax dollars were spent on to all sorts of shit. But anyway,
you got Ron DeSantis and you got a bike with a veil. Shut the fuck up and quit.
Ron is holding it down, but
he's holding it down. Yeah, he's holding it down, all right. Yeah, he's pushing it under the water level, and he's drowning you all. Come on. I thought you said you agreed that Ron DeSantis was crooked.
Well, yeah. I told you about how he was
having his people killed. By the way, you told me that.
No, I never said that.
Yes, you did. One of his people got fucking murdered. You did tell me that, you liar.
Oh, which one is his people?
I don't know. Somebody was working with him that got killed. It was a few months ago. You told me all about it.
I'd have to go back.
I believe it. I believe it. It sounds like something you would say, Ian.
No. His who his wife works for, right?
I have no idea. Who?
BlackRock.
Oh, yes. Well, there you go. Yeah, and his wife, like, works for BlackRock, I presume, not as a mercenary.
No. But she's just, she's under one of their shell companies.
Okay. Yes. Oh my God.
Just like Big Mike. I mean, Michelle Obama. But anyway.
Yeah. Yes. That's funny. So, do you believe that Michelle Obama is a transgender?
I know for a fact she is.
How?
You had so sex? Stupid. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up now.
Like,
shut up.
Just like Jacinda Ardern's a tranny.
I'd rather listen to Viviana talk. I agree more with Viviana's Bible shit than your shit.
And like Kathy Griffin's a tranny.
Oh my God.
I'm like, why does he have a voice? This? Like, why? You know what? This is proof God's man must not be real because they gave fucking you a voice.
Those kids are not Michelle's. Those kids are like somebody else's, right?
This is what I mean. Proof of no God. No God. I'm an atheist suddenly.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Now. Oh.
Like everybody knows Michelle's a tranny. Or Big Mike. Big Mike.
God, why?
Big Mike. That's one word you've never heard.
Yeah.
Big period in your life.
It's like and that Jacinda Ardern chick from New Zealand, she's a tranny.
It's
you ever notice Jacinda Ardern?
I don't understand. Douglas, if you have a son who has so much money, lives in for why is this person still breathing?
Look, didn't you guys ever notice how like Jacinda Ardern looks like Mr. Burns' like lost daughter from The Simpsons? Did you ever realize that?
No,
are you
I
serious?
I mean, I thought of a million fucking characters you look like. But
no, I'm dead serious. Look her up. Pull up Mr. Burns and pull up Jacinda Ardern.
Oh my God.
Amazing.
What do you do with your life? Is this what you sit around doing, really? Like, I'll send you some dogs and ducks and chickens. Like, get a fucking life, man.
No, she's got her junk jumping up and down in this one video. She's walking down this hallway with her.
Hey, wait, you're just jealous because she's got junk.
Oh, thank you. You admit she's a tranny. Thank you.
Oh my God. Now, by tranny, you do understand that could be misconstrued as transvestite, meaning cross-dresser. So is that what you're saying, or are you saying she's transgender? Or
He's
are
saying
you...
transgender.
She's transgender. She's got dick. Transgender. She's got dick.
He does not
But
that
if
he
she's
not that
trans-
he. Like, there's no point in arguing with like what is the point? What are you gonna do, Douglas?
Yeah, you're right. It's kind of like arguing with Joe Ty. They're on a level.
I mean, I've seen it.
He's seen it.
I've seen it.
Oh my God.
You know what? You hadn't seen your penis in many years.
Yes, because it's below his waistline. Yes.
Yeah, the 22-inch waistline, exactly.
Thank you so much. Leave my 22-inch waist alone. I still have those notes up, by the way. I'm looking.
That is hilarious.
I still have them.
Have you found the Godzilla video to put in the chat so I can cut the stream?
Godzilla video yet. It's I don't know what the fuck I did.
Let me see if I can find this. This shouldn't be that hard. Godzilla in Mariana's Trench. Godzilla in Mariana's Trench.
You know why it's hard? Because he made it up and it doesn't exist.
No.
We know it doesn't exist, but
I sent it to Michelle. Hold on. I sent it to Michelle. Hold on.
You sent it to Michelle.
I just remembered like how I could find
Obama?
Yeah,
Michelle Obama?
Michelle was out saving the homeless. She really needed to see that.
Well, somebody's got to get those kids from underground,
Oh my God.
All right, here it is. I think I found it. I fucking found it.
This is like every time you call him. God damn it, computer's not working. Fuck, can't find it.
Well, I got so much shit on here,
That
I know.
shit is the apropos word. Yeah.
That would be the exact word you should. You use that word correctly.
Okay. Apparently, it's not on YouTube, at least not immediately, which is surprising to me. So, okay, have you put it in the chat? Have you put it there?
I'm going to the Skype. Let me go to the Skype and see if I have it like in a previous.
Are we sure this exists, or this is one of his drunken fucking crazy dreams he had?
No, this thing's scary as shit. This thing is fucking scary.
Is it as scary as the fact that Ian has a voice and is given a platform by Douglas Dietrich?
I found it. I apologize. I fucking found it. All right, here it is. Okay.
Ian standing naked in the mirror every morning, giving himself a high five. That's about the scariest thing.
Yes.
You're so quick. Here, show and folded.
It's early, man.
Okay, rename it. Let me rename this file. Hold on.
Why do you have to rename it?
Because I had to download it. I had to download it from Michelle's Skype. Okay, Godzilla.
Oh my god! You mean Michelle Carmela Saldana?
Yeah, that's what I said. He sent it to her. Like, what was that going to do?
Yeah. Why did you send that to her?
When you see it, you'll understand.
I will. I don't.
You will. You'll understand when you see it.
All right. You'll understand it about as much as anything else you've ever understood the Ian West said. So don't waste your breath.
When I was talking, using all that biblical scripture and was talking about Lucifer, God, miscarried and aborted children, the meaning of life itself, which is what George asked for. Then Michelle came calling in, barreling in, entering the chat room. I have a lot to say about this. I just told her Wednesday, honey.
Good job, Doug. Good job.
I didn't take her call.
Oh, yeah, now my screen went back.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Because
did you guys get it?
Not that I know. Oh, there we are. The real Ian. Now put it in the chat.
Okay.
Yes, okay. I didn't ask for it.
Okay, I've got to play it. That's not good. God, that's a Geopolitical little lizard. That's so cute.
What the fuck is that?
That's a Geopolitical lizard. One of those lizards that sucks all the seawater and then filters the salt out through their nose.
Oh, and this is what he's calling Godzilla.
That's Godzilla.
Yes, that is adorable.
Brooke,
Adorable.
what do you think of?
You can look that up. See the salt lizard noses, salt nose lizards. Just look up salt nose lizards, and
lizards are not supposed to be living in the sea.
Yes. So I can find you plenty of that.
Salt nose lizards, saltwater would be the key word there.
No, salt nose lizards, because that'll get it to you quicker. Salt nose lizards, because they they spit the salt out through their nose that they filter through the, so here we are, sneezing Galapagos marine iguanas. So here's the link that everybody needs in the chat that our man Ian was saying was Godzilla. Okay, so I'm just going to put this in here, and there you go. Everybody take that, and what I'll do is put this in the Skype, and
that is fucking
and also,
Godzilla.
Anybody that asks for this link, when Ian says something,
Yeah.
you probably need to be on drugs or get off what you are on.
Yes.
Either way, one or the other.
Yes,
'Cause,
absolutely.
when you ask Ian for something, it's like me. I asked him one time for help. He told me to drink bleach.
Yes.
Bathe in Tide Pods.
Yes, that's right. I mean, you are literally risking your life or your sanity.
Or both.
That's Godzilla.
I can assure you, I smelled good, but I didn't feel that sane once I got out of the Tide Pods with drinking the bleach. I felt pretty crazy.
Yes. So
doesn't it look evil?
Oh, please. It's cute. It's adorable. So I just sent this to the private message of Our Lady Brooke, and honey, just look at that. They're adorable.
Oh my God, it's a cute little thing.
Yes.
It's so, it looks like a
What is
little
wrong with
turtle
you guys?
face.
What did you
It's a
send
little
her?
turtle face.
Yes.
No, that thing's evil as hell.
They're the cutest things in the world. You want one as a pet. You can't keep them because they'll die. They can only live in the ocean where they can filter out all that salt water, and they spit out all that
And
salt
they
they
eat
suck up.
Asians. And they eat Asians. I'll ask my case.
So yeah, and they swim like fiends because they have to get more water into their body so they can filter the salt out. So this is what they spend all day doing, sitting on the rocks and.
I mean, they don't eat Asians?
No.
Well, it looks like it does.
Oh my God, it is. I'm just anyhow. So we will be ending the stream. I am. Okay. So I want everyone to know. Join us on Wednesday. It will be here before you know it. It'll be here tomorrow, like it was nothing. And so we'll all be back in general. So my love to all. Everybody pray. Keep it together that Team Dietrich maintains integrity. We're going to. Okay, so both of you say good morning. Say good morning, Brooke and Ian. Ladies first.
Did she hang up?
I don't know. Honey.
She's probably
say
messing
good
with
morning
dogs.
first, Ian. To our
Good
listeners.
morning, everybody. But she's probably gonna go mess with those dogs.
Brooke, feel free to say good morning to everybody. Okay, I'm going to end stream. All right, so this is a triple redundancy process. Our dear Almor Fadi said, support and donate to Douglas Dietrich. He said, thank you for teaching us about the light, the love of Lucifer, the light bringer. Thank you, Almor Fadi. Okay, all right, ending stream. All right, and this is a triple redundancy process. Okay, so go now to